Chapter 1, the beginning of the story is always very tender. Couldn't help but open his eyes, the light almost flashed blindly, and couldn't help closing his eyes again. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Great. Mother and child are safe. Twitter, it's so noisy. My mind is dizzy, unable to concentrate. He couldn't understand what was being said around him, but he could still understand the strange and familiar language. This seems to be neon language, right? Why don't you cry? I don't know. The first time I met. Is still twittering around, but for him who has only watched anime, he really doesn't understand. I wanted to open my eyes, but found it a little difficult. And I can't feel it. Snapped. The applause sounded, although it didn't hurt, but it was very loud. Immediately after. Wow wow wow! Cries resounded throughout the room, and the surroundings became lively. Toru, come on! A couple stood in front of an ordinary house, and the daughter Hwaizi and Yoon called into the door. Coming! There was a tender voice, and then a 5 or 6-year-old boy walked out. Untan Toru, followed by his father's surname, Untan. As for the name, the crying sound resounded throughout the hospital, so the word Toru was taken. Of course, the shame of that slap Untan Che will never forget. Let's go, Mom and Dad will take you to visit the diplomat today. Before, the diplomat helped the Anyun family. This time I am grateful. Anyun Che's father held Anyun Che's little left hand, and his mother Anyun Hwaizi took his right hand, and the three left home. Is there anything to visit? Why not watch anime and play games at home? Untan curled his lips. Untan Makoto patted Untan Che's little head. He knows how much home his son has. After all, he bought all the novels, comics, and games at home. No way, who made him lose the bet? Even his study has become his son's homestead. More than half a year ago, Anjun Toru suddenly made a bet with him, saying that he had mastered all the knowledge of elementary school. Of course Intanchanj did not believe it. So he made a bet, and then succeeded in being Intanche routine. But Intanchanj is also happy, after all, his son is so smart. This wave is a win-win. Son, you may earn blood, but I am definitely not a loser for your father. Antonto followed his parents' hand, and occasionally tightened the hands of the two of them, hanging their legs in the air. A playful kid alive and well. But, it's really reborn as a neon. Antonto sighed inwardly. In fact, it doesn't matter to him to rebirth to neon, after all, watching anime every day in his previous life, he doesn't reject neon. But what makes him really relieved is that his parents are exactly the same as in his previous life. Is like a dream. Looked at his parents left and right, and Tanteo smiled on his face. If it is a dream, I hope I never wake up. Anyun's house is not in the city center, but is separated by a high slope. The three slowly climbed up the slope. Upon reaching the top of the slope, the field of vision widened. Antan looked around well, they were all houses, and there was no beautiful scenery. Except for the cherry blossom trees on both sides of the road, there is nothing. And it's only March, and the cherry blossoms are not blooming either. True, look, that castle is the diplomat's house. Castle. Following the direction Anyun Makoto pointed out, Anyun Toru really saw the castle. How can there be a castle? Does Neon have a castle? This kind of urban area. In his previous life, Toru Azumoto didn't remember any castles in Neon. And looking at the castle, Anyun Che has a strong sense of sight. What is going on with this inexplicable sense of familiarity? The diplomat's family seems to have a daughter about the same age as you. Maybe you can make friends. It's best to come on and turn her into a child bride. Hwaizi Anyun said jokingly. Untan curled his lips completely, just tell me how old I am. However, if it is cute, it is not impossible to consider. After all, Azu Toru is also a second thorn ape, and the starting line is still clear. What kind of woman will only affect my watching anime? Women will only affect me to play games. This idea is impossible. It was adolescence before rebirth. How could he have such an idea of seeing through the world? The high in the castle is not far away. Antan Cheol walked with his parents for more than 10 minutes before he came to the bottom of the castle. Ah, what kind of local tyrant is this? The castle has it. An Yunchinj stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, a blonde foreigner walked out. An Yuncheng and An Yunhuiza stepped forward. Excuse me. Thanks to Mr. Spencer's help last time, thank you today. The foreigner who called Spencer leaked a kind smile, waved his hand, and said, "You're welcome, come in and sit in first." An Yunche's parents said to bother them, and they walked in with An Yunche. This is the first time Antan Toru has seen a foreigner, not counting neon people, and he has never seen it in a previous life. I didn't expect foreigners to be so friendly. However, the name Spencer flashed an idea in his heart. But the names of foreigners are almost the same, so I didn't care. The castle is amazing from the outside, not to mention the inside. Antan looked around and couldn't help but sigh the luxury of the rich. Antan Toru's parents sat down and chatted with Spencer, and Antan Toru just wandered around. No one would say anything to my own children anyway. It's so convenient for children. At this moment, a beautiful woman upstairs walked down to meet her. Seeing An Yunche smile at him. Then walked towards the talking three. Spencer got up to greet him, and Antan Che's parents also got up. "This is my wife, Sayuri." Spencer introduced Toru's parents. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Neon people. Antan muttered inwardly. The two countries rarely get married because of language barriers and cultural differences. However, Spencer is a diplomat and should know Neon very well. Marrying Neon is not a big problem. After the introduction of the two sides, Sayuri did not continue to stay, but walked over to Azu Toru. "Little guy, how about I take you to play with my daughter?" Regardless of whether An Yunche agreed or not, he pulled An Yunche upstairs. "Okay, thank you auntie." Antan Tetsu gave Sayuri an innocent smile. Was led by Sayuri for a while, and stopped in front of a door. "Yingrai-ri, mom brought you a playmate." Sayuri, after speaking, opened the door. However, Toru and Jun's eyes widened. "Yingrai-ri? Spencer? Diplomat? Sayuri? Hey, it's true." At this moment, An Yunche's little heart is plopping, and there is an incredible feeling. He stared into the door with his eyes wide open, hoping that what he was thinking was true. A touch of gold flashed, and a petite figure rushed into Sayuri's arms. Antan Che was dumbfounded, as if he was in a dream. A pair of small eyes stared at the golden ponytail in Sayuri's arms. "I'm so old, I still love acting like a baby. Come and say hello to An Yun-kun." Sayuri smiled and pulled the little guy out of her arms. The little guy is a little cautious, but he has come to the present of Antan Toru. "Hello, my name is Sawamura Spencer Iri." There is an innocent smile on the little girl's delicate face, and the little tiger teeth leaking from the corners of her mouth are so eye-catching. Antan Toru estimates that this scene will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Chapter 2, The Plug-in has been signed. Yingrai-ri's innocent and sweet smile has been deeply imprinted in Azuto's heart. What kind of expression should I use at this time? Forget it, why do you think so much? My name is Toru Anson. This name, I will let you remember it for a lifetime. At this moment, Antan made up his mind. Ding! Welcome to the world of the second dimension. I hope you are happy and happy. At this time, these three sentences suddenly appeared in my mind. Will there be a system? Antan was completely calm on the surface, but muttered in his heart. Unfortunately, apart from these three sentences, there is nothing else. Sayuri has left, leaving the two children to play by themselves. Yingrai, is there anything fun? Azutoru called out his name directly. How about playing with dolls? Yingrai didn't mind Antantoru's name directly. Although the name in Neon is a name for people who have a good relationship. But Ying Lily is still a child and doesn't have that many thoughts yet. Have you ever had a family? At this time, Ying Lily seems to have not entered the pit. It's just an ordinary little girl. Then, the starting line is stable. How about when I'm a father and you're a mother? Antantetsu gave Yingrai a pure smile. Okay. Sure enough, it's still too young to understand anything. Seeing Yingrai directly agreed, Antantoru suddenly felt like deceiving the child. But it's okay. Antantoru himself is now a 5 or 6-year-old kid, and his current focus is on cultivating feelings. Even though I am 18 years old in my heart, the playhouse in Tanche still has fun. After all, it's playing with young Lily. Who would dislike naivety? Is not it? Especially listening to Ying Lily's tender voice yelling "Dear husband," who can stand it? Ah, slow. More than 2 hours had passed by the time An Yunche's parents came and called An Yunche to leave. Time flies a bit fast. Playing house is really fun, I still want to play. Yingrai has successfully mingled with Azutoru and came to see him personally. Brother Che, it's my birthday soon, can you come to celebrate my birthday? Once the house was over, my husband and my dear were gone, but under the careful guidance of Toruan, I succeeded in becoming an older brother. I remember that Ying Lily's birthday seems to be March 20th, and it is indeed about to arrive. Okay, I'll give Ying Lily a present when that time comes. Antantoru has already figured out what gift to give. Although this innocent Irie Lee is great, Azutoru still wants the familiar Irie Lee. Moreover, even if Antan can't make a move, Ying Lily will be taken by his parents sooner or later. After all, Toru Azumino knew that Ying Lily's parents were also the second Prince Ape. In that case, it is better to do it yourself. Waved goodbye to Yingrai, and Ansuzuo was led home by his parents. When he got home, Toru and Jun went straight back to his room. Antanche's room has a bed by the window, a desk, a cabinet at the end of the bed, and 2 figures on it. His good things are in the study next door. Antanche, who is a computer or something, is still young and hasn't installed it for him. But he didn't buy the gift for Ying Lily. After all, Azutoru thought at first that he was born again in Japan, so there were some things he didn't deliberately buy. No wonder there are no famous comic novels in previous lives. Now that Toru Anyun knows that he has come to the second dimension, then it is natural that those things are not there. The second element is a parallel world of Neon. Remember what it was called, Little Love, right? That gal game that let Ying Lily go into the pit. It seems that I have to cheat Dad again. Wait a minute, is there any Anyulun in this world? No, you have to prevent him. Since there is Ying Lily, does the black long straight senpai also have it? Ah, only children make choices. I want it all when I grow up. Randomly picked up a half-read novel, and Azumoto decided to read it around tomorrow. He didn't know whether this world was the world of passerby heroines or multiple worlds combined. But expecting to meet other people in mind is for sure. Ding! Reading +1, 1/100, LV1. What the hell? Antan was taken aback for a moment, and then came back to his senses. System? Boy, is this triggered? However, there is no place to operate, and nothing like a screen floats in front of my eyes. Antanteru kept shouting at the system in his heart, or bumping into the void in front of him, but there was nothing. Is a passive thing? I remembered that it was triggered by reading the novel, and then Toru Anzuo continued to read the novel. Reading +1 appeared again in his mind. Forget it, study slowly. Early the next morning, Antanche got up. He was going to find out whether there was a Nyulun in the world, and Antan also had a bit of an impression of the location of the goods house. Reading, 1/100, LV2, your memory is greatly enhanced. Yesterday, Anyun Toru successfully raised his reading level by 1 level, and then there were rewards for the upgrade. Although I guessed it, he was pleasantly surprised by Antan Che. As expected, God treats me not badly. However, it is getting slower and slower when the latter experience is added. However, it doesn't matter, Antan Che is less than 6 years old now, and some of them are time liver. Life suddenly started to hang up, so Anyun Che couldn't help running away. Ding! Physical fitness +1, 1/100, LV1. Good fellow, let's talk earlier. How happy running is, I like running best. What is it like to stay at home every day? So, Toru Anjun jogged around all morning. Anyulun didn't find it either. It seems that there is no protagonist in this world. I haven't found any other characters, but I have seen a lot of people with colorful hair and there is no sense of disobedience. What's the matter? It's almost noon when I get home. Although Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is not sure if it is a comprehensive world, at least there is no such thing as Anyulun. And Antan Chek thought that he was still in trouble, he felt that he could see a happy life in the future. Physical fitness +1, 30/100, LV1. It seems that I have to run in the morning every day. Thinking about this, Toru Azuchi planned to make lunch by himself, to see if there were any skills related to cooking. Stir-fried dishes or something like it. Toru is definitely not good now, but he can still cook noodles. Boil the water, then take the package of instant noodles torn apart and pour it in. Ding! Cooking skill +1, 1/100, LV1. Nice! Happy Antan Toru hit 2 more eggs. After the noodles are cooked, the experience value has 8 points. It doesn't matter how much you have experience. Toru Azumino already knew that this link only needs to be experienced, and there will be corresponding rewards for reaching the level. I just don't know what the highest level is. But it's going to happen slowly. In the past few days, Anyun Che is planning to upgrade these skills, and by the way, Dad gets a gift from Ying Lily. What should I bet this time? I have gambled on all elementary school knowledge before, how about betting on junior high school? Does it scare Dad? Antan Toru thought this way, but he looked forward to his dad's surprised expression. When you grow up a little bit, let's make money by yourself. By the way, Irie will definitely become a book painter in the future, or a cartoonist. There are so many good works in my mind, it is not good to bury it. Novelists are also good, and simpler than cartoonists. The important thing is that if the black long straight senior sister is also in this world, it is easier to contact her when she writes a novel. Antan Toru intends to look again, anyway, in no hurry. Now let's explore some skills first. With the appearance of this hanging, Toru Anzuo plans to make this life more exciting. Chapter 3, People Live For. On March 21st, 1 day has passed since Ying Lily's birthday. Antan Che was sitting on the sofa in the living room in a daze. Although the TV was on, he was not in the mood to watch it. Yesterday, Ying Lily's birthday was not so grand. And Ying Lily's family has no servants. So with the addition of Azu Toru, there are 4 people in total. After simply eating the cake, Antan Che gave out the gift he prepared gal game Little Love. After that, I taught Ying Lily how to play, and then Ying Lily became obsessed with it. Ying Riri is still playing today, but Azu Toru has nothing to do at home. Reading, 51/100, LV3, if you remember, it's not just a brain. Physical fitness, 71/100, LV2, you can compete with adults. Cooking, 1/100, LV2, you are only 1 step away from the chef. Music, 12/100, LV1. Beast language, 21/100, LV2, you are the cat and the Wangxing Gren. In addition to brushing the original 3 skills these days, Anyunche also accidentally developed 2 skills. The music came out of me one day by humming 2 sentences, but the animal language was when I saw a cute little white cat accidentally meowed twice, and then I got the animal language. Then Intan Cheer started to madly meow with the cat and the puppy barking. Then I upgraded. Once I upgraded, I could understand what cats and dogs said. Intan Toru is happy about it. Occasionally I talk to the little wild cats, stray dogs, and even the weather doesn't need to look at the weather forecast. Is the weather forecast accurate for any animals? Picking up the remote control, Azu Toru intends to find a food show to watch. Since reading to level 3, Azu Toru no longer needs to gain experience personally, just read it. From reading skills to reading comprehension skills. Otherwise, they just rely on cooking noodles. How can they be upgraded so quickly? Intan Toru stopped changing channels, and Intan Toru's eyes widened by a cute little the screen. Mei Jiang is so cute. Thank you, the host's sister is also very beautiful. Oh, my sauce mouth is so sweet. 2 women, one big and one small, are sitting opposite each other on the screen. On the left is the hostess in professional attire, and on the right is the little girl with a sweet smile on her face. Sakurajima Mai. Intan looked at the cute little the screen in disbelief. He couldn't believe it, he actually saw Mai Sakurajima. The title on TV is Genius Girl Debuts. It seems that Mai Sakurajima has just debuted. It is said that people live for Mai Sakurajima. Toru Azuzu now wished to fly directly to Mai Sakurajima, and if he could, he would directly propose marriage on the spot. Of course, Toru Azumoto was also impulsive for a while. After all, seeing Mai Sakurajima was too excited. But seeing Mai Sakurajima, this also proves that this world is a mixed 2-dimensional world. I can't reach Mai Sakurajima for the time being, and Toru Azu is a little uncomfortable. Wait a minute, which elementary school is Mai Sakurajima? Intan Toru is about to go to elementary school. He thinks that he can go to the same elementary school as Mai Sakurajima, so there is always a chance to get in touch. From knowing that he came to the 2nd dimension, Intan Che decided to become the man of the Sea King. How can he not raise a few fish in the fish pond? Cutie Ying Lily will definitely go to elementary school together, so let Ying Lily and Mai Sakurajima get along well before they have a chance to play happily together in the future. Intan thought very well, but in reality it was terrible. 6 years have passed. At the beginning, he successfully found Mai Sakurahima's elementary school, and went with Ying Rai. However, for 6 years, I haven't seen Mai Sakurajima 6 times. Less than once a year on average. Toru Intan is very suspicious of life. Why am I coming to this elementary school? I haven't seen it before, so naturally I haven't said hello. The only consolation is that Ying Lili really likes Intan Toru now. However, Ying Lili still became tsundere. Intan Toru feels that he hasn't done anything, except for occasionally molesting Ying Rai. Why is he still at tsundere? But it doesn't matter to Azu Toru. Isn't it the tsundere Ying Lili? Is it still Ying Lili? Elementary school didn't catch a fish, but one was stalked during the elementary school trip. I hope God will help her to bring 4 back. Junior high school Azuzu Toru intends to continue to Sakurajima Mai's school. Although Sakurajima Mai has not been in contact with Sakurajima, the elementary school Azuzu Toru is a well-known figure on campus. Every time I took the exam, I won the 1st place, and I got full marks every time. He thought Mai Sakurajima might have heard of him. Since I can't know you, let you know me. Toru Azumi intends to continue to dominate the campus by the middle school. Learning, 12/100, LV3, you can already dominate high school. This is a natural skill when you go to school. At the 1st level, this skill is nothing, but after the 2nd level, Azu Toru discovered that you don't need to look at the knowledge of elementary and middle school. Although Intan Toru would have been, but it was more comprehensive. This is also the reason why Azu Toru casually got full marks. Character, Toru and Yoon. Face value, 8+1, your eyes can make people addicted to it. Physique, 7, you can punch a cow to death. Intelligence, 8, you are a genius. This character panel appeared suddenly after reading up to the 5th level, and the 5th level is the full level. At that time, she also rewarded her with +1. And the physical stamina that is rewarded at the full level is naturally physique +1. However, the physique on the panel is 7, which means it was 6, but the appearance value is 8+1, not 9 directly. In other words, the eyes are added. Beast language, 86/100, LV2. Animal language in Yunche did not deliberately improve, after all, cat language is almost the same as dog language, and he does not need to understand the language of other animals. Cooking, 2/100, LV4, your cooking can shine. Culinary skills can be upgraded to level 4. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com was transferred to other places by An Yunche's father when he was in junior high school. At that time, he wanted to bring a family with him. This is of course impossible. Yingrai is still like this, how could Azu Toru leave? His mother wanted to follow, but she couldn't feel relieved. But Toru and Tan also wanted to live alone, so he showed off his LV3 cooking skills, and Huizi Azu decisively left and Tan Toru. Luminous cuisine Azu Toru once made it, when he wanted to conquer Yingrai's stomach. As a result, Ying Lily took a bite and panted again and again, and then ran home ashamed. The rest can only be eaten by Antanche. But Antanche seems to have his own resistance, except that he feels delicious. Before leaving, Makoto and Tan bought a computer for Antanche, but this computer squeezed a lot of Antanche's living expenses. Therefore, Azuto's monthly living expenses are not much. The volume of comics and novels has dropped drastically. Antanche still has to find a way to make money, but it is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life. It seems that I can only write novels and become a master of cultural transfer. It is worth mentioning that Eri has become Eri Kashiwagi. Whether Ying Lily's parents were the second son of a thorn ape or was discovered by her, and then she took Ying Lily badly. Tan Toru also checked Iramanga Sensei or Shina Masaki, but he didn't find it. Is it because there are no them in this world, or are they not born yet? Although it was a pity not to see them, Tan didn't care. I'm content with Yingrai, not to mention the world's ideal Mai Sakurajima, and one of the 5 I encountered during my elementary school trip. Tonto's life, this has just begun. P.S. The plot officially begins. Chapter 4, Mamitsukiro. There are 3 major libraries in this world. Shoko Library, Mount Fuji Library, and Fushikawa Library. Shokdian Library is mainly based on fantasy novels, and its derivative games are the hobbies of the majority of home dwellers, and the animations they produce are naturally fantasy novels. However, the focus is on the game. The game comes with fast money, and the Shok Library is also the richest. Mount Fuji Library is based on the themes of different worlds. Another world animation is the mainstream of this world, so the development direction of Fujizan Library is naturally focused on animation. Then there is the undying Chuan Bunko that Anjun Toru is familiar with. Remember that Fujiishuan is a bookstore. And Toru Ajutsu doesn't care about it. The world is still a little different. Fushi Chuan focuses on youth themes, and the audience for such topics is the most fixed. There will be 1 or 2 outstanding anime every year. Tan Toru is familiar with the Fantastic Bunko, naturally because the Kuriko Now Senpai remembers that her A Love Metronome was published in the Fantastic Bunko at the Fantastic Bookstore. Even if it becomes the Undead Library now, it shouldn't change, right? Just make sure that Machida Yuenko is in Fushikawa. The editor in charge of this future school sister, Toru Anzuo, decided to take it for himself. After the goal is clear, it is natural to think about which novel to rewrite. But Toru already had an idea. I remember that it was a story about a junior high school student's love. And the hero also has the same surname as Antan. It also started with becoming a novelist. It happens that Toru Antan is now in junior high school. Why is it so like me? It feels like writing an autobiography. Antan muttered a few words thoroughly. As for why not directly write those famous works, the main thing is that Anyun-chae wants to accumulate a little popularity first, and lay a foundation by the way. If they were written out so early, they wouldn't be as outstanding as their previous lives. The Moonlight is really beautiful seems to be an original anime, there is no original novel. But Antan-chae did not panic. The full level of reading ability allows him to recall any details of the animation, and he also has the ability to write, and he is already at level 3. Convert animation into text, easily. There are also celebrity writers in this world. Natsume Saseki and Osamu Dazai have both. Then the Moonlight is really beautiful fully meets the conditions. I browsed the homepage of Fusei Ishuan Library, and there is no newcomer rewards, so just finish writing a volume and submit it. There are 12 chapters in the anime The Moonlight is Beautiful, and Toru is planning to write a volume with 3 chapters. Finish it in 4 volumes. I remember that at the end of each sentence, there will be a text message exchange between the two in the future, and Ajutsu also intends to intersperse these in each volume. When it's over, I found out that it should give readers a public opinion. Antan Toru's journey of codewords begins here. The next day, Toru and Yoon came to school with a yawn. Last night, Antan-chae wrote, and couldn't stop. After writing this section, I want to write another section. After all, it was past 4 o'clock. I closed my eyes and squinted for a while. I didn't feel asleep. It was past 7 o'clock all of a sudden. Why is the morning time so fast? No one can answer the mystery of this world. Good morning, Anyun-kun. Good morning, Anyun-kun. Just stepping into the door of the class, the girls who were already there greeted Toru Anzuo. No way, Toru is now an ideal in the world. He is smart and handsome, and he doesn't have any pretensions, so he can get along with everyone in the class. He is now the baby in the class. Good morning. Antan waved his hand to say hello, and couldn't help but yawn. What's wrong? Anyun-kun. Didn't you sleep last night? Immediately asked the girl with concern. It's staying up late. After all, it's already midnight. Explained casually, and Antan Tetsu walked to his seat. Anyun-kun, please pay more attention, staying up late hurts your body. That's right. If we are sick, we will feel distressed. That's right. Are only junior high school students, these girls are already so offensive in their speeches. But it was also because a large group of girls were there, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold. Fortunately, I didn't have a class with Ying Li, otherwise, with Ying Li's jealous and arrogant character, Antan-chae didn't think about anything every day, as long as I wanted to comfort Ying Li. Antan Toru nodded to them, indicating that he would pay attention. It's really a popular man, Antan. Just when Antan was about to sleep on his stomach, he heard the ridicule from behind. It's you, Fujiwara. Antan didn't turn his head back, his tone was disgusting. This item is no longer sold twice, but Toru Azusa doesn't care. The two have a good relationship, Antan Tetsu's only male friend. What's the matter with your disgusting tone? Damn it! It's so enviable. Fujiwara Taku was also mad with envy. Being in the same class with Toru and Yoon is naturally happy for girls, but it is tragedy for boys. Girls in the class are divided into 2 categories for boys. Antan Toru and other boys. Antan is naturally envious and jealous. And Toru Azumi can play with Taku Fujiwara because this guy is heartless. Fujiwara Taku also has no jealousy, and the occasional ridicule is also a joke. It's a pity, if there is no Intan-che, this kind of boy should be very popular. Of course, there is one more thing, Fujiwara Taku is also a veteran home fan. This is the reason for the good relationship between Intan Tetsu and him. As for you, it's not the first day. Are you not tired like this every day? Intan-che did not have the energy to accompany him, planning to lie down for a while before class. Damn it, is this the tone of a winner in life? Today's Azutoru is very tired, and has no energy to chat with Fujiwara Taku too. But Fujiwara Taku also has his own coup. I heard that Sakurahime-senpai came to school today. If you talk about my Sakurajima, I won't be sleepy. Anyun-che, who was lying on his stomach, naturally stood up. Really? If it wasn't for Fujiwara Taku's long time ago who knew what Azutoru was, he would have believed it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course, it caused quite a stir. Mai Sakurajima debuted as a child star, did commercials when she was a child, and now she has become an actor. She is beautiful, and she debuted early, basically most people know her more or less. But fortunately, there is no role in Love or CP, which is very gratified. Oh! Sakurahime-senpai will soon be in high school, I will not see her. Intan Toru is now in grade 2, and will soon be grade 3. Mai Sakurajima is a year older than him, so naturally she will be promoted. But Toru Azumino still didn't say a word to Mai Sakurajima. After all, Mai Sakurajima is really busy, and she is constantly working. In fact, I have never studied well, and I have learned by myself. Therefore, Azuto's chances of fishing are naturally very few. There is no chance at all. Can only rely on the chance that Mai Sakurajima quarreled with her mother afterwards? Although it feels like taking advantage of others. As Toru Azu is well known, Mai Sakurajima must have heard of him. It's okay to make a friend and make a contact. Azuzu Toru knew about Mai Sakurahime's self-made mature character, just a little bit of excitement. Toru Azumi actually didn't want to worry, but the original Sakurajima Mai on Minehara High School can't be found. The Toyosaki High School in the passerby is gone. Intan-chu wanted to scold his mother. In other words, Toru Azumo can only go to the high school that Mai Sakurajima is going to attend now, otherwise there will be no chance to get in at that time. As for the black long straight senior sister, she can only be contacted through novels. Then, I have to quickly write down the beauty of the moonlight. Such a passive feeling, for the first time Anyun-che felt that he did not take himself seriously. I am really lazy. It seems to be taken seriously. Chapter 5, Get Machida Inoko. After school, Toru Anson went straight home. It doesn't matter whether the clubs in junior high schools participate or not. And with Toru Azuchi's results, maybe he would agree to apply for a school where he returned home. Yingrai participated in the art department, and like the original work, she maintained a good image in school. Back home, turn on the computer, and continue to write. The moonlight is really beautiful. It took nearly 8 hours to write last night, but only finished the first chapter of the anime. In other words, 1/3 of the volume is written, nearly 40,000 words. Naturally, it cannot be so fast under normal circumstances. However, yesterday Intan Toru acquired a typing skill. The more typing this skill, the faster, and then the faster the more experience, and all of a sudden rise to the 3rd level. Intan Toru also doesn't need to think about the plot, the images are just converted to text. Write another 1/3 of it today, and you can finish the first volume tomorrow. Recalling the animation in his mind, Atsuo Toru started the code word journey again. Toru, are you at home? The voice of Yingrai downstairs made Intan regain his senses. After looking at the time, it was already past 6 o'clock. Save the document, turn off the computer, and Anyun-che got up and went downstairs. Writing the novel, Toru Azumi doesn't plan to tell Yingrai for the time being. Although the quality of Moonlight is really beautiful, must pass the test, in case no one would like it. After all, Toru Azu is just a newcomer with no popularity. Now tell Ying Lily that if it fails by then, wouldn't it be embarrassing? After waiting, it's not too late to find Ying Li to draw illustrations. Although Toru Azumi also has drawing skills, there is Yingrai, why don't you go together? At that time, you can also let Ying Lily worship. Went downstairs and saw a touch of gold lying on the sofa. Toru, I'm so hungry. Hurry up and cook. Seeing Azure Toru, Yingrai yelled. Although Ying Lily ran away ashamed of that shining egg fried rice, there is nothing to say that the things made by Azutosu are delicious. After telling Azutoru to ban egg fried rice, Ying Lily comes to Azutoru's for dinner every day after school. Although Azutoru can do anything if he wants to do it, it is not necessary. It's just cooking, not aphrodisiac, it's almost delicious. Seeing Ying Lily lazily lying on the sofa, Anyun Che still sighed inwardly. This little cute is still abandoned. What to eat? Anton Toru walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to see what ingredients were there. Stir fry. Anton Tetsu is not accustomed to cooking Japanese cuisine, but Chinese cuisine is a bit simpler. Ying Lily didn't know the names of those stir-fried dishes, anyway, he only remembers what Anton Che said about them. There is also a small ball of pork, eggs, and tomatoes in the refrigerator. It took half an hour to fry a green pepper shredded pork, a tomato scrambled egg, and an egg drop soup. Smelling the scent, Ying Lily turned over and got off the sofa and rushed over. Ah! It smells so good! So hungry! Anton thoroughly served 2 bowls of rice, and 1 bowl was handed to Ying Lily. Ying Lily couldn't wait to take it, put the shredded pork in her mouth, and took a bite of rice. It's delicious. After chewing and swallowing, Ying Lily couldn't help but exclaimed. Eat slowly, no one will grab you. Hey. However, Ying Lily didn't slow down, she still gobbled it up, nothing like a lady. Anton shook his head thoroughly. At least Yingrai is only shown in front of Toru Azuzu. Naturally, Toru Azuzu will not dislike it. However, Iri hasn't called out like brother Toru when he was a child since she entered middle school, which makes Toru Azuzu very regretful. I'm full. After eating, Ying Lily couldn't help but patted the still flat belly. After eating 2 bowls of rice, my stomach hasn't changed much. It's incredible. Rested for a while, the sky darkened, and Azutoru let Yingrai go home. Yingrai squeezed to her feet, her face a little ruddy. It's not the first time, is it still like this? Looking at Yingrai's appearance, Anton Tetsu joked. Daily routine, as a reward for dinner, Toru Azu needs a hug from Yingrai. Keek, this is not Anton Chong's sexual heart attack, it is just a normal meal. Don't think too much about it. Looking at the squeezing Iri, Azutoru took the initiative to hug Iri. Hey! Being hugged by Anyun, Yingrai blushed directly. Then he broke away from his arms and ran away quickly. Be careful on the road. Seeing Ying Lily's embarrassed back, Anton Toru exhorted. Got it. Yingrai's voice came from a distance. Although Toru Azu wants to send Ying Lily back, but with the shyness of Ying Lily, there is basically no hope. After finishing the tableware, Anyun Che returned to the room to continue the code word. 2 days later, after school, Anton Che returned home. Last night Toru Anson had finished the first volume, but it was 1 or 2 o'clock. Toru Azu was in no hurry to contribute. However, as soon as school was over today, Toru Azumino went home and posted the novel on the website of Undead Chuan Bunku. The next step is to wait for good news. Although the novel industry has begun to flourish now, the subject matter is like that. Basically, everyone has written about it, with similarities and minor differences. Those who write novels are popular, either because the authors are already well known, and they have their own fixed fans. Either the writing is very delicate and beautiful, suddenly discovered by someone, and then attracted much attention. Fujikawa Bunko, Machida Sanako browses the submitted works. She has been in Fushinchuan for almost 2 years, from the very beginning as an assistant mixed editor. However, there is no novel author who is responsible for it. Nowadays, other world themes are popular, and there are very few youth-related themes. Although some people have written articles about different worlds and submitted them to the Undead River, they are really unsatisfactory. I have gone to the Mount Fuji library for what I wrote well. Who will come to Immortal River? After all, Bulletin Shichuan doesn't pay much attention to other subjects. Of course, if you write really well, even if Fushikawa would like you, but the treatment is similar, it is better to go to the better Mount Fuji. Machida Yuanzi also wants to have his own author. After all, if an editor can have an excellent author, his status will naturally rise. Machida Yuanzi is still a new editor, unlike the seniors who are in charge of several. One is fine, but I thank God for having one. Machida Yuanzi is reviewing the novel, and prays like this. At the sound of new mail, Machida Yuanzi glanced at the notification box. The moonlight is so beautiful. The name, Machida Yuanzi couldn't help but open it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Oh? Is it a middle school student's love? Is the writing pretty good? Machida Yuanzi looked at it, calmed down and took a serious look. This look is 2 hours. After watching, Machida Yuanzi was still a little trance. The writing style is very delicate, and Machida Yuanzi looks very comfortable. And the young and clumsy love of junior high school students made Machida Yuanko feel tickle. She decided to sign the novel. Machida cannot wait to contact the author. Are you there? Antan Toru happened to return to the room after dinner. By the way, I recalled Ying Lily's hug. To be honest, there is a feeling of love. It's a pity that Ying Lily was too shy and ran away without holding her for long. Hearing the news, Anyun took a look. You are? Is this Mr. Anyun, the author of The Moonlight is Really Beautiful? I am Machida Sunko, the editor of Fushikawa Bunko. Teacher Antan's The Moonlight is Really Beautiful is very well written. I want to talk to you about signing the contract. Anyun Che used his pen name as Anyun, and he didn't bother to think of a name. Seeing the 4 words Machida Yuanzi, Anyun was taken aback. Good fellow. Did this directly meet Machida Yuanzi? Does God care for me so much? Yes, there will be time tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Azutaru can just do the signing. Good. Then let's make an appointment to meet tomorrow to discuss the issue of signing. Nice. Toru Azuno didn't expect to get Machida Sunko directly. Then he will definitely be able to come into contact with the Black Long Straight. After all, the school is gone, not necessarily the senior sister. At that time, Toru Azumino will still be a senior. The two made an appointment. Antan Toru began to look forward to the arrival of tomorrow. Chapter 6, My Senpai is Gone. The next day, Anyun Tetsu dressed up briefly and went out. Anyway, Antan Toru is less than 15 years old. There is no need to dress up deliberately. The whole person is just a little cleaner, and there is no need to wear any formal clothes. The two met at a nearby family restaurant, which has a good atmosphere and is suitable for discussing some things. Antan Toru came 10 minutes early, but when he arrived, he still saw a familiar beauty by the window. Welcome, guest. The waitress at the door greeted her, and Tanchir nodded to her, and walked towards the figure by the window. The waitress couldn't help but glanced at Antan more. Although Antan Toru hasn't opened for a long time. But that 8+1 looks good enough to be called a beautiful boy. Machida Maroko noticed that Antan Toru came over, but Antan Toru's immature face made Machida Maroko dare not be sure. After all, Machida Yuanzi imagined Antan on the way here. That delicate writing, at least middle-aged, right? Edit Machida. When Azutoru sat across from Machida Yuanzi and asked this, Machida Yuanzi was convinced. But too young, right? Looking at Toru Azuto's slightly green face, Machida Yuanzi was unbelievable. Are you Mr. Anyun? Otherwise? Antan asked rhetorically with a smile. All right. Machida Yuanzi recognized it. Although there is no shortage of genius in this world, I didn't expect to be met by myself. Machida Maroko wants to sign this novel even more now. If Antan's age is used as a gimmick, then the sales will definitely be higher. In this world, genius has attracted people's attention even more. The first time I met, I am Machida Sonoko. Machida Sonoko introduced herself by suppressing the thoughts in her heart. Hello, this is Antan. Antan Toru. Antan Toru's pen name is Antan. Machida does not know Antan's full name. However, looking at the short-haired beauty in front of him, Antantu had a bold idea. Ahem. After the two introduced each other, they ordered a bit of food, and they began to negotiate a contract. The negotiation can be said to be very smooth. Toru Azumino was meant to get in touch with Machida Sunko, and Machida Sunko also wanted to make Azuzu Toru good. Things have not come up yet, the two have already negotiated. Machida Yuanzi directly gave Antan Toru 10% of royalties. Generally, there are not so many newcomers, but Machida Yuanzi asked Antan Toru's age as a gimmick. Azu Toru did not refuse either. He also wanted to be famous. He lived to be 18 in his previous life, and now he is less than 15. It is normal for adolescents to want to be outstanding. The food was also delivered at this time, and it was the waitress at the door that came just now. The waitress is not very old and should be a part-time student. This age can't resist Antan Che's appearance. The waitress kept staring at Antan Toru, which was quite scary. Azun-kun, you look so good-looking, but you have to protect yourself. Seeing the waitress leave reluctantly, Machida Maroko couldn't help but ridicule. Sister Machida, you are also very good-looking. Ignoring Machida's ridicule, Antan Toru complimented instead. Anyway, I don't need money for good words, can I say a few more words? Anyun-kun knows how to say so, and he is so beautiful, he will certainly harm many girls in the future. Can that harm you? Anyun couldn't help asking. But I regretted it immediately. This is a bit extreme. From seeing Machida Yuanko, Toru Azuta had an idea in his heart. He didn't know why there was, but it did appear. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Machida Yuanzi didn't care, just as a joke. Antan Toru also adjusted his mentality, smiled and said, then you have to wait for me. With the jokes, the relationship between the two got closer. Although the age difference is not small, Machida Yuanzi has not been beaten by the society, and her mentality is still a girl. The two can talk together. But one is an editor, the other is a novelist, and the result is still around novels. Toru Azumi also told Machida Sonoko that The Moonlight is Really Beautiful is going to end 4 volumes. But Machida Yuanzi certainly didn't want it to end so soon. So Toru Azuto told Machida Yuanzi that the new book already had ideas, and that the first love of junior high school students was not long written. Machida Yuanzi finally agreed to the end of the 4 volumes. Asked what Antan Tetsu wrote, but Antan Tetsu refused to answer on the grounds of confidentiality. But of course the new book is fake. The Moonlight is Really Beautiful has just written a volume, thinking about a new book. But Antan is not short of new book subjects. After eating, the two separated. Machida Sonoko will go back to apply for the publication of the library, and Azuzu Toru will start to write the second volume. Yingrairi will not come today. She wants to rush the manuscript. The weekend can be said to be her busiest time. Who allowed her to act as a good student during school, and what art department to participate in? And Yingrairi has not yet told Antan Toru that she has become a book painter, and naturally doesn't know that Antan Toru knows everything. Otherwise, it is estimated to explode on the spot. You should wear green sportswear, wear glasses, and paint desperately now, right? But there is no Ying Riri's hug today, and there will be no tomorrow. How do you live this day? Antan Toru felt that his whole body was boring. At night, at the time of Toru Azuto's codeword, Machida Yuanzi sent a message. Anyun-kun, please be happy. The first edition decided to print 10,000 copies. The first edition of the newcomer can have 3,000 copies. However, there are really no good works for youth novels. After reading the first volume of The Moonlight is Really Beautiful, the editor-in-chief decided to print 5,000 copies. However, after Machida Yuanzi talked to the editor-in-chief about the identity of Toru Azumino as a junior high school student, he successfully doubled. In this world, genius boys are very popular. Antan thanked him thoroughly, and then Machida Sanako told him that The Moonlight is Beautiful will be released a week later. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is priced at 496 yen. 10,000 copies, 10% royalties, that is to say, Antan Toru received 500,000 yen directly. Is this just getting rich overnight? Loved love. But, 1 week. 1 week later, Toru Antan was over in the second year, which means that my senpai graduated. Only then did Antan Che think of it. His Mai will be gone next week. However, a week passed quickly, Antan Che was on holiday, and The Moonlight is Beautiful was also successfully released. And the cover also has the title Genius Middle School Students Create the Taste of First Love by Themselves. Good fellow, Anjun Toru, direct good fellow. How come you become in person? Capitalists really have no lower limit. However, because of this, the sales volume was very good, and it was sold out in 1 week, so another 20,000 copies were published. For the sake of the money, Anyun completely tolerated it. The month of holiday passed very quickly, and the second volume of The Moonlight is Really Beautiful was also successfully released. With the popularity of the first volume, the first issue of the second volume was directly 50,000 copies. Then the Fushikawa Bunko made a Twitter account for Antan Tetsu and verified his real name. Fans quickly rushed to more than 40,000. However, the following is all about asking whether The Moonlight is Really Beautiful is the author's personal experience. Haha. Antan never returned. So, it was taken as a default. Just think about it this way, and when I release the final volume, you still don't think so. The only pity is that the illustration did not find Ying Lily. The success came so suddenly that I forgot to tell Ying Lily. Forget it, I accidentally exposed in the future, and let Ying Lily find out for herself, which surprised her. It's April again the day of school. However, April without my Sakurajima is coming. Azutoru only hopes that this year will pass quickly. Chapter 7, the new book is determined to be you. School, classroom, Antan was in a daze on his stomach. 1 week has passed since school started. The second volume of The Moonlight is Beautiful is now on sale. I heard Machida Yuanzi said that 30,000 copies are almost sold out, and they have been printed. If you sell well, Antan Che will naturally make more money, and Antan Che's account already has an extra 2 million yen. How come this money is so easy to make? Antan fell into deep thought. I'm only 15 years old, and I have made 1 million a month? No. You can't be proud, you must learn to deeply examine yourself. A monthly income of 1 million is still too small. Set a small goal first, and then talk about a monthly income of 10 million. So this is the thinking of the rich? Sure enough, it was a bit unpretentious and boring. At this time, Fujiwara Taku also arrived in the classroom. Hey! Anyun did not move. Fujiwara Taku also put the school bag in place, walked to the side of Azutoru, put one hand on Azutoru's back. He hummed twice. I recommend you a good novel. If you talk about novels, I won't be sleepy. Azutoru got up and looked at Fujiwara Takia. Say, what's your name? The moonlight is so beautiful. Fujiwara Taku also raised his eyebrows with a grin. Antan Toru lay down again. Really? Fujiwara Taku also shook Azutoru. This is super good. The writing is delicate and the sentences are beautiful. And the description of the first love of junior high school students makes people want to stop. And you know what? The author is called Antan. With you the last name is the same. Still a junior high school student. A genius. If the content in the book were not for the author's personal experience, I almost thought it was you who wrote it. Very good, even if you praise it, I won't thank you anymore. Got it. Got it. I'll go see it. I can't stand the tossing of Fujiwara Takia. This guy is very energetic early in the morning. Seeing Anzu Toru's still decadent appearance, Fujiwara Taku also remembered, jokingly, still thinking about Sakurahime-senpai. Of course, people live for Mai Sakurajima. I will always like Mai Sakurajima. Do you want to know which high school Sakurahime-senpai went to? Fujiwara Taku also threw out the king bomb, and Toru Azu was successfully bombed. Yes, the news is so fast. Of course, for your happiness, brother, I am obliged. With a righteous expression, Antan almost believed it. Sakurajima Mai's information is officially clear, and the school doesn't want to hide it. After all, with Mai Sakurahime's current popularity, it is easy to be exposed. Antan Toru didn't deliberately watch it either. Say, which school? Feng Yuan High School. Minehara High School. Azuto knew it was the school of Mai Sakurajima. But what is Feng Yuan High School? Haven't heard of it. How does Toyosaki High School have anything to do with you? Or are you two together? Toyosaki High School is gone, Sokura Konao Senpai is naturally gone, but there will be a younger generation of Kazumi Shizi in the future. So Azuchi Toru High School must have gone to Feng Yuan High School. Mai senpai, wait for me for a year. Okay, you can go now. When the news arrived, Fujiwara Taku was useless, and Azuto waved Fujiwara Taku also away. The opposite is innocent. Fujiwara Taku also recognized the lower limit of Toru Azuzu. Going to school now is extremely boring for Toruan, he already knows everything. The experience of the skills learned has not increased. Although Toru Azumino can read other related books to improve, it is not necessary. He has been able to dominate high school, and then he will dominate educational institutions. This is for sure. The skills of his plugins can span several degrees when leveling up, and they are still more advanced, and the knowledge of rewards can be imagined. Character, Toru and Yoon. Face value, 8+2, your eyes are breathtaking, your voice is sultry. Physique, 8, wow. Superman. Intelligence, 8, almost catching up with me. There are quite a lot of plugins, and Yoon couldn't help but complain. The face value is still not 9, and it feels like the charm added afterwards. It was added randomly, but fortunately it was an active skill. The last time Antanch spoke to a wildcat in that voice, the wildcat almost flew into the sky. Don't know what will happen to people? Antanche has never tried it. I should be able to reach 9 in high school, and maybe it is 8+. Is 9 a full level? Antanche wanted to give a bad review, but there was no explanation for this. If it can be uninstalled, Antanche will definitely not uninstall it. It's cool to open and hang for a while, and it's always cool to hang up all the time. The Moonlight is really beautiful has been written. And the third volume will be released next month, and the final volume will be the next month. It's time to think about what to write next. It's been 2 months after all, maybe it's a bit, well, it's not in a hurry. Copy and it's over. Does Azutoru need to think about it? These two words are unfamiliar to Toru and Tan. Antan-che already had a book he wanted to write in his heart, but he planned to squeeze the time and decide to write another one. So, which one should I write? There is a saying that in June Toru has always remembered. That sentence was very plain, but it seemed to touch people's hearts directly, touching the softest part of people's hearts. That sentence is: May one day you can meet your important person again. Then, the new book is determined to be you. In May, the third volume of Moonlight Really Beautiful was released, and the first 50,000 copies were sold out in 1 week. So 20,000 copies were printed. Sold out again after a week. With the addition of the first 2 volumes, sales have exceeded 250,000. The final volume is expected to have a total sales volume of over 400,000. The Moonlight is Really Beautiful became a bestseller. In the third week, on Twitter, Anyun-che officially posted a sentence for the first time in addition to the release period of The Moonlight is Really Beautiful. What do you think the ending will be? On this day, Anyun-che's Twitter was extremely lively. Nearly 70,000 fans are following, and there are always some people staring at their phones every day. Catch one of the living authors. What does the author mean? Isn't it? Wouldn't you ask for a knife? Generally speaking, this sentence is stable. By the way, isn't this the author's personal experience? Could it be that? Very good, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. I remember your ID, if I see you, I promise not to kill you. Anyun turned off the phone completely, he no longer wanted to see what the group said. The floor is crooked, it's all about the author's personal experience. Seeing is believing. In June, the final volume of The Moonlight is Beautiful is on sale. Has more than 70,000 book fans, and 80,000 copies were first printed. This time it was sold out in less than a week. After all, some people don't just buy one. One is a collection, one is kept for yourself, and the other is used for preaching. Very reasonable. For Atsuo Toru, such a person is needed. After all, Azuchi's book fans are increased by these people. On Twitter, book fans kept leaving comments. Damn, cheated. I thought there was a knife. It is too sweet. And the last news conversation of each volume is actually the exchange of information between the two in the future. The moonlight is so beautiful, the dog food is so sweet. So the author is married. You again. For the first time, Antan Toru recorded a person twice. Of course there are still some controversies. Some book fans don't think that Antan-che is a junior high school student. After all, The Moonlight is Really Beautiful is too delicate and obviously not written by a junior high school student. However, some book fans feel that Undead Chuan Library will not deceive. Noisy. Noisy. Better to fight. Regardless of those people, Antan Toru is writing a new book now. Because Machida Yuanzi is already urging, but Azuzu Toru hasn't touched a word. But it's okay, 2 or 3 days. I am writing. I'm writing it. After replying to this sentence, Toru Azumi turned off the chat interface and didn't plan to marry Sanako Machida. On the document, Anyun typed 5 words thoroughly. Plastic Memory. Chapter 8, Plastic Memory. 3 days later, Toru Azumi sent the first volume of Plastic Memory to Machida Sunko. Machida Sanako spent 2 hours reading it, and then sent a message to Toru Azumino. Future Wind. On the subject of love, no one writes about the future style. Antan Toru replied. Are you a tragedy or a comedy? Machida Yuanzi smelled the air of tragedy at the beginning, but afterwards the cohabitation of the male and female protagonists began to comedy again. But this way of writing is generally a tragic ending. And the heroine is still a robot, and the ending seems destined. Just simple love. Right. Plastic Memory is just a simple love story. But the simple ones are often the most touching. How much do you plan to write? Machida Maroko asked again. If you write a few more volumes of The Moonlight is Really Beautiful, it will surely exceed 1 million sales. The significance of 1 million sales to an author is extraordinary. And it's the first work, and the future is bright. Still 4 volumes. There is no way, the 4 volumes of the plot are almost the same, there can be no more, unless you make a second season, so that An Yoon-chae can have 4 more volumes. Why is it 4 volumes again, can't it be more? Are you so short and weak? Machida Yuanza naturally hopes that Antonto can write more, because more means more sales. Although the topic of love is indeed not long, at least 1 more volume is good. I suspect you are driving? The plot has already been figured out, there is no way. The next book must be. Alright. Machida Maroko can only compromise. When I arrived at school the next day, Toru Azumoto received a message from Machida Yuanko. The new book first prints 100,000 copies, and it will be on sale a week later, remember to talk about it on Twitter. The final volume of The Moonlight is Really Beautiful sold more than 100,000 copies in a single volume. This is the reason why Plastic Memory was first printed in 100,000 copies. After reading the news, An Yoon-chae walked into the classroom, greeted the female classmates, and walked to his seat. Put the school bag away and take out a piece of white paper. Toru intends to draw a picture of the heroine Ella. He has LV3 drawing skills, and he has no problem when he debuts as a cartoonist. According to Toru An's estimation, LV3 is already extremely good. LV4, it is estimated that the 7 paintings in the later period of the original Ying Lily may be reached. And if Sheena is really white, it is estimated that she is at least LV4 or above, but not LV5. Without hanging, basically no one can reach LV5. Sure enough, it's cool to open and hang for a while, and it's always cool to hang up all the time. When was halfway through the drawing, Fujiwara Taku also arrived in the class. It is rare for him to see Antanch busy early in the morning. Putting his school bag on the seat, Fujiwara Taku also walked to Azutoru. The painting skills are good. Hey? Double ponytails? Hey. Do you have any ideas for Sawamura-san? When I saw the double ponytail, I thought of Ying Lily, which shows that Ying Lily is well known and deeply rooted in the school. The relationship between Ying Riri and Azutoru is unknown in the school. The two didn't communicate much in school either. Toru Azumi ignored Fujiwara Takuya and continued to paint. Fujiwara Taku also watched from the side. The more I watched, the more surprised I was. I didn't expect Toru's painting skills to be so good. Damn, is this what a genius looks like? After drawing, An Yoon took a picture and then posted on Twitter. See you next week for the new book. Is accompanied by the black and white painting Ella I just painted. Catch. Is this the new book heroine? It's so good. The author draws it himself? The painting is so good. Then began to argue again. Because that photo of Antantetsu also took the student desk in. Really hammered. Even if it is not a middle school student, the student is sure. But because of these people's arguments, An Yoon turned off his mobile phone thoroughly, intending to continue lying on his stomach. Class is boring, and only by lying on your stomach can you understand the true meaning of class. But Fujiwara Taku also stammered on the side. An Yoon? You are. Toru looked at Fujiwara Takuya, and found that he was holding his cell phone to look at the phone, and to look at Toru's paintings. Fujiwara Taku also naturally followed Toru's tweet. He remembered the prompt on Twitter just now, he looked at it, and the result was shocked for a whole year. The author is by my side. Antantetsu smiled at him, then turned back and lay on the table. He has no hidden thoughts, can pretend, why not pretend? Not to mention, the body and mind are relaxed after loading. No wonder so many people like to pretend. Fujiwara Taku also felt that he had 1,000 words to say, but only one sentence converged in his mind: is this the world of genius? Fujiwara Taku also didn't calm down all day, and whenever he had time, he clamored to ask Azutoru to sign him. Antanche was helpless by his quarrel, and finally agreed. It is said that this is the first time Suzuo has signed an autograph. Previously, Moonlight is Really Beautiful was going to hold an autograph event, but Azutoru refused. He thought about holding an autograph event again in high school. At that time, it was also the time for Anjun Toru to be fully exposed. A week later, in July, Plastic Memory is released. Not surprisingly, all the fans of Antanchuk bought it right away. They weren't fans of the book but were also driven to buy it. Unlike The Moonlight is Really Beautiful, Plastic Memory is a plot. Unlike The Moonlight is Really Beautiful, it is purely sprinkled with dog food. Although people can't stop watching, they want to fall in love. Plastic Memory shows the future of Toru Azuzu, the reader thinks. Although there is no big setting, it still makes people shine. There is a feeling that this kind of future is also possible. Of course the writing is still so delicate, which is the favorite for book fans. The big plot or direction is the same, at this time the importance of details comes out. Those who finished reading quickly, came to Anchor to leave a message on Twitter again. The writing style is still so good. Is this book humorous? The hero laughed at me. I smell the breath of a knife. Author, did you travel from the future? Is this your personal experience? Why is this person biting me so hard to let me experience it? Very good, you have completely attracted my attention. After the release of Plastic Memory, the holiday came. In 2 more semesters, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and Tanche will be in high school. He has a feeling that his high school will be exciting. Ying Lily is even busier this holiday, and I have to rush for manuscripts again. After all, how can Eri Kashiwagi not come out with new works? During the holidays, even if Antan wrote slowly, he still finished Plastic Memory. He Ying Lily also only met a few times. Of course, Azuzu Toru held tightly for a long time with Yingli pair, and Yingli pair was fully supplemented. However, Ying Lily naturally runs with a red face every time. August, school starts, and the 2nd volume of Plastic Memory is on sale. This volume mentions the past of the heroine Ella and the improvement of the relationship between the hero and the hero. The plot tells whether it is good or not, and it is not bad to say it is bad. It is all supported by writing. In September, the 3rd volume of Plastic Memory was released. This volume mentions Ella's lifespan. The breath of the knife hit his face. Book fans cried out and couldn't stand it. I just fell in love with the heroine, you want to cut her? Fujiwara Taku also murmured at school all day, saying that Toru Azumino was too cruel. Of course, Antan Tetsu will not admit that he is cruel. They are all original pots of previous lives. It's not me who is wrong, it's the world. In October, the final volume of Plastic Memory was released. The figure that Antan Toru described last gave book fans a little comfort. That wish that one day you can meet your important people again is talked about by book fans. Antan Che's Twitter was also swiped by this sentence. Of course there is a sentence author, did you cross over to meet your important person? It was still seen by Toru Azu. Antan Toru felt that this person might be a little abnormal. Even what that person said made Antan Toru feel very suitable for his own situation. Plastic Memory is over. So what Antan wanted to write was about to begin. This time is the real surgery. Chapter 9, April is Your Lie. In the dream, the cherry blossoms are full of incense, and the lie in April is still remembered when waking up from the dream. This story is a story that Anyun wanted to write by himself. Antan Toru loves the girl who has always been smiling. He watched it over and over again in his previous life, and he couldn't bear that girl. He suddenly felt a pity, why there is no her in this world, otherwise, he will do his best to hug her. Since there is no you in this world, then I want this world to remember you, Kaoru Miyazono. Antonto recalled April as your lie over and over again in his mind. This time he didn't plan to finish a volume in 2 or 3 days. He would spend 2 or 3 times longer to write it. Of course, even if Anjun Toru took 2 or 3 times more time, it was still faster than many people. There are not many people who have a monthly volume like him, especially those well-known authors. Those who have a 3-month volume are normal, and occasionally drag their manuscripts. And Antan Toru's fast output, high quality, really make Fushi Chuan Bunko like it very much. In the next few days, Toru and Yoon became serious, rarely. In the morning, I am not lazy anymore, and the class is. I still don't listen to the class. It's not necessary. It's better to let Antan Chair do April as your lie again. After filtering the video in my head at school, I typed it out every word when I got home. He will finish your lie in April in 6 volumes. The last volume was released just in April. 10 days later, the first volume is finished. After sending the novel to Machida Yuenko, Toru Azumino asked for an illustration again. Toru Azuzu really likes the style of the original animation, and he wants to use that style for the illustrations. Antan Toru is now the little treasure of Undying Chuan Bunko, and this kind of modest request is naturally agreed. After finding an illustrator who can draw this style of painting, the other party asked for a week. In other words, a week later, Your Lie in April will be released. Antan Toru went out again to buy some painting tools. He plans to draw a picture with Kaoru Miyazono as the main one before the release of each volume, and post it on Twitter. Took out a piece of rice paper and spread it on the table, and Anyunche drew it directly. He intends to draw a picture of Kaoru Miyazono standing on the left, with his right index finger pointing to Mr. Arima on the right. That is the source of Friend A. It took half an hour to finish the painting, then I painted it, dried it, and took a picture. On Twitter, Antan Tetsu attached the photo to Friend A and sent it out. I smell the new book. What style of painting is this? See you for the first time. So beautiful. Is this the new book hero? Friend A? What's the meaning? Is the man with eyes on the right the author? You. Antan Toru did not follow these comments. Because his old mother called. It is said that except for Antan Che's parents to pay him living expenses on time, they did not even call to ask about Antan Che's situation. Can. Antan is convinced that these are the biological parents. Mom, you finally remembered your son. After answering the phone, Azutaru took the lead. Hey, if it wasn't for something, who would think of you? Anyunwise's tone on the other side of the phone was rather disgusting. Yes, this is very dear. Antan Toru has deeply understood his mother's love. This mother, don't worry about it. Of course it is a joke. Let's talk, what is it that reminds you of me? After a while, the daughter of one of my distant relatives is going to teach there, and then she will live in our house. Teach? Teacher? She? Female. Otherwise. Huiziansen said of course. No, Mom. This lone man and widow. Is it appropriate? What if something goes wrong? If something goes wrong, you can count on you. She is an ice beauty, and it's not impossible to be a daughter-in-law. That's it, it's dead. The call was very direct, and there was no memorial. Antan Toru began to wonder if he was born with him. Of course, Azu Toru has memories from birth to the present, and he is certain in his own life. Speaking of birth, Toru Anzun remembered to take a slap again. Damn, I will take revenge. Wait for the ice beauty to live in, that is, cohabitation, hey, then Ying Lily will definitely be jealous, and a wave of comfort, but it doesn't matter, there is nothing that can't be solved by touching or embracing. If so, it is also a question that Antan should thoroughly consider in a month, and it will not be under the control of the current Antan. The current Anyun Toru only thinks about April as Your Lie. 1 week later, the first volume of Your Lie in April was released, and the first print was 100,000. However, the popularity of Azu Toru is still underestimated. 100,000 copies were sold out in a week, so another 50,000 copies were printed. This is a big sales, and the next volume may become the top sales. The premise is that the first volume has a good reputation. However, that is totally unnecessary worry. Antan Tetsu's Twitter is now full of heated discussions. The heroine is so active and strong. That's right. Who can stand it? So does the heroine like the male lead friend. Author, is this the prototype of your girlfriend? The most topical topic still revolves around the issue of whether the female protagonist likes the male protagonist's friends. After all, people who generally read novels like to bring themselves into the perspective of the protagonist. If you like the heroine very much, but the heroine likes others, it will be uncomfortable. Most people think it must be fake. After all, the first 2 books by Azu Toru are pure love works. Style of painting is also controversial. Some people can't accept this style of painting at first, but some professionals say that this style of painting is very NB, and you laymen don't understand it at all. Indeed, when Antan thoroughly watched April as Your Lie, he also didn't get used to it at first, but the more he watched it, the better. How could there be such a great style of painting? Antan Che did not need to say anything, these people will naturally be really fragrant when that happens. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. November passed quickly, and December has arrived. The second volume of Your Lie in April is also on sale as scheduled. The heroine's distinctive personality and strong action force have begun to be talked about by everyone, and book fans have become more and more interested in this girl. Although Antan Che still wanted to say sorry, after all, he was about to have a knife. There are a lot of piano music involved in the novel, and there are also many piano problems. Book fans have been asking the author on Twitter if he is good at piano. Of course Antan Toru will. Once the plug-in is turned on, what can't it? At that time, Azu Toru went to the library to read the knowledge of piano, and then acquired piano skills. He had the skills to read the full level and was able to integrate the knowledge of books. The piano skill has risen to the 3rd level. If you want to upgrade to the 4th level, it is estimated that you will have to play. The second semester of April as Your Lie is also over. It doesn't matter what the holiday is, the main reason is that the distant cousin is coming. Although Anyun Che's mother said that she was a beauty, Anyun Che didn't move at all. Coming to this 2-dimensional world, Antan Che's love has been given to them, he knows well. Maybe Antan Che still can't realize it if she didn't see it, but as long as she saw it, Antan Che fell in love with them. 2 days later, Toru and June received the call. Anyun-kun? I'll be there soon. The voice on the phone was a little cold. The address is given by Mrs. Antan Che, and the cousin who is far away came by car. Although Azu Toru didn't think he would be interested in her, she still had to pick it up. Walking out the door, Toru Ansu saw a car slowly approaching on the far left. There is still a little distance, and the front window of the car also reflects light, and Azuto can't see the people inside. But, Ice Beauty! How good can it be? Chapter 10, Just Be Bold. The car slowly stopped in front of Antan Toru, the door opened, and the long cherry hair was caught in Antan Toru's eyes, and then a tall figure appeared. Antan Toru was speechless, because he knew the man in front of him. Maywinter Kirisu. Toru Azumo remembers being a very popular female teacher in We Can't Study Together. But why are you my distant cousin? Say it earlier. If I had known you, we would have been intimate. And mother, why don't you tell me your name? Antan To kept screaming in his heart, still calm on the surface. Matsu Shiro has long, waist-length, cherry-colored hair, flush bangs, and both temples are dressed in twists. She is tall and slender, with long legs, and a well-balanced body. Toru Azuzu knew that this was taken care of by Kirisu midwinter skating. Cousin Kirisu? Ansuzuru asked tentatively, looking at Mr. Kirisu who was wearing professional attire. Although Kirisu is now neatly dressed, Toru Antan knows that she is lazy and doesn't know how to clean up the housework. Correct. Are you cousin Anyun? Kirisu Matsuoka didn't doubt that Antan Toru knew her name. After all, she didn't know that Antan Toru didn't say anything. Looking at the beautiful boy in front of him, I was amazed that a boy could grow so beautiful. Just call me Toru, please park the car in the garage first. Anyun said with a smile. Cousin is Kirisu Matsumoto, and Azuto's mentality has changed 180 degrees. Another fish came in the fish pond, and Antan was naturally happy. And what is there to say? Teachers take maternity leave as long as they are courageous. Not my teacher. Isn't the cousin better? Well, good. This cousin is a little too pretty, and Kirisu can't stand it. The car was parked, and Toru Azumi helped to carry Kirisu's luggage into the room and went up to the second floor. In addition to his parents' master bedroom on the second floor, there is also a guest bedroom in his room, which happened to be for Kirisu Meiho. The guest bedroom has nothing but a bed and a wardrobe. It was about the same size as Azuto's, so it was empty. And it's been a long time. The two were busy cleaning the room for a long time. After finishing cleaning, Azutoru quit, and the next step is when Kirisu Matsumoto puts out personal items, which is no longer suitable for Azuzu Toru. Moreover, Azutoru is not very interested in that right now, and he is not reluctant to give up. While Mr. Kirisu was sorting out his own things, Toru Azumino went downstairs to cook first. Didn't Azutoru expect Kirisu to cook? Someone who couldn't even do housework still counted on her to cook? Don't even think about it. Fortunately, Ying Lily won't come during the holiday. Otherwise, with her jealous personality, Antan Toru will not be able to brush up on Kirisu Matsu's favorability tonight, but also to appease Ying Lily. Antan Toru is going to make a few special dishes. The first step of the strategy is to grab it from the stomach. However, there is no dish that Azuchi is not good at. It's impossible to have any other thoughts about the dishes prepared by Toru Azuto except that they are delicious. First, I often make shredded pork with green peppers, which is simple and delicious. Then I have a tomato scrambled egg, a fried chicken, and finally a lighter green vegetable tofu soup. After Toru Azumi made it, Kirisu Maiafu also finished sorting it out. Seeing Kirisu Meisuyo coming downstairs, Toru Azuzu called her over for dinner. Kirisu Maiafu didn't expect this cousin to cook. After washing his hands, sat down at the dining table with Antan Toru. Sister Zhendong, try it, how does it taste? When the two were cleaning together, they knew a lot, and they had already called each other's names. It is the first time for Kirisu Matsumoto to see Chinese cuisine, and it is the first time to eat the dishes on the same plate with someone. In Neon, all the dishes are served for one person, but I don't care much. She first sandwiched shredded pork with green pepper, and the shredded pork with green pepper. Kirisu does not eat spicy food, but you still have to taste it for the first bite. She was afraid that it would be spicy, so she put it in a bowl and took the rice into her mouth. After chewing, his eyes lit up. Good to eat. It was delicious. And it's not spicy. Delicious. Very delicious. Kirisu Meifiu praised after swallowing it. Sister Zhendong can't eat spicy, don't you? Don't worry about it, this green pepper shredded pork is not spicy. The first step was successful, and Antan gave himself a hearty compliment. Kirisu's cold expression softened a bit. This cousin not only observes carefully, but is also very careful. He also cooks such delicious dishes, and most importantly, it looks so good. Mr. Kirisu's affection for Azutoru has risen a lot unknowingly. After the two had eaten, they sat on the sofa in the living room to rest together. Of course they sat separately. Turning on the TV, it was actually related to Mai Sakurajima. The title is Mai Sakurajima temporarily withdraws from the showbiz. The host also kept asking Mai Sakurajima why she quit the showbiz. It was normal for Mai Sakurajima to say that she was a little tired and decided to go back to school and take a good rest. It's a pity. Mai Sakurajima is going to quit the showbiz. Kirisu's tone was slightly regretful. Sakurajima Mai can be said to be a household name and a national actress in recent years. Although he is not old, he is mature, stable, and beautiful, with very good acting skills, and very good-looking plays. Men, women, and children all like her. Azutaro looked at Mai Sakurajima, who was generous on the screen. Isn't it because of puberty syndrome? Antanche was a little confused. Furthermore, Toru Azumino hasn't been able to reach Mai Sakurajima, and there is still one semester before high school. Time flies so slowly. It's a pity. Feeling the slowness of time, Anyun responded. After Mai Sakurahima's press conference, Toru Azumi did not change the channel, and chatted with Kirisu Maisuyu. Sister Zhendong is going to be a teacher, asked Anyun Toru. Correct. First practice for a semester, and then formally teach. It's a high school. Which school? Toyohara. Toyohara. Isn't that my senpai's school? By the way, if Sister Zhendong was in Fengyuan High School, would those two literary and scientific geniuses or literary idiots also be there? I'm going to Fengyuan next year too. Toru Azuzu told Matsumoto about his high school whereabouts. Yu reading. Is still my teacher after all, and also a cousin, isn't that double happiness? Really? Toru, how are you doing? Do you need my guidance? Kirisuo asked. She thought that if Antan Toru did not perform well, she could help him. It's okay. Antan Tetsu didn't intend to talk about his grades. He wanted to see what expression Kirisuo would show when he knew his grades. Must be fun. The two chatted like this, getting acquainted with each other constantly. After getting a good rest, Toru Atsuzu accompanies Mr. Kirisuo to buy toiletries. At 10 o'clock in this way, the two went back to their rooms to sleep. However, the holidays have just begun, and Kirisuo must wait for the start of school before reporting. That is also after the new year. So Azu Toru and Kirisuo Maisuyu got along for several days. This time, Kirisuo is here during the Chinese New Year, so Azu Toru will not go to Ying Riri's house. 2 years ago, Azu Toru would naturally go to Ying Lily's house alone. This year, Toru Azuzu will not leave Tong Sumadong alone at home and go to Ying Lily to celebrate the new year by himself. Moreover, Kirito and the Ying Lily family are unfamiliar, and it will not be easy to pass. So this year Azu Toru and Kirisuo have been in the world of two people. No, they are celebrating the new year. New Year's such things are just like that. Kirisuo really doesn't care much, and Azutoru doesn't care much. It's a simple pass for two people. Of course, Azu Toru still made a hot pot to eat. Tong Su Zhendong doesn't eat spicy food, so he makes a mandarin duck pot. After eating hot pot and watching the Red and White Club on TV, at 12 o'clock, the two congratulated each other on a happy new year. This year passed. Although simple, they still have a different feeling in their hearts. However, because Toru Azumino was still young, Kirisuo didn't care about this feeling. In the last semester, I am coming to high school. Chapter 11, Ying Lily not only took the initiative to hug me, but also kissed me. After the new year, the third volume of Your Lie in April was released. In this volume, the male protagonist Mr. Arima cheered up and participated in the competition. 2 competitors also appeared. This episode was described by Antan Tetsu with a particularly passionate blood. Originally, the readers thought that the plot was going to go to the royal road of participating in the competition to win the championship, but it turned out that something happened to the heroine behind. Crack directly. On Toru-an's Twitter. The knife is coming. Quickly stop, old thief Anyun, don't persecute me soon. Sure enough, the comedy at the beginning was an illusion. Author, is there something wrong with your girlfriend? Your girlfriend just had an accident. Antan Toru is completely convinced that this person is not normal. The personal experience from the very beginning is to die to the end. The main reason is that the book fans think that the next volume is about to end. After all, isn't the completion of the 4 volumes taken for granted? After all, a lesson from the past. At this time, Machida Sanako's call was displayed on the cell phone, and Azutaro connected. What's wrong? Sister Yuanzi. Awesome. Toru, sales have exceeded 500,000 in April. Machida Yuanko's excited voice came over the phone. Antan Toru told him that April is Your Lie will be written in 6 volumes. Now the 3rd volume has sold over 500,000, so it is properly broken through 1 million. It's only 1 million, it depends on your excitement. Anyun Che did not have much mood swings. Although April is Your Lie is what Antan Che wanted to write, it was not Antan Che's original work. He didn't have the feeling of working hard after receiving the goods. But originality is impossible to be original, and it is impossible to be original in this life. Only by copying can we live. Machida Yuanzi didn't speak on the phone. She felt that Antanto was a bit pretending, although he had this capital outfit. Sister Yuan, can I sell more than 10 million next book, you believe? Ajutsuru can continue to pretend. Machida Yuanzi felt that his knowledge of Azutoru was still too shallow. How about we make a bet? How to bet? Machida Maroko took the bait. If my next book sells more than 10 million, you have to give me a separate reward. Okay, just one reward. If you can break 10 million, Machida Yuanko will give you all 10 rewards. Don't rush to agree. The reward I want is for you to kiss me. Anyun Che finally revealed his evil thoughts. Boy, courage. Of course, teachers can take maternity leave as long as they are courageous. Why? Don't you dare to agree. Antan Toru started to excite again. Okay. My sister agreed. But what if the sales volume doesn't reach 10 million? Machida Yuanzi is not agitated, she doesn't believe that Antan Toru can break 10 million in the next book. Now, even if the volume of Your Lie in April has doubled, it won't reach 3 million. Unless Tetsu Azu writes 30 or 40 volumes in the next book. If you don't arrive, it's up to you then, you can do whatever you want. Although Machida Yuanzi didn't think she could do anything to him, she still agreed. The two reached a bet. Although it is a joke-like bet, it is indeed mixed with good feelings. The two have known each other for almost a year, and this good impression has accumulated over time. It's that Azuto is a little younger, otherwise Machida Yuanzi will definitely start first. The holiday was over, and Kirisu Matsuyama went to report early in the morning. Although she is a little lazy in her daily life and does not know how to clean up her housework, she still exercises strict self-discipline. Of course, these problems have not been exposed by Kirisu Masuhiro. Because of his preconceived ideas, Azutaro has contracted everything for cleaning. But what does Kirisu's room look like now? Is it already a mess? Antan Toru thought about this question while walking on the way to school. Anyun, rare. Met Fujiwara Takia on the way. Toru Antan came a little late because he made breakfast today. Unexpectedly, it was intercepted by Fujiwara Takia. Azumi, you don't want Kaoru Miyazono, do you? You guess. Fujiwara Taku was also noisy along the way, saying that Kaoru Miyasan is so great, you can't cut her, and that you haven't experienced any setbacks, don't be so cruel. In summary, I advise you to be kind. Antan Toru didn't plan to tell him that the next volume was not over. After all, it was the happiest to make people feel uncomfortable. People's happiness is always based on the pain of others. Azumi, Kaoru Miyasan is blonde, right? What's wrong? You guy really has an idea for Yingrai-ri. Fujiwara Taku also looked ahead and was convinced. Antan followed Fujiwara Takia's sight and saw a pair of golden double ponytails. Yingrai-ri. By the way, I haven't seen her for a long time. It's been a long time since I added the elements of Yingli pair, so I have to hug it today. Today. Oh. Today Ying Lily will officially meet with Kirisu Meisuyu. The ones that should come will come. Antan Che is also worthwhile, after all, the Shura field is not yet established. Just appease the vinegar jar of Ying Lily. Maybe the relationship can go further. So it's still a good thing? Toru, who was in a good mood, didn't answer Fujiwara Takia's question, but walked quickly to the side of Iri. Morning, Yingrai-ri. Yingrai-ri was taken aback, but she didn't expect Antan Che to come to talk to her. Because of being too shy, Ying Lily didn't want to be the subject of other people's topics. After all, Toru Antan has always been a celebrity on campus, and when she was in elementary school, Yingrai-ri was always laughed at by his classmates, and of course those little kids were violently beaten by Antan. Then the school invited the parents. Ying Lily has a little shadow. When Yingrai-ri made this opinion, Azu Toru also sighed that he was indeed a defeated dog. Therefore, the two have always been like strangers in school. Why did you take the initiative to talk to me? Ying Lily looked left and right as if she was guilty of conscience. I haven't seen Yingrai-ri for so long, of course I missed you. Anyun laughed. Well. Ying Lilixia Fi cheeks. Eriri is so cute. Seeing Eriri blushing, Izumi couldn't help but said. Woo. Ying Lily flushed, then covered her face and ran away. Looking at the shy running back, Antan shook his head funny. Sure enough, Ying Li is so cute. After school, Toru Anson went straight home. Kirisu Meisuyu has also returned. She just reported here today, nothing happened. After saying hello, Antan went back to his room to write a novel. Of course Mr. Kirisu thought it was homework. Your lie in April is almost written, and I can finish it all today. At about 5 o'clock, Azura went downstairs and saw Mr. Kirisu sitting on the sofa in the living room reading information. Without disturbing her, Antan went into the kitchen to cook. In the meantime, I told Kirisu Matsuya about Ying Lily and Ying Lily's meal on school day. Kirisu Mayafu just responded briefly, although it was to Toru An's expectation. At about 6 o'clock, the door was opened and Ying Lily pushed in. True, I'm so hungry. From loud to weak as a mosquito, then he froze at the door. Ying Lily still raised a hand on her head. Seeing Antan wanted to laugh. Then Toru Azumi introduced Matsuhiro to Yingrai-ri, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said that this is a cousin from a distant house, who came to teach here and stayed at his house temporarily. However, cousins can get married in Neon. Ying Lily thinks about the two people living together day and night, the long-term love. When eating, Ying Lily chewed slowly for the first time, quietly. This made Antan Tetsu a little uncomfortable. After eating, Ying Lily is going home. Toru Azura delivered Yingrai-ri to the door. Ying Lily waited for a while, and found that Antan did not hold him. What's the meaning? Pretend to be pure in front of my cousin. Yingrai-ri's heart crossed, and for the first time he took the initiative to hug Antan Toru, and kissed Antan Toru on the cheek. Then blushed and ran away. Antan smiled knowingly. This wave of wanting to catch, so indulge in blood. Turned around and saw Kirisu Meiho sitting on the sofa looking at himself. Unclean. She may have misunderstood the relationship between the two of us, and I guess she wants you to misunderstand me. When the person is not there, we should quickly shake off the relationship. This can't blame me, I'm passive. Kirisu nodded, his cousin is so good looking, so good, it is still possible to be coveted by girls. It seems that I have to teach my cousin how to protect himself. As for the relationship between the two guided by Antan Che's words, she didn't care. It seems that Antan Che still has to work harder. The two watched TV together, and Kirisu went upstairs to rest first. She will formally work on the first day of tomorrow and will naturally take it seriously. Kirisu is not here, and Azuto Toru doesn't have to stay here anymore. However, he didn't have the idea of going to bed early. After returning to the room, he decided to cultivate the immortal. People should have a lot of waves while they are young, otherwise it will be too late if they don't move. P.S. The stage is in high school, the next chapter is almost over, and then high school. There was nothing I wanted to write before high school. High school may have 2 or 3 chapters a day. Chapter 12, Animated April. In February, the day before the release of the 4th volume of April Is Your Lie, Antan Tetsu tweeted that the 4th volume of April Is Your Lie would be released tomorrow. Isn't the next volume the final volume? Good fellow. The old thief Antan is finally not short. Doesn't that mean that Kaoru Miyasan will be knifed again? Author, how is your girlfriend? Antan Toru is still doing business, and has no idea of replying to the news from the fans. Although he wanted to tell the abnormal person that he did not have a girlfriend, he didn't have to break himself for the first time for such a trivial matter, referring to the fan news. The next day, the 4th volume of Your Lie in April was released. There are hundreds of thousands of book fans, and 200,000 copies are sold out in less than a week. Immortal Chuan Library was printed overnight. As a result, the amount on Antan Che's account rose steadily. Antan Toru didn't expect that he would have lost interest in money before he was an adult. The once small goal of making a monthly income of tens of millions was reached all at once. How about the next small goal of making a monthly income of over 100 million? It's swollen. Expanded. Let's go to high school first. It is worth mentioning that Iri seems to have used up all her courage since taking the initiative to hug and kiss Azutoru. Although he still came to eat, he would leave after every meal without giving Antan Che a chance to hug him. Of course Azutoru really couldn't hold Yingri at home. But it's okay. In the past, Iri ran away shyly, and now Azutoru can send Iri home. And sending the girl home to Kirisu must agree. So Azutoru held Yingri's slender hand openly along the way. Ying Lily lowered her head along the way, her small heart plopped. Sending it to Ying Lily's neighborhood can't be without a separate hug, and Azuto is well known as the cost of sending Ying Lily. Beautiful. February simply passed, March came, and then the 5th volume of Your Lie in April was released. Book fans didn't expect the knife to continue. I beg Antan Toru on Twitter all day long. Kaoru Miyazono makes people feel distressed. The author is inappropriate. After the 5th volume of Your Lie in April, the sales broke through 1 million. Naturally, Machida Yuanza called to congratulate. It's really broken 1 million. It's great, Toru. Calm down, the next one will break 10 million for you. Is this kid too bloated? Although Machida Yuanza admitted that Toru Azuto had swelling capital, this swelling broke through the horizon. Actually, Toru Azumi didn't care about not breaking the 10 million yuan. At that time, he just made a bet with Machida Yuanza. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, of course, is it best to win? And if Machida Yuanko loses, he won't do anything to Toru Azumino. It is impossible to eat Antan Che, of course Antan Che will certainly not refuse. By the way, I almost forgot, Your Lie in April should be animated. Is it? This is indeed good news for Toruan, but will it be animated? Antan Toru can't bear to look directly at April Is Your Lie. No, the funds allocated are sufficient. Machida Yuanza knew that Toru Azuzu is now the treasure of the Undead River. And April Is Your Lie is indeed very popular now, and its sales have exceeded 1 million. The production team definitely doesn't want to mess up. With a fan base, the sales of anime BD will surely be profitable by then. Why ask for trouble? Toru Azumi still trusts Machida Sunko, and he is relieved of the animation of Your Lie in April. The two chatted briefly, and then hung up the phone. The animation was put aside in advance, and the next test to greet Toru Anzuo is the final test. The full score is definitely to be tested, it is impossible to hide the clumsy. At the opening ceremony of the high school, there will be a representative of the new students, and Toru Azu wants to give Kirisuo a surprise. After the final test, the graduation ceremony, the natural speech was also Anyun Toru. After leaving a legend, Anyun Toru graduated from junior high school. Antan Toru has not enjoyed his vacation yet, and the production committee of Your Lie in April has been set up. Originally, I planned to animate it when I was in the 4th volume, but I decided to make it half a year after the 6th volume was over. Now the sound selection process has started, and Anyun naturally received the invitation. Although he will certainly not let Azuchi decide the CEO, his opinions and ideas are still useful. So Azu Toru will leave for a few days. Of course, these things will naturally be told to Kirisu. What to write novels, what to animate it. Although Kirisu doesn't know the concept of a novel, he still knows how to animate it. As expected, my cousin is amazing. Kirisu Meisuyu's sighed. After that, Antan was relieved to go and said that he could take care of himself. Kirisu has been taken care of since he arrived. She feels that her parents are leaving on a business trip, leaving their children at home. The kid is me? Only then did Kirisu realize that he had been taken care of by his cousin who was many years younger. Misconduct. Although Kirisu Matsutake made his promises, Toru Azu was not relieved. But today, the problem should not be big. Took a change of clothes, and Antanto left uneasy. Of course not to let Azuzu Toru go alone, and Machida Sanako came to pick him up. Put the luggage bag in the back seat, and Antan took a seat in the co-pilot. Looking at Machida Yuanzi, Toru Azumino thought that the two hadn't seen each other for almost a year. The two have indeed never seen each other since that signing. Machida Yuanzi still has short hair and wears professional attire. A year has matured a lot. Urban beauty. Antan was slightly moved. Machida Sanako also tilted his head to look at Antan Toru. A year ago, the face was very immature and mature a lot, but it was still so good that people didn't dare to look directly at it. How could there be such a good-looking man? Machida was a little cautious, lamenting that he was also an appearance association. Don't keep looking at me, you will be embarrassed. Anyun Che joked, which also broke the strangeness between the two. Machida Yuanzi curled his mouth, and then drove off. The two chatted casually. It was close to noon before I arrived at the hotel for dinner. Toru Azuzu received the room card from Machida Yuanzi, and went to his high-end room first. Toru Azuzu came naturally this time with food and accommodation. After placing the luggage, I went to dinner with Machida Yuanzi. Of course, it was not 2 people, but the production team. The production crew was already there, and I saw Machida Yuanko bringing a beautiful boy over. A group of people didn't expect that they were really middle school students, and they were so pretty. One of them came over like a leader, laughing and saying that I didn't expect teacher Anyun to be a middle school student. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Antan shook his head thoroughly and said that he was not a middle school student. The man froze for a moment. Antan Toru smiled and said that he had just graduated from junior high school and was already a high school student. Then the man laughed and became close to Antan a lot. Everyone had eaten, and that person was the supervisor and took Antan Che to the voice actor audition scene. I have been listening to various voice actor auditions all afternoon, but unfortunately there is no voice actor that Antan is familiar with in this world. The supervisor also asked Antan Toru how a few voice actors were. Naturally, Antan Toru wouldn't say anything on the first day, they were all okay. After the end, Azutora returned to the hotel, lay on the big bed and chatted with Machida Yuanzi, and asked her if she wanted to sleep together. The bed was very soft and comfortable. Naturally, it was mercilessly rejected by Machida Yuanzi. The next day, still came to the audition scene. Today, Antan Toru heard a voice very similar to that of the original heroine, and told the supervisor that this feeling was very similar to the heroine in his heart. The supervisor also paid attention. After that, Antan Che did not speak again. The CEO audition lasted for 3 days, and the female lead CEO confirmed that it was the person who Antan Tetsu said. The male lead is also a voice actor with a little angel-like voice similar to the original. Antan Toru stayed for a few more days and watched the animation production process. From original paintings to animated animations, I saw the greatness of animation. Then school was about to start, and Toru Azuzu left, and Machida Sanako sent him back. At the door of the house, the car stopped. Azu Toru couldn't help but hugged Machida Yuanzi in the car, and Machida Yuanzi generously hugged him back. But when they separated, Toru Azuzu still saw a little rosy on Machida Yuanko's cheeks. Got off the car, took the luggage, waved goodbye to Machida Yuanzi. Machida Yuanzi drove away. Antan Teru watched the car disappear, and turned to walk home. P.S. The next chapter of high school begins. Chapter 13, Sister Haikang-ji is here. In front of the door, Toru and Yun paused. I wondered if I had been absent for almost 10 days, had the house been messed up. Couldn't help but open the door, and then saw Kirisu Maifu eating cup noodles. Kirisu was also stunned because of Antan Toru's sudden return, and he just had a bite of noodles in his mouth. The two looked at each other like this. Ahem. I'm back. Azu Toru broke the silence first, although Kirisu's so cute look is quite cute. Matoki Kiryu swallowed the noodles in one bite, and choked successfully, then picked up a glass of water next to him and drank fiercely. Misunderstanding. You, why are you back? Kirisu Matsuhiro didn't expect Azu Toru to come back directly. Shouldn't you say hello before you come back? Actually engaged in a sneak attack. Of course, it is impossible for Antan Toru to notify in advance, otherwise, how can you see such an interesting scene? After looking around, it wasn't too messy. After all, there was nothing to mess with Kirisu. There are more garbage bags, and there are also cup noodle boxes. Kirisu Maywinter looked at Antan silently and looked around, suddenly embarrassed, and his cheeks kept getting hot. I feel ashamed of myself. You have eaten cup noodles these few days? Ansuzuo asked Kirisu Matsutake amusedly. I have eaten outside twice. Kirisu Mafrai lowered his head and replied in a low voice. Antan Toru couldn't see Kirisu's blushing face, and he secretly said that it is a pity, but the goal has been achieved. Don't eat the cup noodles, wait until I put things aside, and I'll make a good meal for you. Yes. Antan Toru went upstairs to put his luggage away, and went downstairs to see Mr. Kirisu sorting out the trash. He walked over and ate 2 mouthfuls of the cup of noodles that Kirito had just left, and drank the soup, and threw the noodles into the garbage bag. Madariki Kirisu saw it naturally, but he stopped talking, but still didn't say anything. The two of them cleaned up, threw away the trash, and went to buy food together. Antan took up the hand of Kirito Mizuyo violently and looked forward with a calm face. Kirisu was startled by Antan Toru holding hands, and then cautiously tried to break away, but without success. He could only let Antan Toru pull. Antan Toru intends to take advantage of Kirisu's current weakness, and intends to attack more, otherwise there will be fewer opportunities in the future. When we arrived at the supermarket, Toru Ensign was holding the basket in one hand, and the other hand in the hands of Kirito. When you see what you want to buy, talk to Kirisu Meisuyu, and then Kirisu Meisuyu takes it. Toru, come shopping with my girlfriend. My girlfriend is so beautiful. Met the neighbors and aunts they knew, and they laughed and joked. Antan Toru didn't explain, he smiled and nodded to them. So Mr. Kirisu understood that his cousin had ideas about him. Then the little heart began to plop and thump wildly. Buy good food, the two go home. After arriving home, Toru Azuzu finally let go of Kiriso's hand. Toru went to the kitchen to cook, while Kiriso Matsumoto returned to his room. Cousin's idea is very dangerous, she thinks she should stop her cousin. There is a difference of 6 or 7 years between the two. This cannot be done, and the cousin will soon become his own student, let alone. Although the cousin looks very good looking, no, he is very good looking, gentle and attentive, and can cook such delicious meals. Thinking about it, Mr. Kiriso found that his thoughts were dangerous. The restlessness of Kiriso's legs kept slapping the bed. Thinking wildly, Toru had already prepared the food, he went upstairs to the front of Kiriso Masu gate. Sister Zhendong, the food is ready. Kiriso Maywinter, who was still lying on his stomach inside, was shocked, why is it so fast? However, he didn't say anything yet, and Toru at the door pushed the door directly to enter. It's over. This sentence came out of Kiriso's heart. Toru who came in was taken aback by the chaos in the room. Clothes and pants were thrown in a mess, as well as colorful underwear. The bed is also everywhere. Sister Zhendong, you. Don't look at it. Kiriso covered her face on the pillow, and she felt ashamed. Today's cousin is too strong, and Kiriso feels weak and helpless. The previous cousin was so gentle and considerate, but he finally showed his fangs today. Kiriso really feels like he's in a wolf's den. Toru didn't care about Kirito who wanted to burrow into the ground, slowly sorted and folded the clothes, whether they were worn or not, they were ready to be taken and washed, including the colorful underwear. After finishing packing, seeing Kiriso Mato who was still lying on his stomach in red sportswear, Azuto couldn't bear to take a pat on Kiriso's hip. Plaque is clear and loud. Tan couldn't help but sighed secretly. I resisted the urge to take another shot. Kiriso Matsumoto cried out in pain, and looked up at Toru incredulously. Cousin dare to shoot her. What are you looking at? So lazy, the room is messy, what it looks like. I will wash your clothes for you in the future, don't throw them away. There is a washing machine at home, which is very convenient, except for the personal clothes that need to be hand-washed. Cough cough. However, if there is a washing machine, Mr. Kiriso doesn't wash it. Toru Azuzu feels it is necessary to educate Mr. Kiriso. Kiriso saw the colorful underwear in Toru and Tan's hand and wanted to refuse, but Toru and Tan raised his right hand. She felt that she would still be spanked if she disagreed. Understood. If you find out, I will go downstairs to eat. Toru carried his clothes and walked out of the room. Kiriso Midwinter watched Toru leave and rubbed his hips. Unexpectedly, his cousin was actually a big bad wolf. Although it's good to help wash the clothes, there are intimate clothes, Matayu Kiriso couldn't help but his cheeks were hot. Hurry up and eat, I'll hit you again after I dawdle. Toru's voice came from downstairs outside the door, and Kiriso Matsuoka obediently got up and went to eat. After eating a good meal weekly, Kiriso Matsumoto returned to his room and locked the door behind him. She did not dare to let Che in again. Tan cleaned up the tableware, and naturally started his laundry. The clothes and pants are thrown into the washing machine in batches, and the personal clothes, coughing cough, are naturally hand-washed. Azuzu Toru doesn't care about the originality. Really, Azu Toru can send for. 2 days later, they returned to their previous lives, but their mentality was completely different from before. March is fleeting, and April is coming. The day before the release of April is Your Lie, Tan Cheol posted on Twitter April is coming without you. Then it exploded. Teacher, don't you scare me. Brothers, I panic. I dare not buy the final volume to see it. Author, is your girlfriend gone? I don't have a girlfriend, it's not that I don't have a girlfriend, Tan Cheer recalls this abnormal person in his daily heart. The next day, the final volume of April Is Your Lie was released, along with an animated decision label. This made the book fans happy, but of course they were not happy afterwards. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. While scolding the old thief Anyun while watching, after watching the ending, he found that there was something extra, telling a story 10 years ago. The fans realized that sentence. I have liked you for 10 years, but in April I compiled a lie about not liking you. The reader suddenly felt a sore nose, and then tears flowed down silently. April is over, and April begins. High school starts. The opening ceremony was in the school's conference chapel. The principal's speech and the teacher's speech are still the same procedure. Antan was so bored that he looked around to see if he knew anyone. But one column after another is naturally not visible. Ying Lily is not in the same class as him. Thump thump thump. Stampede Wooden Shoes' voice attracted the attention of Antan thoroughly, and then he saw the road figure slowly toward the podium. Tall figure wearing school uniform, long black hair hanging down to the waist, black stockings. Noisy started below, it was youth agitating. My name is Yasuhiki Hoshiu. She introduced. Toru Azumi didn't expect Kazuma Jayakashiba to be in this school, but Mai Sakurajima was actually not speaking. Think about it, Kazuma Jayakashiba ranked first in the original work, but Mai Sakurajima didn't learn much because of filming. Then, the representative of the new students, Antan Cheer, came on stage again. Antan regained his senses, stepped onto the stage, and passed by Yasuhiki Hoshiu. Standing on the podium, the voices of the girls below are endless. He saw Kirisu's surprised expression, saw a drowsy figure with blue long hair below, saw a serious expression with orange short hair, and saw. The beautiful boy laughed, and the girls felt their hearts thump and thump wildly. Hello everyone, I'm the representative of freshman Toru Anzuo. Chapter 14, High School starts with being confessed. Character, Toru Anyun. Face value, 9+3, you are no longer immature, and your face value is improved, your eyes, voice, and smile are unstoppable. Physique, 9, as long as you don't die, you can recover from any injury. Intelligence, 8, no way, computers can't beat them. Luck, 8, you are the son of luck. No wonder the value of the face has not improved, it turns out that it hasn't been opened yet. Antan was completely stunned. The new luck also allowed Antan to understand why so many things went smoothly. But now Anyunche has no time to think about it, and the eyes around him are too piercing. Besides, why are there so many girls? Antan counted them thoroughly and found that there were less than 10 boys in the class, not even a quarter. Antan Toru's class is Class A, which is naturally the class with the best grades, and there are some special geniuses. For example, Antan Che's blue long-haired girl sleeping on her left side, and the orange short-haired girl with a serious expression on the right. The two females are very familiar with Toru Azumi, Fumino, a genius in liberal arts, and Rizuma Ogata, a genius in science. Antan Che did not expect to be in the same class as these two, and she was the only girl who did not stare at Antan Che. I looked at the girls around, I couldn't wait to eat Antan thoroughly. Antan was like sitting on pins and needles, and could only smile politely at the people around him. Then everyone yelled ah. He smiled, he looks so good. How can there be such a beautiful boy in this world? Damn it, I didn't meet him in junior high school. Girls are excited, but boys are sad. He is in the same class as Antan Toru, and he is destined to become a foil in the future. After Class A, the boys were divided into Antan Che and other boys. Azuzu-kun, why are they all looking at you? Ogata Rizuki asked Anzu Toru suspiciously. Azudo knows that Rizuka Ogata does not understand human feelings. Although very clever, any problem in science can be solved by calculation. But human feelings are helpless, this is not something that can be calculated. What does Ogata-san think it is because of? Toru Azumino wouldn't directly say that they were greedy for his body. How did classmate Anyun know my name? Antan Toru speaks as a freshman representative, and with that peerless appearance, no one knows now in the first grade. Risa Ogata is different. She doesn't have any friends, let alone introduce herself, so the chance of Azutara Toru knows her is 0. Yes. Why do I know your name? Anyun asked back. Antan really thought that I can't say that I have read a cartoon about you. That would be considered a lunatic. And it's nice to tease this clumsy girl who can't understand people's feelings. Well. Ogata Rizua felt that Toru Antan was a little bit nasty, and slightly puffed her cheeks. Why do you think they look at me? Anyun resisted the urge to poke and returned to the previous topic. Because you are good-looking, Ogata Rizuki said straightforwardly. Ahem. I feel a little embarrassed when you say that. Don't you know the reason? But why do you have to watch it if you look good? Is there any benefit to watching it? Good question. Toru Azu thinks this is a question of the century. He also wants to know why people want to look good. He is like him, never caring whether he looks good or not. Human beings are really superficial. Maybe you feel good about it. Toru and June casually found a reason. In other words, do they feel happy when they see you? Why? Because they are in love. Think slowly, and sooner or later you will understand. Toru and Yoon didn't want to answer her question anymore. He felt that Ogata Rizuki had 100,000 whys, and the questions were endless. Did not notice the perfunctory of Toru Azumoto. Ogata still wanted to continue to ask, but the teacher entered the class at this time, which prevented her from asking. Hello everyone, I am Onodera, the head teacher of your class. Onodera entered the classroom and said hello. Onodera is a woman in her late 30s, with a kind smile on her face. Toru Azu seems to be a good teacher, but unfortunately it is not Kirisu. But also, how can you be qualified as a class teacher so quickly? Hello Mr. Ono. The students in the class also greeted Onodera. However, it's basically a girl's voice, and the male voice is weak and pitiful. There are so few boys? Isn't that blessed? Onodera laughed and joked. The students also laughed, but a few bold girls spoke. There is no hope, with classmate Antan here, we don't look down on anyone anymore. That is, I want to socialize with classmate Anyun. Impossible, classmate Anyun wants to be with me. The class quickly became lively, and the relationship became close all of a sudden. Is classmate Antan so good? Stand up and let me know. Ono Temple has heard of Toru Antan. Although he has never met, she has read all kinds of information about the students in the class, but Antan is familiar with it. The files startled her. After graduating from elementary school to middle school, all scores are full marks. What kind of gods? Is it a genius boy? All eyes in the class were on Antan Toru. Antan Toru had no choice but to stand up. I am Toru Anson. At this time, I still have to pretend, and Antan Tetsu showed a slightly shy and pure smile. He's so handsome. Onodera couldn't help but see Anyun Toru standing up. Ma, genius, and beautiful boy. These 5 words popped up in Onodera's heart. Sit down. Teacher, I can't stand it anymore. Onodera covered her eyes with one hand, and tilted her head to pretend to be handsome. Although she was really moved, the mature adult naturally controlled it. Ha ha ha, the teacher is not allowed to Anyun-jun from us. Teacher, I think too. It's a pity that classmate Anyun looks down on me at this age. I can't see how old the teacher is. Onodera successfully integrated with the class, and then asked the students to introduce themselves. After a brief introduction by a few girls, a girl with long brown hair stood up. My name is Zayat Hizmuyuzu, I didn't have any goals before, but now I want to associate with Jun and Yoon. Ah! Cunning! The one behind Zyajimul Yuzu also stood up. My name is Omikawa Chiaki, I also want to associate with Anyun-kun. With these two taking the lead, the girls in the back began to be bold one by one, and the class introduction became a Nyunjun confession meeting. Of course, there are still normal girls, such as Ogata Rizuma. My name is Rizu Ogata. After the introduction, I sat down. But it was harmless, and it started again later. It was Antan-kun's turn, although everyone knew him, but... My name is Anyun Che, and I want to date Anyun Che too. The whole class roared with laughter. Next door class, Class B, Ying Lily class, the head teacher couldn't help asking, listening to the noisy voice next door. Why the class next door is so lively? Teacher, there is classmate Antan in the next class. A female classmate replied. Anyun. The teacher asked his face. You reading www.yukansha.com. Classmate Anyun is super handsome, I want to date him. The teacher has nothing to say. Ying Ri, who was sitting behind her, had a serious face, and she felt the crisis. Class A, the blue-haired girl who was sleeping on the left of Anyun Che was finally awakened. She raised her head, her face like a sleeping beauty blankly looked around in confusion. What's wrong? The class introduces itself, you are almost here. Anyun-jun reminded her. Fuminaguhashi was in a daze, and was about to sleep on his stomach again. Anyun-kun couldn't help but poke Fumino Furahashi's thin waist with his finger. Well. Fumino Kobashi wakes up instantly. She frowned her pretty eyebrows and stared at Antan. Classmate, you are sexual harassment like this. You can't touch a girl casually without the girl's consent, don't you know? Although you look good, you can't be easily forgiven. I have to teach you well in the future. The right way for girls to communicate, otherwise. Yes, I will listen later, can you introduce yourself first? Junin interrupted Fumino Gukiao's preaching. He felt that if Fumino Furuhashi was allowed to say, it might be endless. Fumina introduced himself, sat down, and looked at Anyun-kun. What's your name? Anyun Toru. At this time, another girl just introduced herself and said that she wanted to have a thorough relationship with Antan. Fumino? Then another girl did this. Fumino? After, Fumino chose to continue sleeping, and she felt that she might not be awake yet. Antan Toru was also happy and clean. Chapter 15, My Youth Love Story Really Has a Problem. On the first day of school, nothing happened. Get to know each other, and the teachers of each subject will come to say hello again. Kirisu Matsuoka came naturally too, but she knew that Antan Toru was in this class, and when she came in, she glanced at Antan-kun, so she didn't look at him, and said with a serious expression that she was teaching world history. This performance made the students think that Kirisu was a very strict teacher. Then it was the cadre selection, and Toru Azu was directly selected by Onodera as the squad leader. I also talked about Antan Toru's continuous full score, the girls naturally shined in their eyes, and they praised Antan. Fumino Furuhashi looked at Antan Toru incomprehensibly, and felt that he needed to get to know him again. But the boy thinking about defeating Antan by his grades fell down and felt the darkness of his future. The deputy squad leader chose the courageous Xiaomamu Yuzu. But she took the initiative to campaign. Of course, everyone knows her intentions, but Onodera was a little impressed by Xiaomamu Yuzu. After selecting the class cadres, I was going to get the textbooks, and the boys in the class finally came in handy. After the matter is over, the teacher ignores the students. Going to classes, visiting campus, visiting clubs, students as you like, of course you can go home, which is equivalent to leaving school early. Before Anyun-kun could slip away, he was surrounded by the girls in the class. All require the exchange of mail and contact information. Of course there are two exceptions, Azutoru's guardian of the right and left. Fumino Furuhashi went to sleep on his stomach again, and Rizuki Ogata stared blankly and motionless. After exchanging emails with the last girl, there are only 3 of them left in the class. Yasumi-kun asked Rizuki Ogata if he wanted to exchange emails, and Rizuki Ogata nodded in agreement. She intends to observe Antan-kun carefully, maybe through him, she can understand people's relationship problems. She is really distressed about the human feelings that cannot be solved by calculation. After exchanging emails, Rizuki Ogata went home. She has to help the family with work. Now only Anyun-kun and Fumino, who is sleeping on his stomach, are left in the class. He was hesitant to continue poking Gukiao when awake, of course, his hand had already been stretched out. So Anjun Toru poked the slender willow waist again. Funne Furuhashi roused, straightened up, and suddenly became sober. I looked around and found that she and Antanche were the only ones, so I understood. Classmate Anyun-jun, you can touch girls at will without their consent. No, you agree. Fumino. I just asked you, and then you lie on your stomach, I think you are acquiescence. Fumino. She was shocked. She couldn't believe that there was such a cheeky person. The good girl didn't suffer the immediate loss, she picked up her school bag and ran away. In the end, only Anyun-kun was left. He was not in a hurry to go back either, planning to ride Kirito's car. Came to the office door, he knocked on the door, no one responded. Can't help but open the door and take a look. No one. No. Toru Anzu saw Kirisu's distinctive cherry-colored hair. Is so serious. Antanche was going to scare her. Cautiously walked over, Antan Toru came to Kirisu's back, and was about to scare her, when he saw that Kirito was holding a book in his hand and read it again. Antan Toru saw the words Eri Magongsheng. Good fellow. I secretly read a novel I wrote. Anyun-kun didn't scare her anymore. His mouth was close to Kirisu's ears, and he spoke softly. What do you look at again? Hey! Kirisu Meho stood up with a sharp spirit, and then was stirred by the chair. He couldn't stand firmly, and fell backward, just to fall into Anyun-kun's arms. Toru and Tan hugged Matsumoto Kirito homeopathically. Ahem! This cannot be blamed on me, she took the initiative. Kirisu Matsuhiro came back to his senses, began to struggle, and looked back to the back, and then saw the impeccable handsome face of Toru Ajutsu. Kirisu Matsuya stopped struggling, his body stiffened. Anyun-kun didn't let go of Kirisu Matsumoto, and joked, I never thought Ms. Matsumoto was secretly reading a novel I wrote. Misconduct. Mr. Kirisu did not expect Antan Toru to attack again. And this cousin is getting more and more courageous, this is the office. And Kirito felt that his hands in his abdomen were stroking lightly, even though his movements were very small. Can you let me go first? Kirisu's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Anyun-kun slowly let go of the trend, don't continue to take advantage, just grasp 1 degree. Why are you here? Kirisu asked, after finishing his appearance. She also took a peek at the door and found that the door was closed. Fortunately, no one saw it. I plan to go back together in your car. Oh. Kirisu Matsumoto lowered his head, but only promised. She is now a little afraid of Antan-kun, this cousin has already moved around casually now. Recently, I have not dared to be alone with Azutoru at home. So, how can you read the novel I wrote? Because you wrote it, and it's beautiful. At that time, I learned about the animation of the novel written by Toru and June, and then I thought that my cousin's book should be read. I watched The Moonlight is Really Beautiful and found it was well written, and then watched Plastic Memory. So I fell in love with novels. Now I really like April Is Your Lie. Anyun-kun actually couldn't help but boast, especially if Kirisu is so weak now, it can't stand it. Antan-kun had no choice but to let Tongsu Zhendong go and stop torturing her. Mathariki Kirisu was fine, and after cleaning up, the two went home. On the first day of school today, Ying Lily did not come, she had already gone home early. After arriving home, the two had lunch. Returned to the room respectively. Today's advantage has been taken up, and Tan Che is very satisfied, and he has to prepare a new book. As for Kirito Matsumoto, I'm fine now, and I'm full of scenes when Anyun-kun is holding her. His cheeks are hot and red like an apple, rolling over on the bed, so I might even dream at night. Just like a girl who just fell in love. Anyun-kun has already thought about what to write. This book will bring the theme of youth campus to a new level. My youth romance story really has a problem. The hero of this novel can be said to be an alternative. And it's rare to rely on a male protagonist to support their popularity, although the two female protagonists are also great. Unlike most novels that rely on the popularity of the heroine, the hero is like a tool man. This is also the reason why the male protagonist is so popular. This novel is also more suitable for boys to read, unlike the previous books that are very suitable for men and women. The so-called youth is a lie and sin. Knock out this sentence, and Toru Anson started his new book journey. But there is a novel in the original work, so Intan can just copy it. I read novels because of anime in my previous life, and even read it several times. Intan Che recalled it very clearly, maybe he could finish a volume today. Of course, Toru Anson didn't want to write a novel for one day, so he decided to finish it in 2 days. The only pity is that there is no Yakoshita Yukino and Yui Hamayui in this world. After all, these two are also very favorite characters of Azuchi. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Intan Toru made a meal and asked Kirisu to eat, when Ying Lily came. There is no way, Ying Rairi also knows the popularity of Intan Toru, and when she arrives in high school, she feels that people are different. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com. Every girl is so bold, and they show their love to the public casually. Ying Lily is aware of the crisis. Fortunately, the food is still enough. After dinner, Azutoru can naturally send Ying Lily home again, adding the elements of Ying Lily by the way. This time Azutoru and Ying Rairi went out, and Kirisu finally took a few more glances. Sending Ying Rairi to a place not far from home, Anyun couldn't help but hug Ying Rairi. Fragrant and soft, Intan can't put it down. Originally, Intan Tetsu didn't expect anything, but she didn't expect Ying Rairi to kiss Intan Tetsu on the cheek again. What happened? My family, Ying Lily, is so proactive. Looked at Ying Rairi incredulously. Ying Rairi did not run away shyly, but went home slowly with Azutoru waved. Azun Toru came home in a good mood, and found that Kirisu really didn't return to his room. Seeing Kirisu Masuyu staring at him, Toru Azuzu wondered if he was jealous. Oh, it's not good if the relationship gets closer. You have to take care of this and that. Leaned in front of Kirisu, and kissed Kirisu's panicked face. Kirisu's eyes widened, looking at the grinning Intan Toru. Kirisu's hands touched Intan Toru's place, then his face flushed, he got up and ran back upstairs, entered the room, closed the door, locked, and finished in one go. Then he threw himself on the bed and put his head in the pillow, motionless. I guess she didn't sleep well tonight. Anyun Che, who earned his blood, was in a good mood and decided to continue writing novels. He was motivated to finish the first volume. 100,000 words, it's not a matter of having a hand. But in the end, Anyun Toru fell asleep before finishing writing. He successfully understood that human beings have limits. I'm not a man anymore. As she read these words, Anyun Che successfully fell asleep. Chapter 16, Skip class with my senpai on the first day of school. The next day, when Azun Toru got up, Kirisu had already left. The teacher, unlike a student, had to pass early in the morning. Toru Azuto simply washes up and sets off for school. Today, Anyun Che got up a bit late, and it was too late for breakfast. Fortunately, the school is not too far away, and Intan Che should have time to trot. There are very few pedestrians along the way, and office workers have naturally gone to work long ago. If they haven't been there yet, they are either destined to be late or unemployed. Naturally, there are not many students. Those who can be met by Intanche are either oversleeping like Intanche, or they just don't want to go to school much. Of course, it's impossible for Azutoru to skip class. Although there is nothing to learn, at least he still has to go to school. And there are so many girls in the class, and they speak nicely. It is simply a happy planet. However, Intantoru stopped when he passed a figure. Turned around and saw, "My dear, it was my senpai." Mai Sakurajima lowered her head and walked slowly. Nor did he notice Intantoru standing in front of him. Seeing that Mai Sakurajima was distracted, he opened his arms and made a hug to greet Mai Sakurajima's hug. Mai Sakurajima successfully throws her arms into her arms, and Tetsu Azu takes home the opportunity to hug Mai Sakurajima. Sakurajima Mai returned to her senses and stepped heavily on Intantoru's foot, then broke free of Intantoru, staring at Intantoru angrily. "No, what are you doing?" Intan squatted down, rubbing his feet. "Although it doesn't hurt at all, it still needs to be pretended to look like." "What am I doing?" "Obviously you are playing a gangster," Mai Sakurajima said angrily. "However, that delicate face still looks good even when he is angry. You can eat rice, but you can't talk nonsense. Obviously you walked into my arms to take advantage of me." Intanche's backhand was a false accusation. Sakurajima Mai did not expect that this person would actually rake down, and it was the first time that he encountered such a shameless person. "Don't deny it, think about it if you took the initiative to throw in your arms just now." "Nonsense," said Sakurajima Mai by Toru Azu, calming down, thinking that she had just wandered, and then she took the initiative to embrace this person. But she felt that the person in front of her must have been deliberate. What is it doing to stand in front of her? And this person just hugged himself. The more Sakurajima Mai thought about it, the more it felt something was wrong. How could she just walk into his arms? "I know I'm excellent, and it's normal that you want to take advantage of me." At this time, it was almost time. Toru Azumino stood up, and Mai Sakurajima saw Azutoru clearly. Mai Sakurajima was taken aback, whether this person was too good to look at. "What's the matter? Are you fascinated by me?" Azutoru shook his hand in front of Mai Sakurajima. "Damn, this man looks too foul." As an actor, Mai Sakurajima has never seen a good-looking man. After all, the entertainment industry relies on appearance. But like Toru Azumino, Mai Sakurajima thinks there might be nothing better than him in this world. However, this does not allow Mai Sakurajima to forgive him for playing hooligans on herself. "Hey!" Mai Sakurajima snorted coldly, "This looks like a rascal like you, it's a waste." Hey, Mai senpai, why did you start a personal attack?" Toru Azu decided to raise his hand to surrender, feeling that his image as a hooligan would be solidified by Mai Sakurajima. "Hey? Do you know me?" "Nonsense, who doesn't know you?" "So, you really are plotting against me?" Mai Sakurajima folded her arms and couldn't help taking a step back. Although I did plot against you, but your step back hurts me a lot." "Introduce yourself, I am Toru Anson." I usually introduce myself as someone who is quite confident about his identity. But Mai Sakurajima has indeed heard of this name. When she was in elementary school and junior high school, she kept hearing from her classmates that there was a genius in the lower grades, and she got perfect scores every time she took the exam. She remembered that genius was named Intanche. It turned out to be you. So why are you playing rogue to me? I don't want to scare you because of your serious concerns. Who knows if you don't lift your head and hug you. Besides, I don't think mature seniors will care about such trivial things, right? Humph, since I'm a junior, I will forgive you compassionately. Mai Sakurajima started tenderly. So my senpai has something to worry about. Mai Sakurajima, who asked these words, was silent. Although the two became familiar with each other, she did not tell a person she had just met so quickly. Toru Azumi didn't expect Mai Sakurajima to answer him. He was paving the way for the next step. Mai senpai, let's skip class together. Hey! Mai Sakurajima felt like she had heard it wrong. I said, Mai senpai, let's skip class and go on a date. I think mature seniors shouldn't be afraid to date with juniors. Hey, of course. It's just a date. So the two turned around and went to the city center. As for class? How can it be fun to accompany my senpai to skip class? It is impossible to go to school. Only by skipping classes can you experience the happiness of students. The first stop is naturally to have a meal. Antan-che has not had breakfast yet. Toru Azumino didn't want Mai Sakurajima to wait, so he bought some at the street stall and walked aimlessly while eating. Toru Azumi asked Mai Sakurajima to choose what to do, and then Mai stopped at the entrance of a theater. Watch the movie first. Toru Azumi bought 2 votes, and the movie he chose was naturally a thriller. When Mai Sakurajima saw what movie it was, Maimo looked at Antan, but Antan was calm. The first thing to achieve a great cause is to have a thick skin. It is a pity that Mai Sakurajima is not afraid of such things, so Izumi looks forward to it. At the end of the movie, Toru Azuru walked a little frustrated, while Mai Sakurajima was watching and wanted to laugh. After, I accompanied Mai Sakurajima to buy desserts to eat. Girls really love desserts. Seeing Mai Sakurajima eating dessert with a satisfied smile, Toru Azuru also laughed. What are you laughing at? Mai Sakurajima glared at Azutoru. Oh, I never thought that the mature Mai senpai would like to eat this kind of dessert that little girls love. Well. Mai Sakurajima froze, neither eating nor not eating. Antan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Naturally, Mai Sakurajima waved twice. During the period, Sakurajima Mai kept telling Azutoru not to call her Mai Mai. They were not so familiar. However, Toru Azuru has been perfunctory Mai senpai and got to know Mai senpai. Mai Sakurajima had no choice but to let him scream casually. The two went to the bookstore in the afternoon. Sakurajima Mai looks for a masterpiece novel, Azutoru went to the light novel area, took the first volume of The Moonlight is Beautiful, and walked to Sakurajima Mai to hand it to her. Mai Sakurajima glanced at the cover and saw the author Anyun. You wrote it? Of course. Mai Sakurajima showed interest and opened it directly. Toru Azu was bored and talked to Machida Yuanzi. The new book will be sent to you tonight. So fast. The new book. Azutoru has not revealed any news. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Machida Sanako thought it was still thinking about it, but unexpectedly, Azutoru was about to write it. Of course, don't look at who I am. See what you can. Machida Yuanzi still wanted to ask about the new content, but unfortunately she got busy all of a sudden, so she could only end the chat with Azutoru. Antan Toru became bored again, only looking at Mai Sakurajima. Her focused expression was very charming. Fortunately, all the people around were reading books, and I didn't recognize Mai Sakurajima, otherwise it might be rioting. Finally, when Mai Sakurajima finished reading, Azuto asked. How about it? Fine. In fact, it is very beautiful. Mai Sakurajima is very devoted, and the writing is good. It is tickling to write about middle school students' love. But Mai Sakurajima would not praise Toru Azumino. Atsutaru saw Mai Sakurajima's duplicity, and did not expose it. Mai Sakurajima bought the remaining 3 volumes, and the two left the bookstore. The time is almost 2, the school is over, and the two successfully skipped class for a day. Would you like to go to my house for dinner? I promise to make you full of praise for the food I cook. Antan Toru invited Mai Sakurajima to his house, but it was a pity that he was naturally rejected. Of course Azutoru knew that he would definitely be rejected, so he just said casually. And he had to go home and explain why he didn't go to class today. Today, there is the course of world history. After that, the two separated and Anyun Che went home. After opening the door, I saw Mr. Kirsu, who was sitting on the sofa and watching TV. She looked at Antan Che, her eyes were saying, "Why didn't you come to school today? How can I go to school on a date with my Sakurajima today?" Toru Azu explained. Was caught by Kirisu's eyes. These days, no one believes the truth. Antan sighed. Chapter 17, Machida Yuanko, I'm going to surrender to the enemy. In the evening, the three of them ate together. Today, Kirisu Matsumoto also taught Ying Lily's class, and Ying Lily and Kirisu Matsuya had a conversation. This was the first time the two had chatted at the dinner table. Antan Che is still very happy, if the two can still chat in bed together. Cough cough, after it's over, YY needs a degree, not too much. After eating, I send Ying Lily home as usual. Ying Rai joined the art department today, but she didn't know that Antan did not go to school. On the way, it would be nice if Antan Toru also went to the art department. Unfortunately, the art department does not accept boys. Sent to the door of Ying Lily's house and received the benefits, but unfortunately only hugged them, and the two waved goodbye. When he got home, Kirisu was not in the living room, so he seemed to hide in the room. After tidying up the dishes and chopsticks, Antan went back to the room, planning to finish the first volume of My Youth Love Story Really Has a Problem. Antanch wrote that late last night, there was not much left. Less than an hour to finish writing, Azu Toru sent the novel to Machida Sanako. Receive. Machida Yuanzi returned a message and began to watch Azu Toru's new work. Azun was so bored that he decided to draw two paintings by Yukoshita Yukino and Yui Hamayui, and post them on Twitter at that time. When Toru Azumino finished his painting and became lustful, Machida Sanako also finished reading. What you wrote this time is completely different from before. Machida Yuanzi doesn't know how to describe it. This feels different from what she used to know. Although this novel has taken the usual path and started to set up a hostess, the male lead, Machida Yuanzi thinks this male lead might be very popular. Try new themes. Antan answered the news thoroughly. Not really. It's just that Azu Toru thought of this book. Machida Maroko thinks that this is the subject that fits the boy's writing. Although the three novels of Toru Azuchi are well written, they are like romance novels. Even if it was written by a woman, no one doubted it. Now this book is different, and it is in full compliance with boys' YY. Try? How many volumes do you plan to write? Should write more than a dozen volumes. The original work has 14 volumes. I remember that the original author took 2 years to complete it. Really? Don't want to be rewarded for sales breaking? It seems you are underestimating me. Well, let's wait and see. Looking at this sentence, Anyun thought about it, and now that My Youth Love Story really has a problem, it really may not be able to break 10 million. 5 million is possible. Unless it can be animated during the period to promote sales. And how much readers can like it, and promote it more. What else can I do? Antan Toru originally didn't care about breaking the 10 million yuan, but now he is looked down upon by Machida Yuanzi, he feels it is necessary to make her pay the price. Antan Toru decided to write another book and voted in other libraries to attract some readers. Let's show some skills. Antan Toru clicked on the document again. The title of the book Sword Art Online. Although this is a game, it is not a joke. The next day, Anyun succeeded in getting up early, but he yawned again and again. He didn't want to walk to school anymore. He planned to ride in Kirisu's car. By the way, he could sleep in the car for a while. Kirisu Mayafu originally wanted to refuse, the teacher took the students to school, if he was seen, but after seeing Anyun Toru's eyes staring at her buttocks, she gave up. Along the way, Toru and Jun was asleep, and Kirisu looked at this sleeping face. It was the first time I saw him, and his sleeping face was very good, which made Kirito feel like he wanted to love him, but it was a pity that he would bully her when he woke up. Kirisu Matsumoto feels that he has been eaten to death by Intan, and has no ability to resist at all. Although she doesn't hate it. The reason for this was the raid that day, and she felt that that day was her disaster day. There was not much distance, and Toru Anson felt that he hadn't slept much before he was awakened by Kirisu. Got off the car, yawned, and drifted towards the classroom. Kirisu Meisuyu, who had locked the car, ran over and helped Anyun Toru, and the two went to the school building together. Antan squinted the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the teacher's parking position is not in the same direction as the students, and Kirisu really winter came early, otherwise today it is estimated that there will be gossip. Mr. Kirisu became famous in the first grade on the first morning of class. In the period of high hormonal hypersecretion in high school, Mr. Kirisu, such a beautiful teacher, naturally caused a big topic. Not to mention Antan Che, the perfect lover in the eyes of girls, and the absolute rival of boys. The first year of high school is on the first floor. Antan slowly changed his indoor shoes and swayed to his classroom. As for Kirisu Matsumoto, he dropped Antan and ran away before reaching the teaching building. "Ah, monitor, why didn't you come yesterday? Are you sick?" As soon as he entered the classroom, Xiao Mayuzai, who was already in the class, approached and asked. She came to the school early yesterday morning with great expectation. As a result, she did not wait until Antan Che came. She was very disappointed and felt that the school was boring. "I came to school again early today. I didn't expect that Antan Che also came so early. It turned out that God still took care of her. Well, I have a cold." Antan Toru can't say that he skipped class yesterday, and intends to kill him with a cold today. That's it. Anyun-kun, please pay attention to your body. Xiaomamu Yuzu is very active. She really likes Anyun Che, even though she was conquered by Anyun Che's appearance. But for the first time she felt the heartbeat, and for this she decided to take action. Well, good. Antan Tetsu didn't hate such a girl, and his attitude was very gentle. The main reason is that he feels that the girl in front of him is a bit familiar, and he thinks he may have seen it in an anime in his previous life. But he really couldn't remember the name Xiaothis Miyapamalo. Xiaomamu Yuzu took care of it and returned to his seat. He had a good grasp of the degree, which made Anyun Che already feel good about it. When he got to the seat, Antan went to sleep on his stomach. However, with his physique, he is basically not tired and sleepy, but Antan Che feels very tired in his mind. Although it is easy to be sober. Afterwards, students kept coming. And seeing Antan Che who was sleeping happily said that Antan-kun was finally here today. Just one day away, the female students in the class feel that going to school has lost the fun. The boys are different. Yesterday, they finally have a sense of existence. They are gone without a good experience. After all, even if Antanto was sleeping on the desk, the eyes of the class were on him. Damn it, when can boys stand up? Toru Azu is also a man? That's all right. Today, Toru and Jun is sleeping. One was that he fell asleep at the beginning, and he didn't bother to get up, and the other was that the class was nothing good. However, with the sleeping beauty Gokiao when Na accompany him, it forms a landscape. But because I slept for a whole day, Toru Azu had no chance to meet the Mai senpai who had just dated yesterday. After school in the afternoon, Azu Toru found Kirisu Meisuyu and went back together. Mr. Kirisu is currently not a group consultant, but he can go back very early. On the way, Kirito asked Mr. Tetsuko Azu to ask him why he wrote Kaoru Gongyuan to death. Matwinter Kirisu finally watched the last volume of Your Lie in April with full expectation today. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. She did not follow Antan Che's Twitter, naturally she was not spoiled, and she also thought that Kaoru Miyawan would be cured. As a result, she is very sad now. Ahem. Antanch doesn't know how to say it. After all, the original work is Kaoru Gong Yuan died. As a copywriter, he naturally has to respect the original work. And April is Your Lie was sublimated because of the death of Kaoru Miyazono. Otherwise, it must be a lot of shame. Back home, Antan went back to the room and continued to write Sword Art Online. After quickly copying the first volume, Toru Antan submitted the manuscript to the Shocking Library. With the son of luck, Toru Antan was very relieved. Went downstairs to cook, and after Ying Rairi came, the three of them were already used to it. Send Ying Lily back. This time, Azu Toru and Ying Lily were holding Ying Li Li before they parted. He proactively kissed Ying Li Li on the cheek, and Ying Li Li went back to the past and ran away shyly. Looking at Ying Rairi's back, Anyun Che was wondering if he should bid farewell to the first kiss. When he got home, Kirisu really went back to the room. Back on his vacation, Antan Che saw new messages flashing on the computer. Is this Mr. Anyun? A nickname is sent by a black cat, and the profile picture is also a black cat. Black cat, Anyun Che thought of a girl. Hello Mr. Anyun. I am Black Cat, the editor of Shocking Library, and I want to talk to you about the signing of Sword Art Online. May I ask when you are free? The other party responded quickly. I will be free tomorrow afternoon. One is born and the other is cooked, the two make an appointment for a time and place. The location is still the family restaurant where Machida Yuanko first met. Ending the chat, Anyun stretched out. Sorry, Machida Sanako, I am going to surrender to the enemy. Chapter 18, This is not the black cat I know. Nothing happened all night. The next day. Thursday is still a day of school. Today, Izumi got up normally, didn't bump into Kirisu's car, and didn't meet my senpai on the road. When I arrived at school, I walked into the class, and Xiaomamu Yuzu who had been waiting early came forward. Anyun-kun, good morning. Good morning, Anyun-kun. The other girls naturally followed suit. Antan Che also replied good morning to them. Came to the seat, the left guardian Fumino had not come, and the right guardian Rizuki Ogata was already sitting on the seat. Morning, Ogata. Good morning, classmate Anyun. After saying hello, Antan Che no longer paid attention to her, he was afraid that she would ask some messy and thought-provoking questions. However, Rizuki Ogata kept staring at Azu Toru, and Azu Toru was uncomfortable being stared at. What's wrong? Ogata. Don't care about me, just do it yourself. How could I not care? I'm very awkward when you see it. Ogata, what do you want to do? I want to understand the feelings of people. I think you can learn something by observing. Rizuma Ogata directly stated his purpose. She doesn't know much about people's feelings, and she won't hesitate to think about things around the corners. Human feelings. Toru Azuzu knew about Ogata's problem, but she didn't expect that she would raise it so early. Didn't it start in the third year of high school in the original? He insisted on taking the liberal arts college, obviously he was a science genius. Fuminaga Kiao next to him is also a genius in liberal arts. For some reason, he has to take the University of Science. People's thinking is slowly taking shape, and the current Ogata Rizuki's thinking has long been solidified, and she can't understand it with just a few sentences. But, if she knew before the third year of high school, would she not be able to take the liberal arts college, go to study psychology or something? This can be. How about reading first? Book? I have read it, but I don't understand it at all. As a liberal arts stupid, he scores 0 in reading comprehension, so naturally he can't understand those theories. Not a theory book, but a novel. Reading novels, from the perspective of God, you can think well about the behavior of the characters in it, or the places that feel bad, and you can also think about what you should do. Is the novel so useful? Antan thought about it. A novel? Ogatarizu muttered. She has never read a novel, but if recommended by such a popular classmate Antan, she can go and read it. Any suggestions? Not at all. Antan Toru hasn't read many books in this world, and he doesn't know which ones are related to feelings, and his own novels are mainly love novels, which involve very few people's feelings. If recommending his novel causes Rizuki Ogata to awaken his love, hey? It seems not bad too. You pick and see for yourself first, and see what you want to see. Okay, I will try to find a novel after school today. Thank you, classmate Azuzu. Rizuki Ogata smiled and thanked Toru Azuzu. This smile made Anyun Tetsu a little moved. The glasses girl is awesome. Toru Azu thinks that he is a glasses control. Just call me Anyun. Successfully dealt with Ogata Rizuki, Azu Toru can finally relax. Azu-kun took out his cell phone and posted the pictures of Yukino and UI that he drew on Twitter. With the text New Book Preview. Yakoshita Yukino's painting is sitting sideways on a chair by the window, with long black hair raised, and reading the book quietly. Yui Hama Ui is a face painting with a sweet smile with his right hand in his ear, like say hello, there are 3 words next to it, aha. First. The painting is so beautiful. Is this the new book heroine? Double heroines? Anyun old thief does not leave pure love? Yekingja. Author, you actually have 2 girlfriends. There are all young workers? Can. There is no world history class today, nor is there any physical education class. Antan Toru was in a daze in the classroom for a day. After school was over in the afternoon, Toru Ajutsu didn't wait for Matsumoto, he had to talk about signing the contract, talk to Mrs. Matsumoto on his mobile phone, and Toru Ajutsu went directly to the family restaurant with his school bag. Welcome. The waiter's eyes beamed, and he didn't expect to see this handsome guy, and he seemed to be more handsome. The waiter is still the same waitress a year ago. Antan nodded to the waiter who was greeted, glanced around the restaurant, and saw a back figure with long, black hair in professional attire. Should be her, right? Antan Toru walked over and sat down opposite the woman in professional attire. Excuse me, you are Black Cat. Anyun-kun screamed in surprise. The woman in front of her has a G hairstyle and a delicate face. The most important thing is, there is a mole under the corner of her left eye. This look is very similar to the person in Antan Che's mind. But why are they so big? I am Black Cat, and you are teacher Anyun. Black Cat asked. Although the person in front of him is a little yelling, the Black Cat still has no expression. Anyun-kun did not answer the Black Cat's question, so he swallowed. Are you called Wujin Liulai? Hey? How do you know? Black Cat Wugang Liulai asked in confusion. It really is. But why are they so big? My girl is the second sick Black Cat. But the intellectual sister seems to be good too. Then do you know a woman named Kosaka Kirino? Wujin Liulai shook his head. Where is Kosaka Kyasuk? Wujin Liulai shook his head again. Is not here. So this Black Cat is a bit different from the Black Cat I know? Looking at Anyun Che who was thinking about it, the Black Cat finally got a little emotional. You haven't answered my question yet, are you Mr. Anyun? Sorry. I am Anyun, the author of Sword Art Online. Forget it, it's not the same if it's different, just a Black Cat. Anyun-kun admitted his identity, and the Black Cat looked at Anyun-kun well. I have to say that Antan's appearance has nothing to say. Even if Antan Toru behaves strangely at first, the Black Cat still has a lot of goodwill because of Antan Toru's appearance. Although Black Cat has a lot of questions to ask, let's talk about work first. Teacher Anyun, your Sword Art Online is very well written and very creative. Our Shock Library intends to sign a contract with your novel, and intends to sell the library directly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yes. Since it is a black cat, it goes without saying, Anyun Che is casual. The process was very pleasant, after all, and Tan Che did not ask for anything. The black cat in the middle also asked Jun and Tan if he knew the author of April Is Your Lie. After all, Tan Che was also called Tan. Tan Toru also admitted, and the black cat was naturally surprised. She knows Tan, after all, April Is Your Lie is still famous and animated. For this reason, the royalties of Azu Toru's Sword Art Online mentioned 15%. After the talk, the black cat began to ask Tan Cheol why she knew her name. Tan Cheer began to have no friends, saying that he had an editor he knew before, and a person he knew was a great beauty, named Wujin Liulai, who liked to call herself a black cat, was a girl with a secondary illness, and wrote novels. After talking about a big tweet, the black cat found that he was talking about his former self. But the black cat remembers that he had no friends before. It was also because of the lack of ability to write novels that he embarked on the road of editing. She wants Tan Toru to introduce the editor to herself, and Tan Toru promises to be sure next time. Then asked Anyun-kun if he was still studying and which school he was in. Tan Tetsu talked about Feng Yuan High School. Black Cat also said that his sister was also in Feng Yuan High School. Tan Che did not expect that the little loli in the original work was already a high school student like herself. The two chatted for a long time and got a lot closer. They exchanged emails and phones and left together. After leaving the family restaurant, the two were about to wave goodbye, when suddenly a voice sounded. Sister Li Yulai. P.S. The heroines who originally planned to write 4 or 5 works focus on daily love, but I feel that the writing is not long and will be tired. Decided to add more female roles. I'm still struggling whether to take a career or not. Chapter 19, How Can Black Cat Birthday Without Me? Sister Li Yulai. A girl in the same school uniform as Anyun Che ran over. Hi ga, here you are. Black Cat also smiled and greeted each other. Black Cat. Tan Chi looked at the girl who ran over and almost shouted. The girl in front of her is almost the same as the Black Cat, and of course the Black Cat and Jun Toru knew. But except for Chi Liuhei and the Black Cat, this girl has a different hairstyle. There are 2 braids behind, and the most important thing is that there is no mole. Tan Toru also knows who this girl is, Black Cat's younger sister, Wuzhong Haiga. But it really looks the same as a black cat. Ah! Anyun-kun. Arriving in front of the two of them, the morning sun looked at the person next to her sister and exclaimed in surprise. You are? Ah! I'm the 5th watch day of the 1st grade class B, please show me a lot. The 5 watch day solemnly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Tan Toru. At 5 watch Haiga looks exactly the same as the black cat, and it's still a student version, so Tan couldn't help but feel good about it. I know. But how could Anyun-kun be with his sister? Could it be that Anyun-kun is a novelist? Black Cat works as an editor. As a younger sister, the 5-gauge Haiga naturally knows, and Toru Azumino can be with her sister, then there is only one possibility. I was discovered by you. 5 watch classmates. Anyun Cheer admitted with a smile. Hee hee. Anyun-kun calls me Haiga. Black Cat watched the 2 people interact like this, and looked at her sister's excited expression. She should like Tan Che, right? Although she wouldn't say anything about her sister, but you two are just like this? Go, Haiga. Don't disturb teacher Anyun. Wait a minute, sister. Or invite Anyun-kun together. No. How can you trouble others casually? Oh. Sister. Anyway, if you have more contact and communication in the future, I will invite Anyun to celebrate your birthday. Birthday? Black Cat? Tan thoroughly understood. Is Black Cat's birthday on April 20th? Tan took it down. Black Cat, is your birthday today? Why don't you invite me? Black Cat's birthday is definitely going to be, and it's hard to tolerate it if you don't go to heaven. Antan Tetsu put it forward in this way, and the Black Cat naturally couldn't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. Awesome! Seeing my sister agreed, she cheered on the morning of the evening. The three of them walked together, and the morning sun was in the middle. She had been talking freely beside Antan Che. Such a lively and lovely girl would naturally not be annoying. First went to the cake shop to pick up the reserved cake, and then went to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Originally, Ayun Cheol wanted to pay for the cake, but the Black Cat had already paid when booking, so Ayun Cheol paid for the ingredients, and because he didn't prepare a birthday gift, Ayun Che said cooking as a birthday gift. 5 Watch Hyaga praised again and again. Unexpectedly, Azu-kun would still cook, but nowadays, there are not many boys who can cook. Sure enough, Antan is great. After bought, the three of them went straight to the Black Cat's house. It wasn't the old-style building that Azuto knew about, but the new leased by the Black Cat himself. The apartment building was rented, and the two people lived in Black Cat and Wuzhongdae. It is always close to the school to live in Wuzhongdae, and it is convenient to go to and from school. The apartment is a simple 2-bedroom, 1 living room and 1 toilet, and the kitchen and living room are connected together. When I arrived at the Black Cat's house, Antan Teru was not polite, and took the ingredients directly to the kitchen. At 5 watch days, Hyaga put away his school bag and volunteered to help wash the vegetables. Men and women match, work is not tiring. After an hour, a lot of dishes were prepared. After smelling the fragrance, Hyaga knew that it was very delicious, and couldn't help but sigh that Antan-kun is the treasure boy. After, Black Cat's little sister Wujin Zuxi also came, a junior high school student. The mushroom head looked a little soft, especially after seeing Antan Che. Her face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look directly at Antan Che. The Black Cat that was watching twitched the corners of his mouth. This Antan Toru is so good looking, she is simply a girl killer. 4 people gathered around the table and lit candles. There were 21 candles. In other words, the Black Cat is now 21 years old. And Antan was 16 years old. Well, it's not a big problem. Wuzhong Hyaga sang happy birthday song excitedly, and Wuzhong Zuxi also sang it in a low voice. Antan Toru also sang 2 sentences. And because the Black Cat is so big, he is a little shy, and his singing is almost inaudible. Fortunately, Antan Che has good hearing. Then the Black Cat makes a wish and blows out the candles. The 4 began to eat. At 5 watch Hyaga first tasted a bite of the dish, and then her eyes glowed, saying it was too delicious, it was the best dish she had eaten in her life. The Black Cat said there was no such exaggeration, took a sip, and then fell silent. Little Lori Wu Zhengju Xi silently ate, but occasionally glanced at Antan Che with her left light. Wuzhong Hyaga consciously or unconsciously said that if he could be Antan Tetsu's girlfriend, then he would definitely die of happiness. The Black Cat who listened to the side rolled his eyes, and you almost didn't say that you wanted to be his girlfriend. But Wuzhong Hyaga didn't dare to just confess it. After all, the two had just met, and if they were rejected, Wuzhong Hyaga felt that he had no motivation to live. After eating, eat cake. However, the food made by Antan Che was so delicious that the 3 of the Black Cats were full, and the cakes were not eaten much. It just so happened that Toru Azu was planning to take 2 back home. After all, he had no time to cook when he went back now, so he could only let Kirisu Meisuyu and Ying Lily eat cakes. Antan Toru and the Black Cat bid farewell to the 3 people. The Black Cat simply said goodbye, and Wuzhong Hyaga waved his hands in excitement to say goodbye. Little Loli Zuxi shyly said goodbye to brother Antan. Listening to Antan was almost like Fan Loli Kong. When I got home, Ying Lily was already there. After giving the cake to the 2, Ying Lily happily ate it directly. Kiriso looked at the cake and looked at Toru Azuzu in doubt. How come you signed a contract and signed a birthday cake? No way, the editor happened to have a birthday, and was invited to celebrate. What editor? Ying Lily heard it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com asked. So Toru Onshun told Irie about writing a novel by herself. And what novels I wrote? Ying Lily was shocked and speechless on the spot. Because she has seen them all and is still a loyal fan. At that time, it was because the author was named Antan, and she looked at it out of curiosity, and it turned out to be out of control, and she also drew a fan book. She never thought that Toru Anson would write novels. So on the way Azuru Toru sent Ying Lily back. Ying Lily used a double ponytail to explain why Toru you were so cruel to write Kairumiya 1 to death. Anyun Che can only be silent, he no longer wants to answer this question. It's a pity that Ying Lily didn't give Azu Toru any benefits today because of Miyazono Kairu's affairs. Going home, Kirisu is not in the living room as usual. Back in his room, Antan Che saw the computer flashing messages. It was sent by the Black Cat. She asked Antan Che when his new book was released in the Undead River Library, because Sword Art Online had to stagger the time. Yasumi asked Machida Yuanza thoroughly, and Machida Yuanza quickly responded that he was going to catch the current popularity of April Is Your Lie, and it was scheduled for Saturday the day after tomorrow. Anyun Toru told the Black Cat the news, and the Black Cat told Anyun Toru that Sword Art Online might be released in early May. Antan Che said that it doesn't matter, he is not short of money. After, Anyun Che also received a good night from Mei Ginza. The two had already exchanged contact information when they were at Black Cat's house. Antan Che also replied good night. While Wuzhong Hyaga, who was already in bed, saw the news of Antan's reply, and he rolled over on the bed with excitement. It's still early, and Anyun Toru intends to write the second volume of My Youth Love Story really has a problem in Sword Art Online. Good men always plan ahead. While sighing how he could be so self-disciplined, Antan Che started his keyboard journey. Chapter 20, I Am a Slam Dunk. The next day, Friday. This is a good day, and students like it best. Antan Toru also likes today. Today there is a physical education class, or a basketball class. It's time to pretend to be forced again. Life is boring, so I have to pretend to be forced to increase the fun. Walked into the classroom, finished greeting with the female classmate, Anyun Che came to his place. Right Protector Ogata Rizuki was holding a novel, looking quite immersed in it. The physical education class is the last one in the morning. I spent a few cultural classes boringly, and the physical education class came. The boys change into sportswear, t-shirts and shorts in the classroom. Girls change in the locker room. Unfortunately, it is not the kind of sweatpants that cover the hips seen in Antan Che's previous animations, and not all short skirts. A small number of people wear short skirts, most of which are long pants. When I came to the gym, there were already other classes gathering, but Antan did not see any acquaintances. Wow! It's Anyun-kun. Where is it? Wow, really handsome. Damn it, why Anyun-kun is not in our class? Antan Che did not know them, but they knew Antan Che. Antan Che smiled politely at them, which naturally caused a large number of screams. Don't these girls know what reservedness is? Antan thought so, but his heart blossomed with joy. After all, who doesn't want to be popular? After the assembly, the teacher also came and asked the students to do some activities first, and Toru Anzuo took a basketball by himself. Basketball +1. Antan Toru took 2 shots at random and kept +1s in his mind. Finding a basketball hoop where no one was there, Antan Toru took a random shot. Hollow ball. Antan Toru started to learn experience. When the teacher called to assemble, Toru Anzuo stopped pitching too. Basketball LV3, playing professionally is abusive. Indeed, with Anjun Toru's physical fitness, he can kill indiscriminately, and his basketball skills only provide Anjun Toru with basketball skills. This basketball game in physical education class is a class match. It's a pity that the boys in Azutoru's class are well developed, so they play half-time in 5v5. But it doesn't matter, the others are just to make Azutoru meet 5v5. Is there any basketball team in the opponent's class? This is not a random killing? Come on, Anyun-kun. Come on, Anyun-kun. Aren't you from the opposite class? What does it matter? Everyone is classmates, friendship is first and competition is second. The successful rebellion of the girl aroused the anger on the other side. Because of their weakness, Toru Ajutsu, and they serve first. The person who served the ball directly said that the ball was passed to the nearest to him, Antan Toru, who took it, and directly made a three-pointer. The ball is scored, hollow ball. Wow! Anyun is great. So handsome, Anyun-kun. The cheers from outside the field made the 8 people in the field come back to their senses, and they looked at each other. Ah, this! We haven't prepared yet, why did you score a goal? Can you take 2 steps? The losing side served the ball, and the person who received the ball also wanted to try to shoot directly, and threw the ball on the backboard with a clang. Antan caught it smoothly and threw in with a backhand. What are you doing? The teammate looked at him. Feel sorry. The man looked apologetic. After the embarrassment, the other party finally got serious, and knew that Anyun was sure to vote. The opponent started to pass the ball to his teammates who were far away from Antan. Naturally, Antan's teammates couldn't, so the opponent started to score. Ran an egg. It was Toru An's turn to serve, and Toru Anson received a three-pointer. This annoys the other party. They take turns to score goals, but they are 2-pointers, and Azuchi takes a 3-pointer. Never catch up. After that, the 4 people surrounded Antan Toru, but unfortunately Antan Toru shot without looking after receiving the ball, and he shot exactly 1 shot, which was even more disgusting. And Anyun Toru didn't even plan to move anymore, which made it even more uncomfortable. Listening to her own and local class girls on both sides of the field, they continued to cheer on Antan Che, and praised them. The other party became irritable and became angry. Began incompetent and furious. Finally began a language attack. Anyun, can you move twice? Playing like this is very inexperienced. Antan nodded. After the opponent scored a goal, Antan Toru served. This time he stayed far away. There is no way to serve, just pass it to someone. The man had just received the ball and had not dribbled twice before he was snatched by a quick-eyed person from the opponent. The man grabbed the ball and was so happy that he could finally pretend to be in front of the girls. Bends over, bows, just about to dribble, feeling empty in his hands. Where's my ball? What about my big ball? Then a figure jumped up from him. No, he felt he was flying, he saw the trapeze clearly, it was Antan Che. Haven't recovered yet. Antan Toru has grabbed the edge of the ball frame with both hands and hung it on the basket. Dunk! Wow! Ah, 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 ah. The girls outside the field began to cry frantically. Slam dunks are available, common on TV, and in reality. But they are high school students, and they still haven't completely opened their first year in high school. This is very dreamy. The slam dunk is by my side. Including Anyun Toru's non-existent teammates, 9 people watched Anyun Toru let go and fall, that elegant figure. Oops! It's a heartbeat feeling. Looking at each other, nodded. Excuse me, goodbye. 9 people said and left without nostalgia, without any ambiguity. The girls outside the field began to lean in excitement, dozens of people surrounded Anyun Che. Twittering praise Antan is great, how can it be so powerful, Antan, you are my idol. Anyun Che, who didn't even sweat after playing, couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. There were too many people, and Anyun did not dare to move, although he already felt that he had encountered some indescribable softness. I was forced. Can't blame me. Antanch yelled in his heart, and enjoyed it. Playing ball didn't even use half of the class, and ended up being surrounded by girls for half of the class. Began to disperse one after another, and Antan Toru finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Xiaomamu Yuzu took a bottle of water and handed it to Antanche, but Antanche did not refuse, thanked him, and drank it. After, the physical education teacher directly announced the end of class, and the students were happy to have lunch in advance. Zyajimul Yuzu asked Antantetsu if he had brought a lunchbox. Antantetsu shook his head and said no. www.readaloud.com. Xiaowen Yuzu concealed his joy and asked if he wanted to have lunch together. Antantetsu agreed. Xiaomamu Pomelo naturally clenched his fists happily. It's a pity that the girls in the class won't give her a chance to be alone. The girls who didn't bring the lunchbox saw Azutoru and Xiaomamu Yuzu go to the cafeteria, and naturally got together. Xiaomamu Yuzu is anxious, but helpless. The school canteen is quite big, with all kinds of dishes. The school is also equipped with a meal card, and no cash payment is required. The meal card can also be recharged by itself. 4 women and 1 man, 5 people found a 6-person seat. Others saw that the 4 girls could sit with Antancheol, naturally envied, and regretted why they didn't see it just now, or else they could have lunch with Antancheol. During the meal, several girls saw that Anyunche ate a lot, and shyly gave Anyunche the meat they ordered, and Anyunche also refused. The women were naturally happy to see that Antan had eaten all of them. Halfway through the meal, class is over, and other classes and seniors also come to eat. Antan Toru saw his Mai senpai. And Toru Azumano's eyes gathered at the table, and Mai Sakurajima naturally saw it. It's a pity, I glanced at Anyunche, but I didn't care about Anyunche. Antan Toru didn't care. Although Mai senpai liked to pretend to be mature, she was still very shy. Antan Toru looked around, but didn't see the alluring black long straight senior sister. After eating, several people have not joined the club, so they went back to the classroom to rest. Antan Toru rested on his stomach for a while on his seat. Just about to squint to sleep, a girl called out. Wow! Anyun-kun is too handsome. Antan looked over and found that the woman was watching with her cell phone. Chapter 21, Arinashi. A few girls leaned over to the girl who was looking at the phone. Who took this shot? It was so good. Well, Anyun-kun's handsomeness is at a glance. Antan cheer ? Face. Antan was so sleepy, he got up and walked over. What are you looking at? Ah! Anyun-kun, a woman shouted in surprise. Hee, of course you look at Anyun-jun, your heroic posture. The girl with the phone smiled and passed the phone directly to Anyunche. Antan Toru took it, and when he saw it, it was a video of him playing basketball in physical education class. The title is Antan-kun Slam Dunk. The video starts from the last ball, from the serve of his teammate to the final slam dunk, and finally there is a close-up of Antan's face, that exquisite and handsome face match with an indifferent smile. Antan couldn't help but praise this kid as handsome when he saw it. Antan Toru also saw the comments below the video. I'm going to be so handsome. How can Anyun-kun be so handsome? Tonight's dream is determined to be it. I feel like getting wet. What kind of tiger wolf term is this? Antanch didn't want to read it anymore, he felt that these speeches were a bit awkward. Returned the phone to the girl. This is our campus forum. This is supposed to be taken by someone in the school and posted to the forum. But the shot is really good, I want to save the video. I'm still there, so you can't be more reserved? Antanche does not know, there is a column in the forum, which is full of some pictures of Antanche at school. Those who were sleepy when they came to school, slept on the desks, and looked serious in class, although there are no private photos, there are still a lot of them. And this school has just started 1 week, and there will be more and more in the future. Untan Toru has returned to his position. It is only a secret video. Untan Toru doesn't care much. Just don't shoot anything, and the shots are really handsome. The video continued to ferment at noon. Women were amazed, and men were jealous, but I was already sleeping. In the next class, Ying Lily pretends not to pay attention to watching friends watching Intan Che's video. Seeing Intan Che slam dunk, she almost couldn't help shouting, her fists clenched, her cheeks flushed, and a spring heart. The sprouting look. Toru, so handsome. Not far from the side, the black cat's younger sister, Hagata Hayaga, is also watching Intan Toru's video. She is a resident of the forum. There are a lot of photos posted by those people are saved on her phone, and there are photos of Intan Chi cooking and eating cake yesterday, and photos of singing birthday songs to the black cat, but she is reluctant to post them. From. It's not as good as All Alone. Watching Anyun Che's slam dunk in the video, with a calm smile, he thumped toward the small heart on the morning of Friday. Anyun-kun, he is so handsome. In the afternoon, Anyun Jun lay down after school and waved goodbye to the girls one by one, and he was also going to leave. Go straight back or take the ride of Kirisu Matsumoto. Untan was hesitant. But when he walked out of the classroom door, he happened to see my senpai who was turning down the stairs, so he followed decisively. My senpai. Unsan-kun chased my Sakurajima who was changing shoes at the entrance. It turned out to be Azuman. My Sakurahima's tone was flat. Anyun-kun also began to change shoes. My senpai is so indifferent. Anyway, we skipped class together and dated together. Anyun Jr. still remembers the woman from my past. The left and right embrace Anyun-kun. Sakurajima Mai said something jealous, but the tone was flat. My senpai is jealous. The two changed their writing at the same time, and then Intan Teru walked to the side of my Sakurajima, and the two walked towards the school gate together. Just kid Unju, can you make me jealous? There are no more people in the school at this time. The students who are still in the school are either in the track and field team and the athletic club on the playground, or in the club room. Toru Azumino is the habitual last to go, but my Sakurajima can only leave until the last because of her identity. This is a celebrity. The two chatted like this, and Toru Atsuo also asked my Sakurahimas, the moonlight is beautiful, how is it? Have you finished watching it? My Sakurajima had already finished watching it, and she was itchy to see her sweet first love. My Sakurajima has never acted in a romantic drama, but she thinks it would be easy to act in a romantic drama now. Sakurajima Mai not only finished watching Moonlight is Really Beautiful, but also finished watching Plastic Memory, and was about to watch April is Your Lie. Of course, she would not tell Intan Che. Reluctantly. My Sakurajima continued to speak plainly. Really? Would you like to read my second novel Plastic Memories? Toru Azu was a little unbelievable, he felt that Sakurajima Mai should be embarrassed to say it was good looking. After all, with the character of my Sakurajima that he knew, it was really possible. You can think about it. My Sakurajima would not say that she has finished watching Plastic Memory. Halfway through the road, my Sakurajima has to take the tram back. Toru Azumino can only be separated from my Sakurajima. When he got home, Anyun had nothing to do, so he could only continue typing on the keyboard. The second volume of My Youth Love Story Really Has a Problem has finished the second volume of Sword Art Online, and the second volume of Sword Art Online has just begun to be written. The first volume of the original work directly ended the Sao incident, and the second volume wrote the story in it, Sister Sing, Liz Fan Mao, and Little Lori Silica. Toru Azumi originally wanted to write a 3 or 4 volume Sao story based on the first half of the anime, but it was a matter of thinking. The lazy Intan decided to copy, and at most he changed his writing, no more. In the evening, Toru Azuchi just made a meal. Seeing that Kirisu Matsuya came back with Iri. Interrogating the two, it turned out that it was Kirisu Matsuya who became a consultant of the society and left school at the same time as Ying Ri. Kirisu Maki just met Ying Lily, thinking that Ying Lily would come to his cousin's house for dinner anyway. So he took her with her. During the meal, Ying Ri began to talk about the basketball game of Azu Toru today, and that Toru was so handsome. If Kirisu doesn't know what's going on, Ying Ri shows her the video on her mobile phone. Ying Lily has successfully bought a house on the forum. Many of the photos in it are of Antan Toru that Ying Lily couldn't see in class. Kirisu Midwinter saw the scene of Antan Tetsu's slam dunk in the video, and his eyes also shined brightly. This cousin is really good, but he is bolder and disrespectful to his cousin. After dinner, Azutoru sent Ying Lily home. On the road, Ying Lily put his arm around Antan Toru's arm. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com said that the girls in the class had been discussing the video of slam dunk all afternoon. He also said that those girls were really not reserved, and kept talking about Toru. Antan Toru smiled and listened to Ying Ri without speaking. He likes Ying Lily talking, telling him these things around her. Arriving in front of Ying Lily's house, the two stopped. Ying Lily's face began to flush, and in this already dark environment, Azu Toru was still clearly visible. There is a restlessness in my heart. Antan embraced Ying Ri's slender body, and Ying Ri closed her eyes. Every time Antan took the initiative to kiss her face, she did not dare to open her eyes. Today, however, Azutoru looked at Ying Ri's slightly pursed cherry lips, and couldn't help kissing. Lips were attacked. Ying Ri opened her eyes suddenly and saw Azu Toru's eyes closed in front of her. Her thinking froze, and she didn't react for a while. But suddenly I felt Antan Che was trying to pry her lips apart. She came back to her senses all of a sudden, and pushed Yun Che aside. Her face was ruddy, and she felt like smoke was coming from her head. Ying Ri ran home ashamed. "What's the matter, Ying Ri? Run so fast. Why is your face so red?" Yasuzuru heard that it was the voice of Sayuri, Arari's mother. Shook his head, and Tan thought he was a little anxious. "But there is no way, I can't help it, my tongue is accidentally self-assertive, and I can't be blamed. However, the future is long, so I am not in a hurry." Antan Toru wandered home with a happy mood. P.S. I plan to go on a career. Without a business empire, these girls really have no reason to follow Yun Che with other girls. There are 3 more female characters I want to write. The number of characters is 5, 9, and the 3 parts should be easy to guess. As for whether there are other roles, I should add them if I have an idea. Chapter 22, Go to Akihabara with Ying Lily. On Saturday, Antan was asleep until he woke up naturally. Get up, wash, cook noodles and eat. Mathariki Kirisu is not at home. As a teacher, he still has something to do on Saturday. He won't be back until the afternoon. Antan Toru served the cooked noodles, brought them to the dining table, and opened the chair. He took out his phone, tapped Twitter and took a bite of noodles. Yesterday, he informed the fans on Twitter that the book will go on sale at 10:30 today. I don't know if anyone went there last night. It's so slow, how come there are 10 minutes? There are still 9 minutes left. No hurry, I can't see my head in the row, it doesn't matter. I am number 1 here. Damn it, I came last night, I'm not the first place here. Looking forward to a new book. This time the 2 heroines of the new book, My Harem Party Rises. Impossible, pure love for the party and never give up. Antan Toru didn't expect that there was a queue last night. It seems to be a fan, I will remember you. However, this time I didn't see the abnormal person, which is rare. To eat good noodles, Toru Azumi cleaned up the dishes and went to Ying Lily's house. It is not because of the kiss last night that deepened the feelings, but to accompany Iri to the holy place Akihabara. Not long after returning home last night, Azutoru received news from Yingrai that he would accompany her to Akihabara today. Toru wasn't sure at first. Just like that happened, Toru thought that Yingrai was going to be shy and would not dare to see him for several days. Unexpectedly, I turned around and asked him. Tan will naturally not refuse. Arrived at the gate of Ying Lily's castle and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Toru saw Sayuri, who was basically the same as he had seen when he was a child. Toraku-kun? Did you come to see Ying Lily? Sayuri saw that it was Toru Azu, and smiled. Anyun nodded and walked in. Yingrai may still be asleep, you can go to her directly. Sayuri watched Toru grow up, and of course she knew that her daughter liked Toru. Toru Azuchi's deeds from childhood to adulthood are often heard from Yingrai, who has excellent grades, gentle personality and so handsome. Sayuri very much agrees with Toru Azuzu and her daughter. Came to the entrance of Ying Lily, and Azutoru pushed in directly. Sure enough, there was a figure lying on the bed. Walked to the bed and saw Ying Lily look like she was not sleeping. Honestly, the quilt was opened, she was lying sideways on the quilt holding the pillow, her face was ruddy, and two small tiger teeth were exposed. Tan was moved a little while watching, but he still held back. He stretched out his right hand, pinched Ying Lily's cheek, and grabbed it. Get up, the sun is tanning. Hey! Yingrai was in a daze, and when she saw Azutoru by the bed, she thought she was dreaming. True. She loosened the pillow, stretched her hands towards Tan-che, to hug. Tan would not refuse naturally, and hugged Yingrai who had come up. Yingrai was wearing pink one-piece pajamas, wrapped tightly, and Tan didn't feel anything. However, no need. Tan-che looked at the confused Yingrai and kissed her on the lips. Yingrai felt something was wrong, opened her eyes, looked at Toru, then thought for a while, and finally became sober. Her face flushed suddenly, she broke away from Tan, got into the bed, and wrapped herself in a ball. Toru! Why are you here? I don't look at the time anymore, I've agreed to go to Akihabara. The sun is already basking. What? Yingrai opened the quilt, she remembered. A game she ordered arrived, and the clerk told her to come and get it today. Then last night she resisted being shy and asked Toru to go to Akihabara together. It's a pity that the scene of Tan-che kissing her is vivid, and the feeling that the little heart seems to be jumping out, which leads to sleep late, and finally sleeps till now. Yingrai got up, looked for clothes, just wanted to change, and then found that Anyun-che was staring at her. She blushed and pushed Tan out the door. I'm going to change clothes, you go downstairs and wait for me. Tan was kicked out, helpless, so he could only go downstairs and sit in the living room. But he is not worried about how long to wait, because... True, I'm done, let's go. In green sportswear, black-rimmed glasses, and messy hair, Ying Lily went downstairs. I've been to Akihabara before, and Ying Lily is dressed like this. Toru Azumino also knows that Yingrai is afraid that someone he knows will find out that she is in Akihabara, so she is so sloppy. Tan-che had nothing to oppose. The two walked to the station and then took the tram. There is only one bicycle, and the neon leads people to break the law. Along the way, Toru held Yingrai's hand. Yingrai twisted, she recalled that Tan kissed her secretly, and her heart was full of shame. Got on the tram. Although there were not many people, the seats were still full. The two of them could only stand while holding hands and leaning on the pole. Anyun naturally attracted the attention of the people in the car. The women looked at Toru with bright eyes, and then stared at Yingrai hostilely. A good Chinese cabbage, how could it be occupied by such a sloppy person? Women mourn their misfortune. Yingrai felt the gazes of the women around her. Regardless of her inner shame, she hugged Toru's arm directly, and looked at them provocatively. Let your envy and jealousy go. The women on the tram gritted their teeth. At the destination, Yingrai pulled Azutoru out of the car in a triumphant gesture. The women in the car both hated Ying Lily, and unfortunately Antan got out of the car. Akihabara is no stranger to each other. Yingrai went straight to the store, and Azutoru followed. When they arrived at the store, Yingrai went directly to the store manager, and Antan Toru casually looked at the store's things. Yingrai clearly identified himself and successfully got the game, so he pulled Azutoru and left. At the beginning, Antan Toru gave her this kind of gal game because of Ying Li's birthday, but after Ying Li became obsessed, he still plays gal game, but Antan Toru himself does not play it. At the beginning, Ying Lily took the double ponytail and smoked twice. The two are not in a hurry to go back. Yingrai also wants to continue shopping with Azutoru. But she was hungry. www.readaloud.com. After all, she woke up at 10 o'clock and didn't eat breakfast. After eating noodles, Antan bought a crepe for Ying Lily before he was too hungry. The two walked freely and saw a long line. Going along the line is a bookstore. Are you queuing to buy your book? Ying Lily asked Antan Toru. She already knows about the story of Azutoru writing a novel, and she blamed him for writing Kaoru Mayasan to death last time. Eri still wants to draw illustrations for Toru Azuto, but it is a pity that her identity as Eri Kashiwagi cannot be revealed. Perhaps. Toru Anson was not sure. After all, what if it's not a face slapped? Came to the door of the bookstore and saw that the poster read "My Youth Love Story." Surely there is a problem. It is indeed Anyun Toru's new book. How many copies are the first printed? Yingrai couldn't help but ask. 300,000. Yingrai looked at Azutoru in surprise. She naturally knew what it meant, not only getting more money, but also a representative of the fame of a novelist. Yingrai was very happy for Antan Toru, and then took Antan Toru to the queue together. She is Antan Toru's book fan, so naturally, she wants to buy a copy to watch. As a result, I queued for more than 2 hours. More than 2 hours were wasted, and the two of them randomly found a restaurant to fill their stomachs, and then went home. Yingrai didn't go to Antan Toru's house on the weekend. Antan Toru came home alone and took out the key to open the door. Entering the door, I found that Kirisu Matsuya had returned. Antan asked her if she was hungry, and Kirisu shook his head and said that she was not hungry yet. Antan nodded, planning to cook later. However, looking at Kirisu Matsuya, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, Antan thought that a week has passed. Is the room messed up again? It's time to check. Chapter 23, Kirisu Matsuya. Sister Zhendong, it's been a week, I think it's time to check. Kirisu Matsuhiro turned his head to look at Antan Toru. An examination? What to examine? Looking at Kirisu's suspicious expression, Anyun smiled maliciously. He walked directly up the stairs on the second floor. I hope you sort it out, otherwise, but there must be punishment. Tidy? Kirisu's eyes widened, and he knew what Antan was going to do. No, no. Although Antan had washed the changed clothes thoroughly, but she took it back after washing, but she didn't tidy it up, and threw it in the room at random. After a few days, it was messed up. If Azutoru sees the situation in the room now, and there is punishment. Mr. Kirisu couldn't imagine how much Toru Antan would be too much to her. She got up and hurriedly caught up with Antan, trying to stop him. It's a pity that Toru Ajutsu gave her a chance, 2 or 3 steps up to the second floor, and ran directly to the room of Matsumoto. At the entrance of Kirisu Matsumoto, Antan thoroughly listened to Mr. Kirisu's footsteps on the stairs, and he opened the door. Antan Toru is a good guy. The clothes are all over the room, on the floor, on the chair, on the desk, on the bed. However, the lack of colorful underwear made Antan sigh secretly. By this time, Kirisu Matsuyama had already come up, but it was too late. She saw Antan turned her head to look at her, unkindly. Kiriso cannot help but want to take 2 steps back. Say it. What do you want to do? Hey! Kiriso was weak again. 2 punishments. Anyun pierced his fingers. The first one, get ready to get spanked on your stomach. No, no. Denied. Kiriso Meisuyo shook his head and refused. Azumi completely ignored Kiriso Meifu, and then raised his middle finger. Second, kiss me. It won't work. Kiriso Masuhiro shook his head again, unexpectedly thinking of his cousin's wolf ambition. Then you are going to be spanked. The weak Kiriso Maifu was caught in entanglement. Not only did she not expect to resist, she began to think about which punishment is better to accept. Spanking is impossible to be spanked. After being spanked, my face as a cousin disappeared. From now on, I really couldn't hold my head up in front of my cousin, and I was eaten to death. Would you like to kiss me? Anyway, it's the cousin, it's no big deal to kiss the face. Thinking about it this way, Kiriso really felt receptive. Choose the second one. Kiriso Maywinter said this sentence with a twist. Come on then. Antantara said these words without expression, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised still exposed his inner sordidness. Antantara stood at the door of Mr. Kiriso, and watched Mr. Kiriaki approaching step by step. Walking to the front of Antantoru, Kiriso Matato looked up at Antantoru, and closed his eyes shyly. Azuchi Tetsu is a little taller than Kiriso Maywinter. He was just over 1 meter and 7 meters tall when he was in the first year of high school, while Mr. Kiriso was tall, but he was not even 1 meter and 7 meters tall. Kiriso Matsuoka grabbed Antantoru's clothes, tiptoes up and slowly moved his little cherry mouth to Antantoru's cheek. Antan looked at Kiriso Meisuyo with his eyes tightly closed, turned his face around, and turned his mouth to Kiriso Meisuyo. The lips fit together. Kiriso Matsumoto felt something was wrong. She opened her eyes, saw Antan's triumphant eyes, and realized that she and Antan were kissing mouth to mouth. Kiriso Matsuhiro pushed Azutaru away all at once. You, me. Sister Zhendong, I can't think of your plot against me. Toru Anzun first raked down. Hearing Antantoru's shameless speech, Kiriso Shinto was taken aback and stared at Antantoru angrily. But, Ms. Zhendong's lips are so soft. These words directly caused Matsumoto to break the power, his face flushed instantly, and he turned his face downstairs. Antantoru took a little aftertaste, and jumped up slightly. The corners of his mouth raised, and he turned around and entered the room of Kiriso. After receiving the benefits, how can I not help? Kiriso Meisuyo, who ran back downstairs, was already lying on the sofa with his head under the cushion. His legs slapping the sofa constantly. She felt hot on her cheeks, her heartbeat accelerated, and she wanted to burrow in the ground ashamed. I didn't expect my cousin to be so bad, and turned to her while she closed her eyes and mouth. This is her first kiss. Although there was no resistance to his cousin, and because of the sneak attack by Antanche that day, he began to feel strange for Antanche. But it didn't come so suddenly. Kiriso didn't have any mental preparation. Kiriso Meisuyo twisted, and made a cry of inexplicable meaning. Toru Azu, who was still finishing upstairs, naturally couldn't see what Kiriso Meifong looked like now. When he was ready and went downstairs, Kiriso was already sitting on the sofa with a plain expression, as if nothing had happened. But the rosy cheeks still betrayed her. It has been sorted out, don't let me catch it next time, otherwise, the punishment will be doubled. Midoro Kirito gritted his teeth secretly. She didn't like tidying up, it was too difficult for her. Moreover, Azuchi might make a sneak attack next time. This cousin is deliberately suspicious and plots against her, in case she attacks her next time. Why don't you just give up? It was destined to be arrested anyway. No. Mr. Kiriso vetoed it in his heart. This made her want to be punished. If her cousin said that shamelessly, she would feel ashamed to see people. When will you check next time? Matsuhiro does not want to tidy up, nor does she want to punish, so she can only ask Intanche when he will attack next time, so it is not impossible to tidy up one day in advance. It is impossible to organize every day. Reading www.yukanshu.com is impossible in this life. It is impossible to be punished. Do you think I will tell you? Azutaro looked at Kirisu Masuya with amusement. Tell you how I still take advantage. Well. Midou Kiryu glared at Intantoru angrily, and immediately went upstairs and returned to his room. As for whether to roll over or find something to vent her shame, only she knows. But for dinner, she still came down to eat, but she never looked at Intanche until she returned to the room without saying a word. There is nothing wrong on Sunday, and Kirisu does not have to go to school. The two woke up at noon. Toru Intan simply relaxes his body and doesn't want to get up. As for Kirisu, I don't know if he didn't sleep well last night. After lunch, Toru Azuto rides in Kirisu's car to the supermarket to buy food. I don't go shopping for vegetables from Monday to Friday, so I have to spare a week's food. Naturally, I need to use the transportation of Mr. Kirisu. The two walked side by side, and they were very good friends. During the period, they met neighbors and acquaintances, which inevitably made another ridicule. Before, Kirisu could be treated indifferently, but now it is different. When something like that happened, Kirisu was blushed when he heard the ridicule. After buying, go home. Kirisu Matsumoto is about to start preparing lessons, and Azutoru has to finish the second volume of Sword Art Online with a little bit left. Next week, the first volume of Sword Art Online will be on sale, so naturally I will let you know on Twitter. And Machida Yuanza would definitely know. Intantoru thought that it would be very interesting when Machida Yuanza came to Xingshi to ask the guilt. P.S. Those 5, and 9 female majors can only come out in the second year of high school. I wonder if I want to speed up the end of the first year of high school. However, there is a plot of now Kuronaga Senpai and Mai Sakurajima in the first year of high school. Chapter 24, Toru and Tan's School Day. The weekend was fleeting, and it came to Monday again. Intantoru felt that he was sluggish again. Is this school syndrome? Walked into the classroom, finished greeting the girls every day, came to the seat, put the school bag, and just about to lie down, Rizuki Ogata leaned over. Anyun, I have read the selected novels. On a weekend off, Ogata Rizuki finished reading a novel of her choice. She felt like she had some direction, but she didn't seem to have any. Finally, she waited until school day to ask Intanche. Really, what is the name of the novel you chose? What should I do if I am not welcome? Anyun has never heard of it, but he has already guessed the plot from the name. How about the content? The protagonist is amazing. From the beginning, no one paid attention to him, but later I have many friends. But why are they all women? Ogata Rizuki doesn't understand why there are no same-sex friends, and why the female friends of the protagonist begin to disagree. Sure enough, people's feelings are too difficult to understand. Intan twitched the corners of his mouth, and he knew it was this kind of harem novel. There are no men, and a lot of women. Maybe only one will be chosen in the end. You have written so many heroines, what mentality did you choose in the end? What do you want other heroines to do? Do you want to be a Tauren too? I slapped a Tauren. As a harem, Intan always loves the party and the Tauren is endless. Anyway, you also want to make female friends, so don't worry about that much. You seem to make some sense. Glasses girl Rizuki Ogata nodded, no longer struggling with this question. Then what should I read the novel? Do you have any recommendations? Still thinking about reading the next book? Intanche feels that he has taken another person to the road of no return. No, the subculture is so good, it should be a bright road. There is a new book recently called My Youth Love Story Really Has a Problem, you can go and read it. Antan Toru started to recommend his book. However, the adolescent problems reflected by Harumano are indeed very good, and the thoughts of various adolescent students involved in it can really help Ogata Rizuo a lot. Love story? Are you in love? Rizuo Ogata hasn't been in love yet, and there are no friends yet. What do you want to fall in love with? Don't worry, it's not in love, you can talk about it after reading it. Alright. Since it was recommended by Toru Azumi, Ogata Rizuki felt it was worth seeing. The conversation between the two was over. At this time, the class bell rang, and Antan Tetsu's Zohyufa also stepped on the class bell and yawned and came in. Is obviously such a beauty, why is she so casual and doesn't pay attention to her own image at all? This makes Antan Tetsu do well, Antan Tetsu is still very excited. Fumina Gukiao's quiet and elegant temperament is so good, it's hard to think about it. Watching Fumino go directly to the seat and fall asleep on his stomach, Antan shook his head. Beautiful women have privileges. All the behaviors of beautiful women are not faults, but rather cute. After the bell rang, the head teacher Onodera also walked in. The first class is her class meeting. Onodera has a lesson about the Golden Week holiday next week, and there will be a quiz after Golden Week. As soon as I heard the exam, the A class did not sigh like other classes, all eyes glowed. When it comes to grades, they are not sleepy. Others can be said to be no good, but the results cannot be said to be no good. Especially the boys who have no sense of existence, since knowing that Antan Che can dunk, they can only rely on their performance to beat Antan Che. Although Mr. Ono said that Toru Ajutsu has been full marks since elementary school, but they also have full marks. They didn't have the advantage of taking shots. If they were not confident in their grades, they felt that there was no need for them. Although, there is no sense of existence. A class is rambling, and it's over. Before leaving, Onodera reminded the students to remember to join the club. When it comes to high school, it won't work if you don't join the club, but Antan Che still procrastinates, and if he doesn't come to urge him, he guesses he won't take the initiative to join. Antan Toru finally couldn't hold it anymore and began to sleep on his stomach, so the daily scenery of Class A Fumino and Antan, who were sleeping on their stomachs, began to appear again. After school in the afternoon, only Toruitsu and Fumino Furuhashi are left in the classroom. Fumina Gukiao woke up in a daze, rubbing his eyes, and bid farewell to Antan. Toru Azumi also started to leave, but not alone, of course with Mai Sakurajima. Now that I know Mai Sakurajima is leaving last, how can I miss the chance to go home with my senpai? There was only one person at home before 6 o'clock, so Antan had to continue typing on the keyboard. Then wait for Kirisu Meisuyu and Ying Lily to make the meal. After eating together, send Ying Lily home. The two are no longer stuck with their previously ambiguous faces, and they start to gnaw at each other. Between the lip-tooth confrontation between Toru Azu and Ying Lily, the murdered Ying Lily lost his helmet and unarmed, and could only run away blushing. As for Kirisu Matsumoto, there is no chance to be punished, and Azu Toru can't start. Passed without incident on Monday. There will be physical education again on Tuesday, but unfortunately I won't play basketball this time. Even if I play, there are probably no one to play. Hit what? Give Antan a chance to pretend to be forced? 3 words, impossible. On Wednesday, Rizuki Ogata, the Right Guardian, finished reading the first volume of My Youth Love Story Really Has a Problem and said that she liked the novel very much, and also asked the author what is the relationship with Insu. Antanch had nothing to hide, saying that he wrote it himself. The glasses girl was shocked and speechless, and then she started to read the novel written by Antan Toru. Thursday, nothing to do. Friday, the physical education class is here again, and it is Antan Che's favorite Friday. It's a pity that there is still no opportunity for Antan to completely pretend to be forced. A whole class of physical education, and Tan-che could only chat with the girls. How could Tan-che accept it? However, seeing the group of boys gnashing their teeth, Toru decided it was difficult to accept it. The number of teams eating at noon has increased. It is no longer the 1 man and 4 women of last week, but 1 man and many women. A large group of people directly picked Tan-che and went straight to the cafeteria. The uncle of the canteen was shocked. When I came to eat after class in the upper grades, I saw a large group of girls surrounded by a boy. I can imagine what I felt inside. I have no appetite for food. And why is there still feeding? It turns out I came to be abused by the dog. But Anyun almost died, so she didn't dare to eat in the cafeteria next time. After school, I went home with my senpai, although I parted halfway through. After arriving home, Tan lay on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, took pictures of Kirito in black and a sword in one hand, and Asuna in red and white, and posted them on Twitter. With the text, "The new book is here again. Sword Art Online. Why is there a new book again? Didn't I just publish my youth love story really has a problem a week ago? Good fellow. Double open? Sword Art Online? Fighting Wind? Teacher Tan stopped writing about youth love? Yekingja. The heroine is so beautiful. I like this style of painting." However, Toru hasn't seen the speech of the person with an abnormal brain, and the phone call appears. But Toru Azumino knew who it was without guessing. Seeing that the note name is Yuanzija, Anyun smiled triumphantly. "I didn't expect Machida Yuanza to see it so soon, so she won't look at me on Twitter too." Toru thought so, and got on the phone. Chapter 25, Machida Sunko's Round. "Brother Toru, tell me what's going on." After answering the phone, Machida Yuanko's voice seemed to be smiling but not smiling. "Ahem. Sister Yuan, what's the matter? I didn't understand." Toru decided to pretend that he didn't understand anything first, and it was impossible to admit it right away. Even if he knew what Machida Sanako was talking about, Azusa Toru couldn't immediately confess. "Be less confused. Let's talk, what's going on in Sword Art Online?" Toru Azumi didn't expect Machida Sanako to be so direct and unpretentious. "How did you know Yuanzi?" When I don't follow your Twitter, I also pay special attention. When you have news, I will have a reminder. Tan has nothing to say. "Say, how did you write a new book? You haven't told me yet." "Suddenly I got a new idea, and then I wrote it." "Do you write 2 books a month? Is it too late?" Of course it was too late, and it was easy to do. But this sentence Toru would not say. Previously, Machida Yuanza was given a volume every month, and it was only given until the end. Until now, Machida Yuanza thought that Toru Anzu would barely finish writing 1 volume in a month. "It's okay, I wrote a lot before the holiday." "Really? But, don't let me delay the manuscript, otherwise I will go to your house to remind me every day." Machida Sanako threatens Toru Azumino. "Stinky boy, it's okay to double open and write a book, but you don't even tell me." However, if Machida Yuanza could really go to the Azuto Tetsu family to remind the manuscript every day, maybe he really wanted to delay the manuscript. The two met for a short time, and Toru had no chance to deepen the relationship with Machida Yuanko. "Don't worry, Sister Yuanzi. When did I delay the draft?" Machida Yuanza naturally knows that Toru has never delayed a manuscript, and he is very punctual. Sometimes Machida Yuanzi is guessing whether Toru has written it long ago. However, Toru is now double open. The ghost knows if he can have time. "Hey! If you drag the manuscript to see how my sister will clean up you." "What if I didn't drag the manuscript?" "If you drag the manuscript, you need to clean up me?" "That won't work." Toru felt the need for sweetness. "Isn't it something you should do if you didn't drag the manuscript?" What else do you want to do? This. Anyun was completely speechless. He just remembered that he was actually a job, and some requirements were part of his own business. You should be praised if you don't do it. However, Azu Toru does not do business at a loss. No, I am now double open, I want to reward if I don't drag the manuscript. Are you a kid? And reward? I'm not an adult yet, Sister Yuanzi. What reward do you want? Machida Yuanzi then remembered that Toru Anson was still in high school. Of course it is the same as the previous one. What reward was that before? Of course it was a kiss. Machida Yuanzi on the other end of the phone gritted her teeth, and just said that she was a minor. This immediately exposed the wolf's ambition and tried to plot against her. What? Have no confidence in my sales of over 10 million. How is it possible? That's good, this reward will be after the tens of millions is broken. If it doesn't break tens of millions, how about cancelling this? Antan Toru now really wants to break 10 million sales. He decides to do whatever it takes. If the double opening can't break 10 million sales, he will go 3 times, and then go to the Fuji Mountain Library to vote for a novel. There are still many good novels about past lives in different worlds. Machida Yuanzi agreed. After all, she still doesn't think that Anjun Toru's spring products can break 10 million. The first volume is only 300,000. You can't write 30 books, right? Even if I write, 2 years later, maybe the 2 are already. Cough cough, okay, Machida Yuanzi is still greedy with Antan Toru. After all, Antan Toru has grown a little longer now, and he is even more handsome, not looking immature, and Machida Yuanzi is now heart-stricken after seeing it once. If she hadn't known the ages of the 2, it would really be possible to take the initiative to chase them. In the end, Machida Yuanzi told Antsuru not to delay the manuscript, and hung up the phone. Antan Tetsu resisted the urge to send her the second volume of Chun Mo. A small leak will sink a great ship. The next day, when Anyun Toru woke up, Sword Art Online was already on sale. Washed up, ready for breakfast, Antan Cheol clicked on Twitter while eating. Nice. Asuna is great. Unexpectedly, the old thief Anyun is also good at writing this kind of fantasy combat style theme. Why is the first volume finished? What about the middle one? Isn't it just a roll? How can it be? I have written the first volume, and there must be a second volume. But it is strongly requested to write about what happened in the middle. This time, there is still no comment from the person with an abnormal brain, which makes Anyun Che a bit uncomfortable. He can't curse anymore. Now the comments are all old fans, new fans have not yet joined, it is estimated that it will promote a wave of sales by then. At this time, Kirisu Mafrai also went downstairs, and Toru Anson prepared breakfast for her. It is only natural that Kirisu May Winter looks awake. After all, something like that happened last week, and the impact on her was not small. Recently, I am always afraid of Antan Che's sneak attack on her. And women always care about what is the first time. Last night, she was afraid that Antan Chel would attack her again. Because of this, she still had a dream last night, dreaming that Antan Cheol kissed her again, and still actively kissed her. When he woke up, thinking of what happened in his dream, Kirisu was panicked www.readaloud.com and rolled over on the bed. Ate breakfast pretending to be calm, but didn't dare to look at Antan Toru. Antan Toru did not pay attention to her appearance, he was still reading the comments on Twitter, and the number of followers began to rise. The number of followers has been more than 200,000 before. I don't know if Sword Art Online can pull the readers of Shockden Library over and double it. But for a short time, there should be no hope. Matho Kirisu has eaten breakfast, and she keeps thinking about the scene in the dream where Antan Toru took the initiative to kiss her, the evil smile and the domineering posture. Matho Kirisu's face turned ruddy. What's wrong with Jindong? Why is your face so red? You can't catch a cold, Right. Anyun-kun has eaten as well, and he noticed Kirisu's rosy cheeks and couldn't help asking. Ah. I'm fine. Kirisu Matsumoto was still thinking about the things in his dream, but when he heard the voice of Antan Toru, he became shy for a while, and his face turned red. Antan stretched out his hand thoroughly, pressed it against Kirito's forehead, and measured it. He didn't want Kirito to be ill. Feeling Anzu Toru's hand, Kirisu's body froze, motionless. It seems to be a bit hot. Antan murmured to himself, got up and leaned against Kirisu Matsumoto, and took a head-to-head measurement. At this time, Kirito couldn't bear it anymore, and he pushed Antsuru away, ran back upstairs and got into his room. Now Anyun understood clearly, it turned out to be shy. Thinking about the shy Kirisu Matsumoto, Toru Azuzu couldn't help but laugh. Kirisu really winter is so cute. There is nothing to do today, and the second volume of Harumano and Sword Art Online has been written, and the third volume of Antan Toru does not want to move for the time being. And this week is Golden Week, and the holiday period is still long. So Toru Azu decided. Get back to sleep. Chapter 26, Pokemon. On Sunday, Antan Toru still had nothing to do. I slept for a day yesterday, and Antan felt his degeneration. Decided to cheer up today, but couldn't think of what to do. There are no games I want to play, nor manga I want to watch. When I watched passerby heroines in my previous life, although the characters complained about some other cartoons and novels, they were all the bad taste of the production team. In fact, there was nothing in this world. Those few migrant manga, the games that Antan played in the previous life, none of them. Do you want to make your own game? Antan Toru just got this idea, and immediately choked it off. Although Antan Toru would do it, he would definitely be able to do it, and it would be very fast. However, I have to read so many books and learn so many related materials. Tired just thinking about it. But an Yulong can make games by himself. A consumer house has become a small capitalist, although there is that. Antan remembered one thing, he actually forgot Saint Megami. Is this the will of the world? It makes people forget her so easily. You deserve to be passerby heroine. However, Toru Anson did not see Megami Kato in school. He knows all the first graders in school. He had read the list of first-year students once and remembered it casually. However, there is no Kato Megami inside. Is there no her in this world? Antan sighed secretly, but he still liked the Saint Hui very much. Let's make a game. Suddenly Azu Toru wanted to play a game. In the past life, Antan Tetsu liked Pokemon the most. Moreover, how can there be no such great creatures as Pokemon to prevent them from appearing in this world? Pokemon game is simple, but difficult and difficult. And the first red, blue, green and yellow version is also easy to make. Mainly a Pokemon design problem. However, Antan Toru remembered that Pokemon did not need to bother to innovate. First go to the bookstore to buy related materials, get the 2 skills of computer operation and game production, and then slowly fill it up. The game can't be completed in 1 day or 2 days. Anyun is alone, waiting for the skills to be fully used, naturally quickly. However, it is not fast if you have full skills. This Golden Week, Antan Toru decided to fill up his skills and draw the first generation of Pokemon. The grass-green wonderful frog seeds, the orange little fire dragon, the water-blue Jenny tortoise. At night, in addition to brushing his skills to LV3, Anyun also drew more than 30 Pokemon, including the initial form and the evolutionary form. The first 3 levels of skills are still easy to brush, and the first 3 levels are enough, but when you reach the 5th level, you will be able to deify your skills, which is much easier. In the evening, Anyun took pictures of the original Gozangia and evolution, and posted them on Twitter. With the words Pokemon. There is also a note name on the picture. Pokemon. What do you mean, new book? Newcomer Report. +1. Antan Toru is not afraid of being copied or anything. The copyright protection in this world is very strong, so there is no need to worry about being embezzled. And when he posted these, he also made a foreshadowing in advance. 9 photos per day. With the first generation of 151 Pokemon, after more than 10 days of posting, when the game is finished, and then a video is posted, these fans will become popular. Antan Toru intends to make it into a mobile version, which will be downloaded at a fee and can be played on the phone at any time. Moreover, catching Pokemon and upgrading the battle will definitely make these people addicted. After all, Gal game is still the mainstream in this world. Of course, except for those large-scale end games. In the next few days, Antan Toru started playing games and drawing Pokemon. The experience value of hands-on is much faster than reading a book. On the last day of Golden Week, computer operations and game production were successfully upgraded to level 5. The first generation of Pokemon also finished painting the Pink Dream. 9 of them are posted on Twitter every day, and only 1/5 and 1/6 of them are posted. Question marks are sent from people every day. Others say that the old thief Antan is not doing his job properly and writing novels well, so he wants to become a cartoonist. During the period, Machida Sonoko also asked Antan Toru what he was doing, but unfortunately Antan Toru didn't say anything. The good news is that Black Cat said that Sword Art Online sold more than 400,000. This really surprised Antan. But it's normal. There were originally close to 300,000 old fans, plus the readers of the shocking library, and 400,000 were justified. And My Youth Love Story really has a problem successfully broke 500,000. This novel has aroused much discussion. It is the first time for readers to see a protagonist like the great teacher. I heard that it will be printed again. This makes Machida Yuanza happy, but also a little panic, feeling that it can really break the sales volume of tens of millions. The Golden Week ended successfully, and I will start school again. However, it's time to test. This is to be ranked in the whole school, although it will only be ranked in the top 100. Toru Azuno does not need to review anything, just a mere high school test. The next day, the test day. If you don't change classes, the invigilator is not the teacher in your class. Because of this, they caught it very strictly. After all, if the students in your class are ranked high, there are bonuses. So, if you can catch other classes cheating, don't mention it. During the test, Antan Toru found out that he couldn't write a test paper for a few minutes like he had written in a novel in his previous life. He couldn't help but sigh that he was still a human being. For the first test, half of the time ahead of schedule, the female classmates in the class have beautiful eyes and exclaimed that they are indeed Antan Che, while the male classmate frowned. The second test is to hand in half of the time in advance. The female students still sighed that they deserved to be Antan Che, but the male students couldn't sit still. They felt that they had lost to Antan Che if they didn't hand in the paper in advance. After, Class A began to hand in papers in advance, and the invigilators were not allowed to sit for a while. The teachers of other classes were still sitting in the class, and then they saw the students of Class A leaving one by one, and finally the invigilator holding the test papers passed by. Class A handing in papers in advance has become a hot topic. 3-day test, Class A is famous. The upper grades of Class A feel that they have lost the face of Class A. Reading www.uyugonshu.com turns out that this is the correct style of Class A. Learned it. Learned it. 2 days after, the test papers will not be explained, and the class will continue as usual. The boys occasionally get together to get the answer together, and during the period they will shout a few words. I actually made this question wrong. Or maybe I got a wrong question. The other students in Class A walked quickly. Is this a bully class? Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Slipped away. And Toru Anson also encountered a new problem. Of course, it is not a test problem, but the background music of the game. Antan found out that he had to go to the music level and master the instrument. That's it. Well, it's not difficult for Antan Toru, but Antan Toru has no place to touch an instrument. Can't you buy it yourself? You still have to buy it yourself and use it for recording at that time, which again involves the recording studio. Fortunately, there is Ying Lily. This noble girl should have a way of this. One thing to say is that Ying Lily doesn't know any musical instruments, which is a shame for Missy. Antan Toru's skill is a level reward technology, which means that you can directly acquire knowledge and skills of musical instruments, and it is easy to become a master. Alas, is this just opening? Toru Antan lamented that life was boring, and there was no challenge at all. On Saturday, Azu Toru came to Ying Lily's house. Ying Lily doesn't know any musical instruments, and naturally she doesn't play any musical instruments at home, and her parents are still the second prickle apes, so Antan Toru did not have high hopes. Fortunately, Ying Lily knows people who can play the piano. Ying Lily can ask her to teach Antan Toru. In fact, Toru Ajutsu has already upgraded his skills to level 3 by reading books. The reason why he was taught is to upgrade faster. After all, the skills will be used all the time. Of course, Toru Ajutsu hasn't pretended to be forced for a long time. Especially by playing the piano. After all, it's too high. Chapter 27, Actually I am Elder. Ying Rairi is going to take Azu Toru to a friend's house. The two of them had a lot of communication at home, which indirectly shows that Ying Rairi's friend is also at the level of a young lady. Toru, let me tell you that although my friend is only in the 3rd grade, he is already very beautiful. You are not allowed to get crooked. After all, you are with me. Ying Rairi said that she blushed. Her shyness cannot be corrected, but also because of Anyun Toru's strong offensive, Sundara is gone. Now only Jiao is not proud. Is this a successful development? Antan thought deeply. How is it possible? We grew up together, don't you know me? Antan Toru's words are full of confidence. He has indeed never shown interest in her girl in front of Ying Rairi. He has always been an excellent student, although he is often surrounded by girls. I know Toru you wouldn't do this, but... Ying Rairi stopped talking. Hey? But what? But Toru is so charming, what if my friend is fascinated by you? Antan Toru's appearance is so high, and he is a high school student. Junior high school students are easy to be interested in slightly older high school students, not to mention Antan Toru is such an excellent high school student. It's strange that Ying Lily is not worried. Ying Lily, when have you been so good at talking? Just talk a little more if you can. Antan looked at Ying Rairi incredulously. Ahem, don't worry, I can't be interested in her. Antan Toru took Ying Rairi's hand and gave her a relieved smile. Ying Lily blushed slightly, and gave Antan Chair a happy smile, leaking 2 cute little tiger teeth. The two walked holding hands like this. Look, that's Shin Yim's house. Antan followed Ying Li's direction and saw a small bungalow, a bit like a small villa, with 2 floors. In Neon, except for apartments, housing is basically not built too high. Are surrounded by residential houses, which are incompatible with this bungalow, and Anyun can't help but sigh that he is indeed a friend of Ying Rairi. Of course, Ying Lilijia Castle is more exaggerated. Came to the door of the small house, Ying Rairi rang the doorbell. Antan Toru looked around at random, and then saw the sign on the wall in front of the door. Nishiki yet. In other words, Ying Rairi's friend is named Nishikino, and Ying Rairi just said that her friend is Shinheim. So, is it called Maki Nishikino? Antan nodded. Then, pause. Nishikino Maki. Antan's eyes widened, fucking, love live. Muse. At this moment, the door inside opened, and a girl came out with her striking bright red hair, which made Antan stare at it without blinking. The girl was wearing a white princess dress with her mid-length red hair draped behind her. She saw Ying Lily at the door, smiled, and walked quickly to the gate. "Irali. Why are you here?" "Hey, I want to ask you a favor." Ying Riri motioned to Toru Azumino next to him, and introduced, "This is my childhood sweetheart, Toru Azumino." Then he introduced to Toru Azu, "This is my good friend Maki Nishikino." "Hello, my name is Toru Antan." Toru Antan had returned to his expression and introduced himself to Maki Nishikino with a smile. "Sorry, Ying Riri, I'm going to break my promise." "Hello, my name is Maki Nishikino." Maki Nishino's face turned red. She has never seen such a good-looking boy. Although she is in a girls' school, there are no boys, but because of family reasons, she has seen many children from other parents and friends. But compared with the boy in front of him, it is not a grade at all. Nishikino Maki still has the style of a eldest lady. Although she was shy because of Anyun, she adjusted quickly and invited two people in. Maki Nishikino's parents are not at home, she is alone, and there are no servants at home. "Ying Riri, is there anything you came to see me for?" The three people sat on the sofa in the living room. Maki Nishikino sat alone, and Eri and Azutaru sat together. Unfortunately, it wasn't in Maki Nishikino's boudoir. Although Toru Azumino wanted to go, how could Maki Nishikino take Toru Azumino to her boudoir when we first met? Ying Riri pointed at Antan Toru next to him, "He wants to learn the piano. Among the friends I know, you play the best, so I asked you to teach him." "What?" Nishikino Maki looked at Toru Azumino. "Learn piano? Teach people?" Although Toru Azu is very handsome, Maki Nishikino will be shy when she looks at her, and her first impression is also very good, but the piano is not just preaching. And it also depends on talents, learning can't be done all at once. She hesitated a little. "Ahem, in fact, I know how to play the piano, mainly because I want to use the piano to compose a few pieces." Antan Toru decided to change his mind. He had already seen Maki Nishikino. He also learned to play the piano, so he started acting hard and let Maki Nishino worship. Maki Nishikino looked at Ying Riri, "Didn't she learn piano?" Ying Riri ignored Maki Nishikino's eyes. She asked Toruan, "When did you play the piano? Why didn't I know? When did you learn it?" "I would have been, otherwise how would I write it in April?" "Is that like that? I thought you did a book lookup. I didn't expect you to really play the piano. Isn't that great?" Fortunately, Ying Riri is not a person who likes to ask in the end, otherwise Antan Che can't explain how she can play the piano. "I can't say that when I read a book, I suddenly learn how to play piano, right?" "Okay." Anyun Toru's musical skills reached level 3, and the reward was instrument proficiency, which means that it is not only piano, so some instruments are good at it. But reading can no longer add experience, you have to do it yourself, maybe you have to sing or something. In the past, Antan Tetsu refused to sing to learn from his experience. Although the second level music is a sense of music, so that he will not be out of tune, he does not have the idea to sing. Now it's different. Seeing Nishikino Maki, he already thought about copying a few songs and singing in a chorus with Nishikino Maki. www.readaloud.com, and there are Nishikino Maki, then 8 of hers. But now Nishikino Maki is only the third country, the muse is still a year away. So, let's put Nishikino Maki into the fish pond first. Damn Tor, secretly learn piano. Ying Lily started to draw Antan Tor again with double ponytails. That. Nishikino Maki interrupted. What are these two people doing? Speaking of learning the piano, even if it turns out, you still have to compose your own music? What else to write in April? Now flirting again? Maki Nishikino felt that she shouldn't be here. Sorry, Maki. Ying Riri was embarrassed, her legs were close together, and her head was slightly lowered. It's okay, but Anyun Sr. asked me to compose music. To compose music, that is, to compose music, it is very difficult. Maki Nishikino also wanted to compose, but she couldn't do it till now. She didn't believe that Antan-che could do it. Antan Toru really couldn't make it, but he had troubles, and the copy was over. So many beautiful songs in the past life, just use them. What's more, this is the second dimension world, and the theme songs, ending songs, and episodes of the original animations are all at your fingertips. Mahim doesn't believe I can compose, right? Then please wait and see. Good. It didn't even care that Toru Azumino called Maki Nishikino directly, and she didn't directly believe that Toru Azumino could compose. Anyway, it will prove next. Maki Nishikino got up and took the two to the piano room. Let me see if is pretending or not. P.S. I want to write a chorus between the male lead and some girls, and by the way recommend songs that I think are good. Ahem, in fact, this novel recommends anime and Japanese songs. Chapter 28, Get Little Fangirl Mahim. The piano room of Maki Nishikino's house is bigger than Toru An's bedroom. Antan Toru originally wanted to buy a piano. With his current capital, he can afford a top-quality piano, but unfortunately there is nowhere to put it. Wait for the parents to come back, buy a house by yourself. Antan thought deeply. Antan Toru's parents will probably be back soon in his sophomore year in Antan Toru. At that time, Antan Toru will not be able to live in the two-person world with Kirisu, and it will be difficult to molest him. And Antan-che's parents had thought about the two-person world anyway. Antan-che bought a house by himself, and could also hide her in the golden house. Ahem, the main thing is to set up an exclusive music room, put some musical instruments, and make fun of them. Some BGM. I have just used the piano, and Maki Nishikino was practicing before Toruitsu and Arari came. Nishikino Maki's family opened a hospital, or a large general hospital. Nishikino Maki can be said to be the rich daughter of the family. However, Maki Nishikino was interested in piano and didn't want to inherit the hospital. This is the common problem of the children of the rich family. They have a family property and don't inherit, and they have to pursue their dreams. If they fail, they can only inherit the family property. Toruan said that he is familiar with this method and has seen many examples in his previous life. The three of them came to the piano. Maki Nishikino looked at Antan Toru and motioned for him to start performing. Antan Toru didn't intend to mess around, sitting in a chair with a standard posture, gently pressing his hands on the keys. In my mind, the piano skills are integrated, and I play gently. Antan Toru played the Little Star first to find out the feeling, and Yingrai also knew the song. Ah, this is the Little Star. Little Sing Sing can be said to be a well-known tune, and Azu Toru also mentioned it in April is Your Lie, and Yingrai naturally knows it. After getting acquainted with him, Antan accelerated his speed and played the Little Star variation. This piece is difficult or not, but at least Maki Nishikino knows that Toru Azumino can indeed play the piano. Impressive. Yingrai doesn't understand anything, but she's unclear. This is a different kind of wealthy daughter. It is not good to learn piano, chess, calligraphy, okay to learn painting, addicted to the second dimension, and also draw fan comics, it is still 18 forbidden. Was well dressed in school, well knowledgeable, elegant and calm, but at home is a sloppy ghost, wearing a green sportswear. Fortunately, Antan didn't care. After all, I knew the bottom line a long time ago. A little show, Azu Toru began to recall the background music in the Pokemon game. With the memory, Antan kept playing, and started to play. Maki Nishikino's expression changed a little while listening to Azutora playing these tunes. She has never heard of these songs, which shows that they are indeed composed by Anyun Toru. Nishikino Maki can also create a piece of music, but Toru Azumino never stops, one after another. She started to be shocked, and her beautiful eyes watched Anyun-che shine. Antan was completely immersed in the memory of the song, with that handsome face, talking about the piano seriously, which made the two women's heartbeat. There are not many Pokemon songs in the red, yellow, blue, and green version, and Toru Anzuo quickly finished playing it. He was already immersed in it at this time, and remembered the theme song of Pokemon animation when the target is the Pokemon Master. This time it is a complete piece. Maki Nishikino finally believes that Toru Azumino can compose the piece. She has always wanted to compose songs by herself, but unfortunately it is too difficult to do with her current ability. Looking at Anyunche's impeccable face, she felt her heart beating fast. At this moment, Toru Azumino is very charming, especially in the eyes of Maki Nishikino, who likes piano. Even if Yingrai doesn't understand feelings, she can't look away from Anyun. After all, she has long been captured by Antanche. After playing a song, Azure Toru also came back to his senses. Pokemon can be said to have grown up with him. Recalling this moment, there is a feeling of youth with emotion, although he is only 16. Ahem. Noting that the two women were looking at him intently, Anyun coughed slightly. Although Azu Toru didn't mind that the two of them kept watching. Nishikino Maki and Yingrai recovered and blushed shyly. If Nishikino Maki is not there, Toru Azumino probably can't help but hug Yingrika. Toru, is this the song you made? Listen well. Ying Lily blushed, looking at Antan Toru, eyes full of admiration. There are many people in the world who can compose, but when people around me can compose, I feel so good. Antan smiled thoroughly and looked at Maki Nishikino. How about? Believe it. Maki Nishikino nodded in embarrassment. Although she didn't say she didn't believe it before, she did not believe it in her heart. Antanch was also 1 year older than her, and he didn't expect to be so powerful. Toru, why are you writing a song suddenly? Yingrai asked. I want to make a game recently, I need some background music, but unfortunately I don't have a piano at home. I can only ask you for help. Play games. Well, half done. So fast? Are you alone? If not. As expected of Toru, do you need me to draw illustrations for you? I paint very well. Yingrai still dare not tell Azu Toru that she is a fan of painting. I'm not doing gal game. Didn't I post some pictures of elves on Twitter before? It has something to do with that. That's it. When the two talked like this, Maki Nishikino on the side had already begun to ask questions. Play games? Illustration? What else are you talking about? Maki Nishikino couldn't help asking. Mahim, Toru made a game by himself, it's amazing. Irari said to Maki Nishikino in a show-off tone. Doing the game by yourself should be great, right? Nishikino Maki thought. Although she is unfamiliar with this aspect, she still knows very well that she can play a game by herself. It's amazing. Hey, Toru writes novels, but he is a best-selling author. So amazing. Nishikino Maki still understands novels, and she also reads romance novels. I was studying in a girls' school and was recommended by a friend. You also go and read the novel written by Tetsu, it's well written. Maki Nishikino nodded. Novels written by people he knows must be read. But, Toru Anjun just entered the first year of high school, right? I'm a novelist again, the piano is so good, and he can compose, really good. Maki Nishikino couldn't help but glanced at Toru Azumino. Antan Toru noticed Maki Nishikino's gaze and smiled back. Maki Nishikino couldn't help but blush. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is so good. What a foul. Antan Toru does not plan to write Target is a Pokemon Master for the time being. The game has not been completed yet, and this song can't let people experience that feeling at all. Wait until the game catches fire before releasing this song. Now, of course, I have deepened the relationship with Maki Nishikino. Nishikino Maki has always been in a girls' school and has little contact with men. Now it is easy for Toru Anzuo to brush up her favorability, not to mention that the two can communicate through the piano and get in touch. The three of them had lunch together at noon. Of course, the lunch was made by Toru Azumino, which naturally surprised Nishikino Maki. In the afternoon, Toru Azure raised his skills to level 4 through the piano, while Maki Nishikino, Toru Anzuo estimated that he was about to reach level 3. So Toru Azure showed his level 4 ability, and he succeeded in admiring Maki Nishikino. The two succeeded in being commensurate with their first names, and Maki Nishikino was the older brother of Toru Azumino. After all, being a junior high school student is easy to be thoroughly apprehended by Intan. The loud elder brother made Intan feel so unbearable that he couldn't bear it. In the evening, when she was about to leave, Maki Nishikino exchanged contact information with Toru Intan. She also wanted to consult Toru Intan, and Toru Intan would naturally not refuse. After that, Toru Azumi and Yingrai bid farewell to Maki Nishikino. If you don't leave, your parents will come back. Intan Tetsu's wolf ambition can't be hidden, and it's not time to see Genji's parents. Send Yingrai home, and Azu Toru also went home. On weekends, it was a two-person world with Kirisu Meisuyu, and Yingrai did not come to Azu Toru's house. It's a pity that Kirito is always guarding Intan Toru, and doesn't give Intan Toru a chance to be alone. Intan Toru doesn't care, it will be long in Japan. He still has to make Pokemon now. Chapter 29, You don't need to have hands on the first test. On Monday, Toru and June came to the class again listlessly. After greeting the girls, he came to his seat. The right guardian is reading An Yun-che's first novel. The Moonlight is really beautiful. He knew that An Yun-che was writing a novel before, so naturally he wanted to read his novel again. But the first few books are almost romantic. I don't know if Ogata Rizuki will sprout and awaken his love mind after reading it. If the boys who have already come are looking at An Yun-che, they can't wait. If they can't win An Yun-che this time, they will really have no sense of existence anymore. It can be said to be dispensable in the class. In the first class meeting, Onodera talked about some irrelevant things, but mentioned that the results have already come out, and you can go to the bulletin board when the class is over. The girls said that they cared and cared, didn't care and didn't care. If they can be in Class A, their grades are naturally okay, but they are not much worse anyway. Boys are different. They want to defeat Intan Toru, want to stand up once, and want the girls to pay attention to them once. They are still young teenagers who have just entered the first year of high school, at the age of hormone secretion. In this era under the rule of Intan Toru, only grades have a chance to get ahead, let the girls take a look at them. Onodera once again mentioned that he should join the club quickly. Toru Intan didn't care. He didn't want to join the club until the last moment. At least the teacher was anxious, so let her arrange one at that time. I don't have to say the details of this wave. Jingle bell. The bell rang for the end of class. Onodera hadn't announced the end of class yet, and the boys had already rushed out. An Yun-kun, shall we go and see the results? Xiaomamu Yuzu and a few girls approached Intan Toru and asked to Intan Toru. Intan nodded, and went to the bulletin board with them. He glanced at his left and right guardians, one was still addicted to novels, and the other was still sleeping on his stomach. Forget it, don't call these two people anymore. Intan completely dismissed his thoughts. Intan Che and they were unhappy, and there was already a large group of people around the bulletin board. Intan Tetsu is still very relieved of his hanging. First, he must be steady. And he has seen the boys in his class comforting each other. As for their thoughts, Intan thoroughly guessed, and now seeing them like that, there is no need to think about the answer. An Yun-kun, you are amazing, first one. Is a perfect score in all subjects. As expected of An Yun-kun. The girls around saw Intan Toru, and immediately looked up. Xiaomamu Yuzu, who came with Toru and Yun, they heard that Toru and Yun took the first place, and they also looked at Yun Toru admiringly. Long and handsome, so smart, so athletic, after all, Kin Dunk, perfect male god. A group of girls gathered around Yun Che and praised it as Yun Che, and Yun Che also smiled modestly at them. Tan Toru was naturally a celebrity in the first grade, and everyone around the bulletin board gave way to Tan Toru. Tan Toru nodded and thanked them. Looking at the ranking table, Toru Azuzu saw his name ranked first, as well as Xiaomamu Yuzu, which was ranked 5th, and Chiaki Omikawa, who introduced herself after Xiaomamu Yuzu at the beginning of school. She was 6th. At first, the two of them had mismatched each other because of their conflicts, but then their relationship improved. There are no other boys in the top 10 except Toru Azu. Because Entanto followed the trend and turned in the paper ahead of time, the boys in Class A directly exploded this time. However, there are 8 Class A in the top 10, and the other girls are still very good. Looking down, I saw Hyaga and Irie, but Irie was far behind, and her grades were not particularly good. Until 100, Azu Toru didn't see his right and left guardian. Yes, the two are a science idiot and a liberal arts idiot. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was a genius in liberal arts and the other was a genius in science, they wouldn't necessarily be in Class A. Have seen their grades, and the class is about to begin. The crowd began to disperse, and Toru Anzuo and Xiaomamu Yuzuo also returned to the classroom. Back to the position, Yun Toru's left and right protection methods remained the same as when Yun Toru went out. The next day, at the beginning of each class, the teacher will call to praise Tan Toru. After all, the teacher thinks that this is taught by himself, and there is a bonus. Once praised, the girls all applaud once. The constant praise is worthy of Yun Che, but the boys can only applaud and applaud against their will. It's a pity that there was no class on the first day, and Azuzu still wanted to see how he praised him. After school, Toru Azumi and Mai Sakurajima are walking together. Unexpectedly, Tan was able to get the first place in the exam. Mai Sakurajima also learned that the campus celebrity Ensu took the first place in the exam. It's only the number 1, it's not just a hand. Yun laughed. District Azu. Mai Sakurajima twitched the corner of her mouth. Unexpectedly Anzu Toru didn't have a humble attitude at all. By the way, why did you write down Kaoru Miyazono? Sakurajima Mai has finished reading April is Your Lie, although I don't want to admit it, but Toru Anzuo is really good looking. However, why write Kaoru Miyayuan to death? Tan looked at Mai Sakurajima in surprise. He almost didn't react. He didn't expect Mai Sakurajima to say something like this suddenly. Ahem, Kaoru Miyasan is so great, Mai Sakurajima couldn't help but question. After all, Toru Azumino knew that Mai Sakurajima was very arrogant, and he could not necessarily admit that he was reading Toru Azuzu's novel. Just write it, that's it. I can't help it. Toru Azumi could only find an excuse. Damn it, Abashiri is so cruel. Mai Sakurajima looked anxious, and it seemed that she was really addicted to April. Tan had nothing to say, so he could only shut up in silence, and said goodbye until he sent Mai Sakurajima to the train. Home, no one. Recently, because he was going home with Mai Sakurajima, Toru Izumi didn't want to run into Kirisu's car anymore. Besides, Mr. Kirisu was a consultant for the society, and he did not want to wait until he came back very late. The release date of the second volume of Spring Mono is coming soon, it's time to save another volume. Tan Toru began to write the third volume of Spring Objects. Of course, Tan can just copy it thoroughly, just change the style of writing and make it more delicate. Wrote that Kirisu Myafu and Ying Lily were about to return, and Toru Anson started cooking. When the meal is ready, the two women will arrive just in time. Tan Toru's card is just right every time. The two can eat directly after they come back to wash their hands. Ying Li is used to it. Kirisu Matsu is not a little girl like Ying Li. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. She can appreciate Antan's carefulness. I naturally praised this cousin for being very good, but his ambition was not small. Although Kirisu Makawari thought so, she didn't resist it herself. Is there any girl who can refuse the ambition of a good boy? After eating, send Ying Li home. I naturally talked about the results on the road, and Ying Lili was happy for Azu to take the first exam, although he was the first every time. I'm number 1 this time. Did Iri have nothing to say? When I arrived near Ying Lili's house, Toru Anson began to show his ambitions. The two were young before, and Antan Che didn't have any ideas. Now they are different. They are adolescents and think more. I mean? What do I mean? Ying Riri asked. Antan Toru didn't say anything, and hugged Ying Riri directly. Ying Lili's body became stiff, and her face turned red. Azutara looked at the shy Iri, and couldn't help but kissed Iri's cherry lips. Well. Ying Riri's eyes widened, and Antan Che was so sudden that she didn't give her a chance to react, and her mind was still blank. Antan took advantage of the vacancy and entered. This time Azu Toru finally succeeded. Nearly 10 minutes, the two people separated, panting. Ying Lili was even weaker and collapsed in Antan's arms. She felt weak now, her heart seemed to jump out, and her whole body was numb. His face was even more red as if dripping blood. It took a long time for Ying Lili to cheer up. She shyly did not dare to look up at Antan Che, and ran home away from Antan Che. Antan Teru looked at Ying Riri's back and slapped her lips. This feeling can only be unspeakable. Turned around and went home. After all, maybe the family can still ask for a reward. P.S. Recently I was looking for a job, maybe there is only one change. Chapter 30, Scheming Boy Antan Toru. When he got home, Toru Azumi saw Mr. Kirisu in the living room sorting out documents. Didn't run away this time? Antan Toru walked over and sat on the edge of Kirisu Meiho. Kirisu Matsumoto was sorting out the information calmly, and when Antan Toru sat next to her, she couldn't help feeling panicked. Why are you sitting next to me? This tone is too weak, and Antan has an urge to bully her after hearing it. But he held back it. It was not the time yet. Later, he would bully as he wanted. Do you know my grades? Kirisu nodded. She had known Antan Che's grades a long time ago. The score of perfect score surprised her very much, but she remembers that when she first met Tetsuru Antan said that the score was okay. At that time, I was still thinking of helping with homework. Thinking of the thoughts at that time, Kirisu was panicked. This cousin, deliberately lied to her. As a cousin, shouldn't you have any rewards? Award? It seems that it should be rewarded. As soon as Kirisu really thought so, he saw Azu Toru's ill-intentioned look. I was shocked and couldn't help but get up and wanted to escape. However, Antan Toru grabbed his hand, pulled it back and sat down. What do you want to do? Kirisu was panicked now. Sister Jindong, how about giving me a kiss? What? Kirisu Midwinter looked at Antan Toru in disbelief. Is this cousin no longer going to hide it? The older sister is only the younger brother, it's not a big deal. Do you believe this sentence? Kirisu Matsuya wants to run away now, she knows that her cousin is plotting against her, and always looks for opportunities to take advantage of her. It's a pity that Antan held both hands thoroughly and couldn't escape. No, you change the reward. Then, let me kiss you. What is the difference? Matsumi Kiryu started to struggle, she couldn't sit still and wait for death. This cousin always changes ways to bully her, and she has to get out of his cousin's clutches. Sister Zhendong, I will be your default. Antan Toru didn't care about Kirisu's struggle, how could she break free with that little energy? Azun pulled Kirito a little bit, and Kirisu's upper body leaned forward, and he leaned into Izun's arms. Antan took the opportunity to hug him, and put his arms around Kirisu's back. Kirisu Maywinter froze and did not struggle anymore. She felt that she was very weak in the face of Anyunche, and she didn't know why. She couldn't resist this cousin. This cousin tried to mislead her and took advantage of her several times in the name of punishment. But she didn't hate it, and even dreamed of it. She knew that she didn't like her cousin, but she did have a good impression. At the beginning, the relationship between the two could not develop into a couple, and Kirisu did not have that kind of thought. However, Antan's sudden attacks and repeated ambiguous behaviors made her feel confused. Who can withstand the strategy of such a beautiful boy? The two said they were cousins, and then they were not related at all. The niece of Antanche's mother's sister-in-law, how can the two have a relationship? The only thing that really cares about Kirisu is age. With a difference of 6 years, would a college graduate think that he can like a boy who just entered high school? Ahem, well, it's still possible. Anton Toru's chin rested on the top of Kirisu's head, he parted slightly, and saw Kirisu's eyes closed tightly. The eyelashes quivered, a little bit weak, which made Antan Teru a little bit unbearable. Yasuto loosened his arms around Kirisu, and he held Kirisu's smooth cheeks with both hands. I'm here. Antan lowered his head, and put on the thin cherry-colored lips of Kirisu Matsumoto. Kirisu Mizuyo trembled and couldn't help but open his eyes, just in time to see the eyes of Azutara Toru. The two of them just pressed their lips together and looked at each other, forgetting to breathe. It wasn't until more than 20 seconds later that Tongsu Zhendong couldn't hold his breath and slammed away. Kirisu Maywinter panted, pressing his chest. Her cheeks were rosy, and her heart was beating wildly, as if she was about to jump out. This time is different from the last time. That time I was completely taken off by Antan. Although I kissed, it was too accidental and I didn't feel anything. This time it was different. Antanche's beautiful face was right in front of his eyes, and the two kissed for more than 20 seconds, and the experience was profound. Kirisu really felt excited all over. Is this what a kiss feels like? Maifu Kirisu stroked his lips, a little dazed. Antan Toru looked at the way Kirisu Matsu was still aftertaste, and sighed that adult women are really different, unlike Yingrai, who will run away when they are shy. Antan leaned forward and hugged Kirisu. He did no other actions. Matsuhiro Kirisu came back to his senses, but didn't break away. Toru, why are you doing this to me? This kind of thing is certainly not a hug. What do you think? Antan asked rhetorically. Well, this cousin is really wildly ambitious and plots wrongdoing. Why do you like me? What reasons do I need to like? Anyunche wanted to reply, of course, just thinking about it. Sister Jindong, you are so beautiful, and every man will like it. Well, what about Yingrai? She is also very beautiful. Of course I like her too. It's a pity that Antan Teru still didn't dare to say this sentence. Look, I like you now. Toru Azumi really likes Kirisu Maywinter now, of course only now. Woo. To direct confession, Kirisu was a little bit overwhelmed. Although she is liked by many people, she has never been confessed. She used to have no contact with anyone because she had been participating in skating competitions, and because she had always been cold-faced, many people were discouraged. Unlike Anyun Toru, he was ashamed at the beginning, and he was weak in front of him, unable to resist Anyun Toru's attack. But, I am older than you. Kirisu's tone now is completely a little girl, so Antan can't stand it. I'm only 6 years older. Female junior, holding gold bricks, I am holding 2 gold bricks. I'm still your teacher. Isn't that better? Not anymore in 2 years. Well. Mathariki Kirisu still wanted to find a reason www.readaloud.com and found that he couldn't find it. She had accepted Antanche in her heart now, after all, she had actually kissed him just now. The first time that Kirisu Matuyo could not care about letting it pass, but this time Kirisu Matuyo could not avoid it. Moreover, Antan Che is so good, talented, and handsome, he has already made a monthly income of tens of millions before graduating, so there is nothing to fault. And besides Ying Rai Ri, she has never seen Antan Toru and any other girl have an ambiguous relationship, and Ying Rai Ri is also close because of their childhood sweethearts. Thinking about it this way, Kirisu really felt as if he could indeed be with his cousin. But, she is her teacher now. I will be your girlfriend again when you graduate from high school, okay? Of course it's good. If you become a boyfriend or girlfriend, how can you cast a net to fish? Antan Toru pretended not to agree. Why not now? I am your teacher now, if it is found out, it will not affect me. Okay, then. Antan Toru pretended to be wronged. Kirisu really couldn't bear it, so he kissed Antan Toru on the cheek to express compensation. Antan was so refreshed in his heart that he didn't expect such a good thing to happen. I am happy to have a future girlfriend, Antan is so happy, and he will not bother Mr. Kirisu to sort out the information. Now he has the motivation to write a novel. After talking with Kirisu Matsumoto, he went back to the room to write a novel. In this way, Kirisu finally feels that his cousin is like a boy. He was a big bad wolf before. But thinking that the relationship with her cousin was almost confirmed in this way, she couldn't help covering her face with her hands. How will you explain to Auntie from now on? Also, does this count, eat tender grass? P.S. It feels a little faster, but I don't need so much ink after thinking about it. Ahem, I actually like Shurakang. Chapter 31, Go to my sister's club. In a blink of an eye, it came to May 20th. This day is the release date of the second volume of my youth love story sure enough. If it weren't for Machida Sunko's reminder, Toru Azumi wouldn't know that this was the sale date. He has been indulging in gentle township these days, flirting with Kirisu Miyadong at home, and sending Ying Lily home to flirt with Ying Lily at night. Life can be moisturized. And neither of them wanted to be exposed. One was afraid to be exposed as a teacher, and the other was too shy to be exposed. This made Antan completely comfortable. 2 days ago on the weekend, Toru Azu also went to Maki Nishikino's house. Borrowed the piano in the name of composing music, and Maki Nishikino readily agreed. That day, the two were alone, and Antan Toru did not call Ying Rai Ri. Nothing ambiguous happened to the two of them, so Izumi thoroughly taught Maki Nishikino to copy the new song when they touched their hands. Antanch is not in a hurry, and the cycle is gradual. After all, there is still a year before Shinheim goes to high school. Only then will there be a muse. Recently, Toru Anyun has wanted to copy some songs. There are so many beautiful songs in the previous life. There is no such thing in this world. It would be a pity not to make them. What's more, having the ability to write songs will make it easier to get in touch with the muse. Today is Monday, and it is still the weakest day. On the stage, Onaji was talking, and Azuto was bored and opened Twitter. Look forward to the second volume. I like the character of the male lead. As expected of the old thief Anyun. There will be swords in a week. I feel that the pocket money is not enough. Author, do you have a personality like Kiya Hachiman? Good fellow, the person with an abnormal brain has appeared again. Has this setting been deeply ingrained in the experience? Antan Toru put away his mobile phone, but unfortunately, there is no genius in the comment section of the world, and I can't see any interesting comments. Moreover, Ono Temple has already seen it. Anyun, have you joined the club yet? Onodera asked. Not yet. You are the only one in the class who did not join the club. Real or fake? I have also participated in the protection of the law. Antan Toru looked around at one sleeping on his stomach and one reading a novel. Unbelievable. I see, I'll work hard. Anyun Che replied helplessly. Anyun-kun, Come join our club, it must be very popular. Yes, our club welcomes you too, and the members ask me about your news every day. The class started to noisy, but it was about to end, and Onodera didn't stop it either. Facing the enthusiastic female classmates, Anyun Che could only say that he would consider it and would go to see it in the afternoon. Then I left school till the end and didn't go at all. It's not important to join the club and go home with my senpai. However, why did my senpai go straight home without joining any clubs? My senpai, what kind of club is your club? Is it not active? Asked Toru and Tan. The president has just gone home, what activities can I have? Sakurajima Mai glanced at Antan who was walking next to her, and the two of them came home from school together every day, and they were a bit accustomed to it. What kind of club? Isn't it the home club? The Ministry of Literature. A big club. The Department of Literature is like a big club. But the president went home directly? No problem. Antan Tetsu asked the question. Our president formed it to cope with the school, and there are not many members. This is different from what I imagined. Then I will go too, anyway, there is no activity, I can handle the school. If you want to be beautiful, our club only accepts women. Mai Sakurajima looked at Toru Azuzu amusedly. Your president's male or female? Girl, what's wrong? That's good, and Jun Toru forgave the president. Do me a favor, I want to enter too, there is no activity anyway. Antan Toru still wanted to enter the Department of Literature. Of course, it wasn't because there were all female staff in it. After all, there were no activities, and I couldn't see each other. The main thing was my senpai. Mai Sakurajima glanced at Azutoru, reason. Of course I want to be with my senpai. Anyun's expression was serious. Really? Mai Sakurajima didn't respond to help or not, and did not respond to Toru Anzuo's words. After all, she was used to it. Hey? My senpai can't do it, right? Humph, I will take you tomorrow. Mai Sakurajima was successfully challenged, and Tetsu Azu tried this trick. At the tram stop, he waved goodbye to Mai Sakurajima, and Toru Azumi went home alone. Sword Art Online will be released next week. Toru Anzun first sent the second volume of Sword Art Online to Black Cat, and Black Cat responded with a message he had received. Antan Toru did not communicate with Black Cat much, and the only exchanges a few times were related to novels. However, I talked more with Wujong Hinata, and often received greetings from Wujong Hinata. Occasionally she would share what happened around her. Is really a lively and lovely girl. After, Azutoru started to make Pokemon, and it was almost finished. This game is not difficult. There are all kinds of concept gameplay settings, and there are also sprites. No innovation is required. Maybe it can be done this week, but the background music is missing. Toru Azumi plans to find Maki Nishikino for help this week, find a recording studio, and record all BGM. In the evening, Kirisu Meisuyu and Ying Lily came back together, and Azutoru had already prepared the meal. Kirisu Meisuyu and Ying Rairi also did not show a close relationship with Azutoru. After eating, Azutoru sends Ying Lily home. After leaving the house, Ying Rairi couldn't help but hug Antan Toru's arm. Although it doesn't feel great, it's better than nothing. Azutoru can still feel a little softness. In front of Ying Lily's house, the two kissed goodbye, but did not communicate deeply. Since that time, Toru Azumino has not lived like Ying Rairi. After all, there is a lack of opportunities. Antan Toru needs to be rewarded again. When he got home, Mr. Kirifo was still sorting out the teaching materials for the next day. Anyun Toru stepped forward and gently hugged Mr. Kiriaki, who was leaning against him. The two have not formally contacted yet, and Kirito will not give Antan a chance to kiss him. Of course, occasionally, Antan Toru would still succeed in a sneak attack, but unfortunately Antan Toru couldn't have a French style. After all, the kiss with Yingrai that time, Azuzu still wanted to experience it again. Hugged for a while, and Anjun Toru went upstairs to continue playing the game. He planned to finish the game as soon as possible in the 2 days. When the time comes, BGM will be recorded and it will almost be completed. Nothing happened all night, and the next day, Antan Che came to school. Today, he is not sleepy anymore, because he made an appointment with Mai Sakurajima and is going to apply for admission at noon. Maybe you can have lunch together. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Time soon came to noon, and after the bell rang after class, Antan Che went directly to the club building. After all, Mai Sakurajima would not come to pick him up. Both of them are well-known figures, maybe walking together can trigger a topic. Waited a few minutes in the club building before Mai Sakurajima came. Come so early, can't wait to join me in a club. Of course, this is the pursuit of my life. Humph, your mouth is slippery. Mai Sakurajima's mouth curled up slightly. Mai Sakurajima brought Anyun to the 4th floor, the top floor. The activity room of the literature department is on the top floor. There was no one in the activity room. Mai Sakurajima took out the key to open the door and went in, followed by Toru Azu. The activity room is not big, with a long table in the middle, a few chairs, and 3 bookshelves against the wall with books on it. After Antan Cheer went in, he saw a lot of literature on the bookshelf, and also saw a lot of novels, as well as novels written by himself. The president will be here soon, you can sit down for a while. What kind of person is the president? Toru Azuru casually found a place to sit down. The president is a beauty. Can my senpai be pretty? Toru Anson took a book casually and read. That's hard to say. Antan smiled thoroughly and continued to look at the book in his hand. Did not admit or deny that Mai Sakurajima is still very confident in herself, but she does have confident capital. After a while, there was the sound of heels stepping on the floor outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. Anyun looked up. From brown leather shoes, black pantyhose to black skirt, summer blue and white school uniform, proud capital on the chest. And finally that beautiful face. Mom, it's H&Z senpai unexpectedly. Antan was completely stunned. Chapter 32, or an ordinary black long straight senior sister. Looking at Shiakazumajayaka in front of him, Toru Azumoto didn't expect her to be the president of the literature department. In other words, Mai senpai and Shiba senpai have a good relationship? Antan Toru feels a little tricky, so it's not easy to start. In the past life, Toru Azumi liked the 2 roles of Mai Sakurajima and Shiwakazu very much. Now that he is in front of him, it is impossible to be indifferent. But these 2 people became good girlfriends. Not good. Shiba, you are here. Mai Sakurajima saw Kazumajayaka Shiba come in and smiled. Syazhiki Hoshiu replied softly. The relationship between the 2 is really good. Although it started from the 2nd year of high school. In the 1st year of high school, the 2 were not in the same class, and Mai Sakurajima didn't come to school because of filming. But later in the 2nd grade, the 2 were in the same class. Mai Sakurajima was half-retired again, and the 2 officially contacted. Both of them are beautiful girls, and their personalities are not to be close to strangers, and the relationship gets better without knowing it. Is this the one you recommended, Antan Toru? Syazhiki Hoshiu walked to a place to sit down, and looked at Antan Toru. Is indeed handsome and extraordinary. Syazhiki Hoshiu nodded secretly. In the morning, she was surprised when she heard Mai Sakurajima want to pull a man into the club. After all, Mai Sakurajima has been with her, but he has never heard of any close friends, let alone a man. And their club had made it clear from the beginning that they don't want boys, but Mai Sakurajima still wants to bring in a boy. The relationship between the 2 is definitely not ordinary. Hello, Kazuma Jayaka-senpai. Toru and Yun said hello. You know me? Yes, I met once at the opening ceremony. Zaya's Haikyushiu is purely unnecessary to ask, her capacity can be said to be unknown. In the hormonal high school, it is impossible for no one to know a beautiful girl like Shiu Kazuma Jayaka. Of course, if she hadn't been for Zaya's Haikyushiu, Toru and Tan might not remember her. Zaya's Haikyushiu nodded, he remembered the loud voices on the day of the opening ceremony, all because of the boy in front of him. Since Mai recommended it, you can definitely join the club. Real. It seems that the relationship between the two is really good, and Tan thought to himself. Well, anyway, don't report club activities, you will not harm the girls in our club. And Tan smiled awkwardly and did not respond. Sakurajima Mai opened the back door and entered the club smoothly. Filled out the application form, and then took it to Kazuma Jayaka Shiba and Kazuma Jayaka Shiba, and went to consult a teacher. After the application form was given to the teacher, and Tan Toru officially joined the club. Mai senpai, let's go eat together. After Kazuma Jayaka Shiba leaves, Toru Azumo invites Mai Sakurajima for lunch. I brought a bento, you can go alone. Sakurajima Mai puts the bento on the table, but the bento looks a bit big. Mai senpai is so ruthless, don't you have my share? It's only daytime, do you want to dream? Then why do you have a lot of bento? Toru Azumi saw Mai Sakurajima unwrap the cloth, but there were 2 bento boxes. I think it's beautiful, this is for Shiba. Mai Sakurajima casts Azumo's glance, and chuckles. I made a mistake, and thought it was really prepared for me. And Tan-che was a little nervous. Sakurajima Mai has opened the bento box, half of which is rice, half of which contains meatballs, egg rolls, small sausages and a little vegetable. Is still quite plentiful, but it's a pity that Antan can't eat it all. Antan was helpless, so he got up to go to the cafeteria for dinner. At this time, it happened to see that Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu came back, and he also saw the lunch box that Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu was holding. Antan was overjoyed and turned to look at Mai Sakurajima. Mai Sakurajima lowered her head to eat without looking at Toru Azumino. Mai senpai has actually learned to lie. Toru Azumi reached out and took another bento, opened it, and the configuration was the same as that of Mai Sakurajima. Antan Toru picked up his chopsticks, sandwiched a meatball, and ate it in one bite. Is very delicious, plus the bento made by Mai Sakurajima, it is delicious. Mai senpai, marry me. It's not night yet, what dream do you want? Mai Sakurajima still lowered her head, she was a little embarrassed. After all, except for her sister, it was the first time to make lunch for others. This is something that even Xiao's Haikyushiu has never enjoyed. You two are dating. Zaya's Haikyushiu also sat down and ate his lunch. Certainly. No. Shiu-senpai, I'm broken in love. Antan looked at Zaya's Haikyushiu with heartbreak. What's the matter with me, and, who told you to call me by name, we are not that familiar yet, right? I see, Shiba-senpai. Kazuma Jayaka Shiba looked at Mai Sakurajima. It's good to get used to it. Mai Sakurajima's expression was indifferent, still eating his lunch. Zaya's Haikyushiu ignored Antan-che and started to eat her own lunch. Antan was so helpless that he had to eat lunch too. The 3 of them did not speak, and there was only a slight sound of chopsticks touching the bento box in the entire activity room. Antan naturally ate no leftovers. After all, Mai senpai made a bento by herself. How could he waste a grain of rice? Where are the others in the club? Aren't they coming? After eating the bento, Azutaru packed the bento box and asked. Why, it's not enough to have our 2 beauties eat with you. Mai Sakurajima took the bento box and wrapped it in cloth. How is it possible, you are enough? Sakurajima Mai glared at Anyun. Shiba is there, what are you talking about? Antan Toru only enjoyed the stare of Mai Sakurajima, but did not get a reply. He looked at Kashomajaika Shiba. It was meant to deal with the school, and the other members of the club didn't want to join the club, so they just put a name. Zayas Hikiyoshiu has also eaten, and she replied while packing her things. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's lunch box was bought, not made by herself, of course, she might not. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and Tan-che does not remember that this black long straight senior sister can cook. However, I haven't shown the poisonous side yet. The most impressive thing about Kashomajaika Shiu is her poison tongue attribute, but it has been normal until now. She is an ordinary beautiful young boy, except for the black silk and long straight, there is no outstanding character. I haven't experienced the period of writing a novel, right? Tan thought deeply. The original work of Zayas Hikiyoshiu's poisonous tongue seems to be caused by an Yulun. However, it is now in the real world, and there is no male lead arranged by the author. Of course, the timeline has not reached that point either. After all, Zayas Hikiyoshiu hasn't started writing a novel, so she has no choice about the ending of her novel. However, Toru Azumino is still panicked. After all, Shiwa Kashomajaika and Mai Sakurajima are good girlfriends, and then Toru Azumino wants both, but they will definitely not agree. When the good feelings come up, there may still be unexpected accident. Forget it, this is not something I should think about. I am just an Yun-che of today, and an Yun in the future is nothing to do with me. Will the school not intervene? Will the students control it? The clubs do small actions, and the student union will definitely take care of them. In the Neon Student Union, it is equivalent to an official, managing the big and small things in the school. It's not a big problem, but I am the number one in the school year and have privileges. Tan has nothing to say, good grades in school are the last word. It's a pity that Tan Toru is now in the first year of high school. Although the grade is the first, but the qualifications are not enough, he will have weight in the second year of high school. The three chatted casually, passing the time, and they left together until the bell was about to ring in the afternoon. However, they forgot what would happen when three famous people walked together, especially when so many people saw it. Chapter 33, Campus Celebrities start here. The three of Yun-che was in the middle, and the two women, one on the left and the other, accompanied Yun-che back to the teaching building. The stairs are separated. Toru Azumi is on the first floor, Shiba Kashomajaika and Mai Sakurajima are on the second floor. Tan Teru walked to his classroom. He was still thinking about Sister Hikangji and Mai Senpai, although he only briefly met Zayas Hikiyoshiu and had lunch with them. But there are two, and it will be easier to get close in the future. When I wait for tomorrow, I will bring my own bento to conquer their stomachs. Wouldn't it be a step up? Tan Toru passed Class B in this way. He didn't notice that the people in the class were staring at him, and naturally he didn't see in Class B pouting and Ying Lily looking at him tearfully. Arriving at the door of Class A, Tan thoroughly adjusted his mentality, calmed his mind, and stepped in. Yun-kun. All the girls in the class screamed in unison, their voices were loud, but they were also aggrieved. Tan looked at the girls in the class a little dazedly, they all pouted and looked very upset. What's the matter? Yun asked in a puzzled manner. Azumaki-kun, are you not dating Kashomajaika-senpai or Sakurahime-senpai? Zyoma Yuzu asked first. Tan Toru directly questioned his face. Although he does want to associate with the two of them, he hasn't written a word yet. What's the meaning? Azumi-kun, why are you with Kashomajaika-senpai and Sakurahime-senpai at noon? Chiaki Omigawa asked this time. Seeing the nervous look of the girls in the class, Yun-che understood a little bit. He had already thought that he had just walked with the two senior sisters and was seen, and was misunderstood that they had something to do with them. This is also normal. Shiu Kashomajaika is a standard beauty, and she is the number one in the school year. It's been a long time since the third year of high school and the second year of high school. It has been a month since the first year of high school. Needless to say, my Sakurajima, a star that no one knows. Until now, these two people have not easily contacted any boy, let alone see which boy they have been with. But now the two women are directly accompanied by Antan on the left and right. It was originally the time when youth was sprouting. Wanting to understand the reason, Anyunch looked at the girls in the class funny. Do you think I can associate with one of them? It's not impossible. That's right. Anyun is so good. It's not more than enough to match them. It's better to say that they are taking advantage. The girls in the class like Anyun more or less. After all, not only men like beauty, but women also do the same. What's more, Azutoru is still a fairy level face. Do the girls want to be with Antan thoroughly? Think. But not dating? It's no big deal. It's not that you can't live without a boyfriend. A group of girls happily play together every day, but they don't need a boyfriend. What's more, can't Anjun Toru see him even if he has a girlfriend? Can't you talk to him? There is no small team in Class A, and I like Anyun Che and don't let others like it. Everyone likes Antan Toru, and Antan Toru did not find a girlfriend. Then Antan Che is everyone's, and everyone spoils Antan Che, and does not let other classes take Antan Che. This is already the consensus of Class A girls. After all, Toru Anjun is so good and a perfect male god. Listening to the girls in the class who praised you one by one, Anyun Che almost couldn't hold back his grin. These classmates are so good at talking, not only are they beautiful, but they also speak nicely. Class A is really good. Don't worry, I just joined their club. Didn't Mr. Onaji urge me? Anzun Toru explained. Hey! Has Anyun-kun joined Kashomajayaka Senpai's club? What's wrong? You are so surprised. Ah! I remember it too. I remember that Kashomajayaka Senpai's club does not accept boys. It seems that ordinary girls can't get in. Our Bangyukiao Fumino seems to have entered. Na Anyun-kun. Isn't it normal for Anyun to go in? That's right. Maybe the Kashomajayaka Senpai just liked Anyun-kun's beauty. Sure enough. It is rumored that no matter how strange she is, she will not get close, and seeing Anyun-jun is not a spring heart. Antan Toru returned to his position. These girls talked casually, and Antan Che still remembered that these girls were very reserved and quiet in front of him. Unexpectedly. Women are born actors. However, Anyun took a look at Zohufa, but he didn't expect Fumino to be in the literature club. Of course, it is normal to go to the Department of Literature with her literary genius thinking. However, the Department of Literature does not organize club activities, which means that Fumino Fumashi may also deal with the school. Antan Toru thought so. At this time, Kashomajayaka Shiba and Sakurajima Mai also arrived in their class. There is a weird silence in the class, and everyone is still staring at both of them. The two looked at each other suspiciously. When the two of them sat down, whispers in the class began to sound. Real or fake? It should be possible, after all, that Anyun Jr. is really handsome. I've seen it too, it's handsome and unreasonable. It's the lover of my dreams. Then they two grab one person. Wow, two girls are fighting for husband. These are the whispers of the girls. Both of them heard them, but they didn't care. The two of them really didn't care about others' opinions and perspectives. Gossip. Mai Sakurajima felt a little funny. She never had an affair when she was acting, but she didn't expect to have it if she didn't act. Don't say it, it's kind of novel. And she did not resist the scandal with Antan Che. Zaya's Hikihoshiu completely ignored it. Although Anyun Toru's face is indeed very exciting, she has no thoughts of falling in love now. She is already immersed in her own world. After all, she has already started writing novels. The boys in the class looked at each other. They must like Kashomajayaka Shiba and Sakurajima Mai. However, the two women have a high aura and dare not touch them. But it's okay, everyone won't get it. But now, there are men contacting them, and they are still in the first year of high school. This is unbearable. Lesson learned. Of course it's not a fight, there is nothing wrong with Feng Yuan High School. But threats or intimidation. Other classes, upper and lower grades, all talk about an Yunkun more or less. After all, handsome men and beautiful women are the most talked about in the school, and the students who fall in love with whom are the favorites of the students. The three topic-centered people are doing their own things all afternoon. Toru Azuru sleeps with Zohufa, Mai Sakurajima is studying hard, and Shiwa Kazumajayaka is conceiving her own novel. It's as if it's none of their business. School is over in the afternoon, and in June Toru stayed until the end. After all, he could go with Mai senpai. But when he went out, he saw 4 or 5 boys approaching aggressively, one of them still carrying a baseball bat. Toru Azumi also saw Mai Sakurajima and Shiwa Kazumajayaka behind. There are still onlookers behind. The discussion that the boys wanted to teach in Yunjun was heard by them. www.readaloud.com. The two girls were a little worried, and they stayed here to see the situation. What's wrong? Seniors. An Yun-kun recognized the seniors. Although he was aggressive, he didn't panic at all. The tone is plain. Are you in June? Toru asked the man carrying the baseball bat. They have been waiting at the stairs for a long time. They knew Intan thoroughly, after all, they were very jealous of that face. I am. Is there anything wrong? You stay away from Kazumajayaka Shiba and Sakurajima Mai, you know. I see. Intan thoroughly understood. Come to teach him. It seems that I saw a lot of people at noon. Senior, borrow a baseball bat. An Yunjun did not agree with the senior, and pulled him directly from his hand. The senior was about to have a seizure, but he saw An Yunche grabbing the two ends of the baseball bat with both hands, and then he snapped the baseball bat into 2 pieces. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What did post? Who am I? Where am I? Hey hey hey! That's a baseball bat, not chopsticks. An Yunjun ignored their surprise. He threw away the thin section, held the thick section in his hand, and squeezed it hard, and the half of the baseball bat was directly flattened. The person who looked at was silly. Anything else? Senior. Intan Toru still smiled. But the senior with this smile looked terrible. Farewell. Not much to say, a group of people ran away dingy, as fast as possible. In a blink of an eye, only Kazumajayaka Shiba and Sakurajima Mai were left with their mouths open in an O shape. Of course there are some onlookers. However, they are already stupid. Chapter 34, It was Ying Lily's round. On the way home from school. It is still Kazumajayaka Shiba and Sakurajima Mai, one left and one right, accompanied by Azu Toru. The two women have not digested the shock just now. Almost thought I was making a movie. Break off the baseball bat, squeeze the baseball bat, is this a person? Zayas Hikiyoshiu and Intanche were not familiar enough, so they didn't ask Intanche. However, Mai Sakurajima and Toru Azuzu are already familiar. What happened to you just now? Really? Sakurajima Mai actually still can't believe it. This is unscientific, and I dare not make a movie like that. What do you think? Intan Toru did not respond directly. He had just pretended to overdo it, although he did want to show it. No way, can't control that restless heart. But it's a bit inhuman. Even if it was true, Mai Sakurajima believed it, but sanguine still made her unable to believe it. It's good to lift her curiosity just like this. Compared with these, it is the important thing that Kazumajayaka Shiwa senpai is with him on the way home today. It's unbelievable, it just subverts my outlook on life. Mai Sakurajima's expression is almost like a dream, and she hasn't woken up yet. Indeed. Xia's Hikiyoshiu also nodded. But she is no longer doubting whether it is true or not, her expression is plain, maybe she still thinks that it can be added to the novel. Sakurajima Mai suddenly reached out and touched Antan Toru's arm, which was a bit hard. She grabbed Antan Toru's hand and looked at it. There were a little slender fingers, but there was no other difference. You are not the kind of mutant in movies or novels, are you? What nonsense! Azutara raised his hand and flicked Sakurajima Mai's forehead. It hurts. Mai Sakurajima was in pain and covered it. Make you deserve it, haha. Not to mention, the look of this little girl is quite cute. Antan Cheer resisted the urge to hold her in his arms. Sakurajima Mai was anxious, and hammered Tsuru's arm. I don't think about the previous things anymore. Zayas Hikyoshida looked at the two flirting, thoughtfully. The three of them arrived at the tram stop, and when they got on the tram, Toru Azumi also left. When I got home, Yingrairi was there. Eri? Why are you here? Didn't the club go? Toru, are you empathizing, don't you fall in love anymore? Seeing Toru back, Yingrairi asked immediately. Yingrairi's eyes were a little bit teary. Seeing me with pity, I suddenly felt relieved. This afternoon, people around were rumored that Toru Azumino was dating one of the two well-known school sisters, Mai Sakurajima or Shiwa Kazuma Jayaka. Eri was frightened. After school, she didn't even go to the club, and came directly to the Ajutsu family. Wait till now. After all, she didn't know that Antan had left very late. How come? I like you so much, Eri, how can you transfer love? Antan Chi wiped the tears from the corner of Eri's eyes with his hand, softly comforting. I just don't fall in love, and I have no empathy. Antan Chi felt nothing wrong. Then why are you with Kazuma Jayaka senpai and Sakurahima senpai today? Yingrairi lay in Toru's arms and asked softly. I joined Kazuma Jayaka senpai's club, and I went with them at noon. Toru and Suzu patted Yingrairi on the back and explained. Really? Yingrairi finally smiled at this time. Of course, how could I deceive Yinglili you? Seeing Yinglili smiled, Azutara also laughed. I believe in Toru. Yinglili smiled happily, showing her cute little tiger teeth. Successfully comforted Yinglili, and Azuto let out a sigh of relief. It's the first time to comfort people, let alone, it's very tired. The two continued to hold each other like this, and Tanchi looked at the pretty face, wet eyes and cherry-colored lips, and couldn't help swallowing. Yinglili. Antan Toru whispered. Toru. Yingrairi responded shyly, and she saw Toru's eager eyes. Antan Toru firmly hugged Yingrairi, lowered his head and kissed Yingrairi's cherry lips. Yinglili's face was ruddy and she closed her eyes. Hugging Antan Toru's waist tightly. After a long time, Toru finally confronted Yingrairi again. Until Yinglili was almost out of breath, the two separated. Yinglili shyly buried his head in Antan Che's arms, and kept rubbing Antan Che's chest. Antan smashed his mouth, feeling still addicted. After that, the two went to Anjun Toru's room. Of course, it's not doing something inappropriate for children. Toru Azuchi's game Pokemon is almost done, and it happens that Yinglili is fine, so let her try it. Although there is no BGM. However, Yinglili is still playing vigorously. If you meet an elf in the grass, you will say that the elf is so cute. The gameplay in June Toru also said, and it was not difficult at first. Leveling, exploring the map, you don't need to look at the qualifications of the wizard, the first edition is red, just rely on the level to crush. So Toru Anjun started to write novels, and Iri was playing on the side, using Anjun Toru's cell phone. Antan Toru has installed the beta version on the phone. He mainly wants to try to do it himself. When he meets someone who can't, Yingrairi asks Antan Toru. If he can't beat his opponent, he gets angry, knows the importance of level, and continues to level up. Later the elves evolved and cried out happily. The first time I came into contact with this, Ying Lily quickly became addicted to it. Even without the first mention of anime and manga, the upgrades, battles, evolution, etc., are still cool. It was 6 o'clock in this way, and Anyun Che got up and went downstairs to cook, but Ying Lily didn't see the same. When the meal was ready, Kirisu Matsumoto returned, and Ying Rairi was still having fun in Azutoru's room. She didn't come back to her senses until Antan went up and called her. During the meal, Ying Rairi wanted Anyun Toru to give her the next copy of the game. And Antan Toru definitely agreed. Kirisu Midwinter asked what it was. Ying Rairi rushed to say that the game was made by Azutoru, and it was fun. This naturally surprised Kirisu. This cousin is really omnipotent. But she didn't play games very much, so she didn't ask much. I have eaten, and Azurutetsu sends Ying Lily home. Yu reading www. Naturally, yuyugonshu.com has some benefits. And it was a clash of words. If there are 1 or 2, there will naturally be 3. What's more, Ying Lily also feels addictive. Until they were out of breath, the two reluctantly separated. After that, he reluctantly said goodbye. When he got home, Kirisu Matsumoto didn't ask Azutoru, Kazuma Jayakashiba, and Sakurajima Mai. She doesn't know the situation. And the teachers don't pay much attention to the students' affairs, not to mention that she has no close friends. Even if a teacher knows it, it is impossible to tell her. The two became friends of quasi-boys and boys, but it was not easy to start. Toru Antan was a little depressed, but fortunately, Ying Lily relieved his greed. Went back to his room, and at this time a message was sent from the morning sun. Naturally, the question is daytime. Antan completely explained it truthfully, without concealing anything at all. Of course there is nothing to hide. Explained clearly, Wuzhong Haiga is naturally very happy, and the news sent is full of joy. The two chatted for a while, and waited for Wuzhong Sungziang to share what happened to her today before saying good night to each other. Antan Toru intends to go to bed early today. After all, I have to get up early tomorrow to make lunch. In the daytime, I told my Sakurajima how good her cooking skills were, so I became Toru Azuto making lunch. And Toru Azu can't refuse, he still wants to eat with my senpai. By the way, Adashiu senpai. Make it for my senpai, so naturally I also have to do it for Shiba senpai. After all, Kazuma Jayakashiu was listening to her at the time, and it was impossible for Azuto to miss her. Then I will add a copy of Kirigami's True Winter. Fortunately, my Sakurajima left the bento box to Toru Azu, otherwise it would not be enough. It's time to conquer the stomachs of the elder sisters first. Lying on the bed, Anyun fell asleep with his eyes closed. Chapter 35, Conquer the Stomachs of the Schoolgirls. The next day, Wednesday, Antan successfully got up early. Lunch for 4, so that Toru Azumoto can cook a little bit more for each dish, and then divide it into quarters. But I can't cook Chinese cuisine. Rice can't be less. There must be meat, a hamburger meat, delicious and enjoyable. I'm making hamburgers, and pinch some meatballs by the way. There is also a meat and vegetable combination, but Antan can't think of any vegetable dishes. There must be small vegetables and mushrooms in the refrigerator. Only a portion of green vegetables and mushrooms can be fried. Use the 2 bento boxes of my Sakurajima to put one for each of the 2 seniors. I found 2 more bento boxes at my own house, and filled one for myself and one for Mia Winter. That's it. Then I made breakfast easily. When Mr. Kirisu got up to wash up, the two had breakfast together, Antan drove the car thoroughly, and went to school together. There are 3 bento in the bag, which makes the bag bulging, and the bag is warm. Fortunately, the taste is not leaking, otherwise the whole class will be filled with fragrance if the bento is made at the level of Antan. I came earlier today, and when Antan Che arrived in the class, there was no one alone. Got up early, and Tan squatted on the table for a while. Ah, it's an Yun-kun. I saw an Yun-kun so early, lucky. It didn't take long for someone to come to school. An Tan cheered up and greeted them. One after another, more and more people came, and they all greeted them simply. It seemed that yesterday's end of school did not spread. This makes An Tan Toru one less chance to pretend. Those who find the fault will definitely not take the initiative to say it. The crowd onlookers say that no one believes it, and there is no time to take it. Not to mention Kazuma Jayakashiba and Sakurajima Mai, it is even more impossible for the two of them to speak out. Isn't there one less chance to pretend to be force? Amid all expectations, the morning passed. The bell rang for the end of class, and Tetsuo and Tan took the bag and left the classroom to go to the activity room of the Department of Literature. Arrived in the activity room, opened the door, there was no one inside. An Tan Toru casually sat down and waited. The three of them made an appointment yesterday, and An Yun doesn't have to worry that the two of them won't come. Within a few minutes, An Yun Toru heard the sound of heels stepping on the floor outside the door. The sound approached from far away, and then the door was pushed open. Two beautiful girls in the same summer school uniforms came into view. The only difference is that one is wearing black stockings and the other is white stockings. Although the weather is not very hot, it is not cool. Yasuhiki Hoshiu still wears black stockings. Toru Azumo thinks Yasuhiki Hoshiu might be conservative. After all, he doesn't even show his big white legs. You actually came so early. Are you looking forward to dinner with us? Mai Sakurajima saw that Toru Azumino was already there and laughed. Of course, it's worth my life to have dinner with the two of you. Kazuma Jayakashiba's face was expressionless, and Mai Sakurajima gave Azumino a clear look. The two women sat down, and Toru Anson took out the bento from the bag and handed them two bento boxes from Mai Sakurajima. The two opened the bento box directly, without any ambiguity. It's actually hamburger meat. Didn't you buy it? Mai Sakurajima was a little surprised. You go buy one for me to see. Azuto gave Mai Sakurajima a glance, and didn't believe me. I want to see how delicious your dishes are. Mai Sakurajima picked up the chopsticks, sandwiched a small piece of hamburger, put it in his mouth, and chewed. Hey! Mai Sakurajima's eyes widened, and she looked at Toru Azumino incredulously. It's so delicious. Then I need to talk about it. Kazuma Jayakashiba saw that Mai Sakurajima reacted so strongly, and put a piece of hamburger in his mouth, and then realized the feeling of Mai Sakurajima. Is really delicious. The two women didn't talk at all, and focused on the food. Ah! Great! Eat well. Mai Sakurajima is rare not to be arrogant, showing a satisfied look. Really good. Yasuhiki Hoshiu also nodded and admitted. An Tanchi watched the two women happily eating. Naturally they were extremely satisfied. After all, it's the cooking skill blessed by the system, and it's hard to eat it. An Yun, you will pack all the lunches between Shiu and I in the future. Azumi gave Mai Sakurajima a glance. Although he was really willing to cook for the two women, he never minded it every day. He doesn't want to get up early tomorrow. You still don't want to? It's worth eating with us in this life. Mai senpai, you look so beautiful, and you think so beautiful. How can I get up early to make lunch for you every day? And there is no benefit. This is the key. Although I can get a better relationship with the two women by grasping the stomachs of the two women, I have no chance to get close. This is not what An Tanche wanted. Sakurajima Mai knows that An Tan Toru is writing novels. In her cognition, writing novels is still very time-consuming, and there is no way to refute An Tan Toru for a while. Yasuhiki Hoshiu, needless to say, she hasn't been as good with An Yun Che now, and she has no right to speak. Do you want benefits? Come on, tell me your ambitions. Mai Sakurajima was still reluctant to bear such a delicious meal. You want to eat the dishes I cook, and I want to eat yours too. How about taking turns? It must be no problem, after all, my Sakurajima originally made lunch by herself. It's just that my Sakurajima is a bit disgusted with the food she cooks now, and it's not at the same level as Toru Azumino's. What I made is incomparable to you, why do you want to eat what I made? What do you think, can my senpai make the same bento by herself? Sakurajima Mai has nothing to say. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. That. Xiaozuhiki Hoshio raised her hand, I don't know how to cook. S expression is plain, and there is no shame at all. Antan sighed inwardly, and couldn't eat the lunch made by Shiu-senpai. After discussion, the three finally decided that Kazuma Shiba would eat for nothing, and Toru Azumino and Mai Sakurajima would each do 1 day. But there are 5 days to go to school, and 1 more day and Tanche is packed. Of course, there are conditions. The 2 girls must give Tanche a bite that day. The 2 women definitely refused at first, but after various negotiations, the 2 women agreed. Everything is for good taste. After this lunch break, the 3 of them still walked side by side. Tanche has already explained that, except for the envy of being able to be with Tanche, the girls who know them have no emotions. Those who don't know are still envy and jealous, sighing helplessly. Originally, the chance was slim, and now there are still 2 such outstanding senior sisters, there is no hope. Some boys are actually quite happy. I hope Tancheol will find a girlfriend quickly and don't harm other girls. After all, Kazuma Shiba and Sakurajima Mai, the 2 flowers of the Kaolin, were already out of reach. And the boys who have thoughts about Kazuma Shiba and Sakurajima Mai can only look at them like this. Yesterday's scene is vivid, squeezing a baseball bat with bare hands. Is this a person? I had nightmares at night. With empty hands, Toru Azumoto returned to the class this time, nothing happened. As for why I am empty-handed, after all, I will go to my Sakurajima to make a bento tomorrow, and I will simply give her the bento box directly. From now on, I can eat lunch made by my senpai twice a week. Suddenly, Toru Anzuo finds that going to school is quite fun, and he's not boring anymore. What's more, there will be feeding from the seniors. Who can stand this? Look one look, look one look. Can this book really be signed? Can't you sign a contract with the same person? The signing contract sent me was a bit daunting. There is no change today, the contract should be printed and mailed. In other words, if anyone who watches it, can you comment? Good or bad will do, just give advice or something. Writing a fan is actually to satisfy one's own YY, it is best to be watched by others. Brothers, give me a comment. Chapter 36, The meatballs fed by the elder sister are so delicious. Thursday, today is my Sakurajima making lunch. When the 3 of them had a meal together at noon, Izumi ate with gusto, but my Sakurajima couldn't eat it anymore. After all, I have eaten the bento made by Intan Tetsu, which is really unforgettable. She was just addicted, and then she was fine. After all, it was the same with Yingriri and Kirisu Meisuyu, and they couldn't eat anything else at first. It didn't matter if I slowly adapted to it. After all, even if it is not as good as Tanche's, it is not unpalatable. It is definitely edible. My Sakurajima is just starting to have too much impact, and it will get better soon, so I can't get hungry. Xiaozuhiki Hoshio ate without expression. She, a person who eats for nothing, has no right to say. Tomorrow will be the most anticipated Friday by June Toru. It used to be because of the weekend, but now it's different. On Friday, 2 senior sisters can feed their mouths. Who wouldn't expect this? After school in the afternoon, Anyunche left the classroom and saw 2 figures standing at the top of the stairs. Xiaozuhiki Hoshio also went back with the 2 of them. Toru Azuzu must agree. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Intan Tetsu smiled, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Hey, it depends on whether your bento is good or not. My Sakurajima feels a little embarrassed now. Why did she agree to feed him back then? How can such a thing be agreed to by good food? However, my Sakurajima really won't repent of what she has promised. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu, walking with a plain expression. She was completely involuntarily forced to agree to it somehow. Probably not being able to cook is the original sin. But she didn't have any ambiguous thoughts. After all, she saw that Toru Azumino and Mai Sakurajima were a little bit intimidated, and she was equivalent to being with Mai Sakurajima, which made her feel a little courageous to have a companion. And these two people can provide inspiration for her novel. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Antanche had thoughts about her. After all, who can look at what's in the pot and think of what's in the other pot? Today, Anyunche came home, but there is no Irie. After all, it has been explained clearly, Ying Lily once again went to art student happily. Antan Toru has nothing to do. The Pokemon is almost complete, and the soundtrack is almost complete. Wait until Saturday to find Maki Nishikino to record the BGM, then it can be matched and released. The third volume of My Youth Love Story really has a problem, and the third volume of Sword Art Online have also been written in advance, and there is nothing to do for the time being. However, the second volume of Sword Art Online seems to be on sale the day after tomorrow. Antan Tetsu went on Twitter, posted a notice that the second volume of Sword Art Online is 2 days away from the release date, and then retired. Too lazy to read the comments. There are no sand sculpture netizens in this world, and the comments are nothing good. In the evening, I had a happy exchange with Ying Lily again, and Azutara went to bed early. The next day, Anyunche got up early to make a bento, still 4 copies. Meatballs are definitely not missing, so I won't make hamburgers. Fried poached eggs and a braised pork ribs with a little green vegetables. Simple and perfect. It's a pity that there is no prawns, so Azuchi still wants to make deep fried prawns. But it doesn't matter, I'll do it next time. Rubbing against Kirisu's car, came to the school, gave one of the lunch boxes to Kirisu, and the two went to the school building together. However, Kirisu Matsumoto didn't ask about the lunch box, but Antan was completely dissatisfied. If you don't ask, it means you don't care, and you are not jealous. Then you might not like me, but that's not okay. Of course, Azutoru would definitely not take the initiative to speak. It seems that I have to find a way to increase the ambiguity between the two. Walking into the classroom, Xiaomamu Yuzu is there. Grapefruit, come so early. The name is Xiaomamu Yuzu, but it is also a strong request, and it is so cute that Antan Toru called it. Of course, Antan Toru would not refuse. After all, Xiaomamu grapefruit is indeed very beautiful. And it's still black and straight. Who doesn't like black long straight? Good morning Anyun-kun. Seeing Anyun Toru, Xiaomamu Yuzu greeted happily. When he came to school the day before yesterday, Antanche was already in the class. In order to see Antanche more in the morning, Xiaomamu Yuzu came early yesterday. However, Antanche did not make a lunch box yesterday, so he did not wait. She came to the school early again today, but she didn't expect Antanche to come. There is a reward for giving. There were only 2 of them in the class, and they did not talk, so it was very quiet. However, Xiaomamu Yuzu felt that it was very good to be alone with Azuto. May start with the value of appearance, but after such a long time of understanding, she likes Antanche more and more. She knew that she had fallen in love with Antanche. But contact and confession are 2 different things. The former one can be bold, but she has no courage to confess. That's it for the time being, I will slowly show my courage. Xiaomamu Yuzu swears secretly. Antan Tetsu doesn't know what Xiaomamu Yuzu thinks, but he still knows that she likes herself. However, he certainly couldn't take the initiative to confess. Active and passive are 2 different things. If you want to be the Sea King, you can't take the initiative before letting the girl die. The morning passed quickly, and Anyun came to the activity room happily, but the two senior sisters had not yet come. Humming, waiting for the arrival of the two senior sisters. When Sakurajima Mai and Kazumajayaka Shiwa opened the door and came in, they saw Azu Toru's unstoppable smile. Are you looking forward to it? Mai Sakurajima glanced at Toru Azumino with a blank look. Of course, die without regrets. Come out. Mai Sakurajima ignored him, took the bento box, opened it, and the aroma came out. It was already cold, and it was still delicious. Untan Toru handed his chopsticks to Sakurajima Mai. Sakurajima Mai took it, and generously placed a meatball in the Untan Toru lunchbox. Untan took a bite. Body and mind are satisfied. Then he glanced at Kazumajayaka Shiwa. Kazumajayaka Shiwa helplessly took the chopsticks in Mai Sakurajima's hand, and also took a meatball to Untan Toru, who opened his mouth again to eat. No regrets in this life. Anyun sighed. Is naturally a sanitary ball for the two women. The three of them are still the same at noon, and they are going back together. The people they see are a little flattering, just get used to it, just get used to it. It's no big deal, there are 9 out of 10 things that are unsatisfactory in life. People have to learn to face and accept. Untan Toru didn't know that his behavior caused people to think deeply. Calm, he only knows that he is satisfied now. If you can still hold Mai Senpai and Shia Senpai in your arms in the future, let alone. Thank God directly, thank you system. After school, the three of them went back together. Yasuhiko Shiya successfully joined the team, and the two became 3. Toru Azumi clapped his hands and welcomed him. Mai Sakurajima had a good relationship with Kazumajayaka Shiba, and he didn't fall in love with Toru Azumi. Naturally, he didn't want to be disturbed. When he got home, Toru Azumi sent the words and tunes of a song to Shinheim. This was what he remembered when he was bored at home yesterday, thinking that he could worship Zhenji and sing a song with Zhenji. Wonderful. Now I send it to her to let her know about it, and then practice it on her own first, and then see if we can record it together. Brother, you are so amazing, this song is so good. Look, Maki really sent a compliment. Mahim, shall we sing this song together? Really, brother wants me to sing? Of course, Maki's voice is so nice. Why, don't you want to sing? No, I'm worried about whether I can sing well. Yes, my brother believes in you. Finally, Maki agreed, under the sweet words of Untan Toru. The two agreed to meet tomorrow and stopped talking, while Maki Nishikino went to practice singing. Untan Toru is hanging, absolutely happy, there will be no problems. Maki Nishikino has also dealt with music for many years, and it is easy to practice a little bit. Looking at the title of the song sent to Maki, Toru Azu is very much looking forward to singing with Maki tomorrow. On the screen, the name of the song, If It Can Shine. Chapter 37, Week 6 with Maki. If It Can Shine. This song is the theme song of Toru Anjun's previous life, April Is Your Lie. Needless to say, it sounds good. Who dares to say that it is not good? Pull out to have a fight. This song was originally a combined song, but this world definitely doesn't have them. And the April animation currently produced may not still have this song. Untan Toru intends to make this song out first. Although the original singer is a group, there are still men and women. Toru Untan changed himself and Zhenji sang no different. With a plug-in, Untan Che can sing better. Of course, Toru Anyun didn't want to copy this song because it was about to be aired in April. The main thing is to be able to sing with Shinheim, this is the point. Fame is of secondary importance. The next day, Saturday, when Sword Art Online was on sale, Toru Azumi came to Maki Nishikino's house. There is no one else in Nishikino Maki's house, and Toru Azumino also came by himself. This means that the next two are alone. Nishikino Maki is already called Antan Toru by his brother, and he certainly won't have any scruples. Antan Toru also has his own moral bottom line, so naturally nothing will happen. Came here more than once, and Antan still sighed that the house was terrific. Antan Teo plans to buy one himself when that time comes. Then call all the girls to live. Brother, Nissan, is today the release date of the second volume of your novel Sword Art Online. When Toru Azumino and Ying Rairi came together for the first time, Maki Nishikino already knew about Toru Azumino writing a novel. Later, I bought it and watched it. Nishikino Maki succeeded in becoming a loyal fan of Toru Azumino. Yet, what? Are you watching too? Yet. Look good. Maki Nishikino nodded vigorously. I'll go shopping with you that afternoon. Although it's great to go out with Makoto, but now I have business to do. The two came to the piano room. Antan Toru has already mastered the song If It Can Shine, now I want to test Genji. Antan Toru sat at the piano, and Maki sat beside him. Nodded to Maki, and Toru Anson began to play. The beginning is the female voice part. Although Maki Nishikino was a bit cautious and shy, she sang it. But the little face is still a little rosy. And it's also a little out of tune. This part is a male voice, and Anyun sings while playing, relaxing, and also uses a little bel canto blessed by the system. Maki Nishikino was a little silly. Is really nice, the voice seems to be charming. Next is the part of Maki Nishikino. But with the beginning, Maki Nishikino is not too formal, and can sing well. After singing the first time, Antan Toru stopped playing. Maki Nishikino also panted slightly, her face flushed. Mahim, she sings so beautifully. Anyun Che praised. No, my brother sang nicely. Maki Nishikino was a little embarrassed to be praised. Maki Nishikino is worthy of being one of the big three of the muse in the future. She sings very well, basically there are no major problems. You can record it after a little practice twice. Antanch doesn't pursue perfection very much, and he's not making an album. Why should he be so good? After practicing 2 or 3 times, Maki Nishikino felt completely okay, and the two set out to the recording studio. The recording studio that went to was someone who Maki Nishikino's parents knew, and no one was recording. So Toru Azumino can start recording directly. It's a pity that Toru Ansama didn't tease Shinheim in the studio, and didn't say a word about bringing her boyfriend. I was surprised by the appearance of Antanche and his composing. The face value is really surprised, but the composer thinks it is the rich man playing casually. After all, Nishikino Maki's family is not good enough, and if you can play with Nishikino Maki, you are naturally considered to be of the same class. Antan Toru doesn't care. It's good to be able to play as a pig and eat a tiger, isn't it? As long as I am given a chance to pretend, I will not remember the villain as an adult. Antan Toru recorded the BGM of Pokemon first. As for that song, the goal is that Master Pokemon has no plans for the time being. In addition to being a little nicer, this song does not impress people in this world very much. After all, there is nothing in Pokemon. By virtue of hanging up, Toru and Yoon recorded the BGM of Pokemon without any problems, so that the studio manager put aside his contempt. After all, they have already demonstrated their abilities. Which silly X would still ridicule. They are not the kind of mindless passers-by in the novel. The next song is not If It Can Shine. After recording the melody first, the manager's eyes became serious. After all, people definitely understand music, and you know if this song is good or not. When recording the song for the first time, Maki Nishikino had a little problem. After changing the environment, she became a little more cautious. Still Genji self-regulates quickly. There is no big problem the second time. Finally, I recorded it twice. After recording, Toru Azumino and Maki Nishikino resigned, but the manager asked for Toru Azumino's contact information. He had already seen that this beautiful boy might be a little genius, and he must have a good relationship. It was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the two of them were very hungry. Toru Azumi took Maki Nishikino to a somewhat high-end restaurant. After all, I have helped a lot, but I can't treat others badly. Moreover, the cost of a meal is much less than the money given in the studio just now. It is that the manager did not get a discount because of knowing Zhenji. This person really doesn't know how to do business. After eating, the two took the tram to buy the second volume of Sword Art Online. There is no bookstore at Maki Nishikino's house. Past Odanokazaka Academy on the way, which is the birthplace of the muse. Mahim. Your high school is coming to Odanokazaka Academy. Yes. How did you know, brother? Maki Nishikino looked at Toruazu in surprise. Of course I know, I also know that you will sing and dance in the future. I just took a look at Odanokazaka Academy. I guessed it. Oh. Maki Nishikino blushed in response. She was thinking just now that her elder brother said he took a look at Odanokazaka Academy. Isn't he looking at her all the time? Thinking about it, his face flushed. The young girl with the spring heart always likes to think wildly. It's a pity that Toru Azuno didn't see it. He just saw a place where it was Kanda Myojin Shrine. He wondered if Haida Demon was cleaning there in a witch costume. www.readaloud.com to accompany Shinheim today. He didn't. The only way to get out of the car is to check it out, but I can only come next time. When the tram arrived at the station, the two got off and walked for a while, and they saw a long line. Unexpectedly, there is still a line. Fortunately, there are not many people. After waiting for more than half an hour, he successfully started the second volume of Sword Art Online. Maki Nishikino couldn't wait to go home and watch it. She asked Antan what the plot of the second volume was, but unfortunately Antan was not a spoiler, and didn't tell her anything. Antan Toru worried that Zhenji went home alone, sent Zhenji to the door of the house, touched Zhenji's head, and said goodbye to Zhenji's slightly shy expression. There is a saying, touching the head to kill is great. I don't want to stop at all. It seems that more skills will be needed in the future. It doesn't matter whether you can touch the girl's head or not, the main reason is to upgrade your skills. Back home, Toru Anzun started loading BGM, planning to complete the Pokemon Red version today. There is not much difference between the red, blue, and green versions, and Azu Toru does not plan to make the other two versions, but the yellow version can be considered. After all, the initial wizard is Pikachu. Unlike the red, blue, and green initial Imperial family, choose one of three. Did half of it, and Azuchi went downstairs to cook. Kirisuo is watching TV. Toru Azumi feels that Kirisuo is the real house. Apart from going to school, she basically doesn't go anywhere at home on weekends, so Antanche will take her to buy groceries before going out. Seems to have to find some time to take her out to play. After eating, Toru Anzuo continued to play Pokemon games. Although he was in a hurry to finish, he would not upload the link today. Today, the second volume of Sword Art Online has just been released, and there is intense discussion on Twitter. Wait until it calms down before promoting Pokemon. At that time, traffic will be concentrated on Pokemon. Chapter 38, Rare Demon King. Antan opened his eyes thoroughly and checked his phone. The time was 11:05. Last night, Antanch thought about finishing Pokemon in one go, but got 3 or 4 o'clock. Then fell asleep till now. Get up, brush your teeth and wash your face. Go downstairs to find food. Then I saw Mr. Kirisu watching TV. Don't you go out for a big weekend? Anyun couldn't help asking. I don't want to. Kirisu Matsumoto didn't even turn his head. Antan was helpless. He took a piece of bread and opened a carton of milk. Fill up your stomach a little bit, after all, you can have lunch later. Bread and milk are prepared at home, but they are actually prepared for Kirisu. And Tan Toru occasionally must wake up late, but Kiriso can't cook food, so she can't make her hungry early in the morning. How do you feel that Kiriso is really bad in winter? Fortunately, An Yun-che is willing to raise it. Of course, who doesn't want to raise such a big beauty? Eating bread, An Yun-che turned on his phone and went to Twitter. Look, I knew I would write the plot in the middle. Damn it, my luck, why did the old thief An Yun write her to death? Salai K Zygo. Long live Loli. An Yun old thief wrote the following story, How is Asuna? Stop in time, the good mood of the day can't be destroyed by the person with abnormal brain. But, as expected, Loli will always be popular. After all, Toru Anson himself is also, ahem. Pampered his stomach, An Yun leaned forward to Kirisa's side. Sister Zhendong, are you hungry? It's okay. Kirisa's words are concise and concise. She got up at 8 o'clock, and had something to eat at 9 o'clock. She is not very hungry now. Yasuto nodded, planning to watch TV with Kiriso before going to cook. However, I didn't watch An Tan-che for a while before playing on his mobile phone. It really didn't look good. And it's not anime. The TV series did not start from scratch. An Tan-che has obsessive-compulsive disorder, it is better not to watch it if you can't see it intact. Moved his body, An Tan Toru put his head on Kiriso's legs, Kirito looked down, and An Tan Toru smiled. Matsuhiro did not refuse. After all, she had promised to have a thorough relationship with An Tan. This kind of thing is good for her, as long as she can accept it, as long as it is not particularly intimate. And looking down at An Yun-che's handsome face, who can push it away? Lie down a little bit, An Yun-che got up to cook. To be honest, this knee pillow is so comfortable that An Tan-che didn't want to move. Looking at Kiriso Tou still calmly watching TV, An Yun Toru quickly kissed Kiriso's cheek, and then he smiled and ran to the kitchen. Toshihiro was caught off guard, he gave a helpless look at Antonto's back, shook his head and looked at the TV again. It's just that the pretty face is a little more rosy than before. After lunch, Mr. Kiriso continued to stay at home, but Toru and Tan went out. When I saw Kanda Myojin Shrine yesterday, Toru Azumo couldn't help but want to see it, but it's not easy to leave or take Shinheim with him. Today is idle, and Tan-che decided to go take a look. Xi Devil, who can hold back from watching? Take the tram, arrive at the station, and then walk down the stairs of the shrine. This latter can be said to be a holy place. The future is where the muses often run and train. But now it's just an ordinary ladder. Take a step and go up the stairs. To be honest, Toru and Tan was a little nervous, and the feeling of taking the initiative to meet someone he wanted to meet, the feeling of expectation and tension intertwined, really made the heart beat faster. With this feeling in mind, Anton Toru climbed to the top. No one was relieved again and a little disappointed. There are indeed no people at this time, and the King Nozomi whom Antan wanted to see could not have been in front of the shrine all the time. In other words, this is the first time Azu Toru has seen a shrine. It is impossible to have a shrine in China in the previous life. Although influenced by the two-dimensional element, I want to see the witch costume, but thinking of the difference between the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional, in this world, Toru Azumi never visited a shrine when he was a child. Later, knowing that this is the world of the second dimension, Antan Toru has forgotten this, and is inseparable from Ying Lily every day. If I can see the witch costume of King Xi Demon today, I get excited just thinking about it. Kanda Myojin Shrine is quite large, and there are 2 stone lions in front of the shrine. Antan recalled Love Live in his mind, it was really exactly the same. If you go in and pay a visit, Antan doesn't understand what it means, so if you make a mistake, you'll be embarrassed. Although he seemed to go in and see if King Xi Demon was there. Wandering outside for a while, Antan-che didn't want to go in, but also thought that he wouldn't be able to see King Ximo. However, Tojo, who has been dangling like this, attracted the attention of Tojo Nozomi in the shrine. Tojo Nozomi watched the people walking around outside, a little suspicious, so she came out to take a look. Antan Toru also noticed. Tojo Nozomi walked out in the witch costume that Anzuo wanted to see. The upper body of the witch costume is white, and the lower part is a red long skirt. This witch costume is still very conservative, completely different from the witch costume in Anyun-che's mind. Tojo Nozomi's long purple hair was dangled, and she looked suspiciously at Antan Toru. "What's the matter with you?" "It's okay. It's okay." Anyun-che hurriedly waved his hand. "Is really the Demon King. And the face is a bit fleshy, and the figure is very plump. The most important thing is that it's so magnificent, just one chest tall. Deserves to be the Demon King. Loved love." Tojo Nozomi looked at the person in front of her. With a very handsome face, Tojo dared to say that this is the best looking boy she has ever seen. The three words "beautiful young boy" are simply synonymous with this boy. Of course, Nozomi Tojo doesn't follow the five senses. This person is walking around in front of the shrine, which is too suspicious. Have to ask clearly. "Is there anything wrong with you here?" Tojo Nozomi asked again. "I just take a look. It's the first time I see a shrine, I'm a little curious." Toru Azu explained with a smile. A beautiful boy with a smile, Tojo Nozomi suddenly relaxed her vigilance. "You. My name is Anyun Toru, just call me Anyun." "Hello, Mr. Ensumi, my name is Tojo Nozomi." Tojo Nozomi also introduced herself. Anyun-jun nodded. He must know what Tojo Nozomi is called. www.readaloud.com. At first, he even wanted to say Tojo Nozomi's name directly, which not only made Tojo Nozomi curious, but also appetite. Makes girls interested in you, curiosity is necessary. But Anyun Toru still gave up, the two are not common now, it is better to meet from the beginning. It would be better to meet again later. "Mr. Enjun, do you need me to show you?" Tojo Nozomi asked. This is not because of Tojo's good-looking Tojo Nozomi, it's just the hospitality of the shrine. However, there must be a reason for Antan's appearance. Anyun-kun must have agreed. There is nothing to introduce to the shrine, so Tetsu Azu and Nozomi Tojo also walked around. But Antan thoroughly understood the procedures for visiting the shrine. During the period, the two chatted casually, and the name was directly changed to the last name. "What's wrong, sir?" Antan was awkward listening. But Tojo Nozomi's Kansai accent sounds so cute. Anyun-kun boldly asked for a group photo, but Tojo Nozomi agreed. Antan was so happy. The group photo is simply standing side by side, but Tojo Azumo turned slightly to Tojo Nozomi's side, and he was more than a scissor hand. Tojo Nozomi smiled politely. The person who took the photo was from the shrine, and looking at the photo, I felt like a talented girl. After a brief tour, Tojo Anzun bid farewell to Tojo Nozomi and left. "Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, but now it's just to see you first." Tojo Nozomi waved at the back of Azu-kun, and did not put down his hand until Azuzu-kun disappeared from the stairs. She thought for a while, took out the tarot card, and decided to fortune-telling. Shuffle, draw. Looking at the card in her hand, Tojo Nozomi was lost in thought. "The man of destiny?" Tojo murmured to himself. Chapter 39, Pokemon is coming. When he got home, Azumi pulled Kirisu to the supermarket, and the two went to the supermarket to buy groceries. Tomorrow is Anyun Tetsu making a lunch. He plans to buy more ingredients and make new tricks. Now being teased by neighbors about being a couple, Kirisu is really shy. The two were cousins before, and they didn't care about these ridicules at all. Now it's different, there is a ghost in my heart, and what the neighbors say is the truth. Kirisu Midu is really embarrassed. Anpsan-kun took the silent Kirisu mate after buying the ingredients, and it was not until she got home that she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you so embarrassed? Anyun-kun looked at Kirisu Middle with amusement. Yet. I think about it now and I don't know how to tell your parents in the future. Kirisu Masuya looked serious, but he was a little panicked. Originally ran to someone else's house to live in, but he abducted his son. Haha, don't worry. Ms. Jindong is so beautiful, it's too late for my parents to be happy. Tan Che's parents are still very casual, or they are very heartwarming. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave Tan Toru alone at home for a year or two. Earlier when Kirito was about to come, Tan Toru's mother had also said that if Tan-kun could win Kirisu, he would be able to count him. So Tan Tetsu didn't panic. I just don't know if there are too many girlfriends in the future, will they let them? Cough, think too much, now there is not a girlfriend yet. Anyun-kun's comfort did not make Kirisu really useful. However, Azu Toru didn't help her anymore, anyway, he would only be relieved if he had actually faced it, so let her continue to panic. The two had dinner, and Antan went back to the room. Kirisu Masuyu stayed below to watch TV. There are fewer comments on the second volume of Sword Art Online on Twitter, and it seems that the craze has passed. I feel like I can recommend Pokemon tomorrow. Do you want to warm it up? Tan Toru intends to record a short video of 10 minutes and post it to see the response. Click on the Pokemon Red in the phone, Tan Cheer started playing again, and started the screen recording. The initial elf must choose the little fire dragon, the eternal of the fire-breathing dragon. Exploring the map, encountering elves on the grassland, fighting, leveling, learning new skills, until the end of the fight, the little fire dragon evolved into a fire dinosaur, and Tan Toru did not stop recording. After all, it was for people to demonstrate, and Tan Che did not turn on acceleration. The whole video was more than 30 minutes. I watched it again and there was no problem. Anyun Cheer posted on Twitter, attached the title A Little Game, and posted the video. Yaya Xiao, Tan Old Thief recommends the game. Not many people commented, most of them are watching the video. Tan turned off the phone thoroughly, and planned to see the response later. Continued to play Pokemon for 40 minutes, Anyun saved the progress, and clicked on Twitter again. This game feels good. There is no information on the internet. Aren't these elves just the pictures sent by the old thief Anyun? Those seem to be painted by Mr. Anyun, right? This game will not be made by Mr. Anyun himself. It's hard to say, it must be related anyway. I just want to know where I can play. The response is not bad, plus it is recommended by Toru Azu, and Pokemon is unexpectedly popular. Tan Toru now has nearly 400,000 fans. This is not a small amount. In addition, more or less fans will definitely play Pokemon because of Azuchi. When the word of mouth comes out, Pokemon will definitely be popular. Think about the IP of the previous life Pokemon, that is a cash cow. Tan Che's fortune is dependent on fans. There are only 400,000 fans. My youth love story really has a problem. Although it may not exceed 10 million, it is almost the same. In other words, Machida Yuan's bet is stable. Tan Cheer was a little excited thinking about it. After all, there is always a layer of paper between Azure Toru and Machida Yuanzi. Only by that gambling agreement can they be broken. This is the key to whether the relationship between the two can go further. Pokemon will upload the download link tomorrow, and Toru Azumoto plans to make a pictorial first. The main sprite picture has been drawn, coupled with attributes, skills, and race values, plus an evolution level. At the beginning, there is no need for personality or characteristics, after all, it is not involved, and then it will be gradually improved. The next day, Monday. Routinely make a lunch and then drive to school. Now from Monday to Friday, Tan Che has only 2 days to sleep more, but getting up early to make lunch for the seniors is painful and happy. Xiaomamu Yuzu is already in the classroom waiting to say hello to Toru Azumino. She has figured out Antan's early arrival pattern. I just don't know what would happen to her if she knew the truth. But that is an Yun-kun, of course I forgive him. The morning class passed quickly, and nothing happened. Antan wanted to befriend the sleeping beauty of Zohufa. It is a pity that she is only interested in sleeping. The right guardian glasses girl also found the fun of novels, and now she is addicted to novels and can't help herself. However, these two people are geniuses in science and liberal arts, and they can fall freely. Moreover, they are only in the first year of high school, and the two have not bothered about the subjects they are not good at because of the university entrance examination. And maybe the glasses girl doesn't need to go to liberal arts university for psychology or something afterwards. Human emotions? What is that? Is it interesting to read novels? Toru Azu thinks it's better to focus on the two senior sisters now. During lunch break, Toru Anson and two senior sisters ate in the activity room of the literature department. Mai Sakurajima and Shiwakazu Majayaka sat on one side of the long table, and Toru Azumi sat on the other side. An Yun-kun doesn't care about sitting side by side with the elder sisters. After lunch, Antan Chuo passed the Pokemon game on the phone to the two senior sisters. Watched the two play while instructing, and sat between them logically. Both of them didn't care because of Pokemon. Although the two don't like to play games very much, games like Pokemon seem to have unexpected appetites for them. I had a lot of fun at noon, and I almost forgot to be late. The situation where the three people hurried back to the classroom was naturally seen by the students by the window, and then yelled. The people far from the window naturally leaned in. Men are jealous and hate, women are also jealous and hate. And so Unkun and Sakurajima Mai and Kasho Majayaka Shiwa have been spread out recently when they were together at noon. Those who didn't know had nothing to do with the three of them except that they were sour. Those who pray still have comfort in their hearts. After all, there are two women. You can only pick one. Ahem, An Yun-che said that children only make choices, he wants them all. After school in the afternoon, Azu Toru sent the two senior sisters to the tram, and he quickly went home. After arriving home, returning to the room, Antan-chi uploaded the Pokemon download link on Twitter. Computer version and mobile version. Of course, there is not much difference between the two. Why do you have to use a computer to play on your phone? Antan Toru is just in case, what if someone likes to use computers? The download is not free. Yu reads the book at www.yuyugonshu.com, but Antan Toru doesn't know how much he should charge, so he can set a 999 yen. This price is almost the selling price of Azu Toru's current novels, but not after tax. Antan-che can get 100% of the money. After the link was posted, someone came to comment soon. Pokemon. Is it the game of the video posted yesterday? Isn't it a Pokemon? Follow him, download and play first. I have to buy one less novel. The content previously posted by Antan Toru is directly in the form of neon characters, and Pocket Monster is not used. So there are two titles, Pokemon and Pokemon. But Pokemon is the name of the game, and Pokemon is the general name for genie, it doesn't matter. Watching the number of downloads continue to rise, Antan Toru estimated that his Twitter will be full of Pokemon analysis in the future. As for how much money he made, Antan didn't care about it. It was not the time to consider money yet. However, after An Yun-che's parents came back, An Yun-che planned to buy a house and live in, and brought Kirisa with him. How could there be no two in the world? Best Ying Lily can live together. Is two women living together? Antan-che was a little panicked. It's not a joke with two boats pedaling, one boat accidentally overturned. Is Cheng Cheng's case kidding you? Of course Antan Tetsu is not Cheng Cheng, unlike him who only cares about the person in front of him and does not care about the feelings of other sisters. Antan fully understands the importance of Asashi. Asashi is a necessary skill to open a harem. Ananyun Toru, but the person who knows the skills best. P.S. From now on, at least 2 changes a day. Chapter 40, Xiaoshizi officially debuted. Early in the morning, Anyun Toru's cell phone rang a beep. Is a message from the Black Cat. Congratulations, Mr. Anyun's Sword Art Online has sold millions. 2 volumes of Sword Art Online broke 1 million, which is okay, much worse than the previous life. Antan Toru remembered that the total sales volume of Sword Art Online in the previous life was more than 50 million. There are more than 50 million in more than 20 volumes, with an average of more than 2 million in one volume. The results of Sword Art Online are now average. What's more, what Antan is thinking about now is to break 10 million sales. A mere million Antan has long been ignored. Although his finished book only broke 1 million. A thank you message was returned to the Black Cat, and Anyun Toru started to get up. Tuesday is a day when Antan Tetsu doesn't have to make a lunch box, so he naturally slept for a while. Mr. Kirisu had already left, and the long-awaited Mr. Kirisu came to ask him to get up early. The incident never happened. Damn, I didn't ask to wake up early, what's the point of living with my sister? If I live with Irie, she will definitely come and wake me up. Thinking of this, Toru Azu made up his mind to let Yingiri and Kirisu Meifu live together in the future. No need to bring a lunch box, came to school with ease. Good morning, Anyun-kun. The girls greeted Anyun-che. Came late, almost everyone in the class came. Good morning everyone. Toru Anson responded to the girls with a smile. Not to mention, as a second thorn ape, I really enjoy this kind of atmosphere. I used to fantasize about being surrounded by a group of girls in front of the screen. Now that it is realized, it seems that there is nothing on the surface, but in fact I am very proud of it. Antan is a group pet in the class, but she licks the dog invisibly in the activity room during the lunch break. No way, who made my Sakurajima and Shiba Kasho Majayaka? It's worth licking. Of course, you can't act like licking a dog, you have to be like that kind of slender lady and gentleman. I care about you, but I don't cater to you. Today's bento was made by my Sakurajima, and Toru Azumoto found out that there were meatballs again. My senpai like to eat meatballs? Antan pondered this question carefully, wondering if he would make some meatballs every day in the future. However, today's Kasho Majayaka Shiu is a bit strange. The bento was eaten without a bite, so obviously there was something on my mind. What's wrong, Shiba? Isn't the bento tasty? Sakurajima Mai asked. Ah. What? My Sakurajima asked again. It's delicious. Xiaoshiki Shiu replied, and symbolically sandwiched a meatball to eat. Then why are you in a daze? Think of something. Xiaoshiki Shiu didn't say much. Kasho Majayaka Shiwa said that, my Sakurajima didn't ask too much. Antan Toru looked at Kasho Majayaka Shiba thoughtfully. At this time, Shiba Senpai had almost started to write novels. It seems to be unhappy? Antan guessed it thoroughly. Xiaoshiki Shiu has indeed begun to write. But when I opened the document, I found that I couldn't write any further. There is no inspiration at all. I have been conceiving it for so long, I thought it would be easy to write, but I couldn't write it at the beginning. She was sitting in front of the computer last night, staring blankly in the middle of the night, feeling a little irritable. I slept for a long time at school today, but because Kasho Majayaka Shiwa usually sleeps a lot, my Sakurajima didn't care much. Speak out what trouble Shiba Senpai has, and we can help you share some of it. Toru Azuzu suggested. If Xiaoshiki Shiu is really troubled by writing novels, Toru Anzuo can pack a ticket and settle it. Xiaoshiki Shiu pursed his lips, and decided to speak out. I tried to write a novel yesterday, but found that I couldn't write it. Suddenly I lost my clue. Xiaoshiki Shiu's tone is still lost. She is very proud and can succeed in everything, and her grades are always the first in grade, but she did not expect to think that writing a novel is very simple, but she was embarrassed. Sakurajima Mai. Writing a novel? Say it early. There is a big boss by your side. Shiu, why don't you ask Intan? Kashomajayaka Shiwa looked at Mai Sakurajima in doubt. Actually, Intan Toru writes novels, and he is relatively famous. Mai Sakurajima casts a glance at Intan Toru, not wanting to admit that Intan Toru is very good. It's too difficult to ask Mai Sakurajima to praise someone alone. But fortunately, now is the time to comfort Shiba Kashomajayaka. Mai Sakurajima can only tell the truth. As for why he is full of praise for Azuto's cooking, that can only be said that Mai Sakurajima cannot be blamed, but because the food is so delicious, she really can't refuse. Syazhiki Yoshio looked at Anyunche in amazement. What does mean? The boss is by my side. Really? Syazhiki Yoshio couldn't believe it. Intan Toru looks quiet, and he is so handsome, unlike a novelist. Do you want to learn to write novels from me? I will teach you. I'm really writing a novel, it's easy to talk about it, so I don't have a chance to get closer. Syazhiki Yoshio. You make it hard for me to believe it. Mai Sakurajima turned around and flipped through the bookshelf, and threw 2 books on the table. One is The Moonlight is Really Beautiful, and the other is April is Your Lie. Have you seen the name of the author of the book? An Swan, it is An Swan Toru. Said Sakurajima Mai, pointing to the 2 novels. Syazhiki Yoshio was even more shocked. She likes these 2 novels so much that the author also likes them very much. I always thought that the author Intan was an elderly person, after all, he could write such a delicate novel. As a result, you told me that the author is a high school student and is right by my side. Syazhiki Yoshio doesn't use the internet very much, so he didn't follow Anyunche's Twitter. Originally, the first volume of Moonlight is Really Beautiful had the title of a genius middle school student, but when Syazhiki Yoshio bought it, it was reprinted, and there was no such title. So Kashomajayaka Shiba Village is just getting online now. Shiu-senpai, are you still a fan of my book? Looking at the expression of Kashomajayaka Shiu, Anyun asked with a smile. Yes. Syazhiki Yoshio was still in shock, and admitted blankly. Intan smiled more happily. The laughter brought Syazhiki Yoshio back to his senses. www.readaloud.com. Intan gave Intan a shy look. Syazhiki Yoshio is not excited now because the author he likes is right in front of him. It is different from what he thought, the gap is too big, and now he feels no sense. Teach me. Kashomajayaka Shiba was expressionless. Okay. Anyun agreed. Shiu-senpai, you just lack confidence and proficiency. Anyway, just write directly. If you can't write, you will rack your brains and write whatever you think of. You will know how to write better when you look back later. There is still a little time before the end of the lunch break, and Toru Anzuo directly began to teach Shiu Kashomajayaka. Although Intan Toru's novels are copied, he has polished up a lot by himself. He has already acquired the writing skills, and he is already full of them. It's okay to let Anjun Toru create his own work, and he will write well. But Toru Azu will definitely not do this. There are so many novels that can be copied, why not copy? Intan Che is not here to pretend to be a saint, he is here to show the saint. The 2 began to discuss creative skills. Mai Sakurajima was not interested in writing novels. She took out her phone and turned on Pokémon. The little fire dragon evolved into a fire dinosaur yesterday. It's pretty handsome. And the newly caught Bobo is pretty good looking, that is, why can't the green caterpillars in the grass be killed? Can the fire dinosaur burn the grass? At the end of the lunch break, Kashomajayaka Shiwa solved her troubles, and learned that Azuto Toru is the author she likes. On the way back, she talked and laughed with Azu Toru, Sakurajima Mai's face was peacefully on the other side of Azuto Toru, and she didn't speak. At this noon, there are new rumors. Toru Azumi and Shiakazu Majayaka go one step further. Mai Sakurajima is suspected of losing. P.S. The update time is 12 noon and 6 p.m. Chapter 41, Love Metronome. The first chapter is finished, let's see how it goes. This is a message from Shiakazu Majayaka. It is 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and this is the third time that Shiu Zayas Haikyuu had a problem. I talked to Zayas Haikyuu Shiu during the day, and when I went back to Zayas Haikyuu Shiu at night, she began to write constantly, and then asked Azuru Toru, the predecessor. Antan Toru twice mentioned a few places where the writing was not very good, and how to write it. However, Zayas Haikyuu Shiu listened to it, but did not write according to Antan Che's advice. Zayas Haikyuu Shiu wants to write his own novel, not a novel written under the guidance of others. Her pride does not allow her to do this. So there is no way. Zayas Haikyuu Shiu changed, and Anyun Che looked again. Antan Che is not a person who forces others to follow their own ideas. What's more, Shiu-senpai asked for help. Can only accompany slightly. Zayas Haikyuu Shiu is now inspired, and quickly taps on the keyboard with his fingers to write an outline. Seeing that the message from Antan Tetsu was no good, he continued to write again. She hasn't taken off her school uniform, and she hasn't taken a shower. That's it when she comes back. Her long round legs in black silk socks are closed together, lying flat on the bed. The laptop is placed on the lap. She and Anyun Che are not very familiar, and shouldn't continue to disturb him at this time, but now that the inspiration has exploded, I really don't want to stop. Zayas Haikyuu Shiu is one grade higher than Antan Toru, but he is only 16 years old like Antan Toru. He is very gentle and elegant, but has some shortcomings. She needs help now, she wants to write her own novel, and although she and Antan Che are not very familiar, they have a good relationship, let alone feed him. So is there any burden in asking him for help? Zayas Haikyuu Shiu kept finding excuses to convince herself. Until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Antan Cheer looked at the novel on the computer without any problems, and finally smiled happily. Great, I can finally sleep. Shiu-senpai is so terrible that she tossed me into the middle of the night. Who can stand it? I want to sleep until tomorrow. Tomorrow Wednesday. I make a bento. Antan Tetsuko's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and there was no sleep. Forget it, don't sleep anymore. Don't want to endure the feeling of being unable to get up. Continue to compile the illustrated book. In the silent night, Anyun Che was silently typing on the keyboard in the room. When the first ray of sunlight came in, Anyun Toru stopped typing on the keyboard, got up and went downstairs to prepare lunch. Anyun Che's face didn't have any fatigue. With his physical fitness, it would be fine if he didn't sleep for several days or nights. But Antan Che is an ordinary person in terms of spiritual thinking, and the idea in his mind is to sleep at night. In other words, as long as Antan Che did not make up his mind, he would still feel tired and sleepy just like a normal person. Although he once said that he would not be a human being. This time the bento is simple. Ajutsu Toru fries 4 steaks directly, each with 2 fried eggs. After frying, cut into pieces, put them in a bento box, and put poached eggs on top, garnish with a few cherry tomatoes, small tomatoes, perfect. What did you do today? Kirisu Matsuya got up. Just look forward to it. Fortunately, Kirisu is not a person who asks too much, otherwise it would be hard to explain this bento. I just hope she thought I made some friends. Toru Anzuo dreamed of luck. Toru Azumi arrived at the school in Kirisu's car, walked into the classroom, and greeted Kozaka Yuzu who was already there. When he got to the seat, put his backpack on, and Tonto slept directly on his stomach. I went to bed until noon. Xiaomamu Yuzu still wanted to have a good chat with Antan Che, but it was a pity that she gave up looking at Antanche, who was sleeping on his stomach. When Antanche woke up, the school bell had already rang, so he picked up his backpack and hurried to the activity room. The two elder sisters are already here, and Antanche is rarely late. Sakurajima Mai has no expression, but Kazumajaya Kashiba's complexion is a bit tired. The face is still beautiful and fair, but the eye circles are a bit dark. It seems that I didn't sleep much last night. Took out the bento and handed two of them to them. Today's bento is very rich. Anyun laughed. Kazumajaya Kashiwa still opened slowly, but Mai Sakurajima heard that the speed in her hand was a little faster. It's actually a steak. Mai Sakurajima said in surprise. Taste it now. Although it's cold, it shouldn't be too bad. Antan said thoroughly. Mai Sakurajima couldn't help but clip a piece, and the mouth shot Q. After taking a bite, the meat is tender and refreshing, and a satisfying emotion is permeated. It's delicious. Mai Sakurajima exclaimed. It is obviously just a regular steak, and there is no special seasoning, but after eating it, the soul seems to be sublimated. What exactly did it do? This kind of delicacy, I feel that I cannot live without it in the future. Zayas Hikiyoshiu took a bite and felt a lot more energetic. Well, it's delicious. The three of them started to eat lunch in silence. After eating, Syaz Hikiyoshiu couldn't help but stretched his waist, sweeping away the tiredness. Of course, her rugged figure must have made Antan secretly glanced a few more times. Shiba, how is the novel? Mai Sakurajima asked. Kazumajaya Kashiba was asleep this morning, but Mai Sakurajima didn't have time to ask. Although there is Azutoru's help, the problem shouldn't be big. It's not bad, I am writing very smoothly now. The novel can be written smoothly, and Shiuzaya's Haikyuu couldn't help smiling. That smile is very charming. If Mai Sakurajima is not there, Toru Azuzu might take out a picture with his phone. It must go well, I was almost squeezed out last night. Toru and June interrupted and drove. Anyun, you can't, can you be squeezed dry at such a young age? Zayas Hikiyoshiu actually took the conversation. It seems that Antan Toru's contribution yesterday is still worth it. www.readaloud.com. Zayas Hikiyoshiu doesn't mind joking with Antan Toru. Sister, you dare to say that I can't, let's continue today. How can a man be said no? Okay. Syaz Hikiyoshiu couldn't ask for it. Sakurajima Mai. What's the matter with you two? When I don't exist. Asu Toru's bold statement, Mai Sakurajima knew about it, but Shiwa Kazumajaya could also cooperate. This is not the Shiuzaya's Haikyuu I know. Are you quiet and elegant? Shiba, what is the title of your book going to be? Mai Sakurajima changed the subject, interrupting the two people's yellow accent. Just call it Love Metronome. Really called this name? Antanche had read the content of Syaz Hikiyoshiu's novel last night. Although it was only one chapter, it was quite similar to the memory of previous lives. I wondered if it was Love Metronome last night. As expected. But there is no such thing as a Nulun in this world, and Syaz Hikiyoshiu might have to cut it in half by then. But it doesn't matter, Antan is here. With his current reputation, he will recommend it on Twitter at that time, and it will be steady. Vote to Fushikawa Bunko. In this regard, Toru Anyun was a person who came here, and Shiu Kazujayaka naturally agreed. But it's still early. Although Neon has 5 or 6 chapters in one light novel, one is also 100,000 words long. It will take a long time for Syaz Hikiyoshiu to write it. Is not necessarily. Antan thought for a while about the state of the inspirational explosion of the original work of Syaz Hikiyoshiu in the previous life. Maybe it can be written today. I just don't know if Shiu Senpai will become like a slut, with a grinning face and trembling legs. Antan shook his head thoroughly, and quickly got rid of the scene. Chapter 42, The Old Thief. Antan is not doing his job properly. Time came to Friday night. After being fed by the two senior sisters at noon, Antan Toru is in a very good mood. And in the past 2 days fighting with Shiba Senpai until late at night, the guide wrote the novel, the relationship between the two has improved a lot. Today, Shiuzaya's Haikyuu had a smile on her face when she was feeding. It's not as if it's official business like last time. The day by day is especially moisturizing, and Antan is full of energy. Illustration has been prepared and I am preparing to post it on Twitter. Pokemon is still very popular on Antan Che's Twitter recently, and now every day's comments are about Pokemon. Where are the Isaijan skills, where can I get the evolution stone, and how to get to the next gym? But one person has already cleared Pokemon these days. Now that person has posted a strategy. I have to say that there are still a lot of great people in the house. After reading the comments for a while, Anyun Che uploaded the pictorial app comes with the title Pokemon Generation 1. Of course it's not free, and a symbolic download fee of 100 yen is added. Charges are normal, and Neon does not have the advantage of piracy or free. As soon as Anyun-kun sent a new message, someone responded immediately. Picture book. Great, this game is really interesting, but I don't know the Pokemon in it, and I didn't expect there to be an illustrated book. Anyun old thief is intimate, but can you not do your business? Don't forget that you write a novel. This is a loyal book fan. The person who cleared the Pokemon before posted a video, which is shown at the end. Then it was discovered that the producer was Antan, and there was no one else on the list to the end. Then the book fans knew that this game was made by Antan. Although the game is really good. Anyun Jun looked at these comments and smiled. Tomorrow he plans to sing together with Shinheim if it can shine. Pokemon is almost there, after all, some great people have cleared the level, and a guide has been posted. This is easy, just look at the guide if you don't know it. Although there may be people who are thinking about clearing the customs on their own, but there are not many people. Maybe it will be hard to pass the level by then. After reading the guide, you can still understand the true fragrance law. And the time to get along with Shinheim can't be less. After coming home from school in the afternoon, Azu Toru sent a score of another song to Genji. Antan Toru intends to continue to sing with sister Genji tomorrow, and stop by to see King Ximo. On Saturday, if Anjun Toru can shine on Twitter, he can only listen to but not download. What is this? Why did Mr. Anyun push the song again? Can't download it. What's the matter if it sounds nice? Male and female voices are also good. Author, did you sing with your girlfriend? Good fellow, the person with abnormal brains is still here. I will forgive you this time, although it is not a girlfriend, but it is also booked. Book fans listened and posted comments, and there were more and more good comments. This song is just over 4 minutes, and basically everyone on the line has listened to it. This is so nice too. The voices of men and women are also very good. This song sounds like an upsurge. How did I feel a touch of sadness the second time? So why recommend this song? And it can't be found. This song was written for your lie in April. Antan Chi posted this sentence and then quit Twitter. It's time to find Sister Genji. It's not important to see Sister Genji in the comments. When he came to Maji's house, Maji was already waiting. Seeing Antan Toru, Maki smiled happily and waved a small hand towards Antan Toru. Why are you waiting for me outside the door? Antan Toru walked up to Jinji and asked. No, just came out. Shinheim denied. In fact, she has been waiting for more than 10 minutes. Since yesterday, she couldn't help thinking about seeing Antan Toru. How is your singing? Antan Toru followed Maji in, and asked casually. Well, I'm almost practicing. My brother is really good, and this song is also good. Genji's tone is very admiring. Maki likes it. Antan Che is a little silly. Although he can copy without any complaints, it is still a bit embarrassing to be praised. The two went to the living room to sit, one on the sofa. Antan Toru just arrived, and the two of them were not in a hurry. And I haven't seen each other for a week, so I have a lot to say. Shinyim's school is a noble girls' school, and there is nothing special, but Shinheim keeps asking what happened to Antan Toru. Antan Cheer avoided the heavyweights, eliminated the lunch with the senior sister at noon, and sent Ying Lily home at night to exchange saliva. The rest is to wake up late in the morning and sleep another day at school. But Anyun Toru's grades are very good. Maki knows that, so Anyun Toru has such good grades casually in school. Maki thinks Anyun Toru is really good. Brother is great. Zhenji kept shouting in her heart. Brother, many people on Twitter are saying that you are not doing business. Maki said with a smile. Shinheim is also a fan of Anyun Toru now, and also follows Anyun Toru's Twitter. Antan did not watch Twitter on the way here, but Jinji kept watching. Although book fans don't know if the song will shine, Anyun Chuk sang it, but Anyun Che's words just made them think that this song was written by Anyun Che. It's about playing games and writing songs, and there are more and more comments about doing business. Antan smiled thoroughly, and he might be even more insecure in the future. The two sat for a while, then went to the piano room to start practicing together. Antan Toru is now walking around at Jinji's house at will. Fortunately, Jinji's parents are very busy during the day and basically won't come back. Fortunately, there is no servant in Jinji's house. Otherwise, the man Antan Che always comes over on Saturdays, and the servant must tell Jinji's parents. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. But now, it doesn't matter if there is, it's too late. Antan Toru has basically succeeded in stealing his home. This time Maki is no longer cautious, and there is no problem with the song the first time. After practicing twice, the two went directly to the recording studio to record songs. Toru Antu added the contact information with the manager of the recording studio before, and he has already made an appointment. When he arrives in the recording studio, he arranges to start directly. Gave the score to the tuner, and after getting familiar with it, began to record the song. Song, Hit the Fireworks. This time I recorded it 3 times and went straight to it. It was very easy. Antan Toru did not end, and recorded another solo version. There are 2 versions of In the Previous Life, one is the chorus version and the other is the solo version of the 8th Master. Both versions are nice. Antan thoroughly recorded the solo version, over and over again. Brother is amazing. After was recorded, Zhenji applauded and praised her, her eyes flickering, she looked like a little fan. It's really amazing. There was a voice outside the recording room, and then 2 figures came in one after the other. Came first and was a tall woman with light brown hair and short hair. Toru Anyun also saw a note earring hanging on the earlobe. That sentence just now was what she said. Then the petite figure also walked in, and Antan was stunned after seeing it clearly. The petite figure is a girl, with long light yellow hair scattered and slightly curly tails. There is a smile on his face, and he looks very cute. Of course, these are not the key. The girl's eyebrows are thicker, at least twice as thick as ordinary people, but there is no sense of disobedience. This woman, Anyun, knew each other thoroughly, and they had known each other very early. Chin Blow. The natural eldest among the soft-tone girls. There are still light-tone girls in this world. Chapter 43, Miss with Thick Eyebrows. Antan Tsuru quickly adjusted his expression and asked. You are? The tall woman introduced herself. Hello, my name is Kinbuki Kyungzia. She pushed the Chin Blowing to her front again. This is my niece, Chin Blowing. Hello, my name is Antan Toru. Sister Ying. Antan Toru Maji exclaimed in surprise behind her. Ah, it's Zhenji. Chin Bukaijing saw Zhenji, and smiled even more with a smiling face. What's going on? Maki, you still know Qin blowing? Antan looked at Maji in doubt. Shinheim and Kotobuki are holding hands, smiling and explaining to Toru and Tan, I have known Sister Wei since childhood. Good fellow, then why don't you tell me? Tell me earlier that I let you take me to see her. What? I haven't asked? Okay. If you know each other, you know, and Toru Anson doesn't care. After all, King Kijing is also a young lady, who seems to be from a musical family. The circle of wealthy people is already small, not to mention that Jinji is also a music student, and it is not surprising that she knows King Kijing. Mahim is here too, do you still know me? Kotobuki Chika asked with a smile. Auntie Kyungzia. Zhenji yelled sweetly. Kotobuki Chinitsu touched Shinyim's head. Antan glanced, I want to touch it too. Mahim, are you here with Anyun-kun? Kotobuki Chika asked. Well, my brother is here to record the song. My brother is amazing, he writes very good songs, and he is better at playing the piano than me, and he... She blushed and bowed her head as she said. I'm so embarrassed. I was just like Xiao Maimei, and I almost said everything in my heart. I was so ashamed. Antan Toru looked at Zhenji who had turned into an ostrich in her arms, and his heart blossomed with joy. He didn't expect that he was so powerful in Zhenji's heart. King Kyukyungzia looked at the handsome boy in front of her. She hadn't seen such a good-looking boy in more than 30 years, and she probably wouldn't meet her in the future. If you met before, you might just chase it back. But now, hey? I seem to be single, cough cough, no, I can't eat young grass. The song just now seems to be written by this boy, a very good song, it is a genius. And it was him who just sang, top singing skills. It looks so good again, it's so perfect. Why didn't I meet it earlier? But it doesn't seem to be too late now. Chin's eyes are getting more and more dangerous, and Anyun Che feels that he is about to sweat. It is the first time he encounters this kind of cannibalistic eyes, and he can't stand it. Well, Ms. Kotobuki, what do you want? Oh, just call me Miss, what a polite child, but a little younger. I'll come over and use a musical instrument, and teach her something by the way. Anyun Toru's performance Kinbuki Chika was in his eyes, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Well, our business is over, Ms. Kinbuki, are you busy? Antan Toru does not intend to communicate excessively with Kotobuki Chinitsu. This woman has dangerous thoughts and wants to plot against him. And what she cares more about now is this eldest lady with thick eyebrows. Hello, Chin Blow classmate. Antan greeted Chin Blow. The two are the same age, and they are both students, so they can be regarded as classmates. After all, Qin Chuan Kyungzia is already called Miss Qin Chuan, so I can't call Qin Chuan also Miss Qin Chuan. Hello Anyun-kun. Like Anyun Toru's memory, this young lady always had a gentle smile on her face. Antan's beautiful face made this natural young lady couldn't help but take a few more glances. After all, humans are all visual animals. She is here to adjust the song today. Recently she joined a club and formed a band. The band must have their own songs, and the glorious task of writing songs can only be entrusted to her first. Out of the 4 people, she has musical background. She naturally composes the music. Unfortunately, she hasn't done it yet. The song to be adjusted this time is also the song of the previous King Ian department, and she has to rely on her aunt's help. She still likes this band, everyone is very nice. The mature Akiyama Mio has a boy-like character, Tien Zongrui, and the very reckless Ui Hirasawa. Everyone is very interesting, and Qin Blowing likes to play with them. But after listening to the song that Antan sang thoroughly, King Kijing feels very good, and he is completely incomparable with him, and is not in the same grade at all. Just now, Maki seemed to say that he also played the piano very well. Kotobuki's piano level is about the same as Jinji, which means that Toru Azu is better than her. It is obvious that the two are about the same age, so the gap is so big. Jean Blowing sighed with emotion. But her heart was still very big, and this thought also passed away in a flash. Their band went to the Budokan, and it has just begun. You guys are busy, let's say goodbye. Antan Toru wanted to ask Dai and the others, but they are still unfamiliar with Kinkajing, so I can only find a way to contact them in the future. Goodbye Sister Jin. Jinji waved her hand and said goodbye to Qin Buki. Well, real Jibi. Jean Blowing also waved his hand. This time the recording is a bit fast, and it's less than 12 o'clock now. The two of them found a restaurant nearby and ate something casually. After the meal, Azutoru sent Maji home, sat for a while after drinking a glass of water, and then left. He still needs to see Demon King Xi. Originally, Toru Anson was going to have fun with Shinheim, which is commonly known as a date. But it's already June, and the weather is extremely hot, and Maki is still very shy and Izumi is alone because of what she said to her heart. Antan Toru had to give up. Although it was past noon, it was still very hot, but Anyunche did not sweat, and he was still very refreshing. When I came to Kanda Myojin Shrine, Azutoru did not hesitate this time, and went straight in. After all, I visited it once, and Azuto was already familiar with the shrine. There is no one else in the shrine, so Tojo Nozomi sits alone and plays tarot cards. Azumi-kun? Why are you here? Tojo Nozomi saw Azutoru and asked suspiciously. By the way, www.readaloud.com, I just thought of you, so I just stopped by and have a look. Think of me. Tojo Nozomi smiled playfully. Why, do you have an idea about me? Tojo Nozomi still has confidence in her own divination. Since the divination has reached Azutoru is her destiny, no matter what the destiny is, then the two will definitely have a lot of intersection in the future. Therefore, her attitude towards Antan-che no longer has the sense of distance as before. Of course, Tojo, you are so beautiful, it's strange to have no idea. Antan was sitting opposite Tojo Nozomi, looking at the tarot cards in front of him. He knows that Tojo Nozomi likes to play fortune-telling, not to mention that the birth of the muse is inseparable from her. Really, then you can work hard. Anyun Toru's appearance is destined to everyone's first impression of him is very good, and the five senses can indeed allow the three views to follow. Tojo Nozomi did not resist Antan Toru. That's not for sure. If you don't say, I will cheer. Antan said wholeheartedly. The two met for the second time, and they were a little familiar with each other, and they were able to chat casually. Tojo Nozomi also asked Azutoru what he was doing before, and came to see her on the way. Tojo Anson thought that Tojo Nozomi would join the muse afterwards, so he said that he had written a song and was just recording it and preparing to go home. This surprised Tojo Nozomi. She must be a talented person who can write songs. She didn't expect that the outstanding appearance of Azuto Toru actually had musical talents. I didn't expect Anyunjun to be so powerful. He praised generously. Antan Toru is a little embarrassed. After all, there is a link, which is always unacceptable. Antan didn't understand divination at all, and didn't intend to continue to disturb Tojo Nozomi's work, so he chatted for a while and left. Of course, this time I succeeded in getting Tojo Nozomi's contact information. Chapter 44, Antan Ches Thoughts. In the evening, Antan-che returned home. After making dinner and eating with the wastewood girl Kirisu Matsumoto, Antan went back to his room. Mr. Kirisu is left to watch TV alone. What? You said the relationship between the two is a little cold? Do you think Kirisu is suitable for flirting? People who don't even want to go out on weekends, how can there be any sentiment at all? Unless Antan is a bit tougher and bullies Mr. Kirisu, the two are not ambiguous at all. But that's good. Anshun Toru doesn't care that Kirisu Meifu stays at home, nor does he want to force her to do anything. Can there be a cousin and teacher who makes you run into casually, what else do you want? Recently, Pokemon has been attacked almost, and some hidden settings have been unearthed. Antancheer intends to take advantage of the heat and make another yellow version of the money. The yellow version of Pokemon is similar to the red version, that is, you can't choose the first generation of Uzangia at the beginning, you can only choose Pikachu, which is exactly the same as the start of the Pokemon animated version of Xiaoxi. So the Pokemon red version can be regarded as the plot of the manga, and the yellow version is the plot of the anime. A red master, a stupid thing. The resource programs for making the Pokemon red version are all there, so you can make the yellow version if you change it slightly. Ahem, it's pure money, there is no need to be so serious. During the production of Toru Anson received 2 messages. It was sent by Machida Sunko and Black Cat. You can actually write and sing. This is from Machida Uenzi. The Black Cat sends only 2 words, awesome. Antancheer gave the Black Cat back to me. Then began to chat with Machida Uenzi. Don't look at who I am. How easy it is to write a song, it's not a matter of having a hand, it doesn't require a brain. If it can shine, it is Machida and Black Cat who took the time to listen to it at night. As long as it is not related to the novel, they will not pay too much attention to it. What's more, it's still a song, what does it have to do with a novel? If it weren't for Azutoru, neither of them would have listened. But the 2 knew Anyun Tetsu's voice. The male voice of this song was so recognizable that they immediately recognized that Anyun Tetsu sang it. This surprised the 2 women. You who write novels can actually write songs, so nice. You are just like the protagonist of the novel. Black Cat and Anyun Che are not very familiar, so he simply praised it. Machida Uenzi is different, the 2 are well acquainted, and they have ideas about each other in their hearts. Look at you. Machida Uenzi returned the news. Antan Toru can think of Machida Uenzi laughing at these words. For Machida Sunko, although Toru Azu likes him, he is more possessive. From the moment he met Yingrai, Toru Anzun treated the world with gentleness. This is the 2-dimensional world he likes, and the world where his favorite characters are. If you are in front of the screen, you might think that the heroine must be with the hero, and even think that other female characters like the hero. But Azu Toru was already deep in it. So, what reason is there to let them out? Anyun Jun has a system, an inhuman physique, and an inhuman charm. If he uses it, then no woman can resist, he can do whatever he wants. But Antanch would not do this. He liked the 2nd dimension in his previous life, and the 2nd dimension brought him happiness, touch, happiness. He was even reborn in this world, so he can't have any bad thoughts. He is grateful for everything he has experienced in this life. Therefore, although Antan Tetsu wouldn't do anything bad, he would never let go of those he likes. Keek, if you say too much, you still want all of it. After talking with Machida Sunko, Toru Azumo continues to make the Pokemon Yellow version. Said it is just money, in fact, it is also paving the way for the future of Pokemon animation. There are also Pokemon comics, which are also something that must be released. But Toru Azu really doesn't want to draw manga. This thing is more troublesome than writing a novel. How about looking for Ying Li painting? Can't let her keep drawing books, it's time to go ashore. However, Antan Che still dispelled the idea. After all, Ying Rai hadn't told him about her drawing book, and Antan Che could not tell him directly. Otherwise, with Ying Lily's character, she might dig a hole in place to bury herself. Comic Pokemon Special is the story of the game, so you don't need to think about the story, you can just ask someone to paint it. For Ying Rai, there is a manga in Antan Tetsu's mind that is quite suitable for her. The heroine Antan is still greedy, but unfortunately there is no such school in this world. When he started to learn his cooking skills, he even checked the school, but unfortunately there was nothing. Otherwise, Antan Che could also be the title of King of Medicine. So I have to quickly find a chance to reveal that Irie is Kashiwagi Irie, so that the manga can be handed over to Irie. Alas, farming is still suitable for Lao Tzu. The next day, Sunday, was obviously a holiday day, but Anyun felt painful. This feeling of going to school tomorrow makes people helpless. Zaya's Hikiyoshiu didn't ask for help last night. Toru Azumoto was a little surprised. But it looks like the first volume should be completed. It seems that Sya's Hikiyoshiu is quite confident, and there is no need to check by Intan. Mathariki Kirisa was still in his room. After Intan thoroughly washed, he casually found something to put in his mouth, and set off for Ying Lily's house. Maybe she was drawing a book, and Intan was going to attack directly. After all, yesterday I planned to expose Ying Lily's identity earlier, so I will act directly today. Coming to the door of Ying Lily's house, Intan rang the doorbell, which was opened by Ying Lily's mother. Toriko-kun. Seeing that it was Toru Azumino, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, Sayuri was still happy. Hello auntie. Anyun-jun said with a smile. Why did you come to play with Irie today? In the past weekends, Intan-che had basically never been here, but I didn't expect that Intan-che would definitely come today. Well, I have something to find Irie. She is in the room, you can go directly. Sayuri didn't have any defense against Toru Azu, it would be better to say what happened between him and Ying Rairi. My daughter likes Intan-che, but she has known it for a long time. And Toru Azuzu is indeed very good, Sayuri also likes Toru Azuzu very much. Came to the gate of Ying Lily, and Azutara pushed the door directly and entered. Of course, there are no glamorous scenes. There is no one on the bed either. There was a green man lying on his stomach in front of the desk. That is Ying Lily in green sportswear. There are still some paintings on the table. It seems that Ying Lily drew directly to fall asleep yesterday. Anyun-kun looked at him for a billion eyes and didn't look at it. Well. Ying Rairi moved her body and seemed to wake up. She straightened up, looked around in a daze, bent down to pick up the painting on the floor, and then saw a pair of shoes. She looked up along the shoes, her slender legs, followed by a flat abdomen, chest, and her face. Ying Rairi froze suddenly. The painting in his hand fell to the ground. See, Toru. Because it is written in Chinese, it is represented by C. Ying Rairi opened her mouth slightly, unbelievable. How will you be here? Anyun-kun looked at Ying Rairi amusedly, what do you mean? What? Screams resounded throughout the castle. Chapter 45, The Spirit of the Halberd Eater. What? Ying Lily hugged her head and rushed directly onto her bed, took the quilt to cover herself, and shrank into a ball. Woohoo, I want to die. Ying Lily's desperate voice came from the bed. Ha ha ha. This look of Ying Rairi was so interesting, and she couldn't help but watch it for a while. Although it was not as expected by Azuchi, I never expected that Ying Lily would react so much after being discovered. Intan-che's feeling at this moment is even Moses Roy. I don't want to live anymore. Ying Rairi was still crying in despair. It's all right, no need to do this, I knew you were Hydri Kashiwagi. The quilt that had been shaking stopped, and then slowly opened. Ying Lily poked his head out. Known long time ago. Yes. How early is it? It's early. Ying Rairi retracted her head, thinking she was dead. I worked so hard to keep Intan-che from drawing the book, but people have known it for a long time, and they have been cooperating with me for a long time? Ying Rairi couldn't help but want to roll over, scratching her ears and cheeks. Club death scene. At this time, Ying Rairi doesn't want to ask Intan to know the exact time. She is now embarrassed, especially wanting to die. Intan Toru wished that she would not ask for the specific time. Although he could not help but say that he knew Eri was Eri Kashiwagi, but he didn't think of a good reason for knowing it. Let's change the subject for now. What is the relationship between the two of us, is this necessary? Well. Although these words are a little useful, they still cannot restore Ying Li. Of course, in this case, Tan Toru has a trick that works especially well. He walked to the bed, opened the quilt, held Ying Li's face, and touched Ying Li's lips. Flower kiss treatment. The effect is very useful. Ying Li blinked her eyes and didn't want to die anymore. But I want more, Ying Ri said. Good fellow, Toru-an has never heard of such an excessive request. How could Toru agree to such a request? He directly pecked Ying Ri twice. Once is impossible, at least twice. He. Ying Li was very happy. Ying Ri, who was so happy like this, couldn't help but smile when she saw it. However, Ying Li seems to have not brushed her teeth yet. Forget it, the beautiful girl didn't even go to the toilet and didn't brush her teeth. The next thing is business. Eri, do you want to draw a manga? Comic? Of course I do. Although Ying Ri has been drawing fan books, she still hopes that one day she can serialize comics, but she is not capable of conceiving the plot. So she has never serialized comics because of her good style. I have a very good subject, how about you painting it? Can you? Don't you write a novel? For good themes, writing novels first, and then adapting comics, will benefit more. The first few novels of Tan Toru, comics are now published in April. After all, the popularity is there, and it seems that it will start broadcasting in October. Ahem, I have written 2 novels, you want to exhaust me. And this theme is more suitable for comics. How can comics look good in novels and comics? Really? If Toru thinks I can paint, I'll do it. On Toru's creative level, Ying Li still believes very much, and there is no need to worry about the subject matter. And when the time comes, the screenwriter will attach Tan, and the attention will definitely be high. Come on, I'll show you a little bit first, and then I will tell you the idea. Tan pulled Ying Ri to the desk, and directly took a few sheets of paper to prepare for painting. Azun Toru made Ying Li naturally draw the spirit of the halberd. Of course you can also say that it is the spirit of Chun medicine. Chun medicine will be harmonized. Tan Toru had read the manga of the spirit of the halberd in his previous life, and I recalled it for a moment, and Tan started to draw directly. Ying Ri looked expectantly from the side. Tan Toru started painting directly on the white paper, and then finished the page by little. Ying Li was stunned as she watched from the side. Don't you need to draw a draft picture? How to draw the finished product directly? It's just like copying. And it's also very good. Ying Ri is silly. It was the first time that she saw such a comic drawing, which simply subverted her outlook on life, and even felt that she hadn't woken up yet. Maybe I'm still dreaming? Let's just say, how could Toru know that I am a drawing book? It really is fake. Of course, think about it this way, Ying Ri can still recognize reality. Ying Ri thought that she originally wanted to draw illustrations for Toru, but she did better than herself. I couldn't help but shed sad tears in my heart. However, as Toru draws more and more, Ying Ri is also immersed in the comics. The exquisite food, the excited face of the woman, and the sudden burst of clothes, Ying Li finds it very interesting. And it seems to be particularly suitable for her to paint. This manga is almost tailor-made for her. Ying Ri couldn't help but glanced at Tan, her eyes filled with sweetness. Tan Toru drew a few pictures and drew the key content of the first chapter. These few pages can almost indicate the theme direction of the spirit of the halberd. How is it? Suzuto put down the brush and asked Ying Ri. It's great, I want to paint. This was given to her by Toru, and Ying Ri would naturally not refuse. And there is Toru Azuto to provide ideas. Ying Li does not need to think about the plot. Don't worry about the food inside. The food made by Tan is so delicious. When Ying Li directly asks Tan to make what he thinks of, there is a physical reference www.readaloud.com that is not easy to draw. Yingrai does not have the pride of Kazujayaka Shiwa, and she has no idea of drawing her own comics, she just wants to be a manga artist who can serialize. And the cartoonist was not Ying Lily's initial goal, it was purely the title he wanted to draw in the house circle. After, the two of them cleaned up the room, sorted out the scattered original paintings of the indescribable books, and began to work together to paint the spirit of the halberd. Antan Tetsu didn't plan to help with painting, so he talked about the plot, and then assisted in the coloring, as an assistant. Ying Lily has the manuscript that Izumi just drew as a template, and he has no problem with Azuchi not drawing together. She still wants to prove her ability. No need to be original, no need to think about the plot, and Anjun Toru is on the side to guide. Ying Lily can draw 4 or 5 pages in an hour. Draw the first words directly by noon. After that, Sayuri brought her lunch and continued painting after the two of them had eaten. Accompany Ying Lily to draw more than 5 o'clock, and then stop after finishing the 3rd episode. Moving the body, Azuchi feels so tired. He didn't expect that he could paint for a day. But looking at Yingri's happy and contented expression, Anyun Toru felt it was worth it. After being kissed by Yingri, Azuto Toru left. He thought of Mr. Kirisu, who was staying at home. He didn't cook her lunch. He didn't know if he was hungry now. But if you are such an adult, you should be able to go out and eat even if you don't know how to make it by yourself. But I still feel a little worried. Wait a moment. By the way, did Ying Lily never brush her teeth today? Is this the original flavor? Forget it, anyway, I don't dislike Ying Lily. Antan shook his head thoroughly and went home quickly, wanting to see if Mr. Kirisu was hungry at home. The more he thought about it, the more possible it became. Chapter 46, Syazuhiki Hoshiu's change of mindset. I want to see what is going on with Kirisu. When Antan-che returned home to open the door, he was very cautious. Opened the door gently, Anyun stepped forward gently, and then closed the door gently. After changing his shoes, Anyun-che walked in slowly. He heard the sound of TV and knew that Kirisu was watching TV. He walked over slowly, keeping his eyes fixed on the sofa. Then I saw Kirisu Meisuya, who was slumped on the sofa. National Level 1 Protection Waste.jpg. Is this hungry or sleepy? Antan-che was a little confused. He resumed his normal walking and walked to Kirisu Meisuya. What are you doing? Kirisu Midwinter opened his eyes. Toru, you are back. Looked weak and feeble. Antan-che felt that this must have been no meal. Hungry, do you want me to cook now? Still. Gilyalu. Before he finished speaking, Mr. Kirisu's stomach gurgled. Kirisu's face blushed instantly, and he got up vigorously. She calmed her face, pursed her mouth, and tried to pretend to be nonchalant. If it weren't for the rosy cheeks, it would really have some credibility. Ahem, I'm going to cook dinner. Anyun slipped away. Misconduct. Kirisu Midwinter heard Anyun Toru's footsteps into the kitchen, and covered his face with his hands. How could this belly be so unbelievable? After half an hour, Anyun Chuk finished the meal, and the two sat down to eat. Antan Toru noticed that Kirisu's meal speed was much faster than before. Really seems hungry. Sister Zhendong, did you not eat at noon? Anyun couldn't help asking. Kirisu Midu paused in the hand holding the vegetables, and then put it in the bowl casually. She said, I'm not hungry, so I don't want to eat it anymore. With the vegetables, she took a bite of rice, chewed it quickly, and swallowed it. Then he said, it's just a meal, and I'm not starving to death. You eat at the same speed as a starving ghost, tell me who believes it. However, Kirisu really wants face, so Antan Tetsu will not reveal it. After eating, Kirisu really rarely ran back to his room as before. It seems that I don't believe it when I say that. After washing the dishes and chopsticks thoroughly, and Tan went back to his room. The Pokemon Yellow version has not been finished yet, so he plans to finish it soon. And tomorrow morning he will make a bento, thinking about whether to make it all night. His young body is harmless once and then all night. At about 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Yunche's cell phone rang, but Yunche didn't care, and then the phone started ringing all the time. Tan was helpless and opened the line. It was a message from Shiuzaya's Haikyuu. Is all a dot punctuation mark, and Tan Chell pulls it directly to the top. Yun, the first volume of my novel is finished. Tan Toru, congratulations. Shiyu senpai. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu, well, thank you. Tan put his cell phone away and continued programming. Kazuma Jayaka Shiu on the other side waited for a long time to look at the phone, but did not wait for Tan to reply. She has just finished the novel, and she is both excited and anxious. Can't help but find Tan Che to share, but he actually replied one sentence and didn't reply. Is it a man? My big beauty took the initiative to chat with you, but you actually didn't even say a word of extra. I usually see you chatting with my very happily, am I much worse than her? Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu endured forbearance and continued to send messages. Don't you want to see? Tan Toru, no, you can just submit your paper directly. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu looked at the chat interface and couldn't help rolling his eyes. She couldn't talk anymore this day. Is he really not interested in me at all? Shiuzaya's Haikyuu couldn't help but doubt. I thought about it when I had lunch in school, I would take the initiative to talk to her, and I tried my best to ask him for help a few nights ago. It's not like you are not interested in me. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu's excitement was gone. She went to the website of Fuji Huan, posted the love metronome, then fell on the bed, closed her eyes and started to sleep. Because of writing novels in the past few days, I stayed until 2 or 3 o'clock every day, and it is rare to go to bed early. Sleepiness came quickly. Tomorrow I will try to test you again. Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu thought this way, and joined her dreamland. Tan Toru is still working on Pokemon, and he can finish it all night tonight. And Shiuzaya's Haikyuu didn't send any more news. After thinking about it, Toru Azumi reminded Machida Sonoko to send a message to let her pay attention to the novel Love Metronome. Although the former Machida Sonoko was the editor in charge of Kazuma Jayaka Shiba, Toru Azumino was still uneasy. Machida Yuanza did not return, it is probably sleeping. Put the phone away, and Tan touched the keyboard. Tonight is another sleepless night. Before dawn, Tan Toru successfully completed, downloaded to the phone, Tan Toru played for a while by himself. Although there is no difference between the game and the previous life, the picture quality is still a lot better. The vagueness of the previous life is the same as the mosaic, which is really unbearable. After playing almost 6 o'clock, Yunche went downstairs to make a lunch. After that, I went to school with Kirisu Meisuyu, and slept for another half day. In Neon, the teacher does not matter if you sleep in class, this is good. Tan Che can sleep well. Tan Toru has always been like this in the class, and last time he was number 1 in the whole year, and the girls would naturally not feel bad. Boys don't even need it, and even hope that Tan Che has been sleeping like this, so that his grades become poor, and they have a chance to win. At noon, Toru Azumi walked to the activity room with a yawn, and met Mai Sakurajima and Shiwa Kazuma Jayaka on the road. The three moved forward together. The students are not surprised. You read www.yuyugonshu.com at most glances a few times. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep? Seeing Yun Toru who was yawning, Shiu Kazuma Jayaka asked actively. Tan Toru glanced at Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu somewhat unexpectedly. This was the first time that Zaya's Haikyuu took the initiative to speak, and she still cared about him. You should know that Shiwa Kazuma Jayaka only occasionally echoed the topic of him and Mai Sakurajima in school. It should be because of novels recently, so I'm familiar with it. Antantara looked at Zayas Hikihoshiu's plain expression, and thought. Well, I didn't sleep all night last night. I didn't sleep all night and didn't talk to me much. Awesome. What did you do last night? It won't be. Mai Sakurajima teased. It is normal for high school students to spend the night, so there is no need to worry about anything. Antantara rolled his eyes at her, and he found that Mai senpai was very good at driving recently, and she spoke a yellow voice from time to time. I was doing Pokemon last night, what did I think? Pokemon? New version. Mai Sakurajima couldn't help asking. She has become obsessed with Pokemon, and the red version has been cleared. But still playing, catching Pokemon everywhere, after all, those Pokemon are so cute, I'm sorry if I don't catch them. Hehe, of course, and it's already done, I have it on my phone, and I will pass it to you later. Go, go, go. Sakurajima Mai pushed Azutoru, and the two walked quickly to the activity room. Looking at the two talking and laughing, Syaz Hikihoshiu followed closely behind. But his eyes were staring at Antantara. She felt like a wallboard just now, without any sense of existence. The two treat them as if she didn't exist. This can't be done, her Syaz Hikihoshiu will not fall behind. And you and Yunche, I don't believe I am unattractive to you. Chapter 47, Fumino Furuhashi joins the luxury package. The three of them were eating lunch in the activity room. This time, Toru Azumino is sitting with Mai Sakurajima, and he is delivering the yellow version of Pokemon to Mai Sakurajima. Syaz Hikihoshiu ate quietly, she was planning how to make Anyun Toru show interest in her. If it is in the end, she doesn't mind having a thorough relationship with Antan. Antan is so handsome, has good grades, and the dishes are so delicious, not to mention writing novels like her, and the two have a common topic. Syaz Hikihoshiu still liked it. What's more, she has no desires and desires. The novel is now on the right track. There is no need to worry about learning. She has already been recommended by the school and can be directly recommended. It is not impossible to have a relationship, and it can also provide inspiration for novels. That is. Kazuma Jayakashiwa glanced at Mai Sakurajima. She, a good sister, seemed to have a good affection for Toru Azumino, which made her feel a little sorry for Mai Sakurajima. Take one step at a time. Pass it on to me, too. Zaizi Chushiu came to the other side of Antantara, and gave the phone directly to Antantara. Antantara took the cell phone and passed on the Pokemon to Kazuma Jayakashiba. After the transmission, Syaz Hikihoshiu did not leave, and the three of them ate side by side like this. Although something was wrong, I didn't think much about it. Toru Azu is even more happy that the two elder sisters are with each other. After eating, Mai Sakurajima opened the Pokemon. After having experience, Mai Sakurajima didn't ask any questions, but she couldn't choose Pokemon at first, which puzzled Mai Sakurajima. Fortunately, I gave a Pikachu. Mai Sakurajima still likes this electric mouse very much. And Pikachu is not as fat as he was at the beginning of his previous life. It's skinny, very cute, and is loved by girls. Anyun Che's Twitter is still posted by people from time to time about his own Pikachu. Syaz Hikihoshiu also started to play. She also likes the game of Pokemon, and she is not in a hurry to make a plan when she comes home from school. I don't rush to write the second volume of the novel. However, with the confidence of Syaz Hikihoshiu, she doesn't think her novels will rush. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and the phone started to get hot after playing for a while. And there is no air conditioner or fan in the activity room. The wind from outside the window is hot. The three people planned whether to install an electric fan in the activity room. However, Antan was very rich and generous, and directly installed an air conditioner. To enjoy is to enjoy the best. As long as the school pays money, it will take the initiative to pretend to you. Antan Che transferred the money to Syaz Hikihoshiu. After all, she was the minister. Toru Azumino and Mai Sakurajima accompanied her to find the instructor, and then handed the money to the teacher. The efficiency is very fast. The teacher said that the air conditioner can be installed at night, and of course there is no need to pay the electricity bill. The lunch break is almost there, and the three of them returned to the classroom. This time the three of them came back together from another place, and the people they saw had a new understanding. But the relationship between the three is getting better and better. Others realize it. After all, Toruan and the two senior sisters walked together simply from the beginning, and now they are talking and laughing, but the students are all watching them. The only thing that doesn't care about this is Ying Li Li. She is very sweet with Intan Che, and doesn't think Intan Che will empathize with each other. What's more, the spirit of the halberd eater has been successfully signed in, and an editor has contacted her. The time is to meet on Friday this week, and the serialization will begin next week. It's a pity that Toru Izumi didn't know what Ying Riri thought. Otherwise, I must say, I'm sorry, Ying Lily. Friday Hyaga, who is in the same class as Ying Riri, is worried, and will always fall in love over time. She thinks that Intan Toru will get along with Sakurajima Mai and Kazuma Jayaka Shiba like this, she will definitely like them. And she can do nothing. The two are not in the same class, and she usually has no access to Intan Che. Occasionally passing by Class A, Azu Toru is also sleeping. The only chance to get along with Intan is to rely on her sister. Sister Liulai, give me strength, your sister's lifelong happiness depends on you. Back to the class, and Suzuo took a seat. All the girls in the class looked at Intan Che. Recently, they felt that Intan Che was getting farther and farther away from them. The most annoying thing is that they spend 5 days a week with Intan Che day and night, but they still can't get close to the water. Do you really want to watch Intan Che or be taken away by others? The sight of the girls around Intan Toru felt it, but Intan Toru didn't understand why. But it does not matter. Intan Toru gave a refreshing smile at the source of his sight. Those girls melted directly, and their hearts were satisfied in an instant. Forget it, it doesn't matter, it's enough to see Anyun Che's smile. The girls are chatting happily again. His surrounding eyes disappeared, and Anyun nodded. There is nothing that a smile can't solve, if there is, then another one. But the weather is really getting hotter and hotter, and Intan Che doesn't want to sleep much anymore. Even though the left guard Fumino of the left guardian of Intanto slept with his head sideways, his brows were frowned, and his bangs were clinging to his forehead because of sweat. In other words, Fumino Fumashi is also from the Department of Literature. Intan Toru stretched out his evil left hand and poked Fumino Furahashi's slender waist with his index finger. Fumina Furahashi is really slender, and there is no meat on her waist. Toru Azumoto can feel the tightness of Fumina Furahashi's waist. Fumino Furahashi was poked awake, confused for a few seconds, and then glared at Intan Toru. Anyun Toru, why are you poking me again? Intan Toru used to poke her waist for waking her up. However, it has been gone recently, but Fumino Furahashi didn't expect Azu Toru to come again today. Ahem, let me tell you something. Frowning and staring are so good looking, it deserves to be called Sleeping Beauty in the future. What's the matter? Fumina looked at Anyun Toru suspiciously. People are so good looking, but they like to use their hands. Don't you know that disturbing people's sleep is the most hateful? Did you join the literature department? Yeah, what's the matter? You don't want to enter, too? Don't think about it, the literature department only accepts women, you have no hope. Intan Toru. Is the Sleeping Beauty www.readaloud.com? Is the village still not connected to the internet? Did you sleep when you came to school? I have been in the literature department for more than a week. Well, I'm already a member of the literature department. What? Fumino was taken aback, Didn't Shia-senpai say that she only accepts girls? Forget it, it's none of my business, I just want to sleep well. Then what do you want me to do? Antan smiled thoroughly, and said, the weather is getting hotter and hotter recently. Do you want to sleep more comfortably? I'm interested if you want to talk to me about sleeping. Fuminagukiao came in interest. How to say? The activity room is equipped with air conditioning, don't you want to go there to blow the air conditioning during lunch break? Fumino Furahashi's eyes lit up. The activity room is actually air conditioned. When did it happen? Great, there is a good place to sleep. I just installed it today, let's take you there tomorrow. Okay. It's a deal, remember to call me tomorrow. With a good place to sleep, Fumino Furuhashi rarely sleeps anymore and hums happily. It seems that sleeping has become the #1 event in her life. But it didn't take long before she went to sleep on her stomach again. Anyun Toru has nothing to say. It is a pity that the right guardian does not belong to the Department of Literature, so it is difficult for Antan to take her with her. Rizuo Ogata, the right guardian, sat calmly and read the novel without sweating, which was incredible. Doesn't make sense, then Yu Hung, is it true that he doesn't sweat? Antan thought curiously. Say that heat can promote blood circulation like? According to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, it may grow longer. Cough cough, watch the ball with civilization. Chapter 48, Women only affect the speed of my painting. After school in the afternoon, Azure Toru and the two senior sisters were walking together. Kazuma Jayakashiba is closer to Toru Azumino than before, and Mai Sakurajima has not discovered this little detail except for Azuto Toru who has personally experienced it. Sakurajima Mai has a lot of smiles recently, unlike the time when Azutoru first touched her, his face was always expressionless and sometimes looked melancholy. Smiles are still suitable for beautiful girls. I think I want to open it. Toru Azumi hasn't asked Mai Sakurajima about her temporary retirement from the show business. He actually remembered the reason. I remember that Mai Sakurajima was arranged by her mother to take a photo without her knowledge. Seeing the swimsuit prepared at the scene and having signed the contract, Mai Sakurajima could only finish the filming with a smile. She understood that her mother only used her as a tool for making money, and she was only a middle school student at that time, so she actually asked her to take pictures. After the filming, fell out with her mother, thinking of revenge against her mother, so she withdrew from the show business circle. But she was angry, because Mai Sakurajima likes acting, and she still wants to continue acting. Antan Toru does not intend to persuade her to come back to acting now, and persuasion may not be useful now. His words will only be useful when Azuto Toru is more important in Mai Sakurajima's heart. Now, I'm slowly cultivating feelings. Sent the two senior sisters to the tram stop, and after waving goodbye, Antan went home. I will upload Pokemon Huang today, and then I will draw the second generation of Pokemon. But thinking about the book fans who found that the yellow version and the red version were different at first, but the result was the same, Anyun Che felt a little frustrated when he was angry because of being cheated. Antan won't panic. After all, the enemy doesn't know his true identity, so it's impossible to cut along the network cable, right? After arriving home, Toru Anson posted the yellow version of Pokemon to Twitter as soon as possible. The download link of the yellow version of the Pokemon on Twitter also attracted the attention of book fans. Pokemon Yellow version? What do you mean? Don't worry about what you mean, just download it. The money for a novel. Can't buy another missionary book. Is it serious? You are not right. That's good. Finally there is a sand sculpture comment. That's right, otherwise it will be boring to read a comment. Quit Twitter, Azutoru started to draw the second generation of Pokemon. Chrysanthemum leaves, fireball rats, and small saw crocodiles, including their evolutionary forms. There are only 100 Pokemon in the second generation. Toru Anzuo plans to paint 9 of them every day, and he will finish painting them in more than 10 days. Let them scold them during this period of time. As the prototype of Pokemon animation, the yellow version has to bear corresponding pressure. In the middle of the drawing, the phone rang, and Antan took a look. It was a picture sent by Machida Yuenko. I watched Love Metronome and it was pretty good, so I decided to sign it. Sanohoka Shiwa is just writing a novel, but she still has nothing to say about her writing style. Coupled with her meticulously portrayed heroine, she is sure to be recognized by Machida Sunko. Antan Toru, well, you can decide. Machida Sonoko, written by your friend. Antan Toru, well, a senior sister wrote it. Machida Sonoko, senior sister. Antan Toru, yes, I won't have a chance if you don't do it right. Machida Sonoko, go, who wants to attack you, stop talking. I have to contact your senior sister. Antan completely put his phone away, and continued to draw the hot beast. The fireball mouse is so cute, and the fiery beast that eventually evolved is so handsome. Especially the flame behind the neck, this is a man's romance. After drawing the hot beast, I started to draw the small saw crocodiles, but Anyun Che's cell phone rang again. Antan Che took a look at the news about Shiu Zaya's Haikyuu. Antan Toru knows what is going on without guessing. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu, Anyun, my love metronome has been fancy, and it's about to sign. Knew this was the case. Antan Toru, congratulations. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu, thanks to you for helping me, otherwise I might not have written it out now. Antan Toru, no, you rely on yourself. This is a fact, after all, without Anyun Che, Xiaoshi's love metronome will definitely come out. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu, don't be humble, I still know myself very well. Thanks to me, I will not refuse. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu has sent a message. You helped me this time, I promise to do something for you, do you need me to do something? Antan Toru, anything is fine. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu, anything is fine. You are not right. The change in Shiu's attitude in the past 2 days can still be seen by Antan Toru. Although he still has confidence in his charm, it is not certain that Antan Toru would not believe it before. One of the 3 illusions in life is that she likes me. So. Then don't bother me anymore, I have something else. This news was posted, and Anyun Toru waited for a few minutes but did not receive a reply from Shiu Kazumajayaka. That's it. Antan Toru put the phone aside, and continued to draw the small saw alligator. Really, women don't have the scent of crocodiles. At this time, Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu was still looking at the words Antan sent on the phone in a daze. She is suspicious of life. Is this human? What does it mean to stop disturbing him? Actually despise me? No, he must be trying to catch it and can't be fooled. www.readaloud.com. Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu took a deep breath, and she turned her hand off. After being silent for a while, he began to grin, and the sensual thighs began to shake. Antan Toru, you wait for me. No interruption. Toru Anzuo quickly finished the final evolution of the last small-sawed crocodile. Look at this strong body, hard and sharp teeth, this is what a man pursues. I want to do it, no way. It's almost time, Anyun Che went downstairs to cook. This time, Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu was deflated, and Antan was a little happy, and the dinner was a lot richer. When Yingrai and Kirisu mate came back, they naturally asked why they did it so well. But Toru and Tan had already figured out the reason. Pokemon Yellow Edition made another big profit. But now the comments on Twitter are full of cursing. In the beginning, the primaries became Pikachu, and the players were looking forward to it. As a result, the plot behind it was the same as the red version. This wave of blood loss. Although they were all condemning Antan Toru, they all laughed and scolded, and did not blame Antan Toru. Some people even asked Tan Che if he was short of money, and decided to buy more novels next time. This is a true book fan of Toru Azu. After dinner, Tan Tetsu sent Ying Lily home. Now there is no need to take the initiative of Tan Toru. Before arriving at Ying Li's house, Ying Li hugged Tan Toru and kissed him. Tan naturally doesn't hate active girls. After more than 10 minutes of communication, Ying Lily couldn't help separating, panting. And Tan Toru, nothing happened. After Ying Lily returned to normal, she talked to Azu Toru and ran back to her home after seeing each other. When Ying Lily entered the house, Tan turned to go home. There is nothing to do today, and there is no need to get up early to make lunch tomorrow. Can get a good night's sleep. Chapter 49, Zai's Hikihoshiu strikes. The next day, Tuesday, Tan got up very refreshed. Sure enough, it is the happiest thing to wake up naturally. Turned off the air conditioner, which had been on all night, and Yun Che went downstairs to wash. After washing, he took a piece of bread and a carton of milk, and Tan Che carried his school bag to school. Time is just enough to get to school in peace. The biological clock is a very magical thing. When you are going to school or work, you can always wake up at that point in time to ensure that you are not late. Humans are really amazing creatures. Unlike Yun Toru, he is already, he is still a human, that's fine. No wonder his biological clock is like this. The bell rang, and Yun Che walked into the classroom. The girls sitting in the back seat smiled and greeted Tan Che, and Tan Che also responded one by one. Came to the seat, Yun put his school bag away, sat in the seat, enjoying the calm before the teacher came. The guardians of the left and right are doing their own things. The spectacle girl, the ball king, is addicted to the novel and can't get out of it. The sleeping beauty is still, the sleeping beauty is not sleeping. Tan was surprised. Fumino Fumihashi saw Tan look over, smiled at him, gave him an okay gesture, and slept on the table. Tan Toru. Sorry, I think too much. Just say why I didn't sleep. It turned out to be worrying about me, so I waited for my confirmation. Deserves to be a sleeping beauty, the top priority must be sleep, or it is related to sleep. Tan shook his head helplessly. After all, he knew Fumino's sleepiness was so strong, there was nothing to entangle. The first class is a math class for an older teacher, and no matter what the students do, just don't make a noise. Kirisu's class is also in the afternoon, so there is nothing to say, go to bed. People with poor grades sleep in class, that is called depravity. As for people with good grades, people always make up their minds. For example, they must have worked hard last night again, and didn't sleep well. Sleeping in class is about replenishing energy. This is the privilege of good people. If you want to go well, you have to get some real skills. Fuminaguhashi slept with his head sideways, facing Tan Che. Azu Toru also didn't want to turn a blind eye to things outside the window, and just wanted to read the novel Ogatarizuki. So I slept face to face with Fuminagukiao. As for why you don't sleep with your head stuffed, of course it's hot. Looking at Fumino's exquisite sleepiness, Yun closed his eyes completely. I will dream of this in a while. After Yun Che fell asleep, the girls in the class began to take pictures, and then posted on the campus forum, that Yun Che's exclusive post. Yun Kun's peerless sleeping face. There are always people who play mobile phones in class. This sleeping face, Oslo. Saved and set as wallpaper. Stop, Yun Kun belongs to me, so you are not allowed to covet him. Change the wallpaper and let me do it. Sophomore, Zai's Hikihoshiu, who was playing with her mobile phone, was among them, but she was a crowd onlookers and did not speak. She also saw Tan Che's sleeping face, which was indeed heart-pounding. Even if she is not from the Appearance Association, she couldn't help but save the photo. Keek, not for doing anything, purely an appreciation of beautiful things. Xiao's Haikyushiu kept denying it in her heart. Xia's Haikyushiu actually only became a member here last night, after all, she was really mad at Antan. Since you want to retaliate against him, you must know his every move. And Xia's Haikyushiu knew that there was an Yunche's column in the school forum, but it was also because he accidentally heard what the class said, and accidentally wrote it down. All kinds of unscrupulous statements in the post, all of them exposed their own nature. Xiao's Haikyushiu watched to pass the time. She even finished her senior year of preparation, so she didn't have to attend class at all. A class passed quickly, the bell rang at the end of the class, and the teacher picked up the handout and left. Xiao's Haikyushiu put away the phone and got up and left the classroom. Mai Sakurajima glanced, thought it was going to the bathroom, but didn't care. Xia's Haikyushiu's mood at the moment was a little excited, the corners of her mouth curled up, and her pace was quickened. Antan Toru, I am here, get ready to accept sanctions. Antan heard the noise completely, and woke up. He stretched his body, looked up at the clock in front of the classroom, and wanted to see what time it was. As a result, she saw the black-haired beauty with her hands on her cheeks, elbows on his desk, and a smile looking at him. Antan Toru. Am I still awake? Why is Xia's Haikyushiu here? Antan pinched herself secretly, a little pain, it didn't seem to be a dream. Fortunately, I checked it, or if it was because Meng couldn't help touching something that shouldn't be touched, it would be over. Shiba-senpai, why are you here? Xia's Haikyushiu smiled, of course I miss you. Wow! There was an uproar around. What did they hear just now? Calling the first name again, I miss you again. It must be that kind of relationship, right? Antan Toru. Xia's Haikyushiu, are you crazy? Antan stared at Xia's Haikyushiu, expressing this sentence in his eyes. Xia's Haikyushiu didn't seem to understand An Yunche's meaning. She got up and helped An Yunche tidy up the slightly messy neckline because of sleeping, and then bid farewell to An Yunche. Still smiling and nodding to the people in the class. The entire class A was silent, and it wasn't until after Xia's Haikyushiu left, that he got up. An Yun-kun, have you dated with Kazuma Jayaka-senpai? An Yun-kun, wouldn't it be true? An Yun-kun. The girls in the class kept yelling An Yun-jun. Antan's scalp was numb, and he waved his hands to calm everyone down. Has to be explained clearly, is there any reason to use it? Have to think of one quickly? The hateful Xia's Haikyushiu actually cheated me like this. But An Yun Toru was not dissatisfied. After all, Xia's Haikyushiu is equivalent to breaking 800 enemies and self-defeating 1,000. Antan Che is not at a loss. Kazuma Jayaka was rated as the top beauty on campus. Mai Sakurajima tied for the first place. She sacrificed herself and rumored an affair with Toru Azuto, and Toru Ajutsu must be earned in blood. But An Yun Toru has no time to think about it now. He has to explain clearly. Although Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com doesn't explain it, there is nothing, but Xia's Haikyushiu can't be satisfied. This is Kazuma Jayaka-senpai joking, and I haven't dated her either. Toru Ansuin planned to explain while thinking about the reason, and he didn't call Shiba-senpai anymore. Did you not date? What did Kazuma Jayaka-senpai just mean? I definitely wanted us to misunderstand that An Yun-jun and her are already dating. That's it, it's so scheming. I can't let her succeed. Girls, you explained the matter in one word, and An Yun Toru didn't have time to think of a reason. It saves my brain. The boy sitting in the position watching the show gritted his teeth. Can you girls have a bit of IQ? How can you justify yourself? Didn't you see An Yunche hesitating? There must be something wrong. But the boys think about it for a while. They are like transparent people now, and they still don't show up. And even if they say something, these girls might not listen, and even maintain Antan Che. Alas, life is not easy, but learning can make me happy. Nice, solved another problem. Although this incident happened in Class A, other class members who passed by still saw it. The campus forum directly put the topic Zayas Hikihoshiu and Azutosu suspect to be dating. Zayas Hikihoshiu has not returned to his class, but some people have seen it. Although she was surprised, Shiu Zayas Hikyu looked at Antanche's photos gently, and that might be true. A girl who is more familiar with Mai Sakurajima came to Mai Sakurajima, and she patted Mai Sakurajima on the shoulder. Do not be sad. Mai Sakurajima looked suspiciously at the back of the girl walking away. What's the meaning? Chapter 50, Shiu Kazumajayaka continues to output. Things spread quickly, but because they were still in class, the students kept communicating on their phones. In the morning, except for a few, basically the students were playing with their mobile phones. The students' grades are all okay, so the teacher still wonders if the lectures are not good. After all, it is normal not to listen to one or two, but only one or two are listening. The bell rang at the end of the last class in the morning, and Anyun Che, who belonged to the individual, woke up. He rubbed his face to make himself sober. The weather is really hot, and Anyun can't help but want to experience the air conditioner. Fumino Furuhashi was still asleep. Anyun completely resisted the thought of poking her waist, and pushed her hand on her shoulder. Gokiao, it's time to wake up. Hey! Fumino Furuhashi murmured. She tried to open her eyes and looked at Antantoru who was pushing her. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lunch break, I went to the activity room to blow on the air conditioner. The word air conditioner made Fumino Furuhashi sober a lot, and also remembered it. Go, go. Fumino of Furuhashi began to urge Antantoru, got up and left. Antan shook his head helplessly, and followed him. This scene was naturally seen by others in the class. Ah, Anyun-kun and Fumino Furuhashi are out together. Is it? Fumino is also very beautiful, will Anyun-kun have anything to do with her? Even Seo's Haikiu-senpai hasn't won Anyun-kun, don't worry. 2. Toru Azumi and Fumino Furuhashi went to the activity room first, and the brand new air conditioner was also in the corner. The air conditioner is so big. Fumino Furuhashi saw the air conditioner at first sight, surprised. This air conditioner at Toru can enjoy it for 3 years, and then it can be returned to the school. And Antantoru, who was not short of money, naturally chose the best air conditioner. Picking up the remote control on the long table, Antan directly turned on the air conditioner. For the first time, I took the air conditioner. The two stood in front of the air conditioning window, and the cold wind was oncoming. Ah! Asterisk 2. The two sighed with satisfaction. After this kind of heat for a long time, blowing on the air conditioner, it is simply too cool. Fumino Furuhashi sat down in a position opposite the air conditioner, and fell asleep directly on his stomach. There was a sigh, it's so comfortable. The activity room is not big, and it doesn't take long for the entire activity room to cool down, and Toru Anzuo sat opposite Fumino Furuhashi. The long table is more than 1 meter wide, and there are a total of 8 people seated on both sides, and it is not crowded. Toru Azu will not disturb Fumino Furuhashi even if he waits for dinner. Wait, Fumino Furuhashi didn't seem to have lunch? Does she not eat lunch? No wonder the waist is so thin. Forget it, just ask. Gokiao, don't you eat lunch? If I don't eat, I sleep for a whole day anyway, and I am not very hungry. Fumi Nai Gokiao replied. After a while, footsteps sounded outside the door. Kazumajayaka Shiwa pushed the door and entered. Sakurajima Mai followed closely behind. Oh, it's so cool. Seo's Haikyushiu said. Not bad. Mai Sakurajima nodded in satisfaction. This is Fumino Furuhashi, right? Zayas Haikyushiu saw Fumino who was sleeping on his stomach. She still has an impression of this blue hair. When Gokiao Wene joined the Department of Literature, Shiozhiki Shiu was surprised by her literary level. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu thinks that the literary level is still acceptable, but Fuminogukyao really can't match it. Fumino Furuhashi is simply the pro-daughter of literature. How does she compare with her adopted daughter? Why did Fumino Furuhashi come here? Mai Sakurajima asked. At that time, Fuminojin Furuhashi was also present at the literature department, and she also remembers this incredible school girl. Come to rub the air conditioner, said Toru Azumoto. Fumino is a member of the staff, there is nothing wrong with this. The two went to Azu Toru and sat down. Mai Sakurajima took out the bento and gave it to Kazumajaya Kashiba and Azuto Toru. Antanchi took it, opened it, there are still meatballs. Picked up the chopsticks and put one in the mouth. Delicious. To tell the truth, Anyun Toru didn't feel that the things he made were so delicious. Maybe it was because he was resistant to the system. Therefore, the Azuto Toru made by Mai Sakurajima is particularly delicious, and the most important thing is psychological satisfaction. The corners of Mai Sakurajima's mouth rose when Azumi was eating his lunch so contentedly. She already knew about Shiozhiki Shiu's visit to Anyunche today, and she also asked Shiozhiki Shiu on the way. However, Shiozhiki Shiu simply said that he was playing tricks on Antanche. It is indeed possible that Shiuzaya's Haikyuu is a bit naughty and black-bellied. Moreover, the two have recently gotten closer because of the novel. It is still possible that Shiozhiki Shiu and Antanchek joked. But if you don't like a boy, why would you be willing to make such a joke? Mai Sakurajima still kept an eye on her. After eating, Shiozhiki Shiu began to question Antan Toru. How did Fumino Furuhashi know that the activity room was equipped with air conditioning? Of course I told it, so I asked. But Toru Azu also thought about it. Ahem, seeing her sleeping so hot in the classroom, I told her. Anyway, she is also in the Department of Literature. Really? How do I think it's mainly because the parents are good-looking? Shiozhiki Shiu looked at Anyun Toru with a smile. If you see it through, don't you say it. Sister, don't take it apart. What, can't it? Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend, what's wrong with someone? Anyun glared at Shiozhiki Shiu. I haven't settled the matter with you in the morning. With the two of us here, do you still think of others? You have a big appetite. Isn't it, Mai? Mai Sakurajima neither nodded nor shook her head. This kind of topic is not suitable for her. However, Kazumajaya Kashiba didn't think about what Sakurajima Mai said. After all, her character Kazumajaya Kashiba still understands a little bit. www.readaloud.com. Toru Anzuo stopped talking. He found that his rank was a bit low, and he couldn't fight Kazumi Shiu of the hill. Shiozhiki Shiu looked at Antanche, who was speechless, and was very satisfied. Unexpectedly, bullying Antanche was so cool, and I felt that his character was about to be awakened. But she still knew that enough was enough, so she stopped teasing Anyunche. The three of them were playing with their mobile phones and enjoying the happiness of air conditioning. The lunch break has passed, and the three are about to leave. Antan turned off the air conditioner thoroughly, and then woke Fuminogukyao. Well, let me sleep again, Fuminoguhashi muttered. No, it's going to be class. Antan Toru pulled Gukyao Wen-nai directly, grabbed her wrist and left. No, I want to continue to sleep, I don't want to go to class anymore. Antan Toru did not speak, so he pulled Fumino Furuhashi back to the classroom. Sakurajima Mai and Kazumajaya Kashiwa silently looked at Fumino who was being pulled away, and followed. This is different from what they saw in the first place. At that time, Fuminogukyao was so quiet and graceful. What's the matter with his life and death, not wanting to go to class now? The contrast is too big. Fumino Furuhashi was pulled for a while and admitted to his fate, and he continued to fall asleep and let Antanche take him away. This scene was naturally seen by people. After all, they have taken the lunch break as their daily routine, and the lunch break would not be complete unless they watched it. Today, Anyunche has a new love again, and they have another topic to post. Since it can't be eye-catching in reality, it will be eye-catching on the internet. The four separated at the entrance of the stairs, and Izumi threw Fumino down and left, and Fumino had to go back to the classroom. As for Intan pulled her back just now, Fuminagukiao said. Is there such a thing? Chapter 51, Ying Li joins the battle. Back to the classroom, Anyun took a seat, followed by Fuminaguhashi. Ryuo looked at the two in the class. Intan Toru has been quite familiar. Since joining the literature department, he will have this look every day when he returns to the classroom at noon. Intan has been used to it a long time ago. Fuminagukiao, needless to say, his head is full of sleep, and he can't notice other people's eyes at all. Was blowing on the air conditioner at noon, and now returning to the classroom, I am a little uncomfortable. It is easy to change from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. Fumino was also lying on the table uncomfortably. I blame you for being so comfortable at noon, I am not used to it now. Hisenyun raised his eyebrows, what are you talking about? Don't drive indiscriminately. As expected, the two girls sitting in front of and behind Fumino Furuhashi couldn't help but look at Toru and Fumino, with unbelievable expressions on their faces, as if they had discovered some big secret. What do you two think? Can you think healthier? Intan Toru and the girls in the class are very familiar, have a good relationship, and can chat casually. The two girls smiled embarrassedly. No way, they can't be blamed for making Gukiao Fumino's words so ambiguous. Besides, what time is it? Who is still so pure in thinking? Is like the word LSP. People in the past sneered at this word, even if they were LSP, they would still scold LSP. If someone said it was an LSP, he would definitely deny sanly, and I am not. I do not have. Don't talk nonsense. It's like now, everyone wants to admit that he is an LSP, and when someone says he is an LSP, he might even smile. Even so, Toru Unju still won't admit that he is an LSP. He is still a high school student. Where is he old? At most it is S. By the way, Anyun-kun, Sawamura Spencer seems to be here at noon? A mixed-race beauty. It's really beautiful, said the girl sitting behind Fumino Furuhashi. Ying Ri? She'll come here when she comes. Intan Tetsu said it didn't matter. I think she might be looking for you. How is it possible? I am not familiar with her. At present, no one in the school knows the relationship between the two of them except for themselves. That's not necessarily true, Anyun is so good, maybe people like you too. You guessed it. Toru Azumi was able to guess that Ying Ri came because of Kazuma Jayakashiba's affairs, and it should have been irritated. Speaking of it, it seems that the two are not in a relationship? Is this a cheap prostitution? What if Ying Ri wants to show the relationship between the two? Naturally, Azu Toru wants to be boyfriend and girlfriend with Iri, but it is best to be one of his girlfriends. Why am I so scumbag? Intan thoroughly self-examined. But even if Ying Ri became a girlfriend, she probably wouldn't be talking about it everywhere. If someone else has a boyfriend, they must be eager for the whole world to know that Ying Lily is different. Her character must be hidden, and no one will tell. Thinking about it this way, even if Ying Ri showed the relationship, Anyunche didn't panic anymore. Even if you have a girlfriend, you will have a little frustration when you go to tease your sister, and you can't hug right and left. Forget it, don't be boyfriend and girlfriend for now. Sorry, Ying Lily. The first session of the afternoon is the class of Kirisu Meisuyu, the only class where Toru Azumino does not sleep. Another class that does not sleep is the class meeting class, and the class teacher's face is still to be given. Fumino Furuhashi has successfully defeated enthusiasm, and is now sleeping soundly. Mizuki Kiryu didn't dare to go to Intanche's circle in one class. She always felt that Intanche's eyes were very aggressive, and she was uncomfortable looking at her. And Gu Jiaowenai can't manage her. Although she teaches world history, as long as she is not connected with science, Gu Jiaowenai knows everything. So she didn't know how to use the ancient bridge text. Maifu Kirisu is now the Iceberg Queen's reputation. After all, it's a big beauty, and students often mention her. However, because of her cold personality, the students were afraid to say anything in front of her. The girls are okay, maybe someone will awaken in the future and call her elder sister or something. Boys are different, they want to see the ice beauty but dare not look up. But behind the boys, they would talk excitedly about Kirisu's greatness. A group of shaking M. The bell rang after class, and Kirisu Mayuyuki left with Azutoru's smile. Ming Ming himself is both a cousin and a teacher, but his cousin is too perverse to her. Although he has promised to be his girlfriend, he still has to say what should be said. After Kirisu Midwinter left, Ying Rairi came again soon after he left. As soon as he stepped into the door of Class A, Ying Lily caught the attention of the whole class. As a mixed-race beauty and rare blonde hair, Ying Rairi has attracted much attention as soon as she enrolled in school. Now she is still one of the top beauties on campus. Although the number one beauty is not a bit weird, she is indeed side by side with Mai Sakurajima and Shiwa Kazuma Jayaka. So now there are 3 top beauties on campus. Ying Rairi saw Intan Toru as soon as she walked in. She smiled instantly and came to Intan Toru with a light pace. The people around had realized that there was a new topic, and they took out their mobile phones. Toru! Ying Rairi yelled sweetly to Toru Azu. Intan Toru! Not to mention, Ying Rairi's humorous appearance makes Anyun very excited. But what are you guys doing around you? Why do you want to take a picture, and what is going on with the excitement on your face? A group of people eating melons. Ying Rairi, why are you here? Oh! The people around started yelling. It's not ordinary that the 2 of them called their names directly. How do you feel that you want to grab something and watch it while eating? What's the matter with them? Ying Rairi looked at the people around her with a little surprise, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she was still seen by Intan. Intan twitched the corners of her mouth completely, and Ying Rairi was also scheming. It's over, my youth is over. I don't know, maybe there is a problem in the brain. As for Ying Rairi's careful thought, Azutoru could only find out nothing. Most of the people around are people from other classes who rushed over to find the sound. Intan Toru is not familiar with them, so you can say whatever you want. So what are you doing here? What are you doing? I just came to see you. Ying Rairi showed an innocent expression. I don't know what you are thinking. Now this situation is satisfied, right? Intan Toru can imagine that there will be more topics about him in the future, and because of the matter of Kazuma Jayaka's Shiu in the morning, it is conceivable that the effect of the scandal with Ying Lily will be doubled. Toru Azu said he didn't care. Anyway, looking at the expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred of those people, Intan was still very satisfied in his heart. Who doesn't like being able to attract attention? But it seems that there are not even 2,000 people in the school. Hey hey! Ying Rairi completes the goal, and then bounces away. Azuzu Toru was left alone to be noticed by the people around him. Toru Itsunam, I and Ying Rairi are childhood sweethearts. Oh! Childhood sweethearts, we get it. The people around do not understand. What is the difference between this relationship and a child raising daughter-in-law? Damn it! Even if you have such a beautiful childhood sweetheart, you are still confused with Kazuma Jayaka-senpai and Sakurahime-senpai. Is this the current charge? Go to hell! The class bell rang at this time, and the crowd dispersed after hearing the sound, returning to each class. However, Toru Anzu felt that he still had a gaze watching him. It was the girl sitting behind Fumino Furuhashi. Antan Toru remembered that he seemed to tell her that he had nothing to do with Irie. Smiled awkwardly at her, and Antan Cheer unexpectedly lied, and after a while, he pierced it. But don't panic, Anyun lay down on the table and went to sleep with his eyes closed. I woke up and forgot everything. I am no longer who I was when I woke up. What does his embarrassment have to do with me? Chapter 52, All My Wife. Sophomore in high school, Xiao's Hikihoshiu sat in a position to scan the campus forum. She saw a new hot topic: Azun Toru's childhood sweetheart Mazawa village Spencer Arari. For Yingrai, Kashijaya Kashiu still knows, after all, it is a mixed-race beauty. Of course, the most important thing is to be the number one beauty on campus alongside her. The first beauty on campus is the only rumor that Shiu Zayas Haikyuu knows about. She doesn't know all the other rumors, and doesn't want to know about it. Zayas Haikyuu Shiu doesn't care much about anything, but it seems that the question about beauty is inevitable. Yingrairi's appearance still admitted that she was good, and after knowing that she had also become the top beauty on campus like her, she glanced at Zayas Haikyuu Shiu and didn't care. That's it. It's just an airport. Nothing unusual. But now, Anjun Toru's childhood sweetheart. It is well known that childhood sweethearts only exist in the second dimension, and reality is impossible. The childhood sweethearts in the second element are very good. They ask you to get up, go to school together, make lunch for you, and take care of you like a wife. If you don't marry her in the future, it's hard to tolerate. It's a pity that I can't beat the sky. Childhood sweethearts have become synonymous with defeated dogs. But for Shiukasho Majayaka, it is not a two-dimensional element, and Ying Lily declared war against her in the afternoon. It seems necessary to let her know what a losing dog is. Zayas Haikyuu Shiu's mouth curled up slightly, resisting the urge to laugh, and also restrained the long legs that wanted to shake. School is trouble, and you have to restrain yourself. After school, Toru Anson and two senior sisters are walking on the way home. Ying Lily was effective because of the effect in the afternoon, and I didn't know that Toru Azu had been walking with Kasho Majayaka Shiwa after school, and was now in the art department with peace of mind. Yingrairi was asked by friends around her about the relationship with Toru Anson all afternoon, but they all answered with their childhood sweethearts. But Ying Lily answered very shyly, letting the person who asked it understand that she likes Antan Toru. Although her friends are also greedy for Antan Toru, Yingrairi has always shown herself as a lady in school, making her friend a CP guard for her and Antan Toru. Why did you suddenly have a childhood sweetheart? Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu looked at Anyun Che with a smile. Mai Sakurajima, who was on the other side of Azutaru, was silent, but listened with his ears pricked up. What does it mean to pop up suddenly? It is already good or not? Then why don't you tell us? You didn't ask either. Who else would somehow tell others that he has a childhood sweetheart? Anyun, you are really amazing. The three top beauties on campus are by your side every day. The first beauty on campus has such a two-dimensional title? Although this is the two-dimensional world. But why are there three? Which three? Of course I still have and your childhood sweetheart. The world is too small. Anyun couldn't help but complain. But after thinking about it, it is normal for them to be called the number one beauty on campus based on their three appearances. Anyun, you seem harmless to humans and animals, aren't you actually a man with a heart? Don't talk nonsense. You can't talk nonsense about unprovoked things without evidence. Don't you have a childhood sweetheart? How come you have become a man with a heart? Raising a childhood sweetheart and staying with us every day in school, you must have a bad intention. The love of beauty is something that everyone has. Besides, I'm so familiar with you, don't I play with you? It doesn't matter if it's pure play, who knows what your calculations are? What kind of abacus, isn't it just to turn you into my wives? An Yun-kun just made the things of the previous life true. After all, there was at least one wife and 1/4 in the previous life. Although I see one and love the other, at least I don't like the new and dislike the old. Since you were my wives in your previous life, of course you will also be my wives in this life. Don't worry, I won't think of you. This sentence succeeded in making Yasuhiko silent. She squeezed her fist, released it again, and resisted the urge to kick in Tan-che. Calm down, this is an Yun-che's wanting to get caught, and he can't get caught. Really, doesn't it mean that you have ideas about my... Yasuhiko's tone became a little less teasing, and a lot colder. The effect of the sentence just now is still very obvious. Of course, my senpai is my ideal in the world. Yasuhiko couldn't help but want to hit someone again. This An Yun-che must have deliberately her off, and the difference in attitude towards the two was too big. Don't you two get involved with me. Mai Sakurajima put aside the relationship, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but rise. In the end, Yasuhiko got on the tram with anger, and when An Yun-che waved goodbye, he saw Yasuhiko's weird smile, and the look in his eyes felt awful. When I got home, Toru and Yun posted the fireworks with Makiheim on Twitter, but still couldn't download it. First. A song again. Why can't I download it again? Listen first. It's not bad to give it to you for free, still want to download? It will be the summer festival soon. It can be said that it is time for this song to be hit with fireworks. Turn off the phone, and June Toru began to draw Pokemon, 9 pictures a day must not be less. The second generation has some more evolutionary or degenerate forms of the first generation, such as the degradation of Pikachu and Pikachu. I believe it will be liked by girls after coming out. There is also a very cute Bookbee. It is a pity that the illustrations and games cannot show Bookbee's cuteness, otherwise it must be very popular. After finishing the painting, An Yun-che went downstairs to cook. It has become An Yun-che's habit to cook every day, and he still cooks for his wives. Who doesn't want to? After making it www.readaloud.com, Matayu Kirisuo and Ying Lily also happened to be back. At the dinner table, Ying Lily eats the most delicious food today. After all, she is equivalent to taking an oath of sovereignty today, and the effect is obvious. Yasuhiko or something, wishful thinking. After eating, Kirisu Matsumoto and Ying Rairi sat and watched TV, and Tetsu Ajutsu was washing the dishes and chopsticks. Although Toru Azu wanted to let Kirisu Meisuyu or Ying Li wash, but thought that there were not many tableware, he gave up. After washing, send Ying Lily home. Today Ying Rairi is very bold, and the two of them hugged and nod. Tan-che's hands are very honest, he didn't touch everywhere, after all, Ying Lily has no place to start. Toru had a rare satisfaction, and returned home with enthusiasm and started writing novels. The 3rd volume will be on sale in 1 week, and it's time to write the 4th volume first. Machida Yuenko rarely talks to him recently, but Toru Azumo knows that she often talks with Shia Kazumajayaka now. Only with Kazumajayaka Shiba can Machida Yuenko feel that she is an editor and can help Kazumajayaka Shiba. Unlike Tan-che, she doesn't need her help at all. She even felt that she was Toru's secretary, responsible for handling Toru's novels. Of course I think so, for such authors and editors I definitely like it. Machida Sonoko and Kazumajayaka Shiwa seem to have met each other. Girls and girls are different. They get along very happily. Yasuhiko's Love Metronome has been repaired almost, and it will be on sale this Friday. Although Tan-che wanted to promote it, she was rejected by Yasuhiko. She wanted to see her level. An Yun-kun has foreseen the result. Without his help, no matter how well Yasuhiko writes, he would easily jump if he had no reputation. I'll help again when the time comes. Chapter 53, After Class Tea Party. Wednesday, another day. An Yun made lunch. Get up early, brush your teeth and wash your face, and start making lunch and breakfast. After Kiriso Makiwake got up, the two simply ate breakfast and then went to school together. Anyun-kun sometimes wants to call Yingriri to his house to sleep, so as to preview the three people living together in advance. However, there is no room in the house, and Iri and Kiriso cannot be allowed to sleep together. The chaos is not chaos, let's not talk about it. The two women are together, and they are afraid that the two people will be unobstructed, and they will say everything. At that time, it was Gigi. If I let Ying Lily sleep in his room, he would go to his parents' room to sleep too deliberately. What if Kiriso wants to do? Finally gave up. But it also strengthened Azuto's impulse to buy a big villa. It doesn't matter whether money is money or not, as long as there are more rooms. When they arrived at school, Toru Anson and Matsumu Kiriso walked to the school building together, and then separated. Kiriso goes to the office, and Antan goes to the classroom. Walking into the classroom, Toru and Yun saw Xiaomamu Yuzu that was already there. Recently, Xiaomamu Yuzu and Antan Toru have talked a little bit less, and Anyun felt that Xiaomamu Yuzu is not as strong as his previous offense. After all, Antan has a lot of lace news recently. Morning, Anyun-kun. Xiaomamu Yuzu still greeted Anyun with a smile. It's early for grapefruit. Although Anyun-kun has a little impression of Xiaomamu Yuzu, he just can't remember which character it is. Besides, Xiaomamu Yuzu is very beautiful, and Antan's possessiveness is at odds again. So I directly wanted to get closer to Xiaomamu Yuzu. Ah! Xiaomamu Yuzu was surprised, but he didn't expect Anyun-che to call her name suddenly. Can't you call your name? Anyun asked with a smile. No, it's too late to be happy. Xiaomamu Pomelo waved his hand again and again. Then I will call you grapefruit from now on. Yet. Xiaomamu Yuzu blushed, but the voice was very small. Of course, it doesn't matter if Antan Toru didn't hear it. Since you have ideas about others, don't be reserved. That, Anyun-kun, may I ask you a question? Hey? You said hello. Have you not dated Kazuma Jayaka-senpai or Sawamura classmates? Xiaomamu's voice became lower and lower, and his head couldn't help lowering. After all, the intention of this question was too obvious. No, I have no plans to find a girlfriend yet. Well, don't find a girlfriend, just find a wife. Really, that's great. Xiaomamu Yuzu cried out happily. It is clear that she does not find a girlfriend, which means that she has no chance, but she is still very happy. At least Antan-che will not associate with anyone for the time being, so naturally she does not belong to anyone. Antan Teru looked at the happy Xiaomamu Yuzu, and couldn't help stepping forward and pinching her nose. You are so happy if you don't find a girlfriend. Well. Antan Toru's sudden intimacy made Xiaomamu Yuzu blush, and couldn't say anything. Antan Toru released his hand, Xiaomamu Yuzu lowered his head, and Antan Teru couldn't help but touched Xiaomamu Yuzu's head. Is so cute. Someone is coming, let's go back to your seat. Anyun-che let go. Oh. Xiaomamu Yuzu suddenly looked very well behaved, returned to his seat obediently, and then covered his face with his hands, as if breathing on his head. Today's offensive Antan Toru really made her heart beat faster, and she felt like she was about to jump out of her throat. However, Anyun-che's attitude made her feel that she has no regrets in this life. Antan Toru returned to his position. He did not expect that he would suddenly shoot, although it feels very wonderful, even a little addictive. So I am so scumbag? Antan Toru began to review himself deeply, and he must never do this again next time. Well, definitely next time. People began to come in one after another. Whenever someone greeted Antan-che, Xiaomayu's eye would take a look, and when Antan-che looked at her, she would turn her head shyly away. This continues until the whole class is complete. The relationship between Yuzu Xiaomamu and Yuzu suddenly became better. After Chiaki Omikawa came and started chatting with her, she couldn't keep peeking at Azuru Toru. At noon, Antan awakened Fumino Kobashi, took a lunch box and went to the activity room. "What are you?" Fumino Fumashi looked at the bag in Toru-an's hand and asked. "Bento, don't you not eat at noon? Why do you need to eat if you can sleep?" Antan Toru. "I will smell the scent and see if you would say that." Toru Azu is still very confident about whether his lunch can make Fumino Gohashi greedy. When he came to the activity room, Fumino couldn't wait to turn on the air conditioner, and then sat down where he was yesterday. "Too happy?" Fumino sighed contentedly. After a while, Mai Sakurajima and Chiwa Kazumajayaka came. This time I saw Fumino Gokiao sleeping on his stomach and didn't say anything. Antan Tetsu opened the bag, took out the lunch box, and gave it to the two senior sisters. Opened the lid, the aroma came out, and Mai Sakurajima couldn't wait to start eating. The scent spread quickly. Fumino, who was sleeping on her stomach, moved, and she slowly raised her head. "What smell, so fragrant?" Kazumajayaka Shiwa is the minister, but he is not very familiar with Fumino Furuhashi. Mai Sakurajima will not need to say anything if she doesn't answer her words. She is eating hard, and no one can disturb her enjoying the food. "What else can it taste?" Antan looked at Fumino Furuhashi playfully, and as expected, no one could resist the food blessed by the system. "Do you make a bento? It's so delicious." Fumina Gokiao was a little surprised. "Do you want to try it?" Fumina hesitated a bit, but couldn't resist the smell and agreed. "Well, just have a bite." Taking the chopsticks given by Toru Azumoto, Fumino Furuhashi took a meatball and put it in his mouth. Meatballs have become a daily necessity for lunch. Whether it is Toru Azuto or Mai Sakurajima, I will make one portion every time I wait. Fumino Fumashi chewed and opened his eyes wide, quickly finished chewing, and swallowed. This is delicious too. Fumino has eaten such a delicious food for the first time, and I feel that my whole person is going to be sublimated. For a moment, I felt that sleeping was not good anymore. "Take me another bite." Fumino Furuhashi still wanted to eat. "Want to eat? Please. I beg you." Azun Toru did not expect Fumino to have such no lower limit. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Just ask for it. He picked up the chopsticks and clamped a meatball, and handed it to Fumino Furuhashi. "Open your mouth." "Ah, this is not so good." Fumino Fumihashi didn't expect Atsu Toru to play feeding. And Fumina Gokiao saw the two senior sisters glance at it. "Don't. Forget it." Antan Tetsu tried to take it back. Don't. Come on. Fumina blushed and closed his eyes. Because of being watched by the two elder sisters, Toru Azumi did not dare to make any small movements, so he could only simply put the meatballs into Fumino Furuhashi's mouth, and the chopsticks did not even touch Fumino Furuhashi's lips. "Anyun, it's really fun to play." Zayas Hikihashio looked at Anyun Che with a smile. This Antan Che was so courageous that he dared to play like this in front of the two of them. Ahem. Anyun coughed dryly and started to eat honestly. Fumino Fumashi chewed the meatballs and glanced at Antan Che, who put the chopsticks in her mouth. The chopsticks had just fed her. Fumino Fumashi didn't want to go anymore, and honestly lay on the table to sleep. As expected, Anyun is not a good person. After lunch, the two girls started to play Pokemon and used Pikachu to kill in the grass. Antan Che also took out his cell phone. He saw a chat group appeared on his line. The group name was Tea Party After Class. The notice showed that it was Zhenji who brought him in. He and Tan Che still knows about the Tea Party After Class, and those cute girls and Tan Che can't forget. And just a few days ago, I went to Chin Blowing. However, because it was Zhenji who pulled in, Azu Toru was a little unsure. So a message was sent in the group. Anyun. Chapter 54, Light Tone Girl. Anyun. Hirasawa Ui, who are you? You are not Jing Jing, nor Xiaoming and Xiaolu. Ah, stranger. Antantara looked at the three characters Hirasawa Ui with a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, it was really the tea party after class, and it was still the only one. Hirasawa did not see Anyun Toru continue to send the message. She hurriedly made a vigilant expression, and then began to summon the others. Hirasawa Ui. Xiao Miao. Little Law. It's not good, there is a stranger in the group. Antan looked at the news of Dai with a funny look, and he could still imagine Dai's panic. However, I only called her 3 people in the group, which means that they are not together now, and they are all taking a lunch break, so they are not drinking tea in the activity room? Should have just started, it hasn't become a tea shop yet. Qin blowing, Xiao Yi, what are you surprised about? He is the very powerful Antanjun I said before. Hirasawa Ui, ah. Jing Jing's boyfriend. Akiyama Min, Jing Jing actually has a boyfriend. Shock slash. Tai Nakaru, wow. Qin blowing, Xiao Yi, if you talk nonsense about me, I'm going to be angry. Antantara watched them chatting, and could feel the joyful atmosphere. However, Dai did a great job. Anyun, hello, I'm Anyun Che. Antantoru found that there were only 5 people in the group, and only 4 of them plus Antantoru exactly 5 people. Jinji is not there. I ran away if I pulled it. Antantoru can only say well done. Qin blowing, sorry, Junan, I pulled you in without your consent. They are members of the King Ian department, and the nicknames in the group are all real names. Anyun, it's okay. It is more than okay, and even Antan Che still wants to give Qin Kaijing a compliment. After all, Antan Che had no way to get in touch with Dai and the others, and now it's all right, and finally have a chance. Kotobuki, I asked Maki to pull you in. Our club formed a band. But I haven't made a song, so I want to ask you for help. Kotobuki has already got to know Antantoru through Zhenji, knows the identity of Antantoru's novelist, followed Antantoru's Twitter, and naturally heard the 2 songs by Antantoru. Don't sound too good, Qin blowing feels that he can't make such a song at all. She also talked to other people in the club about Anyun Che, and let them listen to Anyun Che's 2 songs, and the women were surprised and speechless. What's more, I know that the people who made these 2 songs are still high school students just like them. Qin Blojing discussed with them about asking Antan Che to help, and got their consent, so he asked Zhenji to pull Antan Che into the chat group of their club. Antantoru, this is not a big deal, no problem. Antantoru changed the group name to his full name. Qin blowing, Anyun Jun, thank you very much. Tai Nakaratsu, as expected of Li Qing's boyfriend, that's awesome. Qin blowing, Xiao Lu, I'm going to beat you. In the King Ian View activity room, several women have gathered together, Qin blowing directly chasing Tianjing Zongru, swinging small fists. Tianjing Zongrui ran with a smile. Chu Shanmai looked at the name of Toruan, calmed down his beating heart, and started to add friends to send messages. Akiyama Min, Anyun teacher, I am a fan of your books. I like your novel very much. Akiyamami didn't even think that he would actually be able to come into contact with teacher Anyun. That day, Qin blowing suddenly asked them to listen to 2 songs, but at first they didn't care, but it turned out to be teacher Antan's song. Akiyama Mio has followed Antan Che's Twitter, and has heard Antan Che's songs. And she really likes to read novels written by Antantoru. Although she is usually mature, she still likes things of love in her heart. And the novel written by Antan Cheol even poked her young girl's heart. At this time, Jing Jing and Xiao Lu are fighting, and Xiao Wei is also outside the soul flying sky. It is a good time to confess with teacher Anyun. Untan Toru was surprised to see Akiyama Mio's addition to his friends and the messages he sent. He didn't expect that she would be a fan of his books. Of course it is more joy. Toru Azumi knew that Akiyama Mio had a shy character and was afraid of unfamiliar people. Now that he is a fan of his books, it's easy to get in touch. Send a message to Akiyama Mio after agreeing. Untan Toru, really? I didn't expect to meet my book fans. Akiyama Mio, that's the teacher, you are relatively low-key, and have never exposed your appearance. Aside from his status as a high school student, Untan Toru does not show his face. In other words, apart from Untan Che's wisdom, no book fan knows what Untan Che looks like. Untan Toru, just call my name, it's awkward to call the teacher. Akiyama Min, good Mr. Anyun. Untan Toru. Akiyamami, sorry, Anyun-kun. Typing is good, otherwise you might call him Mr. Anyun just now. Chu Shanmin looked at Xiao Lu and Jing Jing who were still playing around, and Xiao Wei who was lying on the table softly, and continued to chat secretly with Untan Che. The last time I felt like I said, Junin is so handsome? Akiyama Mio suddenly blushed. Ah, Mio blushed. Tani Nakaru, who was chased by Chin Buki, saw Akiyama Mio's appearance and exclaimed. This sound also attracted the attention of Yui Hirasawa and Kotobuki to Akiyamami. Mio Akiyama. She put down her phone quickly, pretending to be okay. I don't have one, Xiaolu, don't talk nonsense. But Nakaru Tani can't be fooled. She and Mio Akiyama grew up together, and knew everything Akiyama Mio said and did. I remembered that Chu Shan Mio had just taken her cell phone. Tanjing Nakaru threw on Chi Shan Mio, and then snatched her cell phone. Akiyama Mio hasn't reacted yet. Tanaka Ryu has got up and left, and started to read the content on the phone. Akiyama Mio blushed irritably and started to grab the phone. However, Tianjing Zongru would certainly not let Akiyamami succeed and began to run. So the chasing and slapstick changed to Tanakaru and Akiyama Mio. Qin Blojing walked to the table and sat down, poured a cup of tea, enjoying and watching the two chase. After all, Tani Nakari is not teasing Akiyama Mio for a day or two, she is used to it. Qin Blowing took out his cell phone and sent a message with Untan Che in the group. Qin Blowing, Anyun Jun, I will show you more in the future. Untan Toru, how to say it is the same as newlyweds. Qin Chuijing blushed when he saw the news, but he didn't expect Untan Che to make a joke. However, Untan Che's appearance is still very lethal to her young girl who is just beginning to love her. Untan Toru also guessed that Qin Blowing was shy, so he stopped joking. Untan Toru, after that, I will show you a lot of advice. Qin Blowing, After finishing the chat with Kotobuki and the others, Untan Toru started to get together between Mai Senpai and Shiba Senpai to watch them play Pokemon. Although the two women said they didn't want to care about him, Untan Che couldn't take it seriously, he should show weakness or show weakness. Is his future wife after all. Sakurajima Mai and Kashomajaya Kashiwa were just doing things, and Azutoru came together, and they started talking to Azutoru by asking questions about Pokemon. Are all good wives? Untan sighed. P.S. Thanks for the monthly pass of Endless Attack and Fjajjagbijkmo, as well as the monthly pass of Reincarnation of the World, and everyone's recommendation ticket, thank you. Chapter 55, Thoughts of Zaya's Haikyushiu. After the lunch break, Untan turned off the air conditioner completely, and dragged Fumino Kobashi back to the classroom. Once he was born again, and the second time was ripe, Fumino Gukiao didn't resist directly this time, so he closed his eyes and let Untan pull it all the way. Anyway, it's useless to resist. Separated from the two elder sisters at the stairway, Azutoru also let go of Fumino Furahashi's hand, and went back to the classroom first. Fumina Furuhashi followed danglingly behind. Antan Toru was already in his seat, and Fumino Furuhashi had just entered the classroom. She came to her seat weakly, and fell asleep on the table. He also murmured, "It's hot." Antan can see that this is also a national first-level protected waste. From now on, Fumina Gukiao will be waste number 2, and number 1 will naturally be Matsumoto Kiryu, his cousin who can collide. Anyun, you are actually a man with a heart, right? The girl behind Fumino Gukiao suddenly said abruptly. How do I say this? Anyun Jun, you are with the top beauties on campus every day, but you don't have girlfriends and stay single. Obviously you are hanging someone else. What the girl said is justified and well-founded, but Anyun Chel will not admit that he is a man of love, at most he admits that he is a passionate man. I just don't want to find a girlfriend. How come I hang someone else? Who knows, if you really don't want to find a girlfriend, maybe you like a lot, but there is no way to choose it. Girl, your layout is getting smaller. How can it be impossible to choose? I want them all. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I like so many? Obviously I like all girls. Including you. These words made the girl speechless, her face was ruddy, she turned her head and stopped looking at Antan Che. It was obvious that she also had ideas for Azutoru. After class in the afternoon, when everyone was finished, Toru Azumi picked up his school bag, walked out of the classroom, and saw Mai Sakurajima and Chiwakasho Majayaka waiting at the stairs. On the way, Anyun asked Zayas Hikihoshiu, why don't you be a demon today? Don't say it, Toru Anzun still enjoys the feeling of being loved by girls in public. Zayas Hikihoshiu was silent, and she didn't know why she did that kind of thing yesterday. Although there is no regret, I still feel a sense of shame. So be honest today. Seeing Zayas Hikihoshiu silent, Anyun couldn't help but smile. Whether you make a profit or not, I don't lose anyway. It is a pity that Zayas Hikihoshiu does not act as a demon queen, and Ying Lily has no sense of confrontation. If Ying Lily is not confronted, Azutoru will not be able to enjoy Ying Lily's enthusiasm. After sending the two elder sisters onto the tram, Antan went home and continued to write the 4th volume of My Youth Love Story Surely There Is a Problem, and after writing the Spring Things, he also wrote the 4th volume of Sword Art Online. Being so busy, Anyun Toru once again realized the joy of copying. At night, Anyun was in the code word, and the phone kept ringing. Antan Toru picked it up and looked at it. The chat group of T after class kept sending messages. These girls didn't talk enough at school, they even talked again at night. After thinking about it, Antan didn't join the chat anymore. After all, he didn't know them very well. But you can talk to Chu Shanmin. Antan Toru, aren't you going to sleep so late? Akiyamami, well, not yet. Antan-kun, haven't you slept either? Akiyama returned quickly. It seems to be a real book fan. Antan Toru, well, I'm still writing novels. Akiyamami, that Anyun-jun, come on. Akiyama Mio also made a cheering expression. Antan Toru, good. Then Kyushin, go to bed earlier. Akiyamami, okay. There is no need to talk about it, the important thing is to make a gradual cycle and take your time. Put the phone away, and Antan Tetsu continued to write about Spring Things. As for the phone ringing all the time, Antan didn't care. After all, he just copied, and then changed his writing, without any idea. Therefore, it will not be affected at all. T after class chat group. Akiyamami, well, let's do that today, go to bed early. Tai Nakaru. Antan Toru didn't write much, so the phone stopped ringing. He picked up the phone and looked at it again, and saw the news from the chat group. Antan Toru didn't expect Akiyama Mio to be so obedient, and he couldn't help feeling a little more fond of her. Putting down the phone, Azutoru intends to speed up, finish writing the 4th volume of Spring Monogatari by 12 o'clock, and go to bed early. After a bland morning on Thursday, Antan awakened Fumino Kobashi and went to the activity room with her. "Anyun, didn't you make a bento today?" Fumino saw that Toru Anyun had nothing in his hands, and couldn't help asking. "Yesterday, I tasted what Antan Tetsu made. She was a little addicted and couldn't forget. I didn't eat much for lunch, so I ate a little snack. I didn't make it today." "Why, do you still want to eat?" "Of course I want to eat it. So delicious." Fumino can't help but praise. She lived for more than 10 years, and it was the first time she had eaten such a delicious food. How could she not want to eat it? Now she is planning how to get Antan to make a copy for her. However, Fumino Furuhashi thought of Antan playing with girls every day, and felt that he might have to sacrifice Hugh, so he gave up. When he came to the activity room, Fumino Fumashi turned on the air conditioner for the first time, adjusted the temperature to the lowest level, and lay on the table to blow. Antan Toru also sat down and played with his mobile phone. The tea party after class chat group is very quiet now. After all, they are together during lunch break, and there is no need to chat on the line. There are also some unnutritious comments on Twitter, which are not worth a look. After a while, Kazuma Jayakashiba and Sakurajima Mai opened the door and came in. The temperature in the activity room has dropped a lot, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. When the two were seated, Antan got the lunch and started enjoying lunch. "I really don't know how you eat so delicious." Sakurajima Mai can't understand the enjoyment of Antan Toru. www.readaloud.com compared to the bento made by herself. She still wants to eat Antan Toru made, that is the real enjoyment. "My senpai, you don't understand, the food is not delicious, but who makes it? Believe it or not, if you sell your lunch, you will be ranked even at school." "Hey, I don't believe it." Mai Sakurajima said so, and the corners of her mouth still raised. Shiu Kazumajayaka next to was eating quietly, and she was not qualified to speak if she could not cook. Fumino Furuhashi was not attracted by the fragrance this time, and fell asleep peacefully. After dinner, Mai Sakurajima continued to play Pokemon, but Shiwa Kazumioka did not play. She was about to conceive the plot of the 2nd volume of Love Metronome. And already have an idea. Now that she has realized the difficulty of writing novels, she has long abandoned the idea that writing novels is easy. Because of this, she knew that Antan was great. After all, she had written several novels, and now it is even more open, and it seems that there is no time when her inspiration is exhausted. She also listened to Machida's comments on Itsuo Toru, and she also knew that Machida was the editor in charge of Itsuo Toru. Of course, she also knew that Machida was fancying her because Itsuo Toru reminded her. But this is not to open the back door, Syazhiki Shiu can accept it. Recently, she has also felt that she is paying more and more attention to Antan. Every day, she still paddles in Antan column in the campus forum. But she did not resist this mentality, and planned to follow her heart. But, does this guy sleep every day without conceiving a novel plot? And 2 novels in January are too late. Is it to stay up late to conceive? But seeing him every day is very energetic. How did you do it? Syazhiki Shiu is puzzled. Chapter 56, It's Ying Li Lis round again. On Friday, Izumi enjoys a day of feeding. During the lunch break, Antan took Fumino Kobashi to the activity room early, and he couldn't wait to be fed. This time the bento was still 3, and he didn't make one more for Fumino Furuhashi, but his one was a bit more. "I can't help but give Gukiao Wene a little bit." Toru Azumi plans to hang Fumino Furuhashi with gourmet food, and maybe he can raise a pet. Ahem, stop it. After a while Sakurajima Mai and Kazuma Jayakashiwa came, and when they entered the door, they saw the excited expression of Azuto. "Is it necessary to be so happy?" Syazhiki Shiu gave Anyun a clear look. "Of course, Joe's Hiwo. Kashoma Jayakashiba and Sakurajima Mai helplessly shook their heads. After all, this is not the first time they have seen each other. Antan took out a bento, divided it among the two, took a look at Fumino Kobashi, and opened the lid of the box. The scent came out, and Antan did not feel anything, but Fumino Furuhashi couldn't help sniffing twice and swallowing. Is so fragrant. I want to eat. Antan Toru was about to pass his chopsticks to Mai Sakurajima, but Kashoma Jayakashiwa stood up, holding his chopsticks, picked up a pork chop in the Antan Toru lunch box, and handed it to Antan Toru's mouth. Antan looked at Kashomi no Okashiwa incredibly, and Sakurajima Mai also looked at her in surprise. What are you looking at? Don't open your mouth yet. Shiuzaya's Haikyuu was condescending. Antan blinked his eyes thoroughly and put it in his mouth. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu pulled out his chopsticks, sat down, and started eating casually, without any expression on his face. Sakurajima Mai watched Kashoma Jayakashiwa picking up a mouthful of rice with chopsticks and putting it in the mouth. The chopsticks, Toru Azumino just held it. Looking at the excited expression of Antan Toru, Mai Sakurajima also picked up her chopsticks and picked up a pork chop in the Antan Toru lunch box, and handed it to Antan Toru's mouth. What are you doing in a daze? Open your mouth. Mai Sakurajima stared at Azu Toru. Antan Toru opened his mouth obediently. Sakurajima Mai put the chopsticks and pig into Antan Toru's mouth, and Antan took a bite. Today's lunch, one book is satisfied. Sakurajima Mai took back the chopsticks. She looked at the chopsticks for a long time before she blushed and started to eat rice. Zaya's Haikyuu Shiu gave Antan a triumphant glance. How is it, are you satisfied? Antan gave his eyes back. Well done. If only Mai Sakurajima was alone, she wouldn't be able to kill him, but with Kashoma Jayakashiba as a role model, for a little bit of excitement, Mai Sakurajima would be on top. If Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu helps, why would an Yunche worry about not having his wives and concubines in groups? But I can only think about it. With the pride of Xiao's Haikyuu Shiu, if you associate with an Yunche, I guess you won't let other women approach an Yunche. Dreams have a long way to go. Fumina looked at him in a daze. Is it so hilarious to play? What is the relationship between the three of you? Or does it have to be like this if you want to eat delicious food? I can't do it. This time I got such a big advantage, and Azuto did not molested Fumino Furuhashi anymore, so he couldn't make a big mistake because of his smallness. I took out a spare pair of chopsticks, and picked some meatballs and a few pork chops. For you. Antan Toru handed it to Fumino Furuhashi. Fumino Furuhashi looked at the food, swallowed. Thank you very much. Sakurajima Mai and Kashoma Jayakashiwa showed satisfaction. Although the behavior just now was a bit overwhelming, at least Azumi was completely honest. Moreover, indirect kissing is not a big deal, and the two have no resistance to Azu Toru. I don't care anymore now. Antanchi looked at the two quietly eating. They did not show hostility to each other, indicating that he had not yet appointed him as a boyfriend. Antanche is not in a hurry, after all, unlike in the novel, there is a big event that promotes feelings, Antanche can only cultivate slowly. The three of them started to eat lunch silently. Fumino has finished eating and is sleeping on his stomach. I can't go back with you after school today. After the meal, Toru Azu said to the two senior sisters. The two women looked at Antan Toru suspiciously. Antan Toru explained, Today I want to talk to someone about signing a contract. Today is the signing day of Ying Lily's comic The Spirit of the Halberd. Ying Lily and the editor have made an appointment to meet today. Although Ying Rairi knew that the editor was a woman, she still asked Antanche to accompany her. Moreover, Toru Azumino also holds the position of script. But Pei Ying Rairi can't let the two senior sisters know. The two girls nodded, indicating that they knew. On the contrary, Kashima Jayakashiya was a little bit confused about Antan Toru's signing. But since Tan Cheol didn't take the initiative to bring it up, she didn't need to ask. After school in the afternoon, when everyone was gone, Ying Lily bounced into Class A. Toru, let's go. Wait a minute. Tan Toru pretended to tidy up his desk. He can't leave now. This is the time when my Sakurajima and Shiwakazu Majayaka left. If by any chance you run into them head-on, Azu Toru feels that he will finish playing. While tidying up his desk, Toru Azumo looked at the school gate through the window from time to time, and found directly that Mai Sakurajima and Shiwakazu Majayaka had gone out of the school gate, and Toru Ajutsu and Arari left together. It's the first time I leave school and walk through, I feel so happy. The two walked side by side, but they didn't hold hands. On the road, Ying Lily is embarrassed. Then you will come home from school with me from now on. Toru Azumi knows that Ying Rairi's art department is a serious society, and he won't let people go home. So you can say whatever you want. I think too, but I have joined the art department and I have to participate in club activities every day. Ying Lily's tone was a little helpless. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Is she going to leave with Toru Anson today? But Ying Rairi still likes the art department very much, otherwise she must have retired long ago. The only pity is that the art department does not accept males, otherwise she would let Tan Che also join. The two chatted in this way to the family restaurant that Tan was familiar with. This is the place where Toru Azumino meets Machida Sunko and the Black Cat. Entering the restaurant, Ying Rairi recognized the editor and pulled Azutaru to the past. The two sat down opposite the editor in formal wear. Tan took a look. She was a woman in her 20s, with black-rimmed glasses, and she looked pretty good. However, after Azutoru determined that she was not one of his wives, he let Ying Rairi talk after introducing each other. The editor's name is Misawa Sachika. During the period, Ying Rairi revealed to Misawa Sachika the identity of Toru Azumino, and Sachika Misawa became more enthusiastic. I originally liked the Spirit of the Halberd Eater, and it was painted by the famous Kashiwagi Hydri, but now I know that it was the script written by teacher Tan. Isn't it destined to be popular? Has a fame bonus, and I had a good talk. I also confirmed that it will be serialized on Boy Jump next Friday, which is still a weekly magazine. It's this Boy Jump that made Tan want to complain, why not just call it Juvenile Jump? After the talk, Misawa Sachika asked Toru Anzuo for dessert. After eating, the three left the family dining room. Misawa Sachika came by car. After saying goodbye to Toru Anson, she drove away. Normally, Ying Rairi does not go to Azutoru's house for dinner from Friday to Sunday, but it is rare to go together today. Ying Rairi decided to continue to eat at Azutoru's house. Ying Rairi made a phone call with her mother, and went to his house with Anyun Toru holding hands. Chapter 57, Visiting the Devil King. Saturday, today is the release date of Kazuma Jayaka Shiwa's Love Metronome. Tan Toru intends to buy a copy for support, and then drop in to see Demon King XI. After waking up, Azudato cooks breakfast, and by the way, he cooks something else and leaves it for Kirisu to eat at noon. There is a microwave oven, so there is no need to worry that Kirisu will not be hot in the winter. After leaving a message for Kirisu Matsumoto on the cell phone, Atsutaru Azuto went out. Tan Toru remembered that Kazuma Jayaka Shiwa's Love Metronome was not selling very well at the beginning. Although I felt a bit sorry for Kasuga Shiu, but Tan Toru didn't have to worry about the long lines. After arriving at the bookstore, Tan Tetsu didn't expect that the team would not have to line up. Asked the clerk and came to the exclusive section of Love Metronome. Even if it is not well known, it is published by the Undead Chuan Library after all, and at least it has its own special area. Tan looked at it thoroughly, and felt that he had sold a few copies. But Tan Che didn't have to worry, he should sharpen the spirit of Syazhiki Hoshiu first, and then he would just publicize it. Picked up a copy, and Yun Che paid and left. It's time to see Demon King XI, and I can't miss it every Monday. By the time Yasumi Toru reached the stairs of Kanda Myojin Shrine, it was less than 10 o'clock. It seems a bit early, is the intention a bit obvious? But if you want to chase a girl, you have to be bold and thin-skinned, so you can't be counseled. Antan Toru was about to step up, but a familiar figure came to face him. Anyun. Tojo Nozomi looked at Anyun Toru in surprise. Tojo, what do you want? Isn't it, you want to leave when I came? Tojo Nozomi smiled slyly. Azum, won't you come to me again? Awesome! You guessed it all. Anyun Che gave her a thumbs up. Tojo Nozomi gave Antan a clear glance, and Antan was so blunt, she couldn't tease her anymore. So where are you going? Nozomi Tojo is wearing the summer uniform of Otonagizaka Academy. The upper body is a white shirt jacket and a pale yellow sleeveless vest, and a dark blue striped skirt underneath, which just covers her thighs. Wearing clothes, always going to school, right? My friend is sick, I'm going to visit. Tojo Nozomi replied. Stone Nogizaka Academy is a girls' school, and Toru Azu doesn't remember any friends Tojo Nozomi has, so it's not Ayase Eri, right? Toru Azu said I want to go too. That's it. Antan Toru made a disappointed expression as much as possible. As expected, Tojo Nozomi was a little bit unbearable. Are you here to find me today? Who will visit the shrine for serious people? Is it really good to say that in front of the staff of the shrine? Would you like to visit with me? Tojo Nozomi still couldn't bear to leave Antan Toru. Hey? Is it okay? I'm not familiar with your friends. Is it okay? Should be okay. Tojo Nozomi was also a little uncertain. Tojo Nozomi knew her friend quite well as her character. Although bringing a stranger to her might make her resist, it wouldn't make Antan come here in vain. Then, let Antan Toru wait in the living room. Tojo Yazu succeeded in following Tojo Nozomi to visit her friend, and I kept praying for Eri Ayase, but it couldn't be someone else, right? Not long after getting off the tram, Azu Toru returned to the tram again, but this time with a female company. It was not a loss. By the way, did you go out in school uniform? Antan Toru couldn't help but look at Tojo Nozomi's clothes. Can't you wear casual clothes? School uniforms have been worn every day at school, but they still have to be worn on weekends. Why? Can't you wear school uniforms? Tojo Nozomi took a look at Azu Toru and said. But then he laughed again. You don't want to see me in casual clothes, do you? I didn't say that. Humph. Unexpectedly, Anyun still thinks about this. But isn't it the first time you see me in my school uniform? No, I have seen it countless times. Makes sense. Anyun nodded thoroughly, and stopped discussing clothes. Antan Che took out the earphones, plugged them into the phone, and started listening to music. A headset was given to Nozomi Tojo, and Nozomi Tojo finally put it on. The two sit side by side and listen to the song, like a couple. The song played as if it can shine. Antan had already uploaded the recorded song to his cell phone. Listening with Tojo Nozomi now, it's actually Azu Toru who wants to show off. Sure enough, Tojo Nozomi found out after listening for a while. This song, you sang it. What about it? Tojo Nozomi was really surprised this time. Although I was a little surprised when I saw Antan Toru that he had recorded a song for the first time, he didn't really feel it. This time I heard it, and I felt it was really powerful. And the song is very nice. But male and female chorus? The two continued to listen to the song quietly. If it can shine, it will be followed by fireworks, and then there will be a solo version of Azu Toru. Tojo Nozomi became more surprised as he listened. These three songs can be said to be fine songs, and the two versions of the songs are still different tunes. Tojo Nozomi prefers the solo version of Azuto Toru with fireworks, and this song also reflects Azutoru's perfect singing skills. As for the chorus version, although it is mainly female voice, it is also very nice, but the singing skills are still very immature. Moreover, it is the same woman as the previous song. You wrote these songs? Of course. What? Are you starting to worship me? Tojo Nozomi is non-committal. Although there are many people who can write and sing very well, when such people are around, they do develop a psychology of worship. Moreover, this person is very good looking, and Tojo Nozomi feels that he is about to have feelings of admiration. Men like beautiful women, women like handsome guys, and they prefer talented handsome guys. After 3 songs, it is a normal song. When the song arrived at the station, Antan put his earphones away, and the two got out of the car. The two walked over, and Tojo Nozomi also began to ask Antan Toru. My friend is a female, she may be more resistant to strangers. So you will wait in the living room www.readaloud.com to pass the time by playing with your mobile phone. Anyun nodded, indicating that he knew it. Tojo Nozomi's friend's house is not far from the station, and it took a few minutes to get there. It's also a not-so-small house, which looks very rich, but it's not as good as Genji's house. Tojo Nozomi stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, a voice came from the microphone. Which one? The voice was a little weak, and Izumi couldn't tell if it was Ayase Eri. Eri, it's me. Tojo Nozomi answered. Hey! Why are you here? Of course I came to see you. Didn't you say that you shouldn't use it? How can that work? You are at home alone today, who will take care of you? Okay. Wait a minute, I'll come down and open the door. Antan Toru listened silently, with no expression on his face, but he was very excited in his heart. I didn't expect it to be Eri Ayase. The new wife has appeared, how can we stand still? The two waited for a while, when the door opened, and Eri Ayase's words came. Hope you are so true, and you won't tell me on the phone when you come. Hey! I won't let me come if I tell you. The door opened and Ayase Eri walked out. What do you? Ayase Eri just wanted to say a few words about Tojo Nozomi, but she saw Tojo Nozomi Anzuru next to her. Male? Ayase Eri closed the door suddenly, but Toru Anzuo caught a glance at Ayase Eri in her pajamas. A white silk nightdress with lace edges, especially the upper body, and Tanche saw white flowers. Exquisite collarbone, there is a little roundness under the collarbone. Earn this wave of blood. Chapter 58, Ayase Eri. Antan looked at Tojo Nozomi innocently. You can't blame me for this. Tojo Nozomi was also very helpless, but Eri Ayase came out wearing a nightskirt like this. In this way, Antanche not only enjoys the benefits, but he can't be blamed. If it is really to be blamed, she must be blamed for not making it clear. At this time, Tojo Nozomi's mobile phone rang. It was from Ayase Eri, and Tojo Nozomi answered. Hey, Eri! What's the situation, Nozomi? Why is there a man beside you? Sorry, Eri. Blame me for not making it clear. He is the Antan I mentioned to you before. Let him come with him when I meet him on the road. Why did you let him come when you met? There is a reason, you let us in first. The door is not closed, come in. Tojo Nozomi hung up the phone and went in with Azutoru. The two took off their shoes in the hallway, put on guest slippers, and walked into the living room. Ayase Eri is not in the living room, she has already gone upstairs and ran back to her room. She was embarrassed just now, and now she is embarrassed to face them. You are waiting here, I'll go up and see Eri first. After Tojo Nozomi's instructions, he went upstairs to look for Ayase Eri. Toru Azumi sat down on the sofa and began to think about how to get in touch with Ayase Eri. Now that I'm all at Suin's Eri's house, I can't just leave without doing anything. Upstairs, Tojo Nozomi pushed open the door of Ayase Eri and saw Ayase Eri lying on the bed honestly, showing her head motionless. Nozomi Tojo looked a little bit to laugh. She was usually calm and strong in school, but she didn't expect to be so honest when she was looked at. Eri, how do you feel? Has the fever gone? Ayase Eri turned his head and glared at Tojo Nozomi, but she didn't say anything clearly, causing her to disappear in vain. Not very good. I feel more serious. Ayase Eri said irritably. Haha, isn't it just being looked at? It's no big deal. Nothing is a big deal. Why don't you show it to him? Is this no big deal? Ayase Eri stared at Tojo Nozomi. Tojo Nozomi is completely immune to Ayase Eri's stare. I don't have you so beautiful, I must like to see you. Ayase Eri glanced at Tojo Nozomi's surging, and felt that her words were completely unconvincing. Tojo Nozomi continued to persuade, anyway, I have been seen, and no matter how much I care about, it is my own trouble, why bother? Although you are right, but I just can't let it go. And this kind of thing can be said to be the past? Ayase Eri's heart is tangled in every way, but there is no way. After all, it is indeed not the fault of others. Ayase Eri sighed, so why did you bring him here? He originally came to see me today, and he happened to meet me to visit you, so I brought him along by the way. How about it? I told you that, isn't it handsome? Suans Eri shook her head, she just didn't see Intan Toru clearly. What is the relationship between the two of you? Ayase Eri has indeed heard Tojo Nozomi mentioning Toru Azumino, and I also know how long the two have not known each other, but how come they are in a good relationship now? Humph. It doesn't matter now, but it won't be necessarily in the future. Hey? Is he chasing you? Or do you like him? Ayase Eri looked at Tojo Nozomi in surprise. A good girlfriend suddenly fell in love? Tojo Nozomi smiled and did not answer Ayase Eri's question. You didn't tell me any more. Ayase Eri expressed dissatisfaction. Oh. The horoscope hasn't been written yet. Don't be entangled in Japanese if there is such a sentence. Let's do it. Tojo Nozomi could not help. Stop talking about this. You are hungry, let me cook some porridge for you. Tojo Nozomi got up and went downstairs to cook Tojo Nozomi's porridge. Humph. I think you want to see him, right? Ayase Eri teased. Really, the fever can't control your mouth. Tojo Nozomi walked out of the room, closed the door, and prepared to go downstairs to the kitchen. When I got downstairs, I saw Intan Che who was sitting on the sofa honestly. So honest. Otherwise? What are you doing downstairs? Anyun Che asked. Cook some porridge for Eri. Let me come. The opportunity is here. You. Tojo Nozomi expressed her disbelief, do you still cook? Of course. Make sure that your friend will be able to eat his tongue later. She is confident about cooking. Are you really going to do it? Tojo Nozomi was not very relieved. Leave it to me, just in time to apologize to your friend. Okay. But don't cheat me. Had given out reasons for apologizing, Tojo Nozomi had to agree. After giving Azusa the direction of the kitchen, Tojo Nozomi turned around and went upstairs again. Within 2 minutes, Tojo Nozomi returned to Ayase Eri's room. Ayase Eri looked at Tojo Nozomi suspiciously. Why are you back again? Didn't you say to cook porridge for me? Anyun, he wants to apologize to you. He. Ayase expressed her disbelief. After all, there are too few boys who can cook these days. Wait. Now that he brings it up, it means he is still very confident. All right. Since the other party wanted to apologize, Ayase Eri decided to take a symbolic bite or two even if it was not delicious. And this Intan who is willing to apologize proactively, it seems that it is still very good. The two waited for Anyun to make porridge and started chatting. I told you to rest early and you didn't listen. Are you sick now? Tojo Nozomi's serious and responsible attitude towards Ayase Eri was really helpless. There is no way. As the president of the student council, I have to deal with school affairs well. Then you have the opposite effect now. Ayase Eri couldn't refute it. So. You have to take care of your body before doing good things. If you get sick, you can't do anything. Understood. Very good. Tojo Nozomi was very satisfied. It was rare that Eri Ayase could not refute it once, and was satisfied both physically and mentally. The two talked for more than half an hour, when Anyun Che's voice came downstairs. The porridge is ready. Tojo, come down and get it. It's okay, you can serve it directly. Tojo Nozomi shouted directly outside the door. Ayase Eri looked at Tojo Nozomi in disbelief. www.readaloud.com. What are you talking about? It's okay, you sit down and just wrap it in the quilt. As soon as Eri Suans wanted to refuse, she heard the footsteps coming from the stairs and the voice of Toru Azumino. I'm up here. Suans Eri was helpless, so she leaned her pillow behind her back, sat up again, and then wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Am I here? At the door, Toru An's voice came in. Anyun-kun did not hear the voice of rejection, and the door did not close. Antan pushed in completely. Entering the room, Azu Toru did not look at the room, and walked directly to the bed. Sitting next to the bed were Tojo Nozomi, who was smiling, and Ayase Eri, who was leaning on the head of the bed. The porridge is ready, try it. There was a small table on the bed, and Antan Toru put the casserole with porridge on the small table. Oh, it smells so good. I didn't expect that you can really cook in Swan. I want to eat this smell. Tojo Nozomi said in surprise. Ayase Eri looked at him when he came in from Azu Toru. He was indeed very handsome. Suans Eri even thinks that he can eat, wear, shelter and travel with this face. When I came in, I didn't look around, and my quality was very good. Ayase Eri was satisfied with Toru Ajutsu's first impression. At this time, listening to Tojo Nozomi's praise again, she looked at the green vegetable and lean meat porridge in front of her, the aroma came to her face, and she felt her appetite open. Thanks. After receiving a thank you, Ayase Eri picked up the spoon and scooped it out, blew it twice, and put it in the mouth. For an instant, Ayase Eri's eyes widened, and after swallowing, she couldn't help but admire, it's delicious. You are satisfied. Nice. The first step in contact with Ayase Eri is successful. Chapter 59, Ayase Eri, do you want to sing? Suans Eri's appetite was very appetizing, and she started to scoop it bite by bite. Toru Azumi took the opportunity to look at Ayase Eri. Her long golden hair was scattered, her face was a little haggard, but she still couldn't conceal the beauty of Eri Ayase. Worthy of being a man of Russian descent. Mixed blood is beautiful. There is an example of Ying Riri next to Toru and Tan. The two can be compared with each other. They are all mixed races, all blonde beauties. It's just that Iri is a little more peaceful, and although Ayase Eri is wrapped in a quilt, Azu Toru glanced at it before, and there is a ditch. Iri is incomparable. Not right, how can you compare the two of them? Sorry, Ying Lily. Antan thoroughly self-examined. After looking at Ayase Eri, Azu Toru started to look at the room. This is Ayase Eri's boudoir, so why not look at it? Ayase Eri's room doesn't feel girly, it's very ordinary. Beds, wardrobes, desks, very normal furniture. There are no plush toys and no posters. Only the pink quilt in the whole room showed a little girlish air. Is Ayase Eri after all, which was also Toru Azumoto's expectation. After looking at it, Toru Azuzu saw that Erase was still drinking porridge. Very good, not found. However, Tojo Anzu saw Tojo Nozomi's smile. Antan Toru. All right. Although Eri Ayase did not see it, Nozomi Tojo did. But Toru Azu was not worried about what Tojo Nozomi would say. This is not something that requires a small report. After the most, Tojo Nozomi made fun of it. Antan Toru said that it was harmless. Hey! So full. Suin's Eri put down the spoon at this time, and often breathed a sigh of relief. Eri, you actually finished a pot of porridge. Tojo Nozomi looked at the empty casserole and exclaimed. Ayase Eri froze. She looked down at the casserole with only the residue, and realized that she had eaten so much. His face flushed instantly, and he began to feel embarrassed. My God! How can I eat so much? Tisk tusk tusk. I can't see it, Eri. You can eat so much. Tojo Nozomi continued to sarcasm Ayase Eri. It's rare to bully Ayase Eri once, and Tojo wants to stop. Being so ridiculed by Tojo Nozomi, Ayase Eri dared not look at Azu Toru, and stared at Tojo Nozomi in shame. Say it again, I want you to look good afterwards. Tojo Nozomi ignored the threat in Ayase Eri's eyes. Still marveling at it. Isn't Yun's food so delicious? It can make you eat so much. There is no way to refute it, it is really delicious. Ayase Eri feels not only the satisfaction of the stomach, but also the spirit. I feel that my emotions have been mobilized by this bowl of porridge, and my illness seems to have improved a lot. I feel that the burning seems to be gone. Ayase Eri felt incredible. This porridge still has this effect? How did you do it? Tojo Nozomi saw that Ayase Eri's face became ruddy, and she was no longer haggard. She was very surprised and couldn't help asking Antan Toru. I just do it. I don't know the additional effects of this system. Maybe it was a reaction after drinking porridge. How could there be a fever-reducing porridge? Under the blessing of the system, whether this porridge has the effect of reducing fever, Antan Che does not know. Anyway, there is no harm. Moreover, it's time to do business next. I'm sorry, I accidentally saw you, you're. Needless to say. Don't blame you, I'm not careful. Before he finished speaking, Eri Ayase interrupted her. She didn't want to mention the embarrassing thing again. Then say that, are you willing to forgive me? Ntsun-kun looked at Ayase Eri with an expression of expectation. This expression, combined with Toru Azuru's face value, Ayase Eri feels a bit foul. Who can stand this? Forgive you. Ayase Eri turned her head too far, not daring to look at Antan Toru. In order to conceal her strangeness, she turned to stare at Tojo Nozomi. It's also strange to blame Nozomi. She didn't say anything, that kind of thing would happen. No, how can I blame her? Thanks to her, otherwise I would not have seen such great benefits. Azuzu nodded superficially and agreed with what Ayase Eri said, and thanked Tojo Nozomi silently in his heart. Tojo Nozomi did not expect that the two of them would be the same enemy at once, and began to blame her, and quickly raised his hands. Yes, it's all my fault, please forgive me. Seeing Tojo Nozomi's confession directly, Tojo Azu and Eri Ayase smiled at each other. Anyun-kun stretched out his hand towards Suin's Eri. Get to know again, my name is Antan Toru, just call me Antan. Ayase Eri stretched out his hand from the quilt and held it with Azuru Toru, my name is Ayase Eri, just call me Ayase. Ayase Eri's hands were very slender and smooth, and Izumi completely resisted the urge to hold on, and let go with a flat expression. Looking at the appreciative expression of Eri Ayase, Toru Azu said a thumbs up for herself. This wave performed perfectly. The time is almost here, the two should leave and let Ayase Eri take a rest. But Toru Azumi couldn't leave, he had one more thing to look for Eri Ayase. Ayase, do you want to sing? Ayase Eri. What is the problem? Ayase Eri looked at Toru Azuzu in confusion. Tojo Nozomi also looked at Azutoru. I wrote a few songs recently, and I think your voice is very suitable, so I want you to sing it. Is actually a song and didn't write it, but now Ayase Eri is right in front of him, and Toru Azumo can't wait to write those songs for Ayase Eri to sing. After all, Ayase Eri's voice is the same as Nanjo Ano. Needless to say, Nanjo Ano, the only railgun song by Sister Canon shouldn't be known to anyone, right? Write a song? Let me sing? What's the meaning? Ayase Eri still didn't understand. An Yoonjun directly took out his phone, turned on the music player, and began to shine if it could shine. The music sounded slowly, and Ayase Eri began to sound earnestly. The song must be nice, and Ayase Eri also listened very carefully. If it can shine, it will be fired again after it is released. 2 versions. Ayase Eri listened very enthusiastically. The 3 songs are very good, and Ayase Eri likes it very much. Moreover, how is this male voice so familiar? After finished the song, Toru Anson began to explain. I wrote these 3 songs and sang them. you.yukansha.com. Oh. No wonder the male voice is so familiar, it turns out that I was by my side. Wait a moment. You want me to sing the song you wrote? Ayase Eri finally understood what Anzudo said. Yes. I like your voice very much. I think it suits the songs I wrote. Ah? Like my voice? Ayase Eri couldn't help but glanced at Tojo Nozomi, and found that her expression was still smiling. But Ayase Eri is still inexplicably guilty. How to do? The people my friends like or the suitors of my friends seem to be very interested in me. What do I do? Waiting online, very anxious. Why are you looking for me? Of course it is your voice. No one is more suitable than you. Maybe there is, after all, in this 2-dimensional world, there may be a character dubbed by Nanjo Ano, but Toru Anzu can't find it. It's just that Ayase Eri is very suitable. After all, she is a member of the Muse and will sing sooner or later. Ayase Eri glanced at Tojo Nozomi again, and found that Tojo Nozomi smiled at her. Ayase Eri. Although she must refuse, what is the matter with this inexplicable feeling of guilty conscience? Sorry, I don't want to sing very much. Ayase Eri still refused. No, you think. Toru Azumi didn't plan to convince Ayase Eri now, after all, it was a whim, and there will be opportunities in the future. Finally, Azukun added Ayase Eri's contact information, saying that he could contact him if he figured it out. After that, Toru Azumi and Nozomi Tojo left the house of Eri Ayase. P.S. Do you have any plots you want to watch? Bring it up and let me see if I can write it. It's by no means any interesting plot that I can't think of. Not at all. Chapter 60, Tojo Xi is jealous. On the tram going back to Kanda Myojin Shrine, Tojo and Tojo sat quietly. Nozomi Tojo has been expressionless after leaving the house of Erase Ayase, and has never said anything. Although Azutoru thought it might be his own problem, he didn't expect what went wrong. However, it's better to ask clearly about this kind of thing, but Toru Anson doesn't want to keep doing this. Well, Tojo, why don't you say a word? Tojo Nozomi has arms around her chest, ignoring Anyun-kun. Anson-kun cast a glance at Tojo Nozomi's arrogance, and sighed secretly that he deserves to be the Demon King. This made Azutoru think of Ying Lily again, although Ying Lily could make him practice kissing skills, but unfortunately he couldn't practice kneading skills. Sorry, Ying Rai-ri. I shouldn't think so. Antan Toru reflected on himself again. Tojo, Nozomi. Tojo Nozomi blushed, and finally turned his head to look at Antan Toru. Who allows you to call me that? Just be willing to talk. Can I call you that way? Noah. Hey. Tojo Nozomi was a little embarrassed when he was called by his name directly. She began to feel awkward and put her hands everywhere. And so Unkun took the opportunity to grab Tojo Nozomi's left hand, then held it, and placed it on his lap. Tojo Nozomi's hand was held, and the whole person was frozen, motionless. Why did it suddenly become like this? Shouldn't I be angry? Tojo Nozomi tried to get rid of Intan Toru's hand, but Intan Toru held it tightly, and she couldn't get rid of it. So she used her hand to take away Intan Che's hand, but as soon as she stretched her hand out, she was grabbed by Intan Che's other hand and held it together with her left hand. Tojo Nozomi! You let go! Tojo Xijiao groaned. Then tell me first, why did you ignore me just now? Tojo Nozomi did not speak, and began to struggle hard, but how could Nsuzuru let Tojo Nozomi break free? He leaned to Tojo Nozomi's ear and threatened her, if you move around, don't blame me when I will run into places that shouldn't be touched. As soon as these words came out, Tojo Nozomi was completely silent. Although Intanche held her hands, she still sat upright and kept her distance from Intanche. This is not your nature, right? Tojo Nozomi had been in contact with Azutoru before, clearly feeling that Azutoru was very gentle, but she was a little bit overwhelmed when she was suddenly so strong today. Usually I am still like that, but it's a special situation now. Although Toru Ajutsu often treats people kindly, but occasionally can't help but want to bully people, and Tojo Nozomi has turned on Ajutsu's switch now. And it's not the first time, Kirisu Meisuyu has been bullied by him. But Anyunche's bullying meant taking advantage, and didn't actually hurt her. And if he is really reluctant and resists him, Antanche will stop. He has no violent mentality. Tojo Nozomi also felt Toru's play mentality, so she didn't resist it drastically. Otherwise, the people in this carriage have long been attracted to attention. After all, the two of them have such high looks, and they still receive a high degree of attention. If I still don't want to say it, I will take advantage of you. Tojo continued to whisper in Tojo Nozomi's ear. Tojo-ki shrank her neck, her ears being itchy by Azutoru. She wanted to rub her ears, but it was a pity that Intan held her hands firmly. Let go of your hand first. That won't work. Anyunche refused. That's it, I'll tell you that. Tojo Nozomi had no choice but to recruit. Why are you looking for Eri to sing instead of me? What the hell? That's it. Intan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Tojo Nozomi to be jealous just because of such things. Tojo Nozomi took advantage of the moment Intan was stunned, and successfully broke free of Intan's hand. But because of the reason, he blushed and didn't dare to look at Intanche. When I was at Ayase Eri's house before, I heard that Toru Azu wanted to find Ayase Eri to sing. Although her expression did not change, she did become jealous. Obviously she first met Intanche, and knew that whether he wrote or sang, she came first. As a result, Azutoru saw Ayase Eri and wanted to find her to sing. Who could be happy? Haven't you considered mine? So after leaving Ayase Eri's house, Nozomi Tojo began to express his emotions. Intan Toru looked at the shy Tojo Nozomi, he was a little helpless. After all, there is really no song to sing for Tojo Nozomi. Suans Eri is different, those songs Suans Eri are equivalent to the original singing. Do you want to sing? There are some songs that cannot be sung by Tojo Nozomi. Since Tojo Nozomi has said so, Tojo Toru intends to find a few songs for Tojo Nozomi. In no mood. Why are you jealous if you don't want to sing? What? I'm jealous, aren't you happy? Happy. Since he is jealous, it means that Tojo Nozomi has a good impression of him, and Tojo Anzuo must be happy. Humph, it's not a question of whether I want to sing, but a question of your attitude. Obviously I knew you first, but you didn't look for me first. Instead, you looked for Eri who met for the first time. Can you say I can't be jealous? Although Toru Azu wanted to say that he had known Eri Ayase a long time ago. But even if Nozomi Tojo believed, Toru Azuzu couldn't refute the girl when she was angry. My fault. My fault. Tojo held Tojo Nozomi's left hand again. www.readaloud.com voluntarily admitted the mistake. You, why are you shaking my hand again? Just hold it for a while, and you will be there soon. After arriving at the station, Tojo Nozomi is about to get off the bus, and Tojo Anson will not be able to come to see her again after a week. Tojo Nozomi suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. Tojo Nozomi allowed Ansud to shake his hands thoroughly and stopped talking. The tram arrived quickly, and Tojo Nozomi got up and got off. Although Tojo Azumino wanted to have a separate hug with Tojo Nozomi, it was a pity that Tojo Nozomi did not give Tojo this opportunity. Nozomi, see you next week. Seeing Tojo Nozomi getting out of the car, Tojo Anzun came to the car door and shouted to her. I haven't allowed you to call me that. Tojo Nozomi blinked at Answan and waved, see you next week. Looking at Tojo Nozomi's back, Izumi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Today, I got to know Ayase Eri better, and he has made a lot of progress with Tojo Nozomi, and Izun is completely satisfied. When I got home, it was not 3 o'clock yet, so I didn't rush to make dinner. I didn't see Mr. Kirisu in the living room, so I should be taking a nap. Anton Toru returned to his room, opened the document, and began to write a novel, but it was not My Youth Love Story Really Has a Problem and Sword Art Online. The 4th volume of these 2 books has been finished, and the 3rd volume is still available. Not on sale yet? What Antonto wants to write is the Magic and Forbidden book catalog. I suddenly met Eri Ayase today, and Toru Anson couldn't help but want to write the song of Sister Pao. Then, Sister Pao must have it. Toru Antan was about to start 3 opening. A certain scientific super-electromagnetic gun Azutaru also plans to write a novel, but he still waits for the Magic and Forbidden book catalog to become a little famous. Antan Toru, please call me Antan typewriter from now on.